Oh my gosh, hello.
I did say to Will, I was like,
anybody lives together.
I was like, you've got a 3-in-1 deal. So
Amazing. Thank you so much for coming. Really looking forward to it. You remember that incredible, gosh, I want to say alcohol-fueled night we had. We all thought Biden was going to lose the election, or at least I did. This is a repeat of that, but on a much different scale. So we'll be like properly live in about, 5-ish minutes. And the main thing we'll be doing is sort of drumming up interest, getting questions or whatever, etc., etc. Don't worry about this being live now. We haven't yet properly put out the link. We'll do that in a moment. And this is also a bit of an on-the-fly experiment. So we'll just put it in here. And if you could possibly do a little tweet about sort of the fact that like we're live here, and I'll leave you with my namesake as well.
you have too many Wills.
Yeah, he's got Will as well. We got another Will.
Yeah.
William, Will.
So there, is it me, Will, and
Will.
Will?
3 Wills today.
You thought it would be banter. Will lives upstairs.
That's excellent. That's brilliant. Okay. That's a great starter tweet. So I will go and just put that up. By the way, I'm aware that we're live. This is not like this is not a very polished sort of intro, but we're live going, and this is essentially the start of the stream, and people pop in and out, and 30 or so minutes we'll have another guest, Neil Channing, who's a guest from the polling station. Possibly before that we'll have Paul Kirshnamurty, political analyst and writer and better, as well. So we're starting officially sort of now, and I'm going to see who's watching, actually. First things first. So let me go on to this content stream, and hopefully, oh my gosh, 8 people watching live. Well, hello. And thank you very much for watching and joining us for the first political edition of the polling station. No, sorry, the first live stream of the polling station. And yes, it is our local elections live stream, and we've got a first commenter. and I am very, very grateful for that. So basically, we're going to be here. We're just going to sort of really riff through the night. I'm joined by lovely panel. Will Barber Taylor from the Debated podcast, who's just below me. Then Torrin Wilkins and Jasneet Samurai, they are at the heart of the excellent Centre think tank, and their flatmate or above stairs housemate Will, which means we'll be three Will.
I am also in centre.
He's also in
Yeah.
centre.
Right, so we got three people from the Centre think tank and the host of the Debated podcast. So yeah, lots to come. First things first, ask your questions, because we have had the poll closed for about an hour, and already there appear to be some fairly big calls. I'm just looking at the reaction, generally speaking, and we had odds on quite a few of these. We had odds on 17 councils. Tories are sure that they've lost Wandsworth, apparently, according to Laura Koenigsberg, who is, I don't know when she doesn't become the BBC political editor, but I'm a huge media nerd, and I've been running a book on this for ages, or I should say the Star Sports people have been. And apparently Chris Mason takes over after the elections. So she may or may not be the BBC political editor, and she's reporting that the Tories think they've lost Wandsworth, Barnet, and that Westminster is at risk. Westminster would be an upset. Tories were 2-5 to hold on to that. I'll also be spending quite a bit of this evening, I think, possibly converting fractional odds basically into percentages. 2-5 is 71% or so. So looked unlikely you would have thought that the Tories would lose that. However, it appears that they think they're at risk. With that, I am going to let somebody else jump in. So everybody introduce yourselves properly.
All right, well, hello. As you introduced me, William, I am the former co-host of the Debated podcast. It's great to be on here, but I think you should also add that aside from the other three that you mentioned, I'm also involved with Centre Think Tank. I do podcasts for Centre. So this is a really centrified edition of the polling station. And it's great to be here. And I'm looking forward to seeing what predictions we come up with and how accurate those predictions are.
Wonderful. And now to the other members of the Centre Think Tank who definitely haven't completely overrun the slides. Begin with.
So yeah, I'm Torrin Wilkins. I'm the director and founder of Centre Think Tank. And genuinely tonight, just interested to see what happens. It's a rather great thing about sort of being fairly politically independent. I don't really have a horse in this race, as it were, so I'm just really looking at what's going to happen and which seats will swing.
I'm Jasneet Samurai. I'm the Deputy Director of Centre Think Tank. I used to work for Liberal Democrats, but now I work cross-party. So again, just whoever wins, really. That's all it is.
I am William. I'm Centre's Northwest chair. But yeah, so tonight's all about the change from the COVID and the Brexit, and we'll see what the voters think.
Wonderful. Actually, just coming to think about it, is there anything in particular we're all looking out for this evening? Westminster have been something I've been tracking for a while. There've been lots of talk about Wandsworth. A lot of people are looking at Redwall seats as well. Just to explain, by the way, there are literally thousands of councillors up for election tonight. Large swaths of England, but not all of England, are having their local elections. They're having councillors elected. But we've also got all of Wales and also all of Scotland and Northern Ireland, which we really need to do a lot of talking about, because for all that I think everything is important in this election, Northern Ireland is going to have the longest impact by a long way. Quick explainer here, Northern Ireland and the power sharing agreements, winning party gets to choose First Minister, second gets to choose Deputy First Minister. There was a poll recently which had the alliance of the DUP on 18.2% for second. That's going to be really interesting. Sinn Féin long odds-on favourites. They went off 40-1 on to win that. So is there anything that you guys are looking forward to in particular?
I personally would say actually watching, particularly in London, where obviously you've had this rebranding of Conservatives as local Conservatives, and then even some leaflets saying very clearly that they want to be elected on sort of local merit rather than based on what's happening in Westminster. So I think it'd be very interesting to watch that. Almost that split that's emerged. I mean, it's quite important for us at Centre because of the fact that Stephen Hammond, the only MP who does support us, actually is in London, and has actually written in the newspapers recently some quite interesting things about the Conservative Party and about the fact that the partygate and everything else will make it more difficult for Conservatives to get re-elected there. So I think I'm very interested to watch what happens, whether that ability to sort of separate themselves from the Conservative Party has worked, whether it's something that voters have responded to, or whether really they've just gone to the polling stations and just viewed them as, you know, the same old Conservative candidate. So I'm kind of interested as to whether that arm's length approach has done anything for them.
And you will?
Well, I'm going to be particularly interested. It's not the one of the ones that's been talked about a great deal, but I'm going to be interested in seeing the results for Stockport, where Labour and the Liberal Democrats will be competing against one another to see who can gain control of the local authority there. I think we've seen a lot of talk about, voting in ways that people wouldn't normally vote, tactical voting in particular parts of the country. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out in an area where you have two parties that in other parts of the country have stepped down from one another. What's going to happen there when they're pitted one against the other? So it's not one that I think has been focused on a great deal, but Stockport is a result I'm looking forward to seeing.
Great stuff. Yes, it'll be really important actually to watch particular areas. One of the things also I'm looking for in a trends term is firstly, what happened, or what happens, I should say, in Scotland. Do Labour make a jump to be the second party? And our currently joining guest, Paul Kirshnamurty, who will be with us in just a second. Now connected to the audio. We'll see him any moment now. I think he's going to have quite a bit to say on how the Lib Dems are doing. For regular viewers of the polling station, Paul has been tracking Lib Dem performance for quite a while, especially in seats that the Tories have taken from them only recently, so 2019 onwards. This will be an interesting enough test of how they're going nationally, I think, particularly as they are expected at the very least, I think, to add another couple of seats in by-elections before we get to another general election. Whilst Paul joins, just want to go through a couple of bits here earlier, because we did have odds earlier for 17 council elections and the Croydon and Tower Hamlets mayoral elections. Labour were very short to win Croydon. About 30 to 100 or 130 on in old money. As for the Tower Hamlets election, Labour were in a bit of a fight with Luther Rahman, and Labour were 4-6 to win that. So those are some of the odds. As for everything else, let's have a quick look here. I might even share my screen just to go through the list of odds we had, because it was quite a long one. And a big thanks to the trading team also at Star, who managed to get 17 of these up, and then 2 mayoral elections, and also Northern Ireland. So if we start from the very top, which I shall do, and you know, I will actually show you these in a moment. So forgive me whilst I get my screen sharing on. Actually, I'm going to have to read these out, actually, just because I cannot manage to get the pictures to fill all of the image. But Barnet, Labour were 4-9 to win the majority. They were favourites. Tories were 2-1. No overall control was 12s. Croydon, Labour was 7-1 on to win the Croydon Council election. The Tories were 9-2. No overall control was 28-1. Cumbria, no overall control, are really strong favourites. 4-1 on that no overall control would be the winner as we count it. The Tories were 7-2, Labour were 10s. Gosport, this is really interesting actually. Lib Dems were 11-10, the Tories were 6-5. To make this a bit quicker really, that basically means that we expected it to be a very close fight, essentially too close to call. Those sort of prices are our version of too close to call when we price it up. Just did a comment from TRC 120. Croydon mayoral election was told a Labour win, and that would correspond with our prices. We were 130 on, so well odds on for Labour to win. And also interesting, actually, just looking through some. Sinn Féin will win Northern Ireland. Yes, they will. They were 1-40 on. You'd be very disappointed if they didn't. The interesting thing, I think, with Northern Ireland will be who will come second, as I said earlier. Greetings from Dundee to Edwin, and follow along with Will Koonsberg, which I'm going to suggest is a play on Will Koonsberg, which is really quite a compliment. And with that, I'll hand over to Paul Kirshnamurty. This is a man who does know and has been tracking lots. Paul, just quickly, keen to pick your brains. Where are you looking for Lib Dem performances tonight? Just know you've been following this a lot.
Ideally, places, first of all, where Labour aren't standing many candidates. So take Woking, there's 10 wards up for grabs in Woking, and they're only standing in 2. So, you know, that council is going to be pretty much a straight fight, Tory Lib Dem. Lib Dems would need 4 out of the 10 to gain 4 out of the 10 to gain control of the council. I think that's plausible. I mean, obviously, no overall control is still favourite, but I think 11-4, about 4 games is pretty reasonable. To me, that's the area where there is the biggest growth potential, that areas in the country where Labour are never a factor, so the home counties, for example, where you've got solid, lifelong Tory voters who are registering a midterm protest. You know, you've got the perfect opportunity to do that. People who would probably go back to the Tories at a general election, this is the perfect opportunity to stay at home or register a protest, and where Labour haven't really got an option. Labour voters haven't really got an option, so they're liable to vote Lib Dem. So Woking would be one of them. Gosport would be another. Somerset would be another, various seats there. Wells, for instance. But I think it's Mendip Council, that Wells, isn't it? But yeah, those kind of places.
Thanks very much for that. We'll be keeping a close eye on that, particularly, of course, with any future general election in mind. Obviously, we can't really take these results and totally put them onto an electoral map. But that said, there will be forecasts, I think, doing that sort of thing, and it'll be very interesting to see what's what. Just going to look through some of these questions. This is an interesting one, actually. Kevin Carr asks, will the SNP lose Glasgow? Now, I have seen forecasts for Scotland from Britain Elects, and whilst, of course, Ben Walker and his team do a fantastic job, I'd note that it appears that there's less polling, possibly, for local elections being done when it comes to Scotland, etc. And that data, it may not be as solid, I think, as some of the other forecasts we're seeing. There's also been a wide range of election forecasts, and that'll be an interesting thing to talk about, because generally speaking, going into general elections, I personally hold a pretty high degree of confidence in the broad range, the broad estimates, the aggregated polls. Local elections, things are very different. We have seen some wild estimates, and of course, there's the spin as well. with it all. So with that in mind, has anybody looked at Scotland, and what do we think of the SNP's process and their position actually?
I've really kind of enjoyed the SNP's campaign this time. I think compared to every other party, I mean, the way that they're campaigning is very different, and it kind of echoes as well Pride here in Wales. It's very much a kind of more a positive campaign, you know. It's not, the other parties are very much like, oh, don't vote Tory because of this, or don't vote Labour because of this, but actually the SNP have been a bit more, you know, we'll do these policies if you'll elect us. So I think that positive message is kind of resonating with voters. I think now it also is a time where people are feeling, you know, kind of really disappointed in politicians. So I'll be really interested to see kind of how that campaign has played out. I also think what's really interesting about the SNP as well is they've really used social media this time. We look at kind of Pride of the SNP, we see them often as grassroots parties, but kind of both have really tried to use social media and kind of done it in a very good way. They've been getting a huge amount of reach, most of the time even more than the main two parties, but you know, the Westminster parties. So it's quite, you know, it's they've got quite a good shot, and yeah, quite optimistic for them.
I mean, I would agree with Jazz in terms of it being, I think, quite good for the SNP in certain parts of Scotland, particularly as you mentioned there, Glasgow, because they're winning control of the council has only been relatively recent, and I think that they do have a good chance of retaining control, simply because they can make the argument that when people say, oh, well, services haven't improved in certain parts of the cities, they can say, oh, well, we've only been in control for a relatively short period of time compared to how long Labour were in control of the council. So I think Glasgow will be really interesting from the point of view of how is Labour going to make a return in Scotland? Will it be able to use Glasgow and other former industrial heartlands as a vehicle back into getting a stronger foothold in Scotland, or will the SNP be able to retain the support that it's gained in recent years and stop Labour from making any advances in areas like Glasgow?
Just a quick point on Scotland, less regarding the SNP, but I did see a number of forecasts giving substantial Labour gains at Tory expense. And the latest poll that I saw a couple of days ago saw 7% between them, something like a 3% swing Labour's way since the previous poll. So again, that's somewhere where there is quite a lot of growth potential for Labour, I think, because, you know, much of that Tory Labour vote up there is a unionist vote, and people are voting tactically against the SNP in a general or local. So if Labour can assert themselves as the clear second party and the clear opposition to the SNP, that could have quite significant implications for the general election.
I mean, something that actually I kind of found interesting about that was the way that they distance themselves from the National Party. For instance, then they've got a new logo. You know, they've moved to having the thistle. It's kind of an interesting fact. You know, they sort of, I think, as well invested again in a similar way to the SNP, but invested into social media, websites, and stuff, really to improve what their brand was. So I kind of find it interesting at the moment that, as campaigning is moving more and more online, especially after COVID, it does seem that those parties, I don't know whether it's you know, correlation or cause, but those parties that seem to be investing heavily in social media campaigns also seem to be doing, in Scotland at least, better for it, or at least we'll find out tonight whether they do. But it seems like it's paying off for those parties that have tried to either improve their image or in Labour's case, basically have tried to reinvent it in some way.
I do think as well, when it comes to like kind of the ruralness of these areas, right? We're talking about Wales and Scotland. I mean, the majority or most kind of seats, at least, that are swing seats, tend to be more rural based. So there'll be kind of a unionist party against a nationalist party normally. Also in Wales, for example, we talk about the Tories and the Lib Dems, right? But they're kind of those dynamic of seats. It's one of those areas where as well, like, you know, we're talking about wards where we have, you know, a house every half an hour walking. So parties investing in social media is really, really beneficial in terms of kind of, it's, you know, they're able to redistribute their activist efforts, they're able to redistribute their financial efforts. So I think parties are starting to learn that, and I think COVID has definitely brought some lessons for political parties. I think will be interesting this election to see how well they've worked. You know, has COVID changed campaigning in a way that will, you know, carry on to change for years to come? I think that's a really good question.
Just on the has COVID changed the campaigning, I'm a strong believer it did, in the sense that it advanced what had been taking place over the last 10 years. In other words, a much bigger role for online to play. And with that, of course, disinformation, as well as the possibility of running sort of really positive sort of live wire action campaigns. And I think that we are now well down the road where that's just going to become more and more important. And indeed, when you speak to Tories, when you speak to everybody actually involved in the 2019 election, they all credit digital with having some influence in the result. Whether that would play across for a local election, I am not so sure. I think, the keys in the title is a local election. I think having a good councillor, etc., probably helps a fair bit to insulate yourself from that. But I definitely think that parties which have mastered that art, and I think at the moment I'd say the Conservatives and the SNP are very much leading that charge, interested for other views, would definitely have an advantage. You know, if you could, is it the sort of thing you can translate into points? I'm not sure yet, but I think in the future it will be.
I think as well, another like side note, but kind of the turnout and how that impacts this. So for example, looking at some areas that a turnout of like 20-30%, right? So we're talking about using kind of national tactics in like a big social media campaign, but people might see stuff, but how likely are they to actually go to the polls and vote, right? So it's kind of that disconnect again, which is what type of voters are we going to get turning out? Is it going to be, for example, like statistically Tories are most likely to go and vote on voting day, but are we going to get Tories not show up because they're upset with the government? Are we going to get, say, people show up because they want to, oh sorry, got distracted. Are we going to get people, you know, turn up who are Labour and, you know, want to protest against the government, or Lib Dem or Plaid or whoever? So it's really kind of like interesting set up. I think also in Wales and Scotland, which I don't think Wales is counting until tomorrow morning now, but it's quite interesting as well because obviously we had Senedd and Holyrood. So again, what impact did that have on the election results? So it's quite an interesting round in the timing wise.
Absolutely, it is. By the way, hopefully I've managed to get the Britain elects map up. Now, as results come in overnight, in theory these will show up and we'll be able to see some exact results, which will be interesting actually, because already we have a map of who is defending what and where, and of course where the actual voting is taking place. So as you can see, large swaths of the northwest here. We pull down, we get to Birmingham, Cambridge, Milton Keynes, and of course London, where many of the biggest results, at least in terms of national attention, will come tonight. Whilst we're here, it's really worth talking about Northern Ireland, because if it's going to be a legacy effect from tonight, it's probably going to be there. So just in general, what do we all, what do we think the consequences will be? Because it's likely Sinn Féin victory, but there are entirely plausible scenarios where either Alliance or the DUP take second place. What's the sort of wargaming for either of those outcomes?
I think what will be interesting will be to see, because there does seem to have been a certain amount of anger at the kind of continuing sectarianism and the continuing divide in Northern Irish politics. I think it would be interesting to see how parties that go through a middle road, that aren't on the side of the DUP or Sinn Féin, that want to have a Northern Irish identity that isn't, oh, we must be, you know, sort of like fervently unionist, or, oh, we must be on the road towards reunification. And it'd be really interesting to see how they do, and whether they may hold the balance of power in some way, whether it be in terms of support or whether it be in terms of them making an argument that, look, politics in Northern Ireland is changing, it has changed, we can't go down the road of a border poll, which of course Sinn Féin haven't really mentioned in the campaign, but is certainly something that would be, if they were to be the largest party and to gain the first minister's position, would be something that they would obviously be gunning for. So it's going to be really interesting, and as you say, William, it's going to be a result that's going to, whatever it is, have consequences for years and years to come.
My sincerest apologies for the muting there. There was a loud siren in the background. That might happen a bit. I live near a police station. Anyhow, interesting question from PGC, asking us for our thoughts on the next Conservative leader. Paul, you talked lots about this. Take it away.
The two candidates that my money is on are Liz Truss, who have gone at big prices. I'm not necessarily that confident she'll win, but she's a lot shorter, so that she's certainly a front runner, one of them. But my selection would be Penny Mordaunt. I think that Penny Mordaunt's very well positioned. She ticks a lot of boxes for the Tory membership, Brexiteer, apparently very popular with the 2019 intake, but critically, unlike most Brexiteers, not closely associated at all with the Johnson government, not damaged by that. So I think she's definitely a front runner. I note that there's a lot of money for Jeremy Hunt. I think that's a really poor bet. I mean, he said himself that he would take a lot of convincing to run again, and his position in the Conservative member polls is poor. So I think that I don't think he would be. The same would probably apply to Tom Tugendhat, but I can also see another scenario where Tugendhat is a fresh face, so to speak, in that leadership campaign, runs a very good campaign and takes off, but he wouldn't be my selection. Just one outsider that everybody's forgotten about, I think, because generally the sort of punditocracy doesn't like him. But Dominic Raab is about 33-1. You know, this is the Deputy Prime Minister, right, who ran last time, who again ticks a lot of boxes with the memberships, doing fairly well in the members' polls. I would have him a lot shorter than that, and it wouldn't shock me at all if he came through.
Just quick on Dominic Raab as well as Penny Mordaunt. Firstly, I'm also going to put my interest out there. I have my hat in the Penny Mordaunt ring. Think she ticks all those boxes, plus also doesn't have any sort of inexperience angle against her, having served as a cabinet minister for a long time. And by all accounts, she was a reasonably popular cabinet minister as well, who managed to avoid all the scandals. Another thing with Dominic Raab, which I think might be worth remembering, was the person, admittedly by dint of being Deputy Prime Minister, but it may well be a fact that he's filled in the job before, in a time of actual national crisis, which will be something that his team really can exploit. I'll get the market up in a moment. Thoughts from the team at centre on who the next Tory leader may or may not be.
If I'm going to put a punt out there, and this is something that we've said to you before, actually, William, that I think Tracy Crouch will be a very interesting one to watch, because especially recently, the new legislation on football that they want to pass. I mean, there's some interesting stuff happening, and I think as someone from the background, I think she's someone we're kind of watching as an interesting person. Whether she would necessarily make it or not, it's an interesting one, but I think she's just one we've got our eye on. But really, I think most of the big players in that sense have been mentioned, but I think she's just another one that we're watching.
We're watching with anticipation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me, definitely Tracy Crouch as well. I mean, I was really brought her up last year. We did a podcast this time last year, and I was like, Tracy Crouch, and I still stand by that. Fingers crossed. But no, I do think she's a big player. But I also think as well that lots of the people we're mentioning at the moment are fall to the right of the Tory party. And I think that comes from the membership being quite right-leaning and kind of this government taking quite a right-wing kind of stance on loads of issues, and especially the style of government that's happened. But what I'll be interested to see if the party actually steer towards the centre again. We kind of had this kind of like scandalous government. So will they actually want somebody, it's probably associated with the government, right? So when you have something like Dominic Raab, I mean, during COVID, there were so many issues with how COVID was dealt with. Is that something the Tory party will want to move away from? That's a big question. But yeah, I think in terms of like moderate, I think that especially when you look at the Tory party, it's very fractured at the moment. Again, we talk about the local Conservatives running, but we're looking at, for example, like Scotland and Welsh Tories that feel like they don't fit in. Like there's Welsh Tories, for example, like literally like not even metaphorically, they're splitting in half at the moment. Same as Scotland. So I think that, you know, we need a leader that kind of helps unite the party again. So I'm interested to see if it will stay kind of on the right of the party, whether it will come towards the moderate again.
Yeah, really good. Sorry, I accidentally muted myself. No, really good points on the moderates. I'm going to jump in on that because I've got some views on where the party's going. But Will Barber, please.
Yeah. Well, I think I would agree with your assessment and Paul's assessment. I think Penny Mordaunt is a very good bet, simply because I think that she will be able to emphasise different parts of her background and her experience to appeal to different audiences, whether that be Conservative MPs or Conservative members, because there is certainly a disconnect between certain elements of the Conservatives' membership, as in ordinary Conservative voters, and party members, and the actual Conservative Parliamentary Party. So I think that she would be able to navigate that better than a lot of the other possible contenders. I think something that would be really a big part of any potential leadership campaign will be the degree to which candidates have been damaged by this government. And I think that it's clear that anyone in the cabinet will be damaged by it in one way or another.
Indeed. Right.
I'll just throw someone in quickly as an outsider.
Can.
Just crossed my mind. Mark Harper ran last time, ERG, chair of the COVID recovery group, I think. Has respect amongst MPs. I know a lot of people sort of talked him up last time as someone who the Parliamentary Party regards as competent. And I thought that when he removed his support for Boris Johnson the other week, that was quite a significant moment. The fact that he ran last time would suggest to me there's a good chance he'll run again. And he would be a better bet, I would have thought, amongst that faction of MPs than, say, Steve Baker or even Jacob Rees-Mogg, the people that will be mentioned. 40 to 1 is probably not the worst bet in the world.
Really good point on that. Just quickly looking at the comments, TLC 120 has thrown up Liz Truss, who I think is just worth focusing on a little bit more. She's the favourite, and also because we discussed her in passing but not done a deep dive. I thought that the Foreign Secretary job was going to be really extremely sort of tricky for her, in terms of the fact that we had lots of strategic issues that were going to take a lot of focus and not be, I don't want to trivialize this in any way, but not be sort of very flashy and or exciting in the way that, say, Brexit might have been for somebody to pitch to the base. But generally speaking, the government has had approval from Ukraine, and they've had approval for their moves on Ukraine. And I wonder if that might be something which could cover up for sort of any other issues that she has possibly, and certainly something that will play well with the base. And also I think, I wonder if 11 to 2 is maybe just a tad big, especially when she's up against two people whose politics don't really align with likely voters, and somebody who, with the greatest respect to Ben Morris, I don't necessarily think is A, interested in running, and B, has the all-round offer that Truss might bring to the table. And I wanted to know what other people thought of that, because if she was to get to the final two, and in a market like that, you'd have to have a reasonably short especially with Sunak presumably on the drift now of the picture, she'd take a lot of beating, wouldn't she?
Well, the way that traditionally I've always played these markets, and I think it's a pretty solid sort of strategy, is let's assume, okay, at the moment, that list, there's 30 people in it, right? And, you know, we can pluck names from all over the place, as we have. But ultimately, it's going to come down to 4 people maximum, right? There will be maybe 7 put their names in, 4 get the numbers, and even then, those 4 very quickly become 3. She is probably the likeliest person in that field to run. I assume that she already has quite a few backers already because she's been positioning for it for a long time. And yeah, from that point of view, I don't really see how her odds get any bigger. I think she's had a reasonably good war, so to speak. She's been competent in that role. The negative for me would be that whenever they have polled how each leader fares with the general public in a general election against Labour, she doesn't fare that well. She fares almost as badly, say, as Michael Gove. So I think she would be vulnerable to somebody who's relatively fresh-faced, came in and into that leadership contest and polled well, such as Penny Mordaunt, or even if they were to go back towards the centre, Tom Tugendhat.
Any other thoughts? Not sure if I'm being heard at the moment, but if I am, I'm going to plow on because we got some data. We got some data in. So hopefully in a few moments, you should see a lovely graph. Our panel will already be seeing it. You will hopefully see it in about 5 or so seconds. And I have switched to some polling from Opinion because it's fresh data. God has been very good to us because we can see how, first things first, Conservative and Labour voters from the last general election polled voted today. I'm going to try very best to get us out of the picture. There we are. So just a bit of background on this. Chris Curtis should be well known to everybody here. He's a wonderful guy, an excellent analyst, and Opinion have been doing some of the most detailed polling on this. And in general, we don't tend to get analysis, I think, this detailed actually for a local election. So let's dive right in. 2,500 people voted, who voted today. Not a vote share estimate, as you can see, but interestingly, I think, only 66% of those who backed the Tories in 2019 stuck with the Tories today. And in terms of the switching number, which is something that was really actually very much focused on for quite a long time, we can see 12% switching to Labour, 9% to Liberal Democrats, 13% to other. I don't know, by the way, disclaimer, I do not know if other means people who haven't voted at all or have just splintered. And that would also be an interesting number to note. Labour retained 76% of their voters. Again, just in today's election, 16% are going elsewhere. I wonder if the Greens, I'll take quite a few of those. Just going to move down to the second, because this is important as well. Tory defectors, what bothers them? Cost of living 81%, NHS 65%, public services and benefits level with immigration at 21%. Then you've got crime, housing, the environment, education. Brexit at 7%, equal with defence. Gosh, I have a fair amount of takes on this, but does anybody else want to dive right in so that I don't end up rambling on?
One thing that I would be interested to know a bit more about would be the, I mean, it's a small percentage, but I'd be interested to know what was behind the 2019 Labour defections to Conservative. I think it was only about 3% on the graph that you just showed, but it's still interesting, and I would be curious to know what motivated that defection from voting Labour in 2019 to voting Conservative at this local elections?
I've just had an absolutely incredible direct message from somebody who shall remain nameless, who have just said Beergate for that, which really has me tickled. But no, that is a good point. You know, I've always thought, and this is a completely out there take, I've always thought some people switched on the basis of like COVID anger. That was the thing. Like I saw in pockets, people who were quite upset with sort of Labour's presumably would-be COVID policies or whatever, or like who went into internet weird dark corners suddenly switching. But albeit it's 3%, and you know, who knows with those things. I love looking into that sort of data when I've got a free moment. So no, I'll dig into that deeper for you. What do we think about the issues down the line here? Because whilst cost of living is obviously dominating, it's interesting to note that we hear a lot more about that, I think, than we have done about NHS waiting lists, which has been its own long-running story, but not one, I'd say, which has had the consistent media coverage that cost of living has, or that the Ukraine crisis has, or that immigration has, even to that point. Any thoughts on sort of these issues? We'll go a bit more down the thread if it's added to, by the way. I'm keeping an eye on that data.
I mean, I think one of the big things that certainly COVID exposed was sort of years of underinvestment, certainly in areas like social care, which I don't think we tend to sort of look at under health. I think a lot of the time we sort of see it as just physical care and you know, people going into accident emergency, but social care is very important in terms of beds and in terms of having enough beds free, because often you get people who are basically stuck. They have no ability to go anywhere else, and effectively you end up with the system grinding quite to a halt. And of course you have the Conservatives allowing people basically with COVID back into care homes. These kind of problems, which I think when the Tories at the election said we're going to build new hospitals, I think that initially, of course, seemed like, oh, what a good idea. You know, it wasn't necessarily true. A lot of them weren't really new hospitals, but I think people went, that sounds like a good idea. If you want to fix the NHS, build new hospitals, and that'll be what does it. And in reality, when the Tories now have got stuck in those areas of social care, they've actually realised it's a lot more difficult. And then, of course, trying to find solutions to that social care crisis, the sort of upper cap that they've tried to implement and so on, with a national insurance increase, it's turned out to be a much more difficult thing to fix the NHS than we can build a few hospitals. Even if they had built completely new hospitals, it wouldn't necessarily have solved the actual underlying problem with social care. So I think, yeah, it's one of those areas, again, which is, it's going to not register as highly, I think, news-wise, because it has been such a long-running story. There's been so much work done on sort of fixing social care and so on. But I actually think over time, it's worn away. And I think, obviously, the announcement on social care and the Tories' plan to fix it, I think that was really that point that there was a shift in opinion.
And we've got our latest guest, Mr. Neil Channing.
Hello, Will.
Hello, good evening to you. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. Why did we agree to do this? This is crazy. Lovely to see you. I guess if I'm speaking to you, I don't have to be listening to Laura Koonsberg. There are positives. Apparently, she's going to explain to me everything that's happening and what it means to the party leaders. So I'm going to have to miss out on that.
Well, to be fair, we are doing a fair amount of that now. And we will get into that because I'm keen to talk about not only the consequences for Boris Johnson and Keir Starmer, but Ed Davey. We've had a bit of Lib Dem chat. There will be lots of Lib Dem chat, actually. I think it's...
Thank God. Thank God. Actually, I did watch the other side for a little while, and they showed me Brandon Lewis. Has he lost weight? He looks like he's lost a lot of weight to me.
He genuinely has. Yes. He really has. I've noticed this actually. I reckon the more stressful your political job is, the more weight you end up with.
I think so.
But just on that note, we will go and look at various consequences for parties. I can see actually on the BBC now that they are in full flow. We were talking about reasons why Tory voters defected. Actually, I'd be interested to ask you this, Neil. Why do you think any Tory voters might have defected? Because you haven't yet seen our opinion graphic, which was.
I've been out to the pub. I haven't followed it. I haven't caught up with Twitter for the last 4 hours. So I don't know. They were saying on the BBC that Labour had won Barnet.
Yes. Apparently.
That's basically all I've heard since 4 hours ago. So you'll have to enlighten me.
Okie doke. So I'll read these because you've all seen the graphics for quite a long time. But opinion, led by that stalwart Chris Curtis, looked basically at some polling profiles from today. They polled 2,500 people who voted in today's election. They ranked the most important issues facing them and their families. The Tory defectors answered cost of living, top 81%, 65%. NHS and health, then 21% for public services or benefits, that's joint with immigration, crime on 17, housing on 15%, and then 11% for both the environment and education, joint 7% for Brexit and defence.
Can
Okay.
I just say on that defection numbers though, if that was right, that 2/3 of 2019 Tory voters have stayed with them, that's almost exactly in line with the polls, isn't it? The national polls. That's a very predictable number. They've gone from 43 to 33. Labour there was 3% swing the other way, so it's pretty much as you would expect, isn't it?
Indeed. I mean, to be fair, that sort of thing, because talking a bit about Labour and sort of expectations or whatever, however they end up doing in terms of their seat gain total, and I've seen plenty of different forecasts. We've all seen plenty of different forecasts. My number would be around 200 to 250, I think, in terms of gain. Most of the people who do sort of the deep number counting or whatever at South Side or wherever they're basing their activities really now would be, I think, pretty happy if things went in line with the national polls. I do think they'll have to move on from there, and they'll have to sort of go further and make a new offer. I don't think that the strategy that they've had of "we're not Boris Johnson" is enough to get them to where they want to be. But I also think, quietly, even though the spinners wouldn't say it, most Labour figures would take that. For everything in line with the national averages as they are.
Yeah, although we don't know what the turnout is on the Labour side. I mean, if there isn't a massive depression in Tory turnout, and they get, if their PNS is around 33%, that's not a terrible result at all. That's not a disaster. I mean, I would have said a bad result for the Tories, sub 30% PNS.
Just on turnout, by the way, initial figures in Northern Ireland suggest a 54% turnout. That's from UTV News via ITV. Seeing pretty low figures in general. This is interesting, and it's just come off my Twitter, but I think it's worth noting because, again, Scotland will be really quite important tonight, I think. Apparently, Kilmarnock North, 26% turnout, without postal votes, 37. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd seen similar numbers across the country. And in Lannington Park in Basildon, literally because the Basildon Conservatives have just again put this out, turnout was 21.
Are you following the Basildon Conservatives? Well,
no, I was not. I just
wondered whether that was like a big follower of yours on Twitter. Maybe that's an account I'm missing out on that I need to be following.
as everybody watching this will know, I am terminally online. I am mortally cursed.
I'd be surprised if you're following the Basildon Conservatives. I noticed Sienna Rogers said that the PLP, the Parliamentary Labour Party WhatsApp group, sent out a handy reminder to all their MPs to make sure they voted before 10 p.m. and that went out at 4 minutes past 10.
The Labour Party.
An organisation by Labour.
Leaders' incompetency. Anyhow, just on that.
Forensic, you could almost say.
Yes, indeed. I think it's an excellent description. How forensic of them. Gonna take a quick look at the YouTube comments and see what's here. Evening all, says Andy Cairns. It's good to see Celebrity Squares making a comeback. Somebody is going to have to sort of tell me what that is.
That was one for the kids.
One for the kids.
Andy's making jokes in my age range.
Also, we got some questions for you, Neil. Just going back.
Gosh.
TRC, who's been very active tonight, has asked, are you still filling up the wheelbarrow with cash for Sutton, the Lib Dems here, who I think
I did have quite a big bet on the Lib Dems to win Sutton, to hold Sutton. I noticed the people at Smarkets were trying to say that because Sutton was quite a sort of Levy area, quite a sort of white older person area, that they thought the Lib Dems might finally lose the council there. I don't think that was enough of a I mean, those things might be true, but those things have also been true during quite a long period when the Lib Dems have run Sutton Council. I don't really see why this would be a particular time for the Lib Dems to suddenly lose Sutton Council, given that the Lib Dems are kind of doing all right nationally and the Tories are doing less well than they were in 2018. Slightly less well, not very much difference actually in national polling. But so yeah, I hope you're not going to tell me that you've read a tweet 20 minutes ago while I was still in the pub saying the Lib Dems are under pressure in Sutton.
I have not read a tweet 20 minutes ago.
And presumably that result won't be coming until about 5 a.m. Hopefully we won't still be here by then. No offence.
No, nothing on Sutton just yet.
God, they're showing us dangerously Thatcherite-looking Tories on the BBC at the moment. I should switch to Sky.
This is absolutely wonderful because basically, as I think some other people might be dual screening us, and a couple of us are watching the BBC. There is a fantastic archive clip. I can't hear it because I'm all focused on this, but yes, there was a wonderfully 80s Tory there. Just the sort of person you would absolutely on a really cool Storyville dog. They've got a bit of a panel there. I'm actually going to have a little gander at Sky News, do a bit of goggle boxing here. Why not? And if we look, what's going on at Sky News? It's Sam Coates, looking very resplendent and very smart. I must say this. I'm really getting into the weeds here. He's got great ties. He's got a great tie.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said you're getting on the weed. I didn't. No, I misunderstood what you meant.
No. My poison of choice will be a selection of beers in the fridge. And I can next put a graphic on and run across and leave you all in the lurch, or the safe hands of Britain and Lex. Interesting question here from David Stewart, actually, which I don't want us to lose before people might drop off due to time. But it was about Turner, and I'm going to just forgive you, by the way, for using my phone. But there's only so many things I can have on screen to follow the comments I need here. This is it. Voted Anisha today. Have I got that right in pronunciation? God, I hope I have. And was the only one there, not even one man and his dog. Oh, I'm terribly disappointed he missed out on dogs at polling stations in real life. I know it's an often asked question, but we now have voting via app, online, etc. I'm going to jump in with the first answer, which is, I love this idea in theory. I think it's great in franchisements. But the only thing is, this is literally Britain. This is literally the United Kingdom. There are about 50 million ways that any government of either a Labour or a mixed government or a Tory majority would find a way to horribly screw up something like voting via app, including something as stupid as putting, say, results on the blockchain or another data scandal disaster. So as much as I'd love that to be something we could do, there is just no authority.
Sorry, you got me now. You've mentioned blockchain in regards to voting. I'm already thinking there's a whole NFT way for the Tories to privatise voting somehow.
I'm telling you, by the time of the next general election, there will be some level of government.
There'll be some voting is going to become some kind of Ponzi scheme run by, yeah, I don't know. I see Christopher Hope. I'm still an hour behind on Twitter, but Christopher Hope said that from the Telegraph that a Labour source had told him that Wandsworth was definitely going red. So I don't know whether you guys probably already know all this already. I'm still catching up.
There's been quite a strong.
I've heard that, but I've just got to say, I mean, I don't trust any of that. I don't trust any of these.
Paul, you were much more thinking that Barnet was much more likely than Wandsworth. Although in the betting, Wandsworth was like double the chance of Barnet, and both of them were odds on. Barnet was like, I think at the close of betting, Barnet was about 64% to go to Labour, and Wandsworth was, well, it was more like 85%, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly, from a value odds point of view, I prefer Barnet. And I mean, I'm not doubting that they are going to take both. I wouldn't take the 80. I wouldn't bet them 80% for that. But what I would just say is, I mean, golden rule number one of any local elections or by-elections or anything like this is don't trust these rumours from party insiders 3 hours before the results come in. I mean, how often have we seen it? I mean, remember the North Shropshire by-election? Was it North Shropshire?
I was thinking about the one that amused me relatively recently was Peterborough, when Farage turned up to take the credit, then quickly drove around the block a couple of times because it looked like it wasn't going quite as well, and then came back again because he must have got a message, oh no, hang on a minute, we found some more votes. And then he didn't turn up at all in the end because they lost. That was hysterical, I thought.
It happens time and time again, though, doesn't it? It really does.
He must have driven around that he must have driven around that sports hall about 800 times or something, deciding whether or not to come in.
I mean, we've seen this even in general elections. We've seen this. I mean, remember the 2017 election night? There were all manner of rumours going around for hours.
I remember I knocked on my last door that night at 10 to 10. At 10 to 10, I got a woman who told me she worked in the NHS, and this was the 11th time someone had knocked her door that day, and she voted at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. Got quite irate. I felt quite bad. And I was just turning into my street, and my phone just went mental, and people were basically just sending me expletive-laden texts, and I didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing until I got in the door. Yeah, that was quite a funny night.
One thing I will just say is, if we're talking about sort of election nights and North Shropshire in particular, what I quite enjoyed there was probably the biggest leak as to who people thought would win was Christine Jardine at the beginning of the night, effectively saying that they didn't think they'd won it. And then, of course, at the end of the night, sort of doing it's a very Dad's Army style. I always knew you could do it, and I was, sort of watching that was it was quite a great sort of a few hours. But honestly, it happens so much that you'll get a million different people telling you from different parties that these amazing upsets have happened every time, and by
tremendous. Yeah, sorry, I hadn't said good evening to you guys. I've turned up late and you've all been here for hours, but it's nice to see everyone. Lots of friendly faces. Have you guys been to any kind of counts or anything in obscure sports halls before?
Too many.
Which ones can you think of off the top of your head?
We literally, for us, it's mostly, I think, local ones that we've been to. I mean, so I'm sort of between Hertfordshire and Cambridgeshire, so Cambridgeshire election counts and stuff. See, I've been to a few. They sort of merge into each other after a while, though, because it is literally just sports halls and counting like a few thousand votes and standing around for a while. So they
a friend of mine was involved in the count for the Kensington 2017 general election. I don't know if you remember. I think there were 5 recounts, and they got sent home at like 4 a.m, and then they came back at 6 o'clock in the evening on the Friday. And Emma Dent-Code ended up winning the seat by, I can't remember how many, about 38 votes or something like that. Numerous recounts. I mean, that must have been, he sort of told me overnight, he said, I can't believe she's even that close. I think they're wasting their time with all these recounts. And yeah, that must have been fairly amazing and tiring, I should think.
I mean, yeah, I very almost went to volunteer to count these round of votes. I kind of got like drafted into it by loads of people, and I was like, I'm not sure, but I managed to get out of it, so that was good.
The locals, of course, you miss out on you don't get so many of the kind of fringe candidates, do you, in the locals?
I don't know. I feel like, because I live in Wales, and I feel like we get those a lot everywhere. So we get we had Senev last year, and
I like an Elmo or a Binhead or something like that. I think it makes it more of an election, doesn't it? If you've got that sort of thing.
It honestly really does. Like always. I mean, like our ballot this time was like a few independents, this and that, but so much is good. I mean, I think we're a really small town as well. Like we're in Aberystwyth, so it's like a tiny town.
Yes.
So you know everybody's drama. You know what the candidates have done. Yeah. You see them clubbing. You know, you kind of like. I mean, my favourite thing was one of the candidates this election started giving out election leaflets in the middle of the only nightclub in town, and I was like, okay, my dude, you know what? Me too. Okay.
You're really fun, you know.
Yeah. So we kind of see them around. So like, but also just the meme timeline. Really, it's just like, what will the candidates do next? So, yeah.
I can tell you guys are all sick election junkies. Did anyone go to any hustings for this elections?
Nah.
Now you've said
not that. I know the feeling.
To be fair, I wanted to go one, but just because I don't like Jane Dalton, I wanted to scare her. But
excellent. That's easily the most based thing I've heard.
I did go to. I remember going to one in the 2019 general election, and this guy stood up and pretended. I'm sure he was pretending. That he worked for one of the internet companies, and it was basically going to cost him his job if people got communist broadband. And you know, he sort of tried to sort of paint a picture of his lifestyle and point out like 6 different things that are all directly affected by the Labour manifesto. And I just thought, this is utterly ridiculous, mate. You've basically said that you earn like 90 grand a year, that you're a shareholder in an major internet provider. I can't remember what the other. Your kids go to private school, and you're going to have to start paying VAT on the school. Like, and you think this is like an appeal for sympathy from the people here? Like, you know,
I wish
you might as
I
well
had
just
those
say you're a
words.
minor member of the royal family or something like that. You know. It's just, it was definitely made up as well. He was about 28 or something. There was no way any of that was true. I think he worked for the Tory candidate, but yeah, it's just ridiculous.
This is reminding me a lot about the incredible amount of lies we get, like just blatant lies we get through all sorts of election campaigns, which is like...
Well, I'm actually just catching up on Twitter now you mention it, but yeah. There's a lot of lying going on today.
And now, you know, actually going back even further, I was there at Peterborough for the count that evening, and some of the scenes were absolutely hilarious. There is a lot to be said, and I don't want to sound like I'm taking joy in the pain of others, but there's an awful lot to be said for the weird people watching that you get if you go to a count, especially, by the way, car park skulking, because that
was it, because I remember the Peterborough, you were doing your kind of updates from the car park with your whiteboard with the Star Sports odds. Yeah. You didn't actually go into the sports hall or whatever it was, did you?
I didn't actually go into the
Did they not let you in?
They didn't let me in. I did all of
Did they not
North
let you in?
and all of North Shropshire. I did from just outside the sports hall as well. By the way,
Just quickly, by the way, they're coming up on the BBC with some YouGov projections. I think they're from yesterday, though, aren't they?
they probably are from yesterday.
They're from
Same-
Wednesday
same-
night, aren't they?
Yeah, same one that Sam Coates did, which I thought that those elections.
That's on Sky. It's not on the BBC. Yeah.
Sky. All right. I thought that those, just as a point, because we got a question actually, which I want to loop in, from Sigmund Vestergaard, just asking about forecasts or estimates for the overall results. By the way, if people haven't been following that closely, there are about, I would guess, 5 or 6, what I would say, reasonably well thought out attempts at forecasting the results. The methodology differs. And just for those of you who may not be as familiar with sort of local elections, you are general, rule of thumb is they're much harder to predict, mainly because in a general election, you know the conditions of the race, to use a racing analogy. It's everybody going for these seats. Not the case in local elections. There are large parts of the country which don't have elections today, the country meaning England, and also some new wards which were created, which voted last year, mixed in with some that voted in 2018. The political situation, of course, being in some ways the same, right? Because Labour and the Tories were neck and neck, but also in some ways totally different because you didn't have the same crises. So it's a tricky science. It's more of an art.
I see. I noticed. I don't. You guys have all seen this already, but Annalise Dodds for Labour has been saying that they never really expected big gains, and that people should judge the results as a mark of the progress made under Keir's leadership. So therefore, on that basis, she says that you should compare Labour's results tonight with their results in the general election in 2019, rather than comparing them with another local election taking place in exactly the same wards, the same parts of the country. I mean, nice try, Annalise.
I did not know that Christine Jardine had joined the Labour Party, but I'm glad to hear it, to be honest.
I mean, obviously we can see why she wants to do that, because they want to spin that, the Labour Party has changed around under Keir Starmer. But, clearly it's going to be better if they compare with the voting that took place in exactly the same places in 2018. Actually, in a very similar, although obviously we've had COVID and there's a there's a crisis in the economy. If you look at national polling, it was actually largely similar coming into approaching the 2018 local elections. Labour had a lead of anywhere between 3 and 5 points. Obviously, it's a bit more volatile at the moment, and some polls have Labour ahead by double figure scores, but I think largely it's in the sort of 5 point region on average. So I think it's pretty comparable with 2018. Do you disagree with me, Paul? You're going to disagree with me.
I agree with you. I agree.
Oh, thank God.
What do we think the figure is then? Because obviously there's such nonsense being talked, right?
What figure? The national
what
Annalise
Dodds just said is nonsense. And that projection about 595 seats coming, that was nonsense.
What a load of absolute hokum.
So what are we looking
That's
at?
a good word. You don't hear that as often as you used to.
Where is the benchmark?
Okay, I put the benchmark as I think around up to 250. I'm gonna go 235 Labour gains. Do you know, actually, closest of us, I'll do something actually for you guys in the chat, a game to play, right? Within the next 10 minutes, closest guest for number of Labour seats gained overall will get, I'll give it a 25 quid free bet. I'll sort it out. That's a
wow. I thought you were going to say like a Twix in the post. 25 quid.
You know what? I'll do a pony free bet.
Bloody hell.
In the post. It's a game that the centre people can play. So one of you will be winners, and I'll sort it out for somebody in the chat. It's, you know what, actually, we'll do it at 20 past midnight. The
I think you have to make it last longer than that. Well, you're trying to get these people to stay awake and carry on watching. We're good about 2:30.
No, too many results in, because we're already getting some results.
We'll only have about one result by then.
Yeah, only one of the big ones though. Like loads of little wards and stuff are being decided.
I don't know. I was talking to somebody in Ealing today, and they said they didn't expect much to happen before 4:00.
In terms of the big stuff, probably true. Also, actually, by the way,
well, Ealing's not big stuff. I mean, it's you know, it's going to be a 25% turnout, and Labour are going to win about 80% of the seats.
You know what? How about we do one for this one, and then we could do at the end of the night one for Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland.
There you go. There you
go. Fine.
I like where you're coming from. There could be a rollover. You can have bigger prizes as you go up.
Amazing.
The people that stay up later should be playing for much bigger money. Maybe the first one should be a Twix.
Indeed. Oh, by the way, just quickly, I have a comment in from Ben Keefe. Ben Keefe is the
is Will's boss, basically. So you have to suck up to him.
God, I'm glad he said that rather than me. Anyhow, he says that you're in great form, brilliant form, actually, I should say. And he asked when you'll be standing for PM.
He's talking to Paul, isn't he? He's talking to Paul. I know he's talking to Paul.
I haven't got a party.
Neither do I.
I don't think I have a party anymore. I used to.
Oh, actually, just noting this, James Bridden has said 117 in terms of gains.
What is that? That's in England, yeah.
We'll do it in England.
Oh God, you've done a quiz that's like not even specific. you've made it potentially. It's an absolute nightmare, basically.
This is, by the way, for anybody who's watching.
Carter Ruck absolutely rubbing their hands together about this quiz. There's going to be legal challenges and everything.
Anybody who doesn't watch the polling station regularly, this is all the stuff that gets edited out. Like this is content stuff. Like however long an episode of the polling station is that you might watch.
Quite long. Normally quite long.
It's normally quite long as well. We cut off like 30 to 40 minutes of just this. So
inane drivel.
Inane drivel, exactly. Inane drivel. And I thank you to the 40 people who are watching our inane drivel. I'm really proud of you, frankly.
Did you see that, by the way? Nick Watt on Newsnight earlier, this was still an hour ago, I haven't caught up very much, said that Boris Johnson told aides today, we're going to get our arse kicked tonight. Did you see that?
I did not. I actually missed Newsnight because I was watching a...
Well, you didn't miss anything much.
Let's be honest though, Boris Johnson is about as reliable a source as Annalise Dodds. Yeah?
No, entirely correct. Entirely correct. Speaking of, actually, Neil, you're going to love me for this, but to prep for this, I didn't actually watch Newsnight.
You did prep for this?
Unbelievable.
I did prep for this.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I have to say, the 2 pints of lager, I only had 2 pints of lager, but that was my prep.
Ben's going to love me for this, by the way, but anti-millennial statement here, I did like little bits of prep for this. He has a go at me a lot for doing stuff on the phone. Anyway, moving back to the elections, by the way, just because one of the things, actually, Neil, that we all asked each other this earlier, where's your thinking at, with the next Tory leader? Has it changed since we last discussed it on the polling station?
Well, I mean, obviously I was kind of, I was kind of bullish of the chances of Sunak, wasn't I, before various people decided to destroy his career. It's funny that he's kind of remained at 14-1. I mean, he must be 100-1 really now, isn't it? I mean, he's just got no chance now, hasn't he? Basically.
I wouldn't say that.
I mean, things change in politics.
There's no front runner, is there? There's no.
There isn't a front runner. There isn't an obvious person. I did, in terms of the market on the next Tory leader, I did think there was an interesting phenomena where the market was not very reliable. And again, we've said this before on the polling station, people tend to assume that these politics markets are quite savvy and quite sharp, and there's quite a lot of sharp money behind them. And that can be true. But actually what happens with them is that, they trade in quite a liquid way. There's a lot of business done on them on nights like this, when there's an election on, or on days when, the fines first came out over partygate. People started to say, oh, Boris Johnson's finished. Let me have a look at the betting on the next Tory leader and let me have a bet. And suddenly 3 or 4 different people would receive attention in the market. On a normal day when nothing much is happening and it's not a PMQ's day and, maybe Parliament's in recess, basically nobody has a bet on these things. And there was a period when Boris Johnson went from being fairly odds on, he was like 77% at one stage to leave as Prime Minister in 2022. And over, gradually over the next kind of couple of months, between the suitcases of wine that was the worst time for him in terms of the market that was the day when he was 77% to leave this year, when we heard about the suitcases of wine being brought into number 10. And he got out at one stage to 22%, from 77% to 22% to leave this year. And in all that time, the next Tory leader market was essentially the same. Well, clearly, if he doesn't leave as Tory leader until after the 2024 general election, it's a whole different cast of characters than if he leaves as leader, tomorrow. If he comes in and quits tomorrow, there's a whole bunch of people that it just can't be. Like, it's not going to be Kemi Badenoch if he goes tomorrow. Nobody's ever heard of her. Or, Alok Sharma. I know he's not going to get anyway. But, whereas like young people who aren't necessarily major positions in the cabinet might have a chance in 2025 or 2026. But they've got literally no chance now because they're not experienced enough. So I don't think the market really was reflecting that at all. But actually now his chances of leaving in 2022 around about 47% at the moment. And the chance of him being 2024 or later around about 40%. So I think it's kind of okay now, the next leader market. It's kind of, it hasn't recalibrated because it's just basically stayed the same. But the fact that the Wembley leave market has recalibrated means that it's okay now. I did notice there was a couple of movers. There was a quiet mover about a week ago. I think somebody on the influential site Political Betting suggested it. I think it was there. I saw it. I know it was somewhere else actually. It was somewhere else. I think I saw it. Somebody suggested that you should back Nadeem Zawahi, and Nadeem Zahawi, was back from 25 to 1 into about 16 to 1, which was way the shortest he's ever been for it. Do we give him any kind of chance? What do you think, Paul?
Well, I was just thinking him. Was not my selection at all. But we were discussing the other day the very realistic prospect that Rishi Sunak is sacked.
Yeah.
Who replaces him? Who would be the new chancellor?
Well, it is quite tricky, and obviously the thing about Nadeem from that point of view is that if you're a Tory, you're going to argue, and if you're a Nadeem fan, you're going to argue that he's he's been a safe pair of hands. He delivered the vaccine program. He's been a successful businessman. I think he's got quite a lot going for him, hasn't he, in terms of next chancellor?
It comes across quite moderately on the telly. He's I would have thought if we were
actually, to be honest, I don't think he's a bad media performer as ministers go.
Yeah, I think so. So let's just say, for argument's sake, Rishi Sunak resigns in the morning, right? Who would be the top 3 in the betting to replace him as chancellor?
Well, I suppose if you were gonna promote from within his department, what's his name? I can't think now. The kind of chief secretary to the Treasury.
Simon Clarke, I believe.
Simon Clarke, thank you, whoever said that. He's a competent and safe pair of hands. but he's not well known, is he? That would be, I mean, that's kind of traditionally the kind of deputy
that is
chancellor job, but probably you'd need to kind of bed him in a bit more, wouldn't you? He's not really well known enough.
Steve Barclay, maybe.
I was going to say
Steve Barclay is one that people do tend to like, don't they? He's kind of come into things a bit more. The Sag. What about the Sag?
The Sag would be a runner. He would certainly be a runner. Although, I mean, you see, I thought the Sag was a bit of value because, again, I think he'll run. But he's another one damaged by the non-dom issue, which makes me think maybe not. But certainly for Chuck, the other thing I suppose is if you make him Chancellor, you're opening up the whole can of worms about why did he resign in the first place?
Yeah.
Why was he forced out by Dominic Cummings in the first place?
I don't know. Does anyone else have a strong opinion? What does anyone else think about Jeremy Hunt, for example, who has shortened up quite a bit in the last few weeks?
Are you saying Hunt for leader or Hunt to be next Chancellor?
For leader.
I don't see it. I think he's a lay, right? I haven't had like many strong lays in sort of my time recently as the political betting analyst guy for Star, but I think he's definitely one I want to take on. I think he shortened an awful lot due to the sort of realization that we could have a next leader of the Tory party who is outside the cabinet because Johnson would take Reid down with him. And, you know, he ran last time, which is fair enough. The only thing is, I think the market has sort of moved him to a degree where he doesn't really have that standing with the membership, if that makes sense. I can see him making a final two again. I can see him having a realistic, shot at getting.
Well, it's important. It's important at this stage to remind people who may be tuning in and not realising that it's a two-stage process to elect a new Tory leader. The first thing you have to do is appeal to the Conservative MPs and get enough of those to nominate you so that you'll be in the last two. And then the last two there's about 130,000 people in the Tory party, maybe nearer to 150 now. And they get to vote on who they like out of the last two. And the thing that traditionally, or certainly over the last 10 years has been the case, is that the membership of the Tory party has been slightly to the right of the body of Tory MPs. And so if you get into the last two and you're a Jeremy Hunt, who's considered to be perhaps not as right-wing as some of the other potential candidates, you won't win in the vote. And that would be a negative for Tom Tugendhat as well, perhaps, who's one of the fancied runners. Yeah. Whereas somebody like Penny Mordaunt, who's seen to be a bit more right-wing, or maybe Nadeem Zahawi, might have a bit more of a chance on that basis. I don't know. I can't say it's a market I've got too involved in. I think I've placed 2 bets on it so far, and I basically have a pretty much nothing book.
I think basically it's, as you say, essentially being able to appeal to the membership. You know, no matter how popular you might be within the Conservative Parliamentary Party, if you're going to, be into the final two and you're Jeremy Hunt, you only have to be a bit more to the right of Jeremy Hunt to win over the membership and become leader. So,
Will, let me ask you a question then, because you're onto this. Who are the people? Because they always sort of talk about you have to be clubbable, you have to hang around the bars in Westminster to get the Tory MPs to like you, which that just seems ridiculous. So like, as if, I don't know, as if you go and buy a couple of, you go and buy Michael Fabricant, a sweet sherry or something, he's gonna suddenly be on your side rather than looking at your career over the last 2 years or whatever. Who are the people in the race that you think have got it with the MPs? They're okay, they're popular in Parliament enough to get into the last two.
That was where
steer us. We need steering here.
That was why I threw in Mark Harper, before as an outsider.
You think he is quite popular?
He has
with
got a
those
following.
Tory-
He's definitely got a following, right? And he's respected. I really don't know. I mean, I hear that Penny Mordaunt has a following, but it isn't like, you know, when you go back through past.
I noticed, by the way, Paul, I noticed that in the background there, you've taken down your Penny Mordaunt poster for the evening. I don't know whether.
Oh no, it's in the other room.
It's in the other room.
Yeah, don't worry.
That's okay. I knew you. Because when you said she had a following, I know that you are a follower. I just wondered.
Sorry to jump in, but I'd love the views of. I'm going to call you the centre free. Who are in the top left corner, like something from the Brady Bunch.
They're in the top right, the way I'm looking. How does it work?
It's also,
we are actually in the centre on our screen.
I was going to say we are in the middle.
But no, I mean, my hot take is I think what we haven't spoken about is Robert Halfon.
Mm.
I mean, so I think that Robert Halfon could run.
Robert Halfon, did you say?
Yeah. He's very popular in Parliament, very popular with the MPs. But also what's really interesting is kind of his approach. One thing I've seen floating around is kind of his advertisement. So for example, he's advertising for brand new staffers, huge emphasis going on like social media. It's not people from Westminster. He's looking for outsiders. You know, these are jobs where it's like, which is very uncommon in Westminster, especially, is I don't mind your CV. You could be whatever age. Just send me what you can do. Here's the brief. You know, do the task. If I like it, we will have an interview. If not, you won't. But he's hiring in a very different way, and he's trying to get a team of kind of people who aren't involved in politics involved in his office. And I think that's a really interesting approach that he's taking. But yeah, these roles seem to be a lot more like kind of outreach-based, social media-based. So he could be gearing up to something because he's trying to do something other MPs aren't doing.
Yeah. Johnson's not very keen on him, is he? I get that impression anyway.
No, and I think Robert Halfon, I mean, at least from memories that we know, he's a very, you know, he's honest. He's got lots of integrity. He's very well respected. But also in terms of, I mean, he's upset about scandal. He's been unhappy with the Tories for a while. And he's always kind of pitched himself as a bit of a reformer in the party. So I think that could be quite promising.
Yeah. He's the kind of blue Labour version of the Tories, isn't he? The Tories version of blue Labour. He's that kind of thing, isn't he? He likes to talk about aspiration and kids growing up on council estates and becoming tax evaders or whatever. I don't know. You know what I mean?
But if you jump back to what voters want as well, what was it like? Education was the second highest category in terms of what people are voting for today. So he's pretty much on the mark. So I think it will be quite interesting.
Yeah, I certainly think, you know, the more that we've watched him and listened to what, you know, other Conservatives are saying about him, I think it's that popularity internally, you know, because I think it's quite easy almost to get caught up in the fact that there are these big front runners, big ministerial roles and so on. But in some ways, it is sort of worth remembering as well that it's that behind the scenes making friends and influencing that actually has a really big impact. You know, you can...
Do you think he's more where I was talking before about how there's kind of two markets for the next Tory leader? There's a definite market, you know, if the race started tomorrow. And there's a completely different market if somehow Johnson lasts till the next election and maybe wins the election and maybe quits halfway through the next term in 2026. Do you think the chance of it being someone like Robert Halfon is a lot greater if it's 3 years down the line than if it's in 3 days' time?
I definitely think so, but I also think as well, talking about Robert Halfon, I mean, I think I've kind of thinking about him potentially being leader for quite a while. I think that he's somebody, again, that's quite a big front runner. I think, especially when it comes to at least Robert Halfon, you kind of see the shift of the Tory party where, for example, you have this extreme right of the party, but they're kind of going even beyond the Tory party manifesto now, right? So even if he was to be put into post now, say through whatever leadership contest or whatever, say if he was voted in, we could be looking at, for example, him going, now we're going back to the manifesto and kind of, instead of working with those MPs, working with MPs from other parties now. He's very well known for cross-party work. So we could, for example, be seeing like a new parliament be drawn in terms of this new kind of parliament of collaboration, which I think will be really interesting. But I think definitely, especially after the sleeves, especially after kind of the polarity of the parties as well, I think if we could get a leader that was willing to work across party lines, I think that would be really promising. So that might be an approach that backbenchers would like to take. I don't really know.
I've got a total dark horse that nobody ever mentions, And while you were talking, I was just looking through the bookmakers' odds. I can't find a single bookmaker that has got this guy in their lists. And I'm looking on the exchanges, and he's not. I don't know how many people they've got in the list. Let me have a look. They have 51 people in their list who are all Tory MPs, and he's not in the list. And he's not a minister, but he's not in the cabinet, but he's a minister. So he's a front bencher, but he's not in the cabinet. Yet no bookmaker considers him, and he's not in the list for the exchanges. And I'm just going to leave it there and see if anyone can guess who I'm talking about. I don't think he would be someone if the race started next week, but if the race was after the next election, I think he'd have a real good chance, actually. So there you go.
Ben Bradley.
I think you said that last time I asked you this question 2 weeks ago.
Same question. Yeah.
And it wasn't Ben Bradley then either.
God,
imagine that, Ben Bradley being the Prime Minister. That would be awful. I think I would have to leave.
Well, Trump could be president of the United States again.
I think I'd rather have Trump than Ben Bradley.
Let me think about this.
Have a think about it. Park that one.
Just quickly, by the way, can I give us another great piece of expectation management?
Let's hope so.
Easily the best of the night so far. Actually, quick question for you. How many seats does Universities Minister Michelle Donovan expect Labour to gain tonight?
7,000.
800, and she said that on the British Broadcasting Corporation.
Wow. Was she saying that because there was a poll saying 800 this week, wasn't there?
Oh, it was in the Telegraph. I want to say Christopher Hope.
Yeah, it was obviously the Telegraph attempting to scare pensioners who were thinking about not bothering to vote to come out.
I just say, can I just dive in here? We've got some results coming.
Have we?
Right? Yeah, and these are interesting.
What are the results?
And I think this is right. Okay, these are not good. I mean, it's Sunderland, right? These are wards in Sunderland. This is not good for Labour at all. But I'll expand. So first of all, they've held Washington South, but there's a 3.5% swing to the Tories. They've in Fulwell, the Lib Dems have taking 17% off both of them. They couldn't run last time. There's the other one. Another one, St Anne's. Labour held it, but 5.5% swing to the Tories. There's another one somewhere. In Newcastle, couple of slight swings to the Tories. Another one here. It's not going well up there. Another one in Sunderland, 2% swing to the Tories.
Just because I was suddenly having to remind myself when you said Washington South, I couldn't remember. It was annoying me who the MP was. Washington and Sunderland West is Sharon Hodgson for Labour, and her majority went down from 13,000 in 2017 down to just 3,700 in 2019, and that was one of those seats in a Leave voting area where obviously, because it was a Labour MP, the Brexit Party stood, and that puts I think there's 23 MPs in the Red Wall where the majority is less than the 2019 vote for the Brexit Party. The Brexit Party got 5,400 in Washington and Sunderland West in 2019, and Sharon Hodgson held on for Labour by 3,700. So maybe that is just a kind of Brexit hangover, demographic change in that area.
Yeah, it is, definitely. I mean, I'm looking, there's about 10, 11 wards in, and I think 9 of them got a swing to the Tories. So that is bad news. But I think what we're going to see here is that demographic, cultural realignment thing. And this is going to be very much like last year. Remember last year, the first result we got was Hartlepool, right? Which was about as bad a result for the Labour Party in their history, right? But of course, once again, that was due to the fact that 25% of the seat had previously voted UKIP or Brexit Party or whatever, so that wasn't factored in. But they came in early, starting a terrible narrative for Labour, And then when the southern results came in, which were really good for Labour, and the other mayoral results, and they were winning these blue wall places, the narrative had already set in. And Starmer completely screwed up the Sunday by taking all the headlines away from a good set of results.
Oh, you're talking about a year ago. Sorry, I was thinking you meant in 2018 then. Yeah.
No, I think we're going to see I think we could see a repeat of that. We are, look, I mean, they are certainly on paper, they are terrible results for Labour in Sunderland. For the idea that there would be a swing to the Tories anywhere in the current climate is pretty shocking.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb there and say that'll be Corbyn's fault. They're going to find a way that's Corbyn's fault, basically.
That's amazing. We've been going about 90 minutes, and I think we've had our first mention.
First mention of Corbyn.
Jim,
I should have had a piece of paper to hold up.
His name wrong. He's not Jeremy Corbyn anymore.
I've got some pieces of paper around the place with different things on. How many mentions of Putin have we had so far?
None yet. You've done it. You've done it.
Good. Look what you've done.
I haven't mentioned Dimitri Firtash either.
I just threw it in there.
I haven't mentioned Dimitri Firtash yet either. That's the first one.
Where's he standing?
Oh, I don't know. He's under house arrest in Austria, so he can't turn up for the count. No, I think. But seriously, he's mentioned that they'll blame Corbyn. This is the problem. This is what's going to happen. Once again, the whole thing is going to be discussed in terms of factions and personalities. And
well, I started a hashtag long Starmer this afternoon.
But the real issue is probably going to be, as I say, we're just in Sunderland, and this is much deeper than personalities and particular factions and particular things. Like there has been over the last 10 years, but particularly the last 6, a really significant cultural and demographic realignment that has happened, right? And it's happening everywhere. And, places like Sunderland are now no longer, they're never going to be safe Labour again, right? The game's changed. And, we know that what percentage of Labour members now live in London? It's enormous. And a large number are ABC1 social class, right? The game's changed.
I think that might be a little bit overdone, but anyway, go on.
Yeah, but that is the point. I mean, again, like for all the sort of anti-Corbyn thing, a lot of the thing that people had against him, I think, in the Red Wall is that he's a southern lefty. He's like, he's an out of touch North London lefty. Now, also, even though Keir Starmer is very different from Corbyn, he has the same thing. He has the same.
It's a slightly different area of North London, yeah.
Yeah, and this doesn't cut through culturally in the Labour's old working class heartlands, where the population is much older, and that's the new great divide is age. It's age and education. And I think we will see that over the night and tomorrow across the country.
Just quickly, Torrin Wilkins wants to come in on that, so let's hear it. Torrin.
We thought we'd put our hand up because we thought that would be a bit...
there's 3 of us here, so it's harder to coordinate. I'm going to be honest with you.
You guys, look, feel free to butt in any
Just
time.
jump in. Yeah.
I'll fight you like I fight everyone in the pub.
I think we've all got different points, but yeah, go on.
Julia Hurst.
Oh, I was going to say the only thing I was going to jump in with actually was just in terms of people who might run for Tory leader, but are sort of, I'm assuming he's not in betting odds, and I'm also assuming he's not the person that you put forward. But actually, was Guy Opperman, because the reason I find him.
Sorry, say it again.
Guy Opperman.
Oh yes, okay, yes, I know.
So
yeah.
The reason
that wasn't
I found
it wasn't him, I meant.
I was going to say because I found it interesting just with him because I remember reading somewhere it was something like he's the centrist that the Tories should fear. He's inside the Tory party, is quite middle of the road, and I think just someone that I will be keeping an eye on. I think is a sort of interesting figure in the Tory party.
My fella is a bit more right wing. He's a little bit more high profile. He's a very good media person. He's a minister at the moment. He's on the front bench, but he's not in the cabinet. And nobody has quoted him in the betting, and I've never heard anyone discuss him as a future Tory leader. So I don't know. It's a kind of a mystery why. I think he's quite. I mean, he's not my shade of politics, but he seems like a fairly competent guy. I don't think he's got skeletons in his closet, as far as I know. But
Damien Hines.
Again, it's a good guess, but it's not right.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna jump in originally to the Labour discussion. Did you guys see? The charts that came out today, and it was about. Actually, there might have been a Welsh thing. Were they a Welsh thing? I think it was Darren. So Darren's a consultancy Welsh agency, and it does like Welsh polling, and it does like kind of breakdowns on candidates and research to do with that. So it's kind of like a Welsh research politics thing. And essentially they came out with some graphs today. So it talked about like number of candidates that were women and breakdown by party, talked about number of candidates from ethnic minorities breakdown by party, talked about what was interesting about the Labour one was that they did a chart, and basically it was the different parties and what social status the wards were and how they could be expected to vote. So it was quite interesting because if you looked at kind of Labour, Lib Dems and the Greens, they were all kind of the same amount of some of the councillors.
This was using the sort of old-fashioned ABC one and all that nonsense.
Yeah, it was the wards ranked from most deprived to least deprived according to the index, and basically the way they ran the code. So it was like bumps wherever, but it was quite interesting because it was like the Tories, Lib Dems and Greens were very similar in who they were representing, which was kind of these like upper middle class wards. The humps would be kind of middle classy, whereas you had Labour all at the bottom end in the more working class areas. And it's kind of the like voting intention links to how deprived the ward is. So like Labour was the party that stood out for like, I guess, working class people, whereas the other parties are kind of fighting for the same type of voter, which I found quite interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, anytime the voters split on something, whereby it's not a right-left split is interesting, isn't it? It's different. It's a different way of looking at it. I mean, I think when people talk about Brexit and the way the country changed, it is a demographic thing, isn't it? Deindustrialization led to younger, educated people in left behind ex-industrial towns moving to conurbations further away. So if you were brought up in Rochdale or any number of towns around Manchester, for example, and now there's no light industry there or no industry there, if you got a good education, you went to work in Manchester or you went to work in Leeds or you went to work in Liverpool, and your town just got hollowed out of people of your age range that had a degree and upwards education. I think that is really the story of Brexit. It is an age demographic thing, but I think it's an educational demographic thing as well. And that's not to be patronising to people that voted Brexit by saying they're all thickies or anything, but it's just naturally people that are older tended to vote Brexit, whereas people that are younger didn't. But it's generally because those red wall places, they just have a higher average age, which means they have a higher proportion of house owners, less renters, less ethnic minorities, because those things are all correlated.
Yeah, 100% right. 100% right.
I do think that's supposed to be generalised, kind of like, I think especially the last years have shown this, which is like, in terms of, like there are patterns, but I think it's hard to generalise those patterns, and I think it's becoming increasingly hard now. I think there's so many other factors involved. For example, it's not just, how wealthy somebody is or, what class they're from or their background or whatever. I think there's a lot more to it, especially now. And I think especially during local elections as well, they're kind of up in the air. And I think a lot of these places, for example, we're looking at kind of swingy seats in the north, swingy seats in kind of Wales, Scotland, again, we talked about. But all of these seats are areas in which like people know each other. And I think we kind of lose a factor of community. I think definitely living in a small town, it changed, I think, my outlook on life in terms of, oh, wait, we know our candidates, they go and do this, they go and do that. Or And here people don't vote for party. They don't vote on party issues, national issues at all. They normally vote based on who the person is and if they're a good person or not, you know. I think in small towns especially, rumours go around so quickly as in, oh, this candidate did this, so therefore don't vote for them, right? That chat's so common. And I think you have a lot of stories, especially in Wales, that, for example, about candidates and things that don't even get reported in the press, but they're still common facts because the word spreads so quickly. So I think sometimes we kind of lose sight of, especially when we're talking about local elections, I think national issues are important, but I don't think they're the be all and end all.
I tell you what, that's reminded me of another phenomena that has come up in recent elections, which is all that local Facebook group stuff. I think that plays massively bigger in small provincial towns than it does in major cities because, like you say, you're much more likely to know people. So if, you know, they had that thing before the last election where the Tories quite effectively, and this is, you know, it was all Dominic Cummings kind of stuff, isn't it? They managed to populate 2 years earlier before the election, all of those groups and get in there and start talking about the council and whatever. Not because they want to win the council, because they want to win the general election, but they managed to, you know, join the kind of not mumsnet, but the kind of Facebook groups of young mums and whatever, and start to put their ideas in there without people really realizing that this group's suddenly becoming quite political because it just appears to be issues that you're interested in. And that's really quite devious.
Yeah, I think
Facebook is so evil, isn't it?
Definitely something that's happened here. I mean, going into local election coverage, I mean, we've had something like for example, in Aberystwyth, like we've had one of the local residents groups was actually run by the Lib Dems, but we didn't actually know, like it wasn't revealed until opened. And suddenly, like, huge amounts of Facebook pages going around with all the Lib Dem candidates, and I'm like, well, okay, right. But I think here, especially we have kind of those issues, but also as well, I do think that in smaller towns especially, parties tend to be a little bit more kind of, you know, let's go to the local Facebook groups, let's do local needs or whatever. I think that grassroots politics, especially in Wales, we see with like, obviously the Senedd, and then we've got county councils, and we've got our local councils, we've got our town and community councils. So that's like, what, 4 layers down now? We're like the 4th layer we're electing now. So that is quite grassrootsy. It's quite like, I suppose, in a way, that's what they should be doing. I think it's just how they show themselves. I don't know. It's just an interesting bit of politics.
I think the other thing, I can't remember what it was that you said, but it made me suddenly think of it. And it may be just a really obvious point, but in the local elections, obviously we know that the turnout is much lower. And obviously we know that older people tend to turn out more and younger people tend to turn out less, and older people tend to vote Conservative more and younger people tend to vote Labour for more. But there isn't that much breakdown of that. When you look at this TV coverage, which is on in the background that I'm not listening to, you know, they'll talk about turnout, but they won't drill down and say that, you know, Green turnout was this, and, you know, like I saw something, I can't remember who, I think it was the fella from Opinion, and Will knows the names of all of these polling people. He'll probably tell me who it was. Was it Chris somebody? Yes. Okay. So he was on Twitter or something like that earlier in the week, and he was talking about when you're looking at the London polling, you've got to take 7% off of Labour because the Labour voters won't turn out as much as they tell the pollsters compared with the Tory voters. And that seemed quite reasonable to me. I didn't think that that was a weird thing to say or an unlikely figure. But generally, when you see political analysis and numbers, that's quite a rare message. I don't think I've seen that too often. You see a poll and it just says this is what the parties are standing at. But of course, given that we know that, you know, if you're a 65-year-old Tory, you're kind of 3 times more likely to vote than if you're a 22-year-old Labour supporter, then the polls are just kind of meaningless, aren't they? Unless you've got a proper weighting for the turnout.
And that's where the mistakes come in elections, isn't it? All the big surprising results in elections of recent years, anywhere.
Yeah, 2015. The reason that people were so shocked about Miliband losing 2015 was the shy Tory and the fact that people thought that the Labour voters would turn out more than they did. And then so they changed the methodology. And then in 2017, they were like, oh, stone the pros, we've got it wrong again, because actually the young people have turned out this time for some reason or another.
And the old people didn't.
And then in 2019, they had to change it all back again. So, yeah.
Just quick, sorry. No, you go. And then I'll jump in after.
Jumping into young motions quickly. I think one thing that will be really interesting is kind of the breakdown of these council elections by like what is a university town, what isn't. Are young people coming out to vote more?
I love that. I love that.
I am very into. I write a lot about young people in politics. I write a lot about women in politics. I write a lot about Wales. They're all my common themes that I'm going to be talking about tonight.
I'm bad at remembering. I feel like I should be good at remembering, but I'm bad at remembering. But I think there are 5 constituencies in the UK that have 2 universities.
And I think.
Do we want to put that as a quiz, Will, or not?
We could name all
UK parliamentary constituencies with 2 universities. Oxford and Cambridge don't count as 2 universities. That's obviously one. That's colleges within a university. So
I'm gonna guess Rochester Street because that has 3 universities.
Manchester Central.
One of Newcastle.
I don't know. I've got a couple in my head.
But anyway,
Manchester should do.
Are you doing that as a quiz, Will, or not? Should we just get
Hull West?
We talked about one recently, actually. On
the chat to get it, we'll get my.
I'm going to guess Cardiff Central, maybe.
I think there is a Welsh one, but it's not Cardiff Central.
Bristol West.
They're not Cardiff. It'll be Swansea something. Like Swansea East or Swansea West or something like that.
No, the Welsh one. I'll tell you the Welsh one. The Welsh one is Ceredigion.
Of course it is.
That's where we live. Technically, no, because Lampeter, but Lampeter is the smallest university in the world. It is not a university. That does not count.
I can tell you Christchurch is one, which is how come Labour managed to win that with Rosie Duffield, because they promised no university fees in a 2-university town, and suddenly Labour won a seat in the south of England outside of London for the first time in a million years.
Bristol West.
We had a one chance where we live.
Bristol West. You've got University in the west of England, and you've got Bristol.
I'll tell you another one where people were quite shocked at the result in 2017, where one candidate promised to abolish tuition fees, and the other candidate had tripled tuition fees, and people couldn't believe the result. Have we got that one yet? Sheffield Hallam.
Oh yeah.
I mean, how was that such a surprise for people?
I bet it.
Nick Clegg, who tripled tuition fees, having promised that he wouldn't, gets kicked out by a constituency that's got 2 universities in it. How was that such a surprise?
But I mean, that election was the best one ever for constituency betting, because that was happening all over the shop. That I backed that one. Also, Leeds North West. Leeds North West is
6 to 1 or something. Yeah.
But Lancaster.
Christchurch, Leeds North West, Sheffield Hallam, Ceredigion. There's one more. I can't remember what it is.
Well, Lancaster has the Union of Lancaster and Cumbria.
It might come to me in a minute. I can't remember what it is.
I'll tell you what. I'll give people a bit more time to find those, and then I'll check the results later. And if people get,
can we just say as people who live here, Ceredigion, the other university does not count. Okay, not a real university.
Brilliant.
There isn't even a town centre there. There isn't even. It's a bus service. Nothing there. Nothing there at all.
Am I right in saying they're not? What were they doing in Wales today? They weren't doing much voting in Wales today, were they?
They were. We had all of our town councils up.
No. To be honest with you, it's not going to be. It's not the big news story of the day.
We had our county and our towns. That's like, quite.
Yeah.
If you do our education, that's important.
Oh, okay.
Honestly,
it's not going to bring down the government.
We need to be educated. But what's interesting about Wales today is it's the first time 16, 17-year-olds can stand in council elections, which is
I
quite
didn't know that.
significant. So that's my fun fact. There we go.
Well, that's quite cool. That's
Well,
quite
it's
cool.
redeemed.
It's a very cool fact and a very cool place to go to the comments because we got lots of them now. By the way, huge thanks to all 39 of you who are still here. Really, really appreciate
Really?
it.
Does that include us?
It doesn't, amazingly, it doesn't.
We count as 3 or as 1.
You would technically also count as one, even if you were watching yourselves back.
Don't you know we have it on all our devices? No, we don't. We're just like bringing up the view count on every device.
Just quickly, want to run through some of these comments because I did spot some interesting ones.
I just saw, by the way, 16 minutes ago,
Yeah.
a couple of results came in. South Tyneside, there was a green gain from Labour.
There's 3 of them now.
And then there was another one in South Tyneside as well. The Greens were up 47.5%.
Indeed. By the way, Algo Fodder, this is a really good spot. This is the sort of thing we're here for. We're the swing of the night contender from him. Doxford in Sunderland, a Lib Dem gain. Paul Kirshnamurty, do you want to guess what the swing was from Labour to Lib Dems?
About 28%. I think I've seen it.
It's 43. Says Algo.
Right.
So we got that. I did want to discuss the Greens because they have taken those 3 seats. There are pockets where they could be hoping to do really rather well tonight, and I don't think we've done too much talk about the Greens sort of nationally because we are in a situation as grim as it is, which is going to see them, or at the very least in a cool, normal country, would see them have a much bigger part in certainly the media and political sphere. What are our rough expectations for Green performance overall tonight, and anything to watch out for looking forward from them?
I just say that my Welsh fact, another one. Guess how many Green Party councillors there are in Wales?
In Wales, there's 1 Green Party councillor.
There we go. There's 1 seat up for grabs. The Greens have to hold 1 seat. Do we think they'll do it? Yes or no?
I can't say I checked it out, but I did hear someone say that earlier today, and it stuck in my head.
It's the only Welsh Green seat. You have to have it up there.
Yeah.
I think
You have to think they're going to have a good night. You have to think
Well,
they're going to
we've
get
doubled our
places
number of
to go.
seats. Woohoo!
I mean, there's a vacuum on the left of the Labour vote, right? They're going to pick some of that up.
Well, you say that, but I mean, they haven't exactly set their cap to it, have they? I mean,
Well,
I don't know whether you saw.
They want to leave NATO. I mean, there you go. They want to leave NATO. That's the dream.
I can't. You have to remind me of the name of the Bristol councillor who's one of their joint leaders. The lady, is it Carla Denyer? Is she called?
Carla Denyer.
Yeah, she was asked by the ridiculous Andrew Marr, who's now got relegated to plying his trade on the radio. I mean, she gets about 5 minutes to talk about, the global, meltdown of the planet and Green Party policies. And Andrew Marr decided to ask her whether Jeremy Corbyn would be welcome if he tried to join the Green Party. I mean, it's so desperate, isn't it? I mean, it's a ridiculous question because there's no answer that she can give that's not going to be causing her to squirm. It's never going to happen anyway. And it's just so tediously trivial. But she managed to answer in a way that didn't really make a very good answer and made any left-leaning, young, politically homeless people feel like the Greens weren't really that interested in them. And she still didn't really impress Andrew Marr. So she kind of failed on all fronts. But I do think the Greens have been a little bit like that, haven't they? Sean, whatever her name is, Sean...
Berry.
What's her name?
Sean Berry.
Berry, yes, thank you. She made a comment, didn't she, the day that Corbyn lost the whip, basically saying that she wasn't interested in Labour lefties joining because they're all anti-Semitic. That's not what she said, but she may as well have done. And I think there's quite a lot of people in the Green Party that feel like if 100,000 left-wing Labour people that are disillusioned with Labour suddenly join the Greens, then the Greens wouldn't be the same party as it always was. And they have that kind of split in the Greens, don't they, between the watermelons and the whatever they call the other people. What's that other fruit that's a bit sort of yellowy? What do you call that? Mangoes. That's it. The mangoes and the watermelons.
I can't believe I got that right.
Well, you know about that. So if you're in the Green Party, if you're a bit Lib Demi, but you have, climate change interests, then you're called a mango. And if you're basically a socialist who wants to do the Green New Deal, then you're called a watermelon. That you're green on the outside, but you're really red inside.
It's just turned 1 a.m. and I'm calling it. That's the best thing I'm going to hear all night. That's
You've never heard that before.
I've literally
the major schism in the Green Party. But I think the mangoes are scared that if they pitch to the left a bit too much and try and attract the sort of pissed off Corbynistas, the party will be a bit swamped by socialists, and they wouldn't like that.
In terms of the graph that you shared earlier, William, from Chris Curtis, in terms of the amount of 2019 Labour voters who said that they'd be voting for another party. I think it was like about 15 or 16%. That might be a bit too high, but it was a figure about that which were marked as other. And it wasn't clear whether they were just non-voters or whether they would be switching to the Greens. And I think that's going to be something that's going to be really relevant.
I think that's going to happen in London a lot. I think there's a lot of protest. I mean, I'm involved in quite a lot of lefty WhatsApp groups, and loads of people are saying, I'm going to vote Green, or literally just saying, I voted Green today. And they don't even really like the Greens. They just were like, we've got to do something.
My weird observation, I think from tonight, I think it's just broken. Colchester is quite an interesting council area. I mean, that's again a Lib Dem Tory kind of borderline watch out space. But the Lib Dems have just defeated the current Conservative leader on the council, so that could be an interesting place.
Oh yeah, I just seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen a picture of him. He looks more like a Conservative leader of a council than anyone I've ever seen in my life. if you put it up without the blue rosette and said, what does he do for a living? I think I'd probably say he's a Conservative council leader.
I do think from the Lib Dem front, though, like Colchester is somewhere, for example, where the Liberal Democrats are not very tied to national. They're kind of an area that run their own campaigns. They're a little bit disjointed. So I think it would be interesting to see kind of if they can flip Colchester. And see kind of again how that kind of local versus national like demographic plays out.
Just to clarify on the whole sort of not completely attached to national, the leader of the Colchester Lib Dem group is a supporter of centre, so it gives you an idea that basically
sense domination.
Are you saying they're very sound generally?
Well, I mean, I'm sure they have to be.
We can assume that. We can take that as an assumption at its merits. We can take it at face value. Will Barber Taylor, speaking of people who are very generally sound, I have heard far too little from him. I'm going to unmute him. I want some of his thoughts on what we've heard about the Greens recently and some interesting results which we're discussing. I'm also going to go through in a moment when I can get all the data aligned properly, because I'm seeing an awful lot of Tory wins, although I need to double check if they are just expected, which I imagine to be the case. Not helped by the fact that my Twitter feed is almost entirely memed out picture of Keir Starmer, who has been photoshopped into Jim Royale, I presume, with a bottle of James's in his hand. I'm not lying to you, my Twitter feed is about 95% drunk Keir Starmer with a big Keir Starmer face imposed on it. So whilst I go and catch up on the results, Will, give us your thoughts.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see how much of this Green vote translates into a future general election, whether this is as is quite a possibility, just an airing of anger about the direction of the Labour Party, a protest vote, if you will, and how much of that is going to stick to the Greens come the next election. I think that potentially some of it will likely travel back to Labour when the next election is called, because quite often I think people do vote in terms of local elections for, I mean, we've said this a lot, for local issues and for things that are happening with them locally. So, I mean, anecdotally, I know people who have voted for Labour consistently at general elections, but when it comes to local elections, they voted, say, for example, Green or Liberal Democrat because they feel that these are people that they know better and who are more concerned with their particular local issues. So I think that the really big question about the Green vote will be how much of it is going to stick with the Green Party and how much is just a temporary transfer with people who are just annoyed about the state of politics at the moment. And I think that that's going to be a wider point as well, whether some of the protest vote against the Conservatives, say for Liberal Democrats or for other parties, how much of that is going to stick with those other parties, how much of it is going to swing back to the Tories at the next election.
Indeed, very well said. Right, comments, because we're getting lots of them. By the way, thank you so much for the engagement.
Can I just ask? I just want to ask people a quick question, if I can. If you were the Greens, would you not be a bit disappointed? I mean, obviously, you'd be quite disappointed that the planet's about to, be submerged and perhaps explode into a fireball. But given that is likely to happen quite soon, how do they never really break through past 10% in this country? And does that mean that they're just badly organised, a bit factional, too busy arguing amongst each other? And the only reason that the media and the political pundits haven't really picked up on that enough is because nobody really cares about the Greens that much.
I think it's a structural.
And also, what would you do if you were the Greens to get to? They have to get to 22% to really challenge in more than about 3 seats. And then if they do get there, they can really break through and maybe win 20 seats. But they just don't look like they're going to ever do it, do they?
I think a huge amount of this is structural. It is. Look at how difficult it is, even for Labour. Even for Labour, like when I say Labour, I mean Labour going centre-left onwards to get any sort of foothold. And then you're already competing for the non-Tory votes. That's to begin with. And then also, I think the Greens are existing.
To be fair, though, like Labour and the Lib Dems have completely abandoned one half of the spectrum, I know that the political spectrum has moved to the right, but there's a huge open flank there on the left if someone wanted it.
That I believe that's true, although those people have to be, in some cases, coaxed back into participating, which is, I think, a difficult task in itself. I'd also argue over the last 10 years, we've seen more established parties make green politics a much larger part of their offering, of their campaigning. This is regardless of results, whether they've actually pulled through on it. They've just talked about it an awful lot more. It's not as if Caroline Lucas is the only person who's talking about it in Parliament now. It's not as if...
let me quickly counter that, because I take that point, and I think that's a very fair point. Yeah. But, the Green Party suffered between 2015 and 2019 because Labour were talking about the Green New Deal, and, they basically nicked all their good ideas to an extent, the UBI and stuff like that the Green Party's into. But now we've got a Labour Party that are saying that they want to spend quite a lot of money on a Green New Deal or some kind of whatever they're calling it. But once they stop talking about nationalising the energy companies, a lot of people would argue that you can't really do any of this stuff from a right-wing perspective. You need to seize control of, for example, the energy companies in order to be able to properly instigate any kind of green overhaul of the economy. And therefore, I actually don't think that currently the other parties have kind of nicked their agenda, because they could argue that we're the only people that can do it because we're not tinkering around with the economy and keeping it as a neoliberal project. We want to go, if they wanted to. I don't think they really want to go left, but if they wanted to go left, that's where the open terrain is, isn't it, really?
I think we're overestimating the engagement of most voters when we're dealing with actual policies and the detail. Yeah, even in a country where they've been in government, where they are mainstream, in Germany, they still only got 15% in a PR system.
All around Europe, the Greens are pretty rubbish, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, but I think it's the same.
In Austria, they've done all right, I guess. Because they've emerged as the main alternative to a. Well, it's Nazis or Greens, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've usurped the Social Democrats. I think that the problem is largely the same everywhere, which is that the number of people that are seriously engaged in politics to the extent where they're talking about policy and agendas and even left right, who even really understand what left right is anymore. What are we talking about? A quarter of the electorate maximum, and they're swimming in that pool,
But they're exactly
the
kind of people that could be appealed to by that kind of politics. If you went for a very young, radical, unashamedly socialist green platform, that's not going to appeal to over 65s, but it doesn't matter because those people are already well catered for by the other parties. Go for the young people that are disengaged in politics. Why not? I'm not saying that's necessarily a strategy for Labour or for the Lib Dems, but if you're the Greens, well, you've got nothing to lose. You're polling like 5% anyway. You've got one MP. Things can only get better for the Greens.
I think
to borrow a phrase.
When it comes to green issues, I think there's definitely some lessons to what I'm talking about Wales, but there's some issues from Wales and kind of how Pride have done it, especially here. For example, I think you talk about the Greens being disorganised and part of their structure being, they struggle to stand in Wales. But if you look at Scotland, the Scottish Greens are doing very well, right?
But then they've kind of moved to the centre, haven't they? They've gone a little bit neoliberal.
They have. But I don't necessarily think the Green parties have to be left wing. I don't. I'm not a fan to go, parties have to be left wing.
No, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying this because I'm left wing. I'm just saying it because the left area of the pitch there's an open goal there. Everyone's abandoned that part of the pitch.
Yeah, I think so. But I think that what I'm saying is that, for example, in Wales, especially, like that area of the pitch is full. As in, we have so many left-wing parties compared to right. We kind of have
I agree.
A centre-left Lib Dems. We have, a kind of moderate Labour, then a left-wing Plaid. Plaid is even more left-wing, arguably, now.
No, I don't agree with that. Because Plaid under Leanne Wood was much more left-wing than it is under Adam.
But Leanne Wood isn't in charge anymore. That's the issue.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Leanne Wood was quite left-wing. And Adam Price is quite centrist.
Is more left wing than Leanne Wood.
Yeah,
I don't agree with that.
I was going to say, Leanne Wood was
she was kind of pro-soft Brexit. She was a little bit more progressive. She was pushing all these kind of soft.
Yeah, but she's inherently a socialist, isn't she?
She's inherently socialist, but I think Adam Price is doubling down on that socialist ideology because he's like, right, well, I was seen as moderate, so now I have to be a socialist. I think that's come out in policy a lot more. And I think Pride, especially here, we've seen kind of in terms of party membership, it's the youngest party. In terms of candidates, it's the youngest party. So I think that we are seeing that kind of resurgence in Pride. And there has definitely been a shift from people who used to vote Labour to now voting Pride. We're seeing a lot of Labour areas kind of switch to Pride. So I think that in some ways, I think that's quite I think that we've got
Isn't that just because they're nationalists? We're in a time of national identity. Their brand is very clear. Welsh flag. They're nationalists. So it allows people who are on the left, who also are quite national, attracted by that brand, right, can vote for them. So you know, in where the Welsh electorate is more left-wing than the UK as a whole, right? So there's going to be more resistance to voting for a sort of Tory nationalism, right? And that's created a little bit of an opening for the Plaid Cymru, whereas whilst these identity issues are at the centre of politics, it's a disaster for Labour, because Labour cannot do nationalism, it cannot do identity, national identity, it splits them.
We just need more flags, basically.
I kind of disagree with that, though, because I think that, for example, in Wales, again, what we've seen here especially, is we have kind of the Liberal Democrats on a federalised platform, Labour on more of an indie curious platform. They're looking for like further devolution. There's been talks about an indie referendum within Labour, like, and if you imply it again are pro-nationalist, Tories, or whatever. But the point is more that I think the parties are adapting to kind of this changing electorate. We've seen Welsh Indie now, what, 1 in 3 people think Welsh should go independent. You know, a growing amount of people in Wales are Welsh curious. But I think Plaid in some ways as well have managed to get rid of their pro-nationalist only agenda. They've been, you know, locally especially, they're doing a lot on other issues. And I think they also attract, for example, here in Ceredigion, like, for example, Aberystwyth, it's a university that's predominantly English, right? But we have, for example, Plaid being the party that the majority of students vote for. So again, if it's a Welsh nationalist party, then why are English people voting for it? You don't even want Wales to be independent. They just see it as something they can vote for. So I think there is definitely a shift happening. And I think especially in kind of university towns, which like Bangor.
Ceredigion never really been a Labour constituency, has it? So if you're a young voter and you want to vote to the left,
Ceredigion has become a 4-way marginal in general election.
It's a very interesting seat, actually, Ceredigion. It's a mental seat.
Oh my God, Ceredigion is like havoc to live in. But it's like, for example, like 2017, it was a 4-way marginal.
Yeah.
Now it's become kind of a Tory Plaid marginal, but that was just as a result of it being a 4-way marginal.
The Labour vote seems to have been squeezed there, though. I mean, it seems hard to feel it becoming a Labour seat in the near future.
I mean, the Labour vote has been very squished here. But that is because Plaid has become what is stolen the Labour votes, basically. It's become more left-wing. It's become more young-focused.
I remember the 2015 election, I had one of my biggest political bets ever on Plaid to get more than 4.5 seats. And they only got 4, unfortunately. They needed to get 5 or more. And I think it was Ceredigion that cost me in the end. But it's just, you know, I found it quite an easy thing to study at the time because there's so few seats where they can truly challenge, you know, and the seats that they have a chance in are quite easily identifiable. And I felt like I could monitor it and keep an eye on it quite easily. It wasn't a very fluid thing. And I thought it was quite easy to price out. And the bookies, I thought, had got it completely wrong. But it didn't work out. But I do think there's a kind of ceiling on where they can go, Plaid. And I don't know if that's tied to the language. The Welsh-speaking seats are really, if there isn't enough Welsh speakers in the seat, they can't win it. Is that true?
We should do a Welsh-speaking round of this quiz. I'd appreciate that. Me being Welsh here.
But do you think that's changing as Plaid modernises, that they can win seats where there isn't much Welsh speaking?
I think so. I think people are more willing to vote Plaid now. I think, again, you have a growing younger population who have grown up learning Welsh as well, which is a really key bit, right? Welsh is essentially the curriculum now. It's become a bilingual country. Looking at in 2050, a third of the population working and speaking in Welsh. And that is a huge kind of shift towards the Welsh language. I do think as well, Welsh language, again, is one of those issues where Plaid, we want to further the Welsh language, but that's something that Labour have been pushing, the Lib Dems have been pushing, even the Tories, like key Tories have been pushing it in Wales. So I do think that kind of Welsh language, I don't think it's the only reason people vote Plaid now. I think that definitely...
The 2010 general election, I know, I'm just going off the top of my head, I may have got this wrong, but I think the line on the number of SNP seats won was around about 5.5. You could bet under or over 5.5 seats for the SNP.
Yeah.
And then in 2015, they win whatever it was. 47 or something. 56 was it? It just happened so quickly, and you could see it happening, but I think it didn't. It wasn't like you woke up one day and it had happened, but it happened really quickly. I just don't see that with Plaid. Do you think, am I missing something?
I don't. I think
the SNP were in government, weren't they? They were the government of Scotland already. That was,
I think the main problem with Plaid here, especially they've got the wrong leadership. The leadership are making bad decisions. It's not policy. I don't necessarily think so. I think it's Adam Price standing, on camera and saying, "I'm going to be the first minister," and everyone's like, "Adam, you are not going to be the first minister. This is not going to happen." But I think Plaid last election were incredibly close right until the final squeeze. We're looking at a party that were polling, 20 seats each. It was very neck and neck last election, right up until the last minute, where kind of people went, right, okay, let's be honest now. If we vote Plaid, that's it, SNP, that's 4 different parties in government. But not even that, you've got 2 nationalist parties. And I think people kind of bottled it in the electoral block. So they went, well, with Plaid, we don't really know what we're getting into because Plaid have never been in government by themselves. I think for a lot of people, especially at assembly level, people vote Plaid because we have AMS here. So there's a big difference. But people, for example, voted Plaid but have never seen Plaid in power. And I think that kind of scared them a little bit.
So this kind of working together thing that they're doing at the moment.
Yeah,
I don't know what they call it. They don't really call it a pact.
They call it. It's called the One Wales Agreement. It's kind of a coalition.
Okay. The working together thing.
Basically, it is a coalition. They come up with an agreement, but it's not a coalition.
Is it in the long run going to be better for Plaid or better for Labour? This deal?
I think so. What's interesting is the last kind of coalition they had ended up much better for Plaid than Labour, and I think we'll see that again. I mean, Labour can't hold to majority here; they're losing it. But nobody thought they were going to win this election. They somehow managed to scrape through. I think that they're going to, Labour one day are going to have to they're going to lose Wales.
Because Labour didn't really need to do this deal. Well, they've kind of conceded doing this deal to an extent.
Labour, I think, especially in our system in Wales, because we've got PR, AMS is always rebel. We're looking at kind of a 30 out of 60 Labour majority, which isn't much at all. It's just 50%. All it took was one MS to be ill one day, right, for this to be lost, right? So I think some kind of deal did need to be done to get any agenda through. I think the Parliamentary Labour Party, especially in Wales, you've got a wide range of people from all spectrums, right? You've got MSs there who have been there since the start of the election, so 20 years ago, who are more centrist. You have MSs who are brand new and much more left-wing. So I think that, and also this time as well, you had a lot of new MSs that wanted to rebel, right? You kind of had this breakdown of the Labour Party, especially under Corbyn, where MSs were standing on local policies rather than national policies. Like, they didn't line up to the manifesto. So there were like a number of key issues where I think that even negotiating with Plaid gave Labour a bit of a, oh, well, we've come up with this coalition, so you have to vote for it. So it kind of established a new mandate once they all got elected, I think was one of the key parts of the agreement.
I'm just gonna now bow out, as unfortunately I will not be able to continue into the wee hours. Thank you very much for having me. It's been lovely having you. Yeah, we're going to miss you now. I know. Oh, I hope you will. But before the Welsh stuff that did it. Sorry about that. No, it wasn't. No. Unfortunately, it is. It's work in the morning that does it, because I'd love to hear the conclusion of the. We'll be still here in the morning. Don't worry. I'll just you can do the 6 a.m. till 7 a.m. still. We'll be here till 4 p.m. when the Welsh results come in. That's what we're gonna do. I'll jump back on then at 4. I just want to make the prediction, because I would quite like to win the Twix. Yes. I know we haven't made any other predictions, but I'd quite like to win the Twix. I reckon Labour will have a gain of about 193 in England, and that is my prediction for England. Hopefully, didn't guess who my that's a solid prediction, actually. Cabinet, very minister, solid prediction. Not cabinet. Who's not in the cabinet? Who's not in the betting? You didn't get that one, did you? No, I didn't get that one. I didn't realise that was involved. I'm sorry if that causes you a sleepless night from here. Well, if I do guess it, I'll make sure to tell you, Neil. I'll make sure.
If you wake up in the middle of the night and think of it, you can always log back on.
Yeah.
Brandon Lewis.
Will's hair just changes
Neil.
as he gets up at 4 in the morning.
It's not Brandon Lewis, no.
All right.
Despite the
See you
weight
soon, guys.
loss.
See you later, Will.
No.
Cheers.
We've got a lot of results coming in at the moment.
Yes, let's talk results.
Right? Yeah.
Is it all right if I go and get a cup of tea? Anyone object?
No, not at all.
Ah.
Not at all. Please,
Gonna go get
do replenish
we've got in-
yourselves.
No idea.
I'm just going to go on. I'm just going to report the swing here, right, in each place, because obviously we don't know how safe these places are. But Dudley, very important place. We've got one here which is 4% swing, so 8% turnaround in Dudley to Labour. Peterborough, 24% swing in Peterborough, in one place to Labour, Peterborough North. Harlow, 5% swing to Labour. But then Nuneaton, again, like a place we've heard about a lot in the past, in the Brexit era, like Sunderland, it's going Tory, 5% swing to the Tories in that one, in that ward. Where's the other Nuneaton one gone? Oh yeah, and Essex. Here's the interesting one. With lots of places in Essex where the Lib Dems are doing really well at Tory expense. 9% swing in that ward in Colchester, rural Colchester. 10% swing there at Lib Dems in another one in Colchester. I think Shenfield went Lib Dem. Did I see that one a minute ago? Green gain from Tories in Colchester, 10% swing. Yeah, it does look like a lot more of that major demographic realignment going on across the country.
Yeah. Also, a sort of trend I'm seeing is not only the Greens taking seats, but also the Green presence making some results uncomfortable or downright losses for Labour. You know, in the really tight ones, I'm noticing as a trend of Green upticks by about sort of 5 to 8%. And their share, their growth is bigger than the margin of virtual defeat for Labour, whichever way you put it, which is an interesting trend. It might be just something we're seeing really early, but I think that's sort of worth noting at this stage. I mean, again, also, I do think it's just worth making the point that there's no entitlement to these votes. You know, there's no entitlement. You know, if you travel in a different direction as a party or whatever, you can win some votes and you can lose some, and that will be an interesting thing to keep a hold of through the night, particularly as, and again, this is obviously not a direct comparison to a general election, and we are comparing with sort of 3 or 4 different standards. It'll be interesting to see where those votes go, and how they hold, particularly also with the Greens doing so well in places like North Tyneside or South Tyneside, I should say.
Got a big result here as well in Bolton. Conservatives gain one of these, Little Lever and Darcy Lever. Conservative gain from Labour on a 10% swing.
Oof.
I'm gonna throw in my guess here for English gains.
Go on.
Okay, and I'm gonna go low. I'm gonna go 151.
Okay. Will's was 193, wasn't it? 195.
Yeah. Here you go. Shenfield went Lib Dem on 11% swing. Another 9% swing to the Tories in a seat Labour held in Nuneaton.
Greens have gained Shadowworth and Plymouth, interestingly. Massive bloody swing. So I'll probably need to do some digging there.
That's the university, isn't it?
It might well be the university. Plimpton Chadderwood in Plymouth is the one. 57% for the Greens, who look like a new entry based on the changes. Labour losing 23.6% of the vote there. Tories have gained Harlow. Bush Fair in Harlow. The Tories have gained it from Labour. 0.4 votes in it. Clean vote of 7.7%. I think with the word for whichever counts are defeated there. I'm just looking through. Labour holding Dudley as expected. Labour have held one and gained one in Toddbrook and Harlow. Tories have held Poplar in Nuneaton and Bedworth. Labour have held North and Sefton. And just going down through to spot if there's anything interesting. A couple of Tory holds in Colchester and a Green gain in Castle in Colchester. That was about half an hour ago. So we caught up for the last half an hour of results. And I am going to, I think it's time. I think we're going to go for the first can of the evening. Actually, can or bottle?
I mean,
bottle. To be fair, we've had a mixture of iron brew and Welsh cakes, which is very sort of, mixing the Scottish and the Welsh there.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's just like me, to be fair, because my first name is Scottish and my second is probably Welsh. So
yeah, you're a Welsh boy.
There really, we go. Indeed. 36 of you still here, just going to go through the comments.
Hello, people.
No, yes, indeed. Waving to everybody. Thank you for joining us, Jonathan De Silva, Socialist Alexa, with some interesting comments there. Andy Cairns, thank you very much for keeping an eye on various results, Andy. And he noticed the Bush Fair in Harlow gains before we did. So well done. He's been on it tonight from the very first minute.
Andy comes from, I can't remember exactly, but he's in the neck of the woods that's adjacent to Worthing, I think, which is quite a big result tonight, potentially.
Indeed it is. We were 5-2 on for Labour to win Worthing.
To gain control of Worthing Council. This is a place where they didn't have a single councillor 5 years ago.
Indeed. Quite the turnaround.
Quite an interesting one, Worthing, generally.
We have some John Curtis analysis. He says that with 92 out of 738 declared, Lib Dems and the Greens are making the most progress. Lib Dems plus 3%, Greens plus 2%, Labour -1%, Conservative -2%.
Do you know the thing that I've enjoyed the most so far, and it's been a real pleasure as somebody that's a self-confessed Corbynista and very much on the left of the Labour Party. I'm delighted to hear that we actually had a massive victory in the 2018 local elections. It's actually the first time that anyone's mentioned it. It certainly wasn't mentioned on the night, and in the media for the following weeks, it was suggested that the 2018 result was proof that Corbyn couldn't break through. But apparently, according to every Labour person that's been on tonight, they did so well in the 2018 locals. That it's going to be very difficult for them to do well tonight. So that will be very good news for Jeremy Corbyn and all his supporters to find that it was such a stunning victory in 2018. I'm going to raise a glass to that victory. I'm surprised the result took so long to come in.
I'm not going to lie, though. One thing I do want to focus on is kind of those Midland seats. So like Nuneaton Way. The other thing I'm really interested in as well, this isn't an election news, but it's kind of general news, is Rutland, which we kind of saw the Tories, like the Tory party who are in charge of Rutland. Half of them basically resigned today, like during local election night, and went, now we don't want to do this anymore.
Really?
We know elections aren't for another
fun.
year, but we don't really want to do this anymore. We don't believe in the Tory party, so we're just going to be independents now. So that was quite an interesting piece of news, but I think definitely something's going on in the Midlands. I think that's definitely an area to watch tonight. I think we're kind of seeing a bit of a I guess because the Midlands as well, there was a bit of a, especially after Brexit, it had a lot more Tory. It kind of, swung a lot. So I think it'll be interesting to see if there's a bit of realignment there in the Midlands.
For sure.
Yeah, I also think it's interesting as well, like how swingy the Midlands have been recently and how swingy they've become. And they're kind of like key to elections now. I think they're kind of overlooked a lot in British politics. Yeah, so that's something to watch out for, probably.
I mean, something that we kind of found actually when looking at seat by seat, looking at whether they were sort of centrist, I can't remember.
We are nerds, basically. We went through every seat in the UK. And we went through like loads of indexes. So we were like, are they economically conservative? Are they, are they like socially liberal? Are they whatever?
That's brilliant.
The answer is the Midlands, ironically, is quite centrist. And that explains this. I think the flips between parties is they're basically Brexity centrists and they're trying to find a home. It's a bit like a lot of the, and we'll know this, but a lot of the smaller towns around in the north, they're basically centrist Brexiteers, would like a home. No, they basically go, well, maybe we'll vote Tory this time, or maybe Labour. And
do you think there's quite a lot of difference between different bits of the Midlands, though? Is it fair to just call the Midlands a sort of a blob?
I think there's an East Midland, West Midland divide, 100%.
But there's a Walsall and Wolverhampton and the Black Country completely different to Birmingham, for example.
Just a bit like how, though, Edinburgh, Glasgow, and are different to the Highlands. It's one of those things in politics. Like in general, like areas of the country will get lumped together to look at and analyse it, right? So it's that sort of thing, right? It's just.
I mean, the Midlands is a pretty big place. There's lots of constituencies in the Midlands.
There's lots of constituencies, but I think it's a very interesting kind of voter base. I think that every region kind of has a unique voter base. So I like looking at the voter bases to be like, right, okay. Like every constituency is obviously different individually, but there's kind of an overarching theme. And I think in the Midlands, a lot of voters, whether it's like, for example, a whole town, say like Nuneaton, say, for example, Leicester as well, kind of that way, Rutland, they're a lot more kind of centrist and small c centrist, kind of centrist on everything, so the economy, whatever, the economy, social issues, quite centrist in every measure. Whereas if you look at something like Birmingham, you have kind of this more economically left wing, but then and socially kind of more conservative, but it's kind of how those two meet to make centrist, right? So they'll always vote not always vote a similar way, but they'll have different needs. Sometimes those will be the same party. But it's interesting to see kind of how, I guess, previously parties have been able to do, like a left-wing economic stance and a strong right-wing whatever, like a conservative stance. But now I think, especially with parties either being left-wing or right-wing we're kind of seeing that middle neglected in different ways, and it's impacting different seats in different ways.
And I think it surprised us how actually the Midlands was quite similar overall compared, when we looked at places like Scotland, like Wales, there was big differences. But in terms of areas where there's actually a fair amount of similarity, actually the Midlands was quite interesting in that respect. It was fairly similar when you started looking over the different levels. Is globalization? Is it centrism? I think that was a bit that surprised us in how coherent it was. There was a few areas that weren't, but it's.
I think it's quite interesting as well, especially like the Midlands in terms of cities and stuff. I think cities obviously naturally have a different culture and a different voting culture compared to rural areas. But I think in the Midlands, and there's a lot of rural areas in the Midlands, I think they're pretty similar. Whereas if you compare them to, like, say, a rural area in Scotland, or if you compare them to one in, like, say, like, example, us, Mid and West Wales, you compare them even to Kent or somewhere like that, you have this big kind of difference, and the Midlands is quite harmonised, whereas in other, like, parts of the UK and other regions, it's not the case.
Well, I tell you what, another thing I always find quite interesting is people talk a lot about the Red Wall, obviously. And there's a tendency when people talk about the Red Wall to think about the northern ex-industrial towns. But of course, a large part of what people were calling the Red Wall after the 2019 election was the Midlands, the West Bromwich and Wolverhampton and Walsall. And also, of course, in Wales as well, the northeast of Wales, Delyn and those other places, Wrexham and I can't remember the Allenby or whatever. What's it called? Is it Allenby? Yeah, I can't remember. There's like 5 seats there, isn't there? That they're all
That's
together.
A lot of seats.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Like,
Anyway,
the north, yeah,
Deeside and all that.
yeah, like, yeah.
they're all sort of west of Chester, basically. Yeah, like, how do you think those places tie in? Do you think they're all quite similar
I think
demographically?
I think so. It's hard. I think the border is quite hard, as in, I think Wolverhampton, for example, then say Deeside, or say kind of even if you go to like kind of Aberconway way, like which is swinging Labour now, like all of those places, Wrexham, I think they're very different to Wolverhampton. It's a different way of life. They're much more, not even Welsh, but they're a lot more kind of.
But if you compare a place like that with, I don't know, Hartlepool or something, like how do those three, what do they have in common? Because they're all kind of red wall, aren't they? West Bromwich or Walsall, with somewhere like Hartlepool and somewhere in Northeast Wales.
I'd argue that they're very different demographically, but I think they all have similar needs. And I think that's my big takeaway from it is, like, demographics wise, right, places can be very, very different. I don't think, I'm not a believer of, I said previously, like, background indicates how people vote, but I think it's kind of what people need and what access they have to things, right? So say, for example, here, especially, like, if you look at that area, I think of the North or Wales, or like North Wales, you look into areas that are like very poor, like you have cities, but they're very kind of poorly connected to the rest of the country, right? They're cities where there are issues with jobs, like all of these problems, they massively affect these areas. So I think that when you compare that, for example, to say the Midlands, and you look at like Leicester or Nottingham, places like that, they have really good ties to London. So I think that's the key difference, is kind of what infrastructure is there in place. I think infrastructure is a huge part of it as well.
If you were Labour and you were thinking, okay, what we need to do to win a general election is to basically win back those red wall seats, which ones have you got more chance in? The northeast of Wales ones, the Midlands ones, or the northern ex-industrial towns?
That all depends also on what form the Labour Party takes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, let's say Labour as they are at the moment under their current regime.
I mean, I think there's two very different answers. There's a policy answer and a current politics answer.
And given you're looking to the think tank,
I was going to take the current politics answer.
Go for it.
I was going to go the other way for a think tank person. That's unpredicted. I was going to say, I think there's a lot of scandal going on, especially the Welsh Tories at the moment. You look, for example, Alan Carnes. We've got Virginia Crosby in the north, basically going, let's let all the migrants drown as they come across the sea to Calais. And that caused a whole thing in Wales. You have Sarah Atherton, who I think made some, again, immigration comments, things like that. Little comments like those. I think that often in Wales, we get viewed as being backwards minded, but I don't think that's the case at all. I don't think that in terms of Welsh policy, we're very pro-immigration, and most of Wales is, we're pro-globalisation, we're pro a lot of things. So I think that there's kind of a disconnect between what politicians think Wales needs and what they talk about versus what is actually on the ground. I think especially with the Tories, we've had a huge problem, for example, where Tories have won because they're pro-Brexit, and Wales is pro-Brexit, but it's not the right type of Brexit, it's not the right type of policies that represent us. And I think a huge problem with that is lots of the candidates here have been shipped in from London or elsewhere in England. Lots of them don't speak Welsh. They don't understand the Welsh way of life. They don't understand, how the community works and how it functions. So I think that is a huge problem in Wales at the moment. And I think that's been at least found. There's been so many political scandals up here in Wales as well. So I think that at least politically, I think Labour can gain here. But I think it comes from kind of going back to community values, but also...
See, I would say quickly, sorry to interrupt, but just going into 2019, if you ask me, of those three areas, which were all clearly worrying areas for Labour going into that election, because of the Brexit situation, they were highly Brexit voting areas, and obviously Labour was coming in with a tricky position on Brexit. I was quite surprised, although they're very correlated, and if they lost Wrexham, they were probably going to lose all 5 of those seats. Or certainly lose 3 or 4 of them. I was slightly surprised that they lost those Northeast Wales seats. Whereas I wasn't really that surprised about the Northern Industrial. I was surprised about some of them in the North, but most of them were not that surprising. And the ones in the West Midlands, I wasn't surprised about at all. So I guess I would say that the Welsh ones must be easier to win back. But I don't know, from being near or roughly near there, do you get that feeling at all or not? And also because Mark Drakeford's quite popular in Wales in power.
Will is buzzing to have a say. I can feel Will like.
I think it goes far deeper than just issues from 2019. It goes to, well, all these constituencies have been Labour since forever in some cases.
Right.
Yeah, since the dinosaurs roamed the earth.
Yeah, and Labour have taken them for granted, and they've lost the trust of the voters.
Sure.
And even though the Tories haven't done the best job since 2019 in these areas specifically, if you look at the COVID figures and stuff, they're more willing to give them another chance than vote Labour again, because Labour's been in power and haven't seen any of the improvements, especially as the industry has wound down and these areas have suffered from the deprivation.
Do you think there's a North Wales, South Wales split in terms of Drakeford's popularity?
Definitely.
100%.
I think it's almost, because obviously everything is viewed in UK politics sense, right? But I think often, in England, it'll be the North-South split, and we'll forget that actually in Wales, there's very much a split between, the southern Labour heartlands here in, Cardiff and so on, and then
the valley.
In the middle, you've got the more liberal areas, the more centrist areas, and then of course up north you've got.
I'd actually argue that I think there's a south split, but also the west-east split. But I wouldn't say it's a northern split.
I would say there is a northern split, but I would agree with you, because
I think it's stronger where west-east than it is north-south.
It started to,
because I think that in Wales there's such. Oh my God, we're getting so deep about Wales and Wales. Welsh lectures aren't even being called today. We started talking about the Midlands.
You're basically voting for people the equivalent of Jackie Weaver for the whole day. I mean, it's like
this is really just me talking about Wales. I'm gonna bust out some heroic in a second. But no, I do think Welsh elections will be interesting tomorrow. I'm looking quite forward to.
I think Welsh elections. I don't know whether these ones will be very exciting, but I think Welsh elections are generally quite interesting because of the Plaid Cymru is a bit of a don't know, isn't it? It's a bit of a wild card factor. And you get, like you said, like there was a time where Ceredigion was a four-way marginal. You can count on one finger the number of four-way marginals in the UK generally.
I think though as well, it does come down to, I think this is kind of to broaden it out back into council elections.
Yeah.
But I do think that
nobody cares about them.
One thing that's happened here is that this election, for example, has been a big move to not vote Plaid, not because you don't agree with Plaid, but because basically, obviously, we have applied MP, we have applied MS, So the idea of county council and town council is to hold those people responsible. So one issue is obviously, I think you got this in the north as well. It's where you have layer upon layer upon layer of the same party, and nothing gets scrutinised from you. People get tired of it, right? So I think it'll be interesting to kind of see in those areas how votes change. I think especially now, because these are the first set of council elections after, for example, the Senedd. These are the first set of council elections after GE. So I think it'll be interesting to kind of see, do people vote Labour to hold the Tories accountable? Do people vote, Tories or other parties to hold, Labour accountable? Is there any element of that in there as well? Even there's a lot of sleaze going on, so that could be an interesting question as well.
Well, that fella, what's he called? I can't think of his name now. Is it Andrew Roberts? Is that his name? No, it's not. It's something else. the guy who's lost the whip for the Tories, he divorced his wife. She was having a party during COVID in the house.
His name, but we know who
whatever. Is he called Andrew something? I don't know. He's just going to muddle on to the next election as an independent. He's never going, basically. He wants the 89 grand.
But I think this raises huge questions about kind of the integrity of our candidates. One thing that I know results are coming in, so I'm like kind of trying to hurry this up. But I think that one thing that's kind of really hit me this election is kind of the sleaze involved in politics. It's really hit me personally. One reason I stopped getting involved in party politics was due to sleaze and due to bad complaints and stuff like that. So I think that for me personally, like seeing, for example, candidates that I know have had allegations against them stand is difficult, right? It's hard. So I think that, for example, this set of council elections, especially candidates, I think every set of council elections does, but it's kind of that, right, are things going to change now? We've had these massive things come out.
Yeah, they're not going to change. It's good to see you're young and naive, though, and you believe that you were believing that politicians were going to be great people, and then only recently the wool has come from your eyes.
Well, honestly, I think it came from our eyes.
I never politicians were good people. What? People involved in politics can be good people, but I don't think it's like...
I think it has such a reputation around it these days as well. I don't think any of us sort of got involved and went, oh yeah, politics, that's right, that's something that people
that's what I'm really
associate
interested in. So, like, say here, for example, it's a local candidate there's been allegations against him. And that's quite interesting in the dynamic there, because, for example, people have been talking about it, but then will that motivate them not to go and vote? Because, for example, it's a main party right here. So it's like one of those, I was going to vote for that party, but now I'm not sure. So did that stop them from voting? Did the allegations mean that they voted for other parties against the person? Like, what difference will that make in the turnout and stuff like that? I think it's really...
broadly over the whole country, I think the Tories will be quite satisfied with the way that partygate is starting to turn out, because it looked like being a complete disaster for them, and now they're managing, with the help of possibly the Daily Mail, and I'm not really sure what I think about this Currygate thing. But they're certainly managing to kind of, throw a lot of shit around, basically, and the more that people think they're all as bad as each other, the better it is for the Tories. Because it depresses turnout and it stops younger people from voting. And so those are two things that are going to help the Tories.
I think it does depress turnout, but I noticed that a lot of pollsters, Will Jennings being one, James Johnson being another, are absolutely adamant that Partygate has cut through. It has cut through. It has hurt them. Beergate hasn't cut through, and it hasn't hurt Starmer. So as much as these pundits on Twitter go on about it, there is no evidence.
That specific poll, I think you were talking about it the other day, Will, about Beergate in terms of Partygate. I don't know who did the poll. It was a YouGov the other day. And but the question that they asked was, do you believe that Boris Johnson, I think the question was, do you believe that Boris Johnson generally obeyed the rules? Do you believe that Keir Starmer generally obeyed the rules? You can think that Beergate, Currygate, whatever you call it, happened and that was a bad thing, but that generally Keir Starmer wasn't doing that every night. It was a one-off. Most people probably think that, and they also think that Boris Johnson was doing much worse because he was having a party every single night. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean to say that people don't believe that Keir Starmer broke the rules. They just think he just did it once and that's not such a big deal. But some people would say, the rules are the rules, and if you break them once, you're also a criminal,
But these pollsters are saying there is no evidence that it has actually affected Labour, whereas this has and is hurting the Conservatives, and in focus group after focus group. I don't think it has necessarily hurt the Conservatives long term. It's hurt Boris Johnson. The point is, it has put Boris Johnson in a position where where very few people believe what he says. He has no credibility. And that's definitely true. That's why they need to change leader.
There is a focus group thing, over many, many, many years, that people that go to focus groups always end up saying they're all the same as each other. To the ridiculous extent that even during the times where it was Corbyn against Johnson, you get people saying, yeah, I'm not going to vote. They're all the same as each other. I mean, you couldn't have found two candidates that were more opposite from the two main parties in the last 40 years. And people still said they're all the same as each other. And every time they do that, that is a result for the Tory party.
Oh, yeah, look, that it's a meme. And as I say, I'm very much of the view that the overwhelming majority of your voters are really disengaged, don't really know the difference between parties and aren't engaged in policy. But where I say, it's what I say, I don't think it's necessarily a disaster for the Conservative Party, Partygate, but it is a disaster for Boris Johnson. It's hurt his credibility. It has made it. I mean, God forbid, say COVID, say there was a new variant of COVID, and we were in a disastrous situation again. How would Boris Johnson be able to sell that message, to be able to get the public to listen to him after everything's happened? I think he lost all of his authority.
Yeah, I totally take that point. But, I mean, we live in a world where Sajid Javid is telling the National Health Service that they have to remove all COVID precautions because it's all over, apparently, even though they can see hundreds of people are still dying every day. I'm going to change the subject because I thought when I went down to make a cup of tea, I thought of a quiz question, but I think I've done this question on you before, Paul. So you may not be able to answer this one. Will, I'm not sure if you've heard this one from me before. So you can't jump in if you know the answer to this one. I'm going to throw this to the Ceredigion region and see how it goes down in Wales. There are 4 constituencies in the UK, parliamentary constituencies, where more than 50% of the electorate have been educated to degree level or above. And I would like you to give me the 4.
Okay, so I think you're the one that Cambridge, for whatever one it is.
It's literally Cambridge.
It's just
Cambridge. It's literally.
I'm going to guess.
Well, it's funny you should say that because actually I've asked this question quite a lot and people always guess Cambridge because they think, well, that's a university town. But of course, if you go to university in Cambridge, you don't get a job in Cambridge.
That is true, but
you go somewhere else to go and apply your trade.
Posh.
Like that's true as well.
Are very wealthy.
I would imagine Cambridge comes out quite high, maybe in the 40s, but it isn't over 50.
No.
It's interesting because I think that so the one thing with Cambridge is interesting because there's also the fact that I think people view it from the sort of outside view of the richer areas of Cambridge. And I think they also forget that there are poorer areas, that there's a reason that it sort of turned Labour. So it was one of those things I was thinking, because the one thing that helped Labour there, of course, was that it's almost the, as they call it, sort of champagne socialists. But very much in there's this sort of weird mix that keeps Labour
like how you're
with a
like,
majority.
I know this. I live in the constituency next door.
And not only that, but literally I used to go campaigning there. So like,
the answer to this question, by the way, is not Ceredigion.
I was gonna guess that as a joke.
I'll leave it with you. Have a think during the evening.
I don't think I have had a go at this question because I don't know the answer.
I haven't either.
I'm going to throw in Brighton.
You're going to throw in Brighton. Well, there are more than one. There's more than one constituency in Brighton, but it's not
the
Brighton
one that Caroline
anyway.
Lucas has got.
Brighton Pavilion, but it's not Brighton anyway. So
I think. Okay, I'm good. Maybe
Cheshire and Amersham.
Oh yeah, we're like the Lib Dem ones. Yeah,
that's a very good. I'm glad that you mentioned it, only because during the whole of that by-election, we did many podcasts, and at no stage did Will manage to pronounce the words Chesham or Amersham the correct way. And in fact, he would sometimes get one right and the other one wrong, and then on the next podcast, he would reverse them.
No.
So originally, for some reason, instead of saying correctly Chesham and Amersham, I kept saying Chesham and Amersham.
No, that's wrong.
I know that was the one I always seemed.
It's fine. Try and say all the Welsh place names tonight. Try and pronounce all the Welsh words.
And then you had a little period of calling it Amesworth instead of Amersham. You did that for a whole podcast one time.
Oh God, that is there on the archives. Oh my gosh,
I'm gonna
32
guess
people are
someone
watching
like-
this, which
maybe-
means that I
It's
cannot.
okay. The people that are watching it will have seen the podcast, because anyone that's staying up to listen to us at 2 o'clock in the morning
gonna
has
go for a
watched this before.
Indeed. By the way, can I just say, got an exciting special guest.
And it's a weird
Now, if I've done this right, and
Yeah, I think so.
I wish I'd have kept my quiz question for the exciting special guest now.
righto. Okay, so if I've done this right, I think we've got Tim.
That's
Well,
right.
that is exciting.
Hey, Tim.
Yeah, I've managed to work the technology.
Oh,
which is a
amazing.
huge shock.
That is fantastic.
Amazing, fantastic. So, Tim, tell us a bit more. Tell us about yourself.
So,
first,
like,
what
do you
you're
want to
doing.
do you want to blur his phone number because everyone has his phone number?
Terrible. That's absolutely terrible. Hold on, I'll go to screen sharing. In that, we'll hope.
Tim will just get like 400 phone calls after this, and people just like dialing him. So
Okay, that's hold on. Yeah, I'll hide this.
Right. Okay, about myself. I
think I've
work
done
for the
it.
Labour Party. Okay.
Yep.
I worked for the Labour Party for a number of years as a press officer, media manager, and campaigns manager, I work in regions, national and by-elections, and also regional referendums, and then on internal Labour Party election stuff. I've been I did that for the best part of 15, 20 years.
Absolutely. And what do you make of the results tonight so far?
I think that they were always going to be difficult for every party. And the one thing I'm not surprised at is the Greens picking up a lot of seats. And I think that's partly explained because it's people voting for not the norm. And the Greens don't get a lot of scrutiny. They're not well known, and they're just a party. So I think they're doing very well. On the Labour side of things, it was always going to be difficult because just talking about England, the number of seats that Labour are defending and the Tories are defending are skewed because of the results in 2018. Having said that, I'm not surprised that there's such a mixture. And Labour holding its own in Hartlepool is probably a better result than many predicted. Sunderland, a similar thing. I think the big thing to look out for are seats like maybe Dudley, where I think Labour are on course to make 3 or 4 gains. Worcester possibly, and then you've got the London seats. But these elections for me are all about showing that Labour's moved on. I would be over the moon if Labour made 250, 275 net gains by the end of all the counting in England. And I think that would be real progress. The problem that is often missed, it isn't just the national share of the vote. Some of these battles are quite vicious local battles and have been for years. And I think we often get carried away with that in politics. And Labour on 40%, therefore they're going to absolutely sweep the board. That just doesn't translate locally all the time. So you then have to take into account in seats like Knowsley, Labour on sort of 80% of the vote, say, and in other parts of the country they'll be on 25%. So it's difficult. It's a bit like are Labour on the road back? I think tonight will show they are, and there are some disappointing results. I mean, some good councils have been lost, but that happens. I think overall, and that there won't be. There may be 6 or 7 councils will change hands, one or two will go into overall no overall control, and I think that's probably the best that Labour could have hoped for.
Tim, I'm old enough to remember in 2018 hearing that it was a very disappointing night for Labour, and it was a 0-0 draw, and that the Tories had done remarkably well. How come Labour have suddenly done really well in 2018, only in the last kind of 10 hours?
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to rewrite history. I don't think 2018 was a massive result. There was a net gain of 74 seats. I don't think we gained any councils. It was actually better than I expected, because I honestly thought that under Jeremy Corbyn we're heading to oblivion. But it was a result where I think the overall share of vote nationally was all 35%, and people focus on that a lot. So I think the comparison with 2018 is fair, and it was a better night than many expected for Labour. And then you have to go back to 2014.
It definitely wasn't portrayed as that at the time, though, was it? I remember quite clearly every single newspaper and every single pundit said it was a bad night for Labour.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure.
But tonight, every single person is saying 2018 was such a good night for Labour that it's really hard for them to do well tonight.
Yeah. Well,
so it's just spin, is it? It's just all spin.
Well, I don't think it's just spin. I think that there is a lot of management around messaging going on, but I think you have to be realistic. When people look back at things, they often see things differently. And given what happened in 2019 in the general election, 2018 set against that were a set of very, very good results. And you don't go to a Tory majority of 80 in Parliament in a year, just over a year, without looking back and saying, well, hang on a second, this is nothing like our result back in 2018. So I think, yes, there's a little bit of rewriting history, and maybe I'm
a little bit. I think there's a lot. I think there's a hell of a lot.
If I could just jump in, let's finish your points, and wanted to jump into analysis, which I think will be of value.
Okay. So what I would say about that is, it is a little bit, but it's correcting historical fact. And newspapers tomorrow, some will say this is a total disaster of Tories. Some will say, actually, this isn't as bad as it could have been. Do you remember when people were saying the Tories were going to lose 800 seats?
Yeah, but nobody really believed that. The Daily Telegraph said that in order to try and boost turnout, didn't they?
Yeah, well, no. And that was absolute media management. So that anything less than 800 is Tory spokespeople go on the news and say, you know what? It isn't as bad as we thought. It isn't as bad as people predicted. And what they won't tell you, it was them that were predicting the 800 and no one else. So
yeah, nobody really fell for
that. I think I think a lot of people who follow politics didn't. But I honestly do believe that figure became embedded for a few days and suddenly became a bit of a benchmark until people realised that, if you lose 800 of the 1,400 seats you're defending, you're not just in trouble, you're finished.
Just want to jump in, actually, since we're talking an awful lot about performances with regards to 2018 and 2021, or at least I've seen a lot of people doing that. The BBC have come up with some keyword analysis. I believe this is vote share. It's shared from Lewis Goodall, the omnipresent Lewis Goodall, who we love very much, or at least I do. And compared to 2018, the Tories are losing 3 points, Labour are losing 1, the Lib Dems are gaining 4. Compared to 2021, the Tories losing 6 points, Labour are gaining 4, the Lib Dems 3. Just thought that was worth jumping in there, considering that we've spent about the last half hour, I think, a lot of the last hour discussing various swings against the Labour Party.
Tim, can I ask you, do you get a lot of kind of canvas returns and stuff like that? Have you got any insights into some of the bigger swings that we might see later? For example, Worthing, have you got a clue there?
Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know the swings, and to be honest, tonight I've been sort of taking messages and
vibes. Any good vibes you can give us?
You sending your vibe shit.
So okay, I've got to put my neck out. I think Worthing's going to be a very good night for Labour. I think that Bolton in the northwest isn't going to be so good, for instance.
Do you think the London ones they win Barnet and Wandsworth, but not Westminster?
I think Westminster is going to be very, very difficult. I was speaking to someone who's been working in Barnet all week earlier, and they've gone from being we could nick it to I think we've got it.
Mm-hmm.
And in Wandsworth, and this is one of the things about election night. It really is who you speak to. If you speak to one person on the ground, you have to try and work out what they told you before.
Yeah, sure.
Because some people do. So in Wandsworth, I think they've gained 2 seats already. Now, I think that it's more of a possibility than I thought at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So I think that sort of, Barnet and Wandsworth, and I think both those.
In betting terms, about 2 weeks ago, Labour were about 50% chance to win Barnet and 73% chance to win Wandsworth. And then betting terms this time yesterday, Labour were in the region of 70% to win Barnet, and Wandsworth hadn't really changed very much. I think they were about 80%.
80% were they?
80% to win Wandsworth, yeah. They'd gone up from sort of 73 or something, but they'd always been considered for 3 or 4 weeks now to be, pretty likely to win Wandsworth. It was Barnet that really changed during the campaign and went from being a 50-50 chance to, maybe a 70-30 chance. Did that kind of tie in with what people were saying on the ground over the last 3 weeks?
And that's the thing. I think I probably had Barnet above Wandsworth.
That's funny because Paul, who's here tonight with us, he's been saying that he quite liked Barnet, but he didn't think Wandsworth. And actually, the betting market was much more confident about Labour in Wandsworth than in Barnet.
It's really strange. I think part of it is the Conservatives threw absolutely everything at Wandsworth. I'm not saying they didn't fight hard in Barnet, but in Wandsworth, the ground campaign from both sides was absolutely immense. It's brutal. And it really was from sort of 5:30 this morning, still knocking on doors at 5 to 10 tonight. And it was proper election stuff. I was talking to a friend who got to the pub at 10:30, and they were just saying, it's exhilarating, it's great, but I don't think I want to do that again. And it really does change. So yeah, I had it the other way around, but on that, it's like seats like the Peterborough parliamentary by-election a few years back, was it? Yeah, I was, and the bookies I think had was it UKIP down as favourites, or maybe the Tories at one stage, and Labour were at 4-5 to 1, and I was absolutely confident that Labour couldn't lose, and that was all because what people were saying from the ground, not because they were saying, "Oh, here's the canvas returns, look, this is brilliant, Tim," but it's the reaction. So you have 4 types of voters, really. You have your core Labour vote, you have your soft Labour vote, you have your undecided, might vote Labour, and then you have your never vote Labour. And it's how many of those undecideds who might have once voted Tory that you can get over that are important. Your core vote basically stays where it is. Your soft Labour vote, you just have to keep cheering them along and treating them nicely and making sure they get everything, leaflets and stuff and people knocking on doors. But it's the undecideds who had previously voted Tory but are thinking that that's what switches most elections. What doesn't switch elections is people who have never voted before. They just simply don't come out. If someone hasn't voted for 15 years, they're not likely to vote in local elections this year.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and the other thing I think it's going to be interesting is the demographic split, the age split in the vote. I've been told that Labour has struggled with sort of 55 plus age group for a number of years now, and I've been told a lot of that is coming back to us, which is really, really positive news because again, that's a demographic that tend to vote more than any other demographic.
Well, yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the polling nationally this year has tended to say that people are not moving, older people are not moving from Tory to Labour, they're moving from Tory to don't know. And if the turnout is very low in this election overall, well, I think it's a bit inconclusive, isn't it, about whether those people are coming back to Labour?
Well, I just anecdote what people are saying on the ground. They think there has been a shift in the last week. I think the turnout is in some areas abysmal. I think in my own area, in Lambeth, at one polling station, I think 400 people voted all day. But obviously there's postal votes. Two other polling stations involved in the ward that that doesn't take account of. But from what I'm picking up, and also just doing the phone cameras and that, people this last week people have started shifting a little bit from don't know to okay, and I think that's what Labour has to do this election is in tough areas hold our own, and in areas where we're ready in slightly better shape to start making some progress. And it's not going to be a perfect night by any means. And I think there'll be some serious looks at some of the results as to saying, well, what happened there? If you're winning in one area or gaining seats in one area and next door in a similar area, a few miles down the road, you're losing seats, you then have to say, okay, is this an issue with the party image or reputation, or is this an issue of how we're campaigning? Because the red wall, and I don't like the phrase, but the red wall, one of the things that is often overlooked is that a lot of those seats have been Labour for so many years, and activists have been going out to fight marginal seats, and they were slightly neglected. I'm not saying it's a bad thing because you do have to target resources, but I think going forward, and the electorate has changed a lot, and so has elections, mainly because of social media. I think you have to say, well, hang on a second, what we can't do is get back to the stage where we have these majority seats and we transfer all our resources out at election time into other seats. We have to make sure we have campaigns there all year round as well. And in Dudley, for instance, the Labour collapse there was phenomenal. And to actually, if we have won back 3 seats tonight, that's more progress than I would have thought. I thought maybe stand still, but getting closer to taking a seat or two would have been a good result in Dudley.
I'm just seeing a thing. It's been out a while, but I only just noticed it. Chris Curtis put out earlier how Conservative and Labour 2019 voters voted today. 66% of people that voted Tory in the general election in 2019 voted Tory today. 12% of those people voted Labour today, and 9% voted Lib Dem, and 13% switched to other. Of people that voted Labour in 2019, quite a high number, 76% continued to vote Labour today, only 3% switching to the Tories, 5% switching to the Lib Dems, but quite a high number, I thought 16% switching to others, which presumably is mostly the Greens. So yeah, I
think that is interesting. So that does, if that holds, that does show there has been a shift away, switch from for some people who voted Tory to Labour.
Sure.
That more that the figures you just given, don't they show that there are people now shifting from Tory to Labour in higher numbers than there are Labour.
If you look at, so Labour have picked up 12% of the Tory 2019 voters, but they've lost 3% of their 2019 voters to the Tories. So there's a 9% gain for Labour there on the swings between the two parties. But Labour have lost 3% more than the Tories lost to other parties outside of the big three parties. And again, we don't really know, but we'll presume that most of that is the Greens. So effectively, it's a small gain for Labour in terms of the 2019 vote net, but it's not huge. But it's the encouraging thing for Labour is that they hold on to 76% of their vote.
And also people, it can be small, but people are switching back, and that's a really important thing. Because Labour can hold its 2019 vote and still have an 80-seat majority Tory government. So if Labour are on the plus column for people switching their vote from Conservative to Labour, this time it has to be viewed as a positive. I mean, there's a lot more to be done, and I'm not convinced if there's an election in August, Labour would be a majority party. I do believe that if the election or the electoral cycle runs its course and it's May 2024, I think we'll have a Labour Prime Minister in Downing Street. And that's simply my view that what happened in 2019 has to be seen as quite an extraordinary election. And you had the Jeremy Corbyn impact. You also had what I call it Brexit fatigue, others will call it lots of other things. I think the country was sick to death of Brexit. And Johnson's message of we'll get Brexit done was just opium. And people lapped it up. That won't be, it can't be the same message in 2024. And so if seats fell in one election, they can switch back in one term as well. Now, it is a big ask, but if you're rebuilding something, once you've got the foundations, then you can start building upwards. And I think that's what Labour have got now that they didn't have really, maybe even 8 months ago.
I don't mean to decry that immediately, but I'm just seeing that the Lib Dems have taken whole city council from Labour, which, if I remember, because Paul asked me that earlier today, what the situation was there. And basically, up until today, there was 29 Labour councillors and 26 Lib Dems, 1 independent and 1 Tory. So they needed to gain, the Lib Dems needed to gain, what is it?
3?
Three seats would put them level with 3 seats from Labour. Sorry, yeah. If they gain 2 seats from Labour, they would get to 28. They would go. They needed 3. And they've done that.
Yeah.
But of course, Hull has got 3 Labour MPs, hasn't it? So it's from a general election point of view, that's quite a significant result, really.
Yeah, it is disappointing. There's no getting away from losing control of the council like Hull. It is disappointing.
Well, it's very much in the red wall. Well, it's right in the red wall, isn't it? Really.
Is it? I think that when we look at things like Hull, Hull didn't fall, did it really? It didn't at all. But it's this whole thing that it's a disappointing result. However, losing 3 seats, you wouldn't want to be in that position, but it isn't an absolute disaster in terms of elections. And I'd rather Labour gain 3 seats. But, you have to accept that, not everything on election night is going to go your way. And it's going to be a bit like, I think, Bolton as well. Bolton's going to be, as I said, it's going to be pretty bad for Labour. And Bolton is what people, I think, would call red wall.
I mean,
but is it?
I was just jump in. I just wanted to ask, do you think part of it comes down to like party campaigns? You talked previously about kind of, how villages kind of not very far apart are voting, kind of with similar demographics, but are voting differently. Do you think part of that comes down to kind of like choice? So, for example, I know a lot of people who have voted Labour today, not because they like agree with Labour or because they agree with the policies, just because they feel like they're biting kind of their tongue and having to vote for someone Labour's the least worst. So do you think there's a lot of that tonight?
Yes, I do. I think it'd be wrong for me to pretend otherwise, that people will suddenly flock into Labour because they love a CM. I think there is a lot of disenchantment with the government. I think that people really, really do want to send a message on many issues to the Prime Minister. But the issue comes back that they've chosen to do that through Labour. Now, okay, so you go, well, who else is there? Well, we've seen in some areas people have gone Lib Dem or Green. So I do think the positive fact that people are saying, do you know what, we'll give Labour a chance. And once people have voted Labour, or come back to Labour, or voted Labour for the first time, then it's the Labour Party's job in campaigning and the way we engage with the electorate to make sure they don't drift away again. And so I think that there is a lot of that. Now, if you look in some areas where that is happening. So some of the recent by-elections that Tapley and Spen that Labour held most recently. So there, a lot of people were predicting Labour would lose that, and I think there are lots of reasons to think they might, with Galloway on the scene, the history of Red Wall, etc., etc. But people actually there, and not only Labour win the by-election, that there were signs that people were actually starting to look at Labour again, and that's the position we're in. So once we've got to the stage that people are saying, do you know what, I quite like what I'm hearing. I don't like the government, and then Labour's where they go. So it's like a high street. You've got a butcher that you've used for years, and all of a sudden you just really don't like their meat, and there's 2 or 3 others to choose from. You walk along, look in the window, you're going to look at the butcher that attracts you most. And I think that's where we are with Labour at the moment. People are actually now inside the shop and having a look round, whereas before what they were doing was standing outside wondering whether it was safe to go in. And I think a lot of the credit for that has to go to Keir Starmer. He's never ever going to be the greatest showman on earth. He's never ever going to compete with Johnson in comedy stakes or smart one-liners. But maybe that's what people want now. Maybe what people want is they've looked at him. Well, actually, you know what? He feels safe, and I like what he's saying, and it just goes on and on from there.
I agree with that. I think that's the key thing. I think it's not just here. You look across Europe, in other countries. Where is right-wing populism? How is right-wing populism being opposed? Generally by centrists, technocrats. Italy, France, and that's Labour's. What Starmer's doing is just detoxifying, trying to get a hearing. And I think you're right. That your analogy of the butchers is absolutely spot on. Where Labour in a different position to where they were in 2019 is people are now considering them, right? And that's a victory. And then the way that the cycle would work is if they can get away with committing to as little as possible and just being detoxified for another year, and in the last year of the Parliament, you start laying out 5 or 6 policies that are popular and will cut through. And because you've got a hearing, you've earned that hearing, that's when you start to make bigger headway.
I think that's absolutely spot on. And away from Starmer as well, I think we're starting to see more of Rachel Reeves, Wes Streeton, Bridget Phillipson, because if you go back, and I don't keep going back to 97, 95 and 97, but sometimes it is necessary to look. If you go back then, yes, Blair was a front person and everyone knew him. But in the last year or 6 months before the election in 97, a lot of senior Labour front benchers or shadow cabinet members, they weren't people that had posted them, they were all of them, but they knew who they were. And I think that's the real thing that Labour will have to move to next, is to getting people familiar with people other than Starmer. And that I think it's doable, because I do think we've got a pretty good front bench team at the moment. But yeah, it is getting that audience, and you can't demand that. People have to give it to you. But on the policy thing, I think you're right. We can't just leave it to the manifesto period. It has, we have to have some big chunky promises, and it's kind of things we would do in detail. You're right, maybe 6 a year ahead of the election, so that people can get used to them.
Just want to jump in here. First of all, to thank you so much for your insights, and also for sticking around for so long. I really appreciate it. A couple of questions from commenters before I get to mine. Firstly, Algo Fodder asks, the effect of the mass exit of Labour members on campaigns in terms of volunteer numbers, morale. I'm just giving you the question as it's been put. Yeah. So answer that one, please. There's no doubt that some people who joined under Jeremy Corbyn have left, and some of the reports numbers are significant. I don't think that has actually been reflected in the numbers we've had out, because I think Jeremy Corbyn's Labour had a campaign model, which was you go out, you have rallies, and you just go everywhere. Whereas an election-winning party actually targets its activists and resources to where they can make most of a difference. And I think what we're seeing now is Labour returning, and I'm a bit partial on it, returning to being an election-winning party. That's what we were set up to do, rather than being just a mass campaign movement where winning wasn't that important. Okay, the other question to ask, this is from Andy Cairns. How many seats do you think Labour will gain tonight? I'm presuming this. We'll say this is for England. We've asked it really for England. So, how many seats do you see you guys gaining?
I think 275 will be decent. I think anything lower than 150 will be a disappointment.
Is that England or UK?
In England.
Yeah,
so in Scotland, I honestly don't know enough about Scotland. I'm told by people that we're likely to be second place in share of the votes, but how that translates to seats, I don't know. I'm quite English centric, sorry. And Wales is Wales as well.
Yeah, the forecast I read for Scotland was plus 87.
I've also seen a forecast, I believe.
If it is plus 87, and not, as I say, my knowledge of Scotland isn't huge, I think that's a staggering turnaround.
I was going to ask actually what you made of Anasawa, because it seems like he's going to be quite a key part of any. If Keir Starmer is to be Prime Minister in the future, Anasawa will have performed well, one has to presume, based on the polling, based on the likely path to victory. Have you heard much about views on him from anybody you know in Scotland? How do they think he's doing? Or what do they make of it there?
I think people think he's competent, engaging, hardworking, and he gets the problems that Labour face in Scotland. He does understand them, and he's not someone who's just, who's more of the same and we can take this back. I mean, when we talked earlier about how nationalism and the populist right across Europe are being challenged, I think so it fits into that category of a methodical politician who understands the processes and politics, and it's a rare politician that can bring those two things together. So I think that he is probably more thoughtful than people give him credit for. And people who I know who know him has said he is a genuinely good politician.
Just
what that means.
Go on. Sorry, finish.
No, sorry. No, what that means for the future for him, I don't know.
Okay. Just looking with a couple of other questions now, because I want to talk about Keir Starmer just a bit, and namely something that I've seen people point out about him, which is that whilst he, and I'm talking again from the views of his backers, whilst from his backers would say that he is a very sensible, very believable politician who has steered the ship somewhat. I saw somebody say something really interesting, and I think it's a view I've also had at points, which is that for somebody who has a lot of knowledge of certain subjects, he struggles a bit as a media performer, and that he doesn't come across well, and that sometimes he suffers from a lawyer's curse, especially when it's time to explain sort of controversies that get thrown at him, like and again, I'm not endorsing this, but Beergate. I wonder what your thoughts were on that. Do you think he could sometimes do with being a bit more robust, going further to steal a line he often
I think that they're very fair points. I mean, to be honest, I didn't vote for him as a leader. I think he's very good.
Vote for self asking.
my first choice in the leadership contest was Lisa Nandy.
Me too.
I know quite a few people went that way.
Completely.
But and Keir Starmer was second. But what I think about Starmer, I think the lawyer thing is very, very interesting. But I think that gives him a real cut and advantage in the House of Commons at the dispatch box. And I think he obviously is able to think on his feet, and he doesn't have to purely rely on a script. And that's very much a Blair thing as well, who is also a lawyer. And the difference is Blair was just, well, put him in front of the camera and you didn't have to do much. I think Starmer has to work harder. When I saw some stuff yesterday, he was with some pensioners, I think it was in Yorkshire, and they were singing while he was making eyes at me. And the photographs from that showed him sort of a huge grin, and the people around him, and it wasn't staged, really, really pleased, excited, and comfortable. And I think when he does stuff like that, he's very good. And when he does interviews around people, he's very good. I think when it's on one-to-one, occasionally, and my problem is I would say that he comes across a little bit too earnest.
Mm.
And for me, he's constantly, feels like he's trying to prove he's not him. That makes sense. And I just think once he's relaxed, he's very good. And on Beergate, I think he's pretty angry. And I think you're right to be angry. I'm not saying it's a non-story. The media are always going to report it. It started in December. I think it's 5 or 6 attempts. It's running. I don't think it's the same as the Downing Street stuff, but I do think that if he was saying what he said yesterday, a week ago, we wouldn't be here.
Okay, yeah, interesting. Very interesting thoughts on that. One other thing that does come to mind, which I do want to ask when it comes to Starmer, is I've heard some people come up with the take, and I also wonder about this too. I spend a lot of time thinking about this. Would he be capable, or actually, no, that's not the right question to ask. Just how much do you think his chances of being the next Prime Minister would decrease if, hypothetically, at the next election, he was to face somebody who wasn't Boris Johnson?
Right. So, do you know what? This is the debate I've had with myself and with loads of friends. It's really strange. Just purely in political and tribal terms, I want him to face Johnson. For the sake of the country and where Johnson's dragging us, I want Johnson gone tomorrow. I know that Johnson isn't going to go tomorrow, so I would. My preference would be Starmer facing Johnson. Who would he struggle against? It's an interesting one. I think that he will be able to at least hold his own against most. I think Liz Truss, I shouldn't say this, I've got a bet on her at 50 to 1 bid to be the next Tory leader. I think she's now a little bit underpriced, but I think Liz Truss would present a very, very different proposition. It doesn't mean he wouldn't be able to deal with her. It's just a very, very different skill set dealing with that type of character. And I think that's where his lawyerly skills might come in, is the fact, you're used to dealing with so many different barristers against you, or cross-examining different types of witnesses, etc. I think he will be able to switch. But I think that any Tory leader other than Johnson makes it slightly more difficult.
Okay. I mean, thank you so very much for your time. Really do appreciate it.
Very interesting. Very interesting insights.
No, thank you for having me on.
Do our credit get? Oh my gosh, Neil's he's been proven right. I think he heard that, but he's still on mute. And I hope nobody else heard that. Right, do our centre free. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce where they live again. That will just be lost to the stream. I think they heard it, judging by the looks on their faces, have anything to ask Tim?
Try again.
Yeah.
Can you
Have
say
a
it
go.
again? That's our question. Can you?
Sorry?
Credigan? No, remotely close.
I like the attempt, to be fair.
Ceredigion.
Cardigan? Yeah.
Ceredigion, right.
I'm looking forward to a by-election there when we'll have to say it about 100 times.
Wait till you get to all the tiny villages. Like you'll be dead.
There's so many stories about by-elections where people get sent from all over different parts of the country to work on them, and you always end up with a village or a town, and you're just standing there saying, "How on earth do I say that?" And you always get it wrong.
That was Brecon or whatever ran this year. When everybody got split to Istran. Was it Istran? I can't remember what it's called now. There was this village that they sent everyone to. And like no one could say the name of the village. Oh yeah, that village. No one could say the name of it. Everyone got lost.
Being on a campaign bus with John Prescott going all the way through the northeast, and you know, every now and again I'd say, "Oh, we're going here tomorrow." You know, where? And I'd say it, and for 5 minutes just sit there roaring at me, and he said,
"But like it's awful because half the time we don't even say that. We like shorten it because we can't even say it." Like I think it's like Clanfair, but it's
Clanfair PG is what they usually
it's like Clanfair, and it's like about 100 syllables, and we just say Clanfair PG, like it's nothing. And everyone else who comes, like to come in political campaign, they like say the full word, and no one can say it, but we can't say it either. Yeah,
it's really a name that just describes everything in the village, and it's just like, okay, it is. Yeah, they kind of made it as almost a tourist style. You know, we'll get people along because we have this long name, and of course, everyone who goes, I think, oh my god, this is really, you know, this is genuinely like they just had this name from day one. They didn't.
But my question is, I guess that I wanted to ask more about. Okay, we talked about Scotland. And obviously, like, you didn't know that much, but, like, also, do you think it's interesting that, like, the Scottish Party have taken, like, a very different approach? So, for example, like, they've run a very different campaign. They've got, like, their own branding. It's the same with Wales, with, like, a very distinct entity compared to, like, Westminster. So, I guess, do you think that that's the way forward for Labour? Do you think it needs to run, like, more regional campaigns? Or do you think it needs to, like,
I think there always has to be. So Wales and Scotland are two distinct things. I think it's right to have a Welsh Labour Party and a Scottish Labour Party and let them do as much as they can themselves. In England, I think you have to have an overarching UK-wide campaign, but I think that regionalism and localism is going to come more and more into it, especially with elected mayors. Now, I'm not a fan of full English devolution, but I do see that, you know, people like Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester, Tracy Braden is in Sheffield, Marvin Rees in Bristol, if they vote to continue to have them there in Bristol tonight. I think they're important models. The party has to be more relaxed, as long as it doesn't contradict what the National Party is saying. So, you know, you could have an add-on bit for the Southwest that wouldn't necessarily work in the Southwest. It wouldn't work in the Northwest and stuff like that. I think that there has to be a recognition that the way people live and do politics has changed, and the mayoral system has been a huge part of that. So yeah, I have no problems with, you know, the Northwest having its own Northwest Labour brand, as long as what they don't do is start attacking the national policies and we end up with nine Labour parties trying to get elected under one banner.
I guess then what happens, for example, like if we obviously the UK schedule not for full English devolution, but then say for example like even under mayoral systems, there's like different powers and stuff. So I guess it's similar to councils now, but to a new scale, right? Because like for example here during COVID, we had completely different rules compared to England, and that got really kind of conflated. So like for example, like in those situations, would you say there needs to be like a national, like everyone should use the same, or do you think it should be like a local level? Because then surely that undermines the point of evolution, if that makes sense.
So I think on the COVID restrictions and that, I'm not going to argue what Mark did in Wales or even what Nicola Sturgeon did in Scotland, as opposed to what's happened in England. I think that there are some issues. Or the four nations, including Northern Ireland, will have a different take on things for their own circumstances. But I do that there are some things I think must remain UK-wide. Otherwise, I just think the Westminster Parliament starts, and some people say it would be a good thing, starts falling down, and it serves no purpose other than a supreme legislator, just rubber stamping stuff in the regions and the nations. So I think that it can work. That, so you say Greater Manchester might decide they decide to change the way their bus system works. I think it is later in the year, and that really should be a local decision. I don't think Westminster should impose on how local areas decide to run their local transport infrastructure within limits. I don't think a region could suddenly decide, oh well, we're not going to have any trains. But to be sensible, I think that you have to have some decision making on a local basis that's understood by people that really understand the local area. And I think sometimes politicians within regions, that doesn't mean the MPs in those regions don't have a role, so they should get involved. But I think that regions should probably have slightly more autonomy on stuff that they're allowed to do.
I guess
without actually being devolved.
Sorry. I guess I think the question I'm trying to ask, especially in the context of councils though, is like that how do I phrase this? Sorry. Like it's how I guess, so for example, like Labour Party at councils, and like, do you think that the success is, or say for example, like the Labour Party gained, say like 300 seats nationally, right? And then obviously National Labour Party, like Westminster Party, will go, it's because of us. And then if it was like 100 seats in Scotland, the Scottish Labour Party will be like, it was because of us. And then this keeps happening on, whoever takes credit for it, whatever. But I think my question is more like that. Do you think that the failures at the National Party can be like masked by the regions? So say, for example, like Scotland and Wales, for example, we're like seeing, or polling suggests that the Labour Party, they'll gain councillors. But then other parts of the UK, polling suggests that they'll go down in the number of councillors. So I guess, how do you like determine success? That's very philosophical, I know. But like, do you know what I mean? If you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I do. I think it's the short answer is different parts of the UK are in different places in relation to the Labour Party. And I think part of that is because of devolution. So you've got Mark in Wales was never really tainted by the Corbyn brand, that can be that blunt, and I think Scotland was never really tainted by that as much as Westminster Parliament was. So I think that's a possible reason. I also think that England is behind the curve on Labour being repaired than Wales, and it will catch up, but we're not quite where Wales is, and I don't think that's the fault of the National Party at the moment. I think it is just a very and the very, very real damage that was done, under last season. I'm not going to sit here and say everything Corbyn did was awful. I mean, I think some of his policy ideas still worth exploring. I think that the way he wanted to bring more people into politics is to be applauded. I just don't think everything else he brought with him would have helped do any of that at all, because people couldn't see past that, whether it's foreign policy, whether all the other stuff that came in. And I think that and that's what we're recovering. That's what we are recovering from. And of course, the total and utter mess we always get ourselves up until now with Boris Johnson. We did it in London when he was mayor, and we started doing it when he became prime minister. And that is that rather than just face him down with facts, and like Starmer is doing, just plod away, nothing sexy, you just have to keep going with facts and facts and facts and dragging him back to what he said. What people tend to do is get dragged in by, and it is Johnson's strategy, he will talk about a million things at once, of which one might be true. And before you know it, you can't remember which one is true or isn't, because you've been dragged onto his territory and he's just throwing you around the pitch. But I think finally people have woken up. You beat Johnson with persistence and facts, rather than attempting to out-clown him. And no one can out-Johnson. Hello?
So,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just actually, I'm going to take it in a rather different direction, purely because everybody who's been on the stream has had their say on this. But God willing, some might say, particularly if you are a Labour supporter, there will be a point where Boris Johnson is no longer leader of the Tory party and Prime Minister. And I wanted to know who you thought the biggest contenders were to replace him.
Right. So I think Liz Truss cannot be ruled out. Undoubtedly, she's been working the party, the Conservative Party membership. Every job she's been given, she's done without complaints. By and large, she's kept out of all the rows. And also, there's this element that she's one of those people who was originally opposed to Brexit, and then actually totally brought into the let's just get Brexit done. And I think in the Tory party, that will win her votes. I don't think Sunak's at the races, and I don't think that's just because of what's happened recently. I just don't think he's the type of politician that could ever be Prime Minister. I think he's Chancellor. And Jeremy Hunt will fancy his chances. People talk about Ben Wallace, and I think that's an interesting one. A few months ago, no one had ever heard of him. And I think, again, Ben Wallace is one of those people you look at and think, do you know what, he's quite safe. And there's nothing really objectionable about him at the moment, is there? I'm sure there might be something in the future. So I think Ben Wallace might be a contender. And that, as a complete outsider, Penny Mordaunt, I think will probably stand a chance. But the difficulty is the Tory party leadership electoral system, because as you know, the MPs choose two candidates. So let's say that Johnson obviously won't be a candidate. So there's two. So you're going to have the 2019 take, who I don't think are united behind one candidate. You're going to have the longest serving Tories who just really, really, really want stability and competence. And whatever anyone says, you're going to have the pure Johnsonites remaining. and they're going to be quite significant numbers. You think back to Major when Thatcher went, and he stayed and stayed and stayed by her side until the end, and then it was, sort of, if you like, the real Thatcherites that went for him and made his life very difficult. So I think final two, if I had to take a bet, I'd probably say it would be Liz Truss and probably Jeremy Hunt. And I think Liz Truss would win with membership. But having said that, where we are at the moment, tomorrow, Liz Truss might be found, photographs of her or pictures on the news of her sort of at a karaoke party in the height of lockdown. So, we don't know. But that's interesting because she is one of the few front benchers in all this that have never been any claims made against her. And you would have thought that given the bits of wranglings going on in the Tory party at the moment, and that, a lot of the stuff about partygate didn't come from Labour, it came from the Tory party, I'm convinced of that. And the fact that she has sort of skated through pretty much unscathed, I think speaks volumes. Saying, Johnson's people obviously wanted to mark Sunak's card, but no one bothered with her. So either they don't think she's a threat, or there's nothing there, and she's a clean candidate. But that might be the 50-1 speaking.
Fascinating. Anybody else for any questions? Well, I am sure, given that you managed to find, actually, it was interesting because you managed to find a dial link solution, for which I really thank you, because you've given us such great insight. But I think we probably best let you go.
Okay.
Because I presume you've got things to be doing if you've dialed it in on your actual phone. And for that, I really do thank you. Huge thanks to Tim for joining us. And
yeah, thanks.
Yes.
Thank you for having me on. And if you need me again in the future, you've got my number.
Absolutely. We'll definitely have you on.
Everyone has your number now.
Oh, God. Yes. Fantastic OPSEC failure, by the way. I am free, by the way, for any intelligence duties relating to the current conflict. Just saying. Anyhow, thank you very much for that. It is now 3 a.m. and I would like to thank individually each and every one of the 26 people we've got watching us, which I'm genuinely over the moon with that. I'm so grateful to everybody who's still watching us.
I'm famous. Amazing.
Yeah. Is it? Do you think it's more or less people than were watching Piers Morgan on his most recent show?
Well, it's definitely more people than were watching Tom Newton Dunn. I know that.
I mean, that's not much of a boast, is it, to be honest with you?
There was actually, and this is really going to be the moment that gets me cancelled, but somebody, I didn't go looking for this, by the way, somebody sent me, they sent me I wish I could use the bleep in real time, but they sent me a bloody Guido Fawkes. It was like the Media Guido article.
Friends don't send friends Guido Fawkes.
And to be fair, not everybody I speak to is a friend. Just kidding. Where am I? And basically, it was about how there are far too many political programs for what is just not really a sustainable linear or even linear and online audience. And I genuinely am of the belief that there are way too many fish in the same pond regarding that. Again, actually, making me feel a bit more so about how we're doing, frankly, especially given that we've got made it to the wee hours. Just going to go and look for any of the big results, because there have been
Cumberland is a big result, isn't it? Labour have taken that from their overall control.
Guys, listen, I am going to bail out. I need some sleep.
What's going on?
Thank you so much, Paul.
No worries. I'll be back in due course, but I need a few hours sleep.
Okay.
So I shall jump back on when ready. All right.
Big thanks to Paul, because it's you're 2 hours ahead of us, aren't you? It's 5.
And I did trade gold. I was trading gold for 10 straight hours immediately before this. So it's been a busy day, and tomorrow will be.
Indeed, yes. We'll see Paul tomorrow. Thank you.
I will jump on when I'm up. Yeah. Jump back on. Take care. Have a good night, guys. Enjoy.
I texted. Do you want to say about me texting you, Will?
Yes, you did.
You don't have to say if you'd rather not say that.
He was very nice. I might rather not say.
Okay. No, I asked him what Tim's Twitter handle was because I didn't know his surname, and he told me it, and I looked, and he'd blocked me. So, so I couldn't look at his account.
But that happens a lot, though. The number of people where I search them on Twitter,
yeah,
and
that
realize,
happens.
Wait.
Or it will be like where they talk to him for centre, and they'll have me blocked. So I'll go and look at them, and I'm blocked, and then look at him. I'm like,
and I'm just like, why? What?
The percentage of Labour staffers that have me blocked is quite high, I should imagine.
Now I just say for the Lib Dems, they all have me blocked, so we're like in reverse.
I am blocked.
I don't know. I just present them with facts that they don't like.
I wrote a haiku about Lord Reynard being his allegations, and then he blocked me. That's my claim to fame.
The Lib Dems.
My beautiful haiku that I spent an hour writing. I didn't.
That's weirdly. I'll turn this into a point on actually the results tonight, right? So I
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Thing. Because honestly, I think that there's always that phrase, like great power comes great responsibility and all of that stuff, right? And I think this is the really interesting thing about tonight with the Lib Dems, especially if they gain quite a lot of seats, which is the Lib Dems have done well by staying effectively in the dark, right? The media doesn't really want to cover stories about the Lib Dems as much because of the fact is they're not seen as a large legitimate political force other than at by-elections. And that means that effectively they have this sort of weird position in which they are a smaller party, which disadvantages them electorally, but on the other hand means that they don't actually get the scrutiny at the same time, which means that they've kind of been able to build up this positive image. And what we saw in 2010 was when they actually got into power, suddenly you had Lord Reynard and then scandal after scandal, and suddenly you ended up with a party that I don't actually think it was just stuff like tuition fees. I think it started to really bring the party's image down, and it's something that hasn't really recovered. So I think that's what's interesting about tonight is if we are seeing this sort of more overall Lib Dem resurgence, not just one in sort of 1 or 2 by-election seats, is actually that fact that it's almost a be careful what you wish for. Because on the one hand, they're going, yes, we've won more seats, but at the same time, it means more scrutiny for a party that hasn't had to deal with that since about 2010. And so I think that's my big sort of takeaway from tonight is what, I think there will be celebrations, but I also think it might be a bit of a sort of more anxiety for them at the same time.
I think you made some excellent points there. I would say that even in 2010, I think they had a great deal of scrutiny. I mean, my memory of 2010 and the Lib Dems is nobody really knew anything about this Nick fella. And then they had a debate and suddenly he was like the man on everybody's lips. And basically that was based on 2 hours of television where he probably got to speak for about 20 minutes. And we got lumbered with, the coalition for, however many years on the back of that. I mean, the interesting thing about the Lib Dems, I think, the interesting story about the Lib Dems in my lifetime is this whole kind of Orange Book thing and the move rightwards by the Lib Dems. I mean, under Charles Kennedy and to a lesser extent under Paddy Ashton, the Lib Dems were considered to be a sort of soft left, centre-left party. And under Nick Clegg, they were definitely a centre-right party. And they moved considerably. And largely they moved thanks to a group of politicians that wrote the Orange Book, and I'm sure you know all this stuff. And this was all funded by the fella that funds GB News, the guy whose son was in Mumford and Sons until Mumford and Sons bizarrely split as a band due to their positions on Brexit, which is the most. I mean, I just think that's one of the funny. That's one of the funniest political stories of our generation, of this, last 10 years or so.
I'm not gonna lie.
Mumford and Sons split on Brexit.
My favourite one is that Norman Lamb founded Chief Strider, didn't he?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
I would just say Norman Lamb is a great politician, and nowadays just spends his time going on walks and stuff.
He gave his son, he was friends with Hitchley Strider, the loan that let him start his first album. So technically Norman Lamb started Hitchley Strider's career.
I didn't know that. That's amazing. I'm going to look that up now.
There's a lot
of... I do think, this very Brexity guy whose name escapes me, I'm sure I could quickly Google it, who has funded GB News, was effectively the guy back in 2004, 5, 6, who decided that there was a danger that the Lib Dems were going to merge with the Labour Party, which was what Tony Blair wanted, essentially. He was in talks with Paddy Ashdown about merging the two parties. Charles Kennedy was very good friends with Alistair Campbell. And there was a lot of talk at that time about merging the two parties together. And there were people within the Lib Dems who obviously didn't want that. Now, I don't know what the motive was, but, the GB News guy at that time gave six-figure sums to the Lib Dems, and they came up with this idea of the Orange Book, moved the party to the right, and then the next thing, they're suddenly in coalition with the Tories. Now, if they'd have merged with the Labour Party at the time of New Labour, it's potentially, that could have been the end of the Tories forever. I mean, I don't know, you can remember, but you're too young, you guys, but if you read, I'm sure you read up about it, but at the time of New Labour, the Tories had a succession of dud leaders, and there was a lot of talk that the Tory party was gone. It was finished. It would never be in government again. And, possibly if the Lib Dems had carried on that trajectory of being a centre-left party, that was possible. But because they moved to the centre-right, the coalition was born, and then obviously, effectively that was the rebirth of the Tories. And it's interesting that the money behind that whole project was from someone who's now funding GB News, who's one of the biggest Brexit supporters in the country, and the people that wrote the Orange Book, not only Nick Clegg, but one Ed Davey, Esquire.
Well,
so I mean, the idea that the Lib Dems are sort of a progressive or a left-wing party, I think you're exactly right. I don't think they have been interrogated properly as to what kind of party they are or where they see themselves on the spectrum. And I do think they get away with pretending to be, pro HS2 in one area of the country and in favour of building houses in another, and then in another place it's not in my backyard. Because, they can just go from by-election to by-election, just telling people whatever they want to hear and picking up a lot of protest votes.
I think that's a really interesting point for this election as well, which is why different areas and parties are promised different things, right? So we've had a lot of that here, for example. And it's even to the extent where county council candidates have said things that local don't want to do, right? So it's that kind of, again, I'll be really interested to see how that plays out at the end of the night as well.
I tell you what, actually, you made me think of a completely different thing. It's possibly a slight tangent, but it's similar. A lot of people in London were talking about how LTNs, the low traffic neighbourhoods, were going to be a huge factor in this election, because they're very much a thing that gets people people often joke, don't they, about bins in local elections and how bin collections is the most important thing. Well, in London, if you sort of hang around Facebook or anything like that, people are just forever moaning about these low traffic neighbourhoods. But it turns out actually they're really popular. It's just that the people that like them are not the sort of people that go on social media and moan about stuff. Generally younger people like them. people that get out and cycle and stuff like them. People that own cars in London are generally older and richer as well. There's a definite left-right split on the LTNs to an extent. And anti-LTN people and pro-car people tend to sort of talk a lot about how, poor people need their cars to go to work. But of course, only 40% of people in London drive a car, and they're generally not the poorer people. But I heard all kinds of people saying, a lot of these inner London Labour councils are going to, they're going to really find out on election day how unpopular these LTNs are. I don't think it's going to make any difference whatsoever. It won't sway a single council in London, and it's going to turn out to be a lot of hot air.
I do think that happens a lot, to be honest. I think that there's lots of I think there's political bubbles in every area. I think we talk about this a lot. But it's like often politicians are like, this is what the big thing's going to be about. That is actually what people care about. Or
social media really impacts it as well. So I think there's always that thing, right? If you put something on social media, and because we're talking about this today, but if you put something on social media and it gets tons of likes, your immediate thought is, that probably, that must be popular. People are engaging. Reality is, you can have a really easy policy that people agree with, and they, for instance, with that, they won't engage with it, and that's at almost every level, whether it's social media, whether it's
I think that's a really good point,
and that's because it's agreeable, right? No one's there going, that's an awful idea.
LTNs works really well with social media because it's quite divisive and Marmite, whereas giving money to, I don't know, food banks or whatever, nobody really disagrees with that,
But I think that's really where it sort of plays out, and I think it's kind of strange in some ways because it affects how election campaigns are kind of run, and so that's the thing. I think it's interesting, but I think this time, because you've got such an overlap of sort of local issues, got national issues, it's difficult to find out where that distinction is. But I think if there's a load of noise around something, it generally actually isn't where that distinction is. It's not
I agree.
That thing that is, particularly sort of a vote decider. It's just something people are quite loud about. And I think it's difficult to separate the noise. But I think if we, looking at elections and what's going on, I think that's kind of the main thing.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think Tim was defending his position valiantly, but I don't see how he can possibly say with a straight face that the number of people campaigning for Labour in this election was unchanged from how it used to be under Jeremy Corbyn. That's utterly ridiculous. I mean, he can think whatever he likes about Jeremy Corbyn, but clearly there were less people out on the streets. Every selfie that you see all over London is, it's a close-up shot of 3 or 4 people, or it's a bigger shot with, often with 2 or 3 MPs in the same picture and only kind of 9 people there or something like that. I've done plenty of campaigning in London, and I've been to sessions where MPs have turned up and it causes 300 people to turn up. None of that. I mean, I know these are local elections. They're not general. It's not a general election. But, the most marginal ward in Ealing, 2 guys came round the other day. I live in the most marginal ward in the borough. 2 guys came round to knock on the door. They were 2 of the 3 candidates. They didn't even get all 3 candidates to come and knock on the door the weekend before the election. There's clearly not as many people knocking on doors. Now, whether that will have an effect or not, I mean, obviously, ground campaign can make a difference. People tend to say that it's a greater thing, I think, in general elections. And, I think the figure that people tend to bandy about is that it can make a 5% difference to your campaign if you have a good ground campaign. But I do think, going back to the Lib Dems, that they do very well in these by-elections because they can flood one, I'm sure they'll do it in Tiverton and Hoddesdon, flood one place with a whole bunch of activists and throw the money there. But then if they go to fight a general election where they're trying to fight, I don't know, maybe 15 marginals or 20 marginals, They just don't really have the resources for it. I think they have 100,000 members at the moment. There's probably only about 12 to 15,000 who are in any way active.
But I think this is a really interesting point for these local elections, right? So this is something I wanted to bring up. But in terms of, for example, who goes and canvasses, right? So, we said, Labour didn't have as many people out. I'd argue that I don't think any party does this election.
Well, no, that's definitely true. I think you're definitely right there. But Tim was specifically trying to say that the number of people out for Labour had barely changed since Corbyn, because they just got the old traditional members to come out. Well, I'm noticing what's happening in London Labour quite a lot, generally across London. And first of all, in Labour generally, 8% of members only participate in any other way other than just paying their membership fee. So 92% of members simply pay their membership fee and don't do anything else. In a lot of safe constituencies on an election day, in a general election, you're just going to get sort of 40 people coming out. Most CLPs, constituency Labour parties, for a monthly meeting, will get between 60 and 80 people turning up. So they're very unlikely to get a 3-figure number of people to turn up and knock on doors on election day in a safe-ish constituency. If it's a marginal and people have travelled to go there from other areas and whatever, it's completely different. But it's just not the case that there are so many people out. The people that were coming out under Jeremy Corbyn, and you could very easily argue it doesn't make much difference, and it's not going to cost Labour very much. But you definitely can't make the argument that the number of people coming out hasn't changed. There were way more, and it was because of the younger people who are coming out, and those people are just not engaged at all now. They're not interested. It may make no difference at all in the future, and it could easily.
I think there's often the joke about Michael Foot having massive rallies and really getting, and despite that, it's still going. So it's a difficult one in terms of sort of getting people engaged versus. So because I think that's in some ways.
Well, the rally thing is quite interesting, because Corbyn used to get criticised a lot for the rallies. People often said, I remember in the 2017 election, the first 2 weeks of the campaign, people said, why is he having rallies in safe seats? We don't need to get people to do stuff in safe seats. But it was actually really important, because he wanted to be seen on television to be popular. Lots of people weren't taking Jeremy Corbyn at all seriously at the start of the 2017 campaign, because they'd been told by the media for at least a year that he was an idiot, he wasn't fit to be the party leader, he didn't have any good ideas. Once you start seeing on TV night after night, there are rallies of people and there are hundreds of people cheering him, you're much more likely to say, well, what's going on here? Like, what's he saying? And he got a hearing because of the rallies. And the rallies were a good way of getting the campaigners enthused so that they would go out and spread the message. And it turned out somebody did the work on it. And if you looked at the constituencies where they'd held rallies, the growth in the vote in the 2017 election was higher than in constituencies where they hadn't held rallies. And there was a noticeable pattern there. So I think the rallies work. Actually, to be honest, I didn't really agree with anything Tim said. He said that under Corbyn, they were just running around doing stuff in all kinds of constituencies randomly. Well, that's just clearly not true. Momentum built an app, Find My Nearest Marginal, and sent thousands of people to the marginals. In London, they were targeting very specifically which marginals they went to, and the app was updated throughout the campaign. So if they thought, well, this one doesn't look like it's really winnable, they would take it off the app, and they would send double the number of people to the ones that they thought were really winnable. They were really targeting. In fact, where I live in Ealing, it was the Labour right that were not really targeting. They were on strike during the 2017 election, and they were, just making a lot of spurious claims, like saying, Ealing Central and Acton was very much a marginal. It was the second most marginal seat in the country in 2017 going into the election. Whereas Ealing North was a very safe seat and Ealing South was one of the safest seats in the country. The Labour right in Ealing was saying to people, don't go to Ealing Central and Acton, we can't possibly win there. We'll have to go to Ealing Southall to try and hold it. Well, this was a seat with a 30,000 majority in central London. I mean, it's not a seat you need to be spending time on. So the idea that the right are some kind of experts as to which seats to, I just thought that was nonsense, actually. I understand that people are factional. I just don't really understand why they just have to not tell the truth. I mean, some of this stuff is just facts and stats. It's not really I know there's spin and putting an interpretation on things, but just saying things that are not true, I don't like that. And I don't mean to be mean to Tim. It was nice for him to come on and everything, but he did block me on Twitter, so I don't know. I couldn't just sit there and I didn't want to say anything. I don't want to be rude while he's here. I hope you don't think I'm just being rude to him now he's not here. I was going to say it at the time, but I thought, oh, God, it's the middle of the night. He's come on. Do I want to just have a go at him? But he was just saying things that were just patently not true. Well, I don't know. Am I being biased here? I don't think I am.
Because I feel in some ways this almost comes down to the bigger problem that Labour, under a non-first past the post system, would probably be two parties, and in some ways, very 100%. Much that and in some ways,
my arguments with him in the things that I've just said in the last 5 minutes were not ideological; they're just purely factual. Like if he says there were just as many people out today as there were under Corbyn, that's just not true. Like, there's no way that is true. I mean, it just isn't. I mean, Corbyn himself was in Islington. He posted a selfie. There was like 12 people with him. I mean, can you imagine that 4 years ago, 2 years ago? If he'd have said, right, I'm going campaigning in Islington today, who wants to come with me? There'd be more than 12 people on election day, wouldn't there?
Indeed.
Sorry, I've been banging on anyone.
So we've all done it tonight. We've been talking about Wales, so I mean,
it's 3:25 a.m. and we've got fucking 30 people. That's ridiculous. Anyway, so
I have a question for all of you still watching.
Okay.
Why?
I won't say who it is, but one of the people that's watching just DM'd me on Twitter and said, "Go on, son, stick it right up, Tim." Sorry.
I love how we're getting more and more into the posting as we go like deeper into the.
But why are you still watching? Give us compliments. That would be nice.
there was one guy on there, and I can't say that I didn't relate. But someone who posted on the comment section a while ago, and they were basically like, "Oh yeah, I am a Lib Dem. Oh, I was a Lib Dem, but I'm a Brexiteer. Don't really know how that works." Something like that, and I was just like.
Dude, if you're here, you're not alone. You're going to win Lib Dem Brexit.
There's loads of us.
There's a few of us.
I was just sitting there, I was like, okay. I was like, yeah, just,
If you really
I was questioning. I was like, have I brought you here? Like, did you? Why?
Do you remember? Well, of course, obviously, the Lib Dems came about as a partnership between the Liberal Party and the Social Democrat Party, who were, the SDP. The breakaway party from Labour. The SDP was a Eurosceptic party to an extent. I mean, what's his name? Who used to be the shadow foreign secretary, David Owen.
Oh yeah,
he was a famous Eurosceptic, and he was the leader of the SDP. So, the SDP had a tradition of. Do you remember? There was a UKIP MEP called Patrick O'Flynn.
Yes.
And he didn't fit in with one iteration of UKIP that came on, and he wanted to carry on being an MEP. So he started calling himself the SDP. And I think he was the only person who had any kind of electoral position as part of the SDP. So, but he was a Eurosceptic social democrat, apparently.
I mean, so the first thing to say is that the SDP of David Owen and the SDP
It's a bit different.
Are worlds apart, and I would
no, you're right.
No real ties to the new SDP.
I understand what you're saying.
The old SDP wise, I mean, there's definitely people like David Owen, and it's interesting actually because the new version of the SDP kind of tries to attach themselves to David Owen, although I'm not actually sure that they're very similar in that sense.
But even when the Liberal Democrats
so I'd actually say that
when the Liberal Democrats had seven MPs during the time when Theresa May was losing all kinds of votes on Brexit, they were frequently having rebellions among their 7 MPs.
Well, I mean, Norman Lamb is a great
Norman Lamb. He was the main rebel. And
I can do it again, that bit where I go, and our supporter Stephen Lloyd, who is also another one of those MPs. But there was a lot of them, and I mean, it's
quite fun. It's quite funny to have 7 MPs and have a kind of breakaway wing, I think.
Just a plug. But if you'll still hear that, the guy who was a Lib Dem supporter and a Brexiteer, join Centre. It's free. Join it.
Yes.
We're just recruiting new members.
Do it.
I really would like to just heartily endorse the Centre think tank, having had the joy of working with Tara and Yasneet on.
How did you find these people, Will? They seem very nice.
Can I just say
each other just from Facebook?
Yeah, I was going to say
Weird,
here very early on in what Centre was. So we knew William when so Centre now is much larger than it used to be, but like William was really there, when we started off. So it's kind of this but of course, so it was quite nice sort of.
I mean, I've been on political Twitter for like quite a while. I was back there when like the ratio was about 50-50 for like great posters and good people.
Because I remember as well when you were like a baby Twitter account and now you're a big Twitter account. That's how long I've known you and it's a bit scary. I'm not a bit envious, right? Because so many people I know Twitter account has grown. And I'm at 800 followers. So if you're watching this,
why haven't you guys put your handles up on the screen so that we can all follow you? Do we have them here somewhere?
I'm going to put them in the chat.
Well, not in the chat, so that the viewers can see it. Oh, in the chat. You mean? I thought you meant in the
YouTube
in the Zoom chat.
If somebody asked what your Twitter handle was, and I've just given it.
Everybody knows my Twitter handle. Even Tim knew it. He blocked it. He blocked it on sight. I had a sneaky look via another account to see if I'd interacted with him, and we never had a conversation. So
to be fair, there's a lot of people.
He didn't like the cut of my jib.
It's all the algorithm. It's a block list. So I think it's blocked. A lot of people have larger block lists now, especially if you're like pretty serious.
I think it was almost certainly going to be a Labour leaks related thing.
Where is the fucking Ford report? Whilst we're at it,
are you allowed to say that on the stream?
I don't think anybody can stop me now. To ask
well, you said it now. Let's face it.
Mad with power. No one can stop me.
No, that did literally just come to mind because I swear to Christ, I read a Sienna Rogers. Sorry, I called her by a Twitter name.
Yes, I did that earlier. I think. Just looking here, Will Jennings has posted to say 200 wards in. This was 40 minutes ago. The Tories are performing poorly in areas where there are more university graduates and doing better in areas where there are fewer. Which brings me back to my original question. Which are the 4 parliamentary constituencies where more than 50% of the electorate are educated to degree level or above? And I'll just plant that one with you and you can come back to me on it.
Educated areas.
I'm not going to get close to that. Just quickly,
maybe someone in the chat will know the answer to that one.
A question from Harry Harlow, which I did want to get to because I think it is important. Will the war in the Ukraine be a factor in these elections? I think, we know we've got data on it. It wasn't a major factor. I think as regards the effect on our domestic politics, it has clearly had an effect. I think it's probably more a longer term thing in the sense that defence and NATO and that sort of combined approach to foreign policy has become less of a sort of dirty thing or a dirty word. You know, NATO is not a dirty word anymore. Not I'm saying it was, and I'm not going to go like all Paul Mason about it, right? But but I
don't want you to call me a Stalinist just because I'd quite like people to stop killing each other.
Oh, but for anybody who isn't really up to scratch with what I'm talking about here, just go and search Paul Mason on Twitter, and you'll have a whale of a time. I feel like you need to probably be on the left already to really get it, but it's still fun. But I think one of the things that the Ukraine war has done is it has changed the game a lot on sort of public perception of defense. That's going to be a really long-lasting thing, you know, and it paves the way for things such as rises in defense spending not being sort of opposed to the hilt. It might, it probably will have an effect, I think, on. I don't think we're going to go.
I'm not quite sure that you're thinking. I'm not quite sure why you're thinking that this is some kind of new development that governments are allowed to suddenly come up with a big bogeyman, spend a fortune on defence, having told us for years before that they don't have enough money for feeding the poor and stuff.
Right, yeah, that's not a new thing, but that's not right. That's not really
picking up all kinds of followers from this centre think tank operation.
I haven't received any. I haven't received any. It's okay in there.
I've received loads of followers tonight. I've been loving this.
I've received like one, so please.
Yeah, I've received actually.
I think I might have lost the Tim account.
I honestly think the more I beg, the less it's going to happen because you're trolling me right now.
When I started asking, then people stopped.
This is what happens at 3 a.m. We start hanging up on you. That's it. No, but seriously, guys, if you're wanting something on Twitter, can you at Nick Clegg to release the Call Me Maybe video? Thank you. I appreciate that.
I don't think I've posted the link to the live feed enough times. I've done it again now. There we are.
None of my followers are awake. We're waiting for tomorrow.
I feel like all of my followers just either live in the US or don't go to sleep. Mainly the latter, not gonna lie. Like when I post stuff like at night, say I'm out clubbing and I get bored and I post something, no idea why I do that. But literally I'll get more engagement than I would do during the day. And I'm like, well, you asked.
I always get all my engagement at 8 o'clock in the morning. I always have to tweet my tweets as I'm getting up in the morning.
Very standard politics.
It's because all of the people in ABBA are like lecturers, so they all like have their classes to go to. All their students that have classes to go to. So everyone that likes my tweets is based at university. It's really sad.
Just a bit of breaking news here. Bristol have voted to scrap the position of mayor just now.
Oh, did they? That's funny because they were talking about that yesterday, and I kind of half remember reading that story. Tell me about that, Will, or anybody tell me about that. What I think the Labour right clearly, you know, they quite like the mayor in Bristol, don't they? He's always sort of claimed that he's kind of non-factional, but he's never really supported the Labour left.
Yeah, so we got Marvin Rees, right? And
Marvin Rees, that's him.
Rees, yes, currently the mayor. By the way, the voters were actually asked if they want to retain the current structure of the mayor and cabinet. That's been in place since 2012. George Ferguson, independent, was the first mayor there. It was either that or a committee system where groups, local councils make the decisions. They've chosen a committee system. Regarding Marvin Rees and any sort of links to the Labour right, I can't say that, you know, I can't really say I've got huge amounts of knowledge about his position within the Labour Party. and if it's the case that he's on the Labour right, and
he's not a Blairite, but he's somebody that pretended to be slightly more left than they were in order to get support to become the mayor, and then turned out to just be a fairly centrist Labour MP, Labour politician.
Okay, so like basically like 85% or so. Most.
Yeah, basically like a hell of a lot of people that were candidates in Labour at the time. Andy Cairns on the chat has had a guess at the 4 constituencies with the 50% of degree educated, and I can say that he's got one of the 4 right.
Wait,
I don't know whether you guys are too young to remember that game Mastermind.
Yeah, I remember.
So I have to put some kind of little things down to show that he's got the right order or the wrong, I don't know, whatever. He got 1 right anyway out of 4.
Are we allowed to know what he got?
I can tell you which his 4 were, but I'm not going to say which one was correct at this stage. I don't want to make it too easy. I mean, we've got another 12 hours of this today.
You give us the
if I survive another 12 hours.
he guessed at Durham, Kensington, Bournemouth East, and Chichester. And one of those 4 is one of the 4 constituencies that have.
I feel like it's
more than 50% educated to degree level or more.
Yeah. That sounds.
I have this feeling. I'm going to go for a really, really random one. I'm going to just go Bournemouth East.
No, I think Chichester, because it's that kind of like.
This is no good. The centrist think tank are absolutely. They've gamed.
Is it actually?
The 3 of them are going to go for different ones.
Yeah, we are.
And if I say you're all wrong, they're going to know the answer.
If you have enough people, you just.
No, I think it's Chichester because it's that weird middle, like rural, richy, but not quite
God.
Richiness.
This is not good. You're calling the whole town of Chichester weird. I mean, we've only got 26 viewers. How do we know that any of them we might lose the Chichester vote?
No, you're not.
If somebody immediately goes to bed and the number drops down by 1, we're in trouble.
Okay. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant you're like.
So, Will, where do you think it is? Kensington,
no, it's Chichester.
And
you're not
it is
weird.
Oh, it's okay. We gained a viewer. We gained a viewer. It went from 23 to 24.
Complimenting Chichester. I'm telling you, you're educated. You know what you're doing in life. I don't know. I should leave that alone now.
So which one was?
It's 3 o'clock.
It's 3:41.
Yeah, 3:41, and we still got 24 people with us. By the way, thank you very much to each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart. The fact you're still.
I mean, to be fair, it could be worse for the viewers. They could be watching Sky News, where they've got the editor of Conservative Home telling us what he thinks.
Oh my gosh! Shall we actually do? I
think he's blocked me on Twitter as well. Actually,
how many people have been listening to this but actually fell asleep whilst their phone was on? That's the other question, right? How many
don't say that.
Yeah, are still there.
A few of them would have, yeah.
No, we just lost 2 listeners. One of them's come back.
No, I just woke them up. They're just like, what? Okay.
I think we've got one listener that's got very dodgy Wi-Fi because the number keeps sort of flipping up and down.
I can look under the bonnet here. Actually, let's have a look under the bonnet.
Don't worry about it, Will. What was the question?
We were trying to find out which constituency had, what was it, the most university educated?
Yes.
Whatever.
I actually, if you do guess them, I'm going to make a very interesting, but it doesn't, my definition of very interesting political points is not everyone's cup of tea, but I think there is an interesting political point to follow on from the 4. Somebody just put in the chats, Mr. Let's Explore Travel said, I fell asleep and woke up, which is good news. Bumped us up to 24 again.
See, I understand your pain. It's fine. It's good.
I'm gonna correct. Andy has said twice now that Kensington was the one he was most confident of, and I'm going to reveal that Kensington is one of the 4. So Kensington is definitely one of the 4. There are
I
three
suppose
others.
so, yeah.
So if you
I'm gonna guess Woking.
Woking is a good guess, but it's not right.
I'm gonna guess Wimbledon.
The Wombles of Wimbledon.
Well, actually, that's funny. Are you just going through all the W's now?
West Ham, Wandsworth.
I think there is a demographic to the places, and actually, Wimbledon is one of the four.
Oh!
Stephen will be happy.
Yeah.
Do you want to have a crack at the other two? Maybe have a think about what Wimbledon and Kensington feel like, and what might be a similar kind of place.
Guess Barnet.
Well, there isn't. I don't think there is a constituency of Barnet. Is there? I don't. Is there? I don't know now. No, Barnet is a council area, but it's not a parliamentary constituency.
I don't know. Just they seem really politically involved today, so I'm basing my political involvement now. I'm gonna get
Andy in the chat is getting Reading. Actually, you got to be more defined than that, Andy. It could be Reading East. It could be Reading West. Who knows? Harry is saying Ealing. Well, that could be Ealing Central and Acton. That could be Ealing North. That could be Ealing South. Or boys, you've got to be more specific here.
So I guess Kingston, a suburb, like a Davies one. That one, yeah.
That's quite a good guess. I quite like your guess, and I'm imagining that will be in the high 40s, but it's not over 50.
Okay.
No,
I don't think so. They vote for Boris. They're quite dumb.
Richmond.
Big Jock says Harrogate and somewhere in Edinburgh like Murrayfield. I have to say, Jock, you are wrong on both of those.
Is Richmond one?
Are you saying Richmond as in Rishi Sunak Richmond, or are you saying Richmond?
No, not Richmond Yorks, as in just Richmond, whatever it is.
As in Richmond on Thames.
You mean Richmond Park, yeah.
Richmond Park, as in what's his name?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not anyway. I don't know why I bothered specifying which Richmond.
I was going to say we went so far down that route, and I was like, oh, maybe.
Yeah. Do you want me to? Shall I reveal? I don't know. I don't know how much longer we can.
Nah, we're just going to go through them all. We're determined in this.
Well, you haven't had a guess.
Well, can I guess? Can I just get like Westminster or something like that? Like Westminster must be what Westminster in cities.
Well, there you go. You have hit on one. It's the constituency that some people just call cities, which is properly known as the City of Westminster and City of London constituency.
Yeah.
Two cities, it's sometimes called, and that is one of the four. So we have two cities, Wimbledon and Kensington. So we just need a fourth one.
So we got Wimbledon, Kensington, yeah, and then.
I mean, there are. Someone's in the chat. Andy said Bromley and Chislehurst. No, it's not Bromley and Chislehurst. I think it would be fair to say that the thing that Kensington cities and Wimbledon have in common is that they're all more or less in London. Wimbledon's sort of outer London, and the other two are a bit more central London. And I can reveal that the fourth one is also in London.
What about what?
Oh, damn it! That's taken out one of my guesses.
No, I think it'll be. Is it Holborn or something like that?
Harry's gone for Highgate, which is a great guess, Harry, but I'm afraid on this occasion you've come up short.
What about Holborn?
Holborn is another disappointing effort, although you've done quite well so far. Algo in the chat says Battersea. I like the way you're thinking, Algo. But I did move from there some time ago, diminishing the intelligence in the area by some way.
I was going to say any place that has a station called Battersea Power Station.
Yeah, I love that.
And it's now the Elizabeth Line
Station.
Yeah, because it's also the Elizabeth Line line. So they call it the Elizabeth Line on everything, rather than just Elizabeth. So it's the Elizabeth Line with Battersea Power Station. So I mean,
funny. It's so funny. Big Jock's guess Watford. We're not going to call that London, Jock. No, it's not Watford.
Hang on.
It's quite close to two of the other ones. Well, all three of the other ones, actually. It's quite close geographically to the other ones.
Right, so hang on.
So we have Wimbledon, we have two cities, and we have Kensington.
Degree level or above? right? If the qualification here.
I'm not very good.
More than 50% of the electorate, degree level or above.
What about like what is the one that?
Andy said Hampstead and Kilburn. Something I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, we hadn't had that already, have we? It's not anyway. It's not that.
Okay, I was going to guess that one. That was what I was.
I'm going to make a guess just because there are quite a few. This is really bad reasoning. Robert, bear with me here, right? To have a chance at taking this, and presumably you're in London, you're going to want a concentration of like quite a few colleges or whatever, but to give yourself the best chance of getting all the people who would then have a chance to be a degree educated. So there are quite a few in. Is it Brent? Is it Brent?
No, you see, I think you need a posh place where lots of people have been to private school, actually.
Yeah, that's what I think.
And Brent is not really going to match up to that. Harry in the chat has got it right. He's gone for Chelsea and Fulham. He says Fulham and Chelsea, but I think people
Will
generally say
said that
Chelsea and
ages
Fulham.
ago.
Who did?
Will said that quite a while ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I feel bad now.
Win away from him.
Oh no!
Technically,
I'm going to congratulate
technically
Harry.
I got 2.
I'm going to congratulate Harry because Harry's done a good job in the chat. So yeah, the correct answers are Chelsea and Fulham, cities, Wimbledon and Kensington. Now, I'm going to ask you a
Harry,
supplementary question, which is a bit more
prize-
political.
As a prize, if you follow
Yes.
me, I'll send you some Welsh cakes. Follow me.
Well, yeah, no, but you haven't told me what your account is.
You can just say Jazzy's starting to get desperate.
Mine. It's at Jasmine Samurai.
Hold
Oh
on,
my
I'm
God.
putting it in the comments.
Why don't you follow me and then I'll just follow you back, and then it'll be
Okay.
much easier. And then I don't even have to think about how to spell it or anything. I'm going to make I'm going to make a political point about those 4 constituencies. What do they all have in common? And think about the majorities in place there. What do they have in common in that respect?
What was the question?
What do they have
The
in
4
common?
constituencies.
Oh, they all have people who have high degrees.
They're all in London.
In terms of the majorities there, what do they have in common?
They're all Tory seats.
Very slim.
They're not Tory seats, are they?
Majorities under like a
they are all Tory seats, actually. They are all Tory seats.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, cool.
Is it like majorities under a certain amount or
Yeah,
something?
because they're quite swingy seats, those ones.
It's not really that. No, it's a bit more specific than that.
More specific.
Kensington.
Somebody said they've all voted Remain.
I think that might be right. Actually, they are all Romani areas.
To be
yes, they
fair,
would
so
be.
did all of London.
Big Jock New could literally be Big Jock did know. So yeah, we'll see if that's the case. So Neil,
What was that one?
Sorry, at Big Jock New or Big
Yeah,
Jock.
they did all vote Remain, but that wasn't the thing I'm thinking of.
Okay, well, still all credit. Big Jock New. Andy Cairns asked us they're all Labour. He says, "Oops." Georgia Meadows just says they have money, which is
That is definitely true. They're all quite rich areas, and they all voted Tory. They all have a Tory majority, and they all voted Remain.
They're all quite pretty areas. They look nice.
One of them does lots of tennis, and I like tennis, so that's it's a good pull.
Shall I tell you?
Go on.
No, don't tell us.
No, we're doing this all night. It'll be like 12 in the afternoon tomorrow, and we'll be like, oh, just one more.
I could finally reveal it.
Good.
We got Stephen Hammond.
Yeah.
What are the other ones? Richmond.
No, was it Richmond?
No,
Yeah, it was not Richmond. It was Wimbledon.
Wimbledon.
Yeah, Stephen Hammond. So.
Yeah, what was the other ones? Oh yeah, Cities, which is I can't remember that Tory MP's name.
Oh, dude knows. That's the dude. That's the one.
Yeah, Mark. What's his name? That did the assault.
Yeah. Are they all constituencies where scandals have happened?
No, it's to do with the majority.
Oh.
I was going to say what's happened.
all constituencies with majority
I know.
under 5,000.
Okay, I think I'm gonna tell you actually. I think I'm gonna tell you.
I like how when I make the suggestion, it's then
that's the end.
Go on, Neil.
I feel like you're not gonna get it. So the answer is that they've all got a majority that is less than basically if the second and third parties were added together, none of them would have a Tory MP. But all four of them have a Tory MP. They're all constituencies where Labour and the Lib Dems have split the vote in such a way that the Tories have got through. And if people had tactically voted in those constituencies, there would be no Tory MPs in the four. But because people didn't tactically vote in any of them or didn't do it effectively, they've all ended up with the third place is higher than the majority in each case. That's how I meant to say it. The third place is higher than the majority. So what I'm actually saying is literally the most intelligent people in the country have no clue how to organise themselves in order to tactically vote to dislodge the Tories. They've all ended up letting a Tory have the seat by voting for the party they wanted.
You know that meme that's like the brains, and it's like, it's like small brain, tactically vote, big brain, vote for who you want.
There is also another possibility, which is if you want to try and have a soft Tory as your MP, the best way to do that is to make it a close constituency in which they have no choice but to act that way, even if they may not be. So effectively, if you're like, well, we have this hard right, for instance, literally just say, oh, we've got this hard right Tory MP. How do we make him a soft Tory? Well, make him scared for his job every single election, and literally give him a wafer thin majority.
Just to reiterate, we've got small brain, vote tactically, medium brain, vote for who you want. The slightly bigger brain with a little bit of electric is, vote, make them a soft Tory by the way you vote. The really big brain at the bottom is now make them a soft Tory and make them scared every 5 years.
Because that suddenly means you get an MP that always listens to your constituency. Because if they lose a few votes here or there, that is literally their seat.
If someone could my meme, I'd really appreciate it.
All right, there
I feel like it's quite niche, but it's it amuses me that that they just happen to be the four constituents, and in all four of them, those tactical voting sites had trouble telling you who to vote for. At the last election, Kensington.
Yeah. I don't like the tactical voting sites were awful.
Well, generally they were paid for by the Lib Dems, and they told you to vote Lib Dem in situations where it was obvious that wasn't the right thing to do.
I'm getting huge Kensington flashbacks on two fronts. First was the letter. There was a handwritten letter. The person who wrote it is in the political betting game, will remain nameless apart from that. And then there was the amazing Guardian guide. And I can't remember what it said. But it was very funny afterwards. It was extremely funny in hindsight, although I guess not for I guess not for the residents of Kensington, but there was some incredible tactical voting calls. I
actually did quite a lot of door knocking in Kensington, which is my neighbouring constituency, for Labour at the last election, at both the last elections actually, but particularly at the last election. And on the last two sessions that I did, I joined a team of people who were, this was in the last week before the polling day, focusing purely on people who had 100% told us that they were Lib Dem supporters and weren't interested in voting Labour, to try and persuade them to change their mind from a tactical point of view, because they were clearly going to come third. And that was actually among the most fascinating canvassing I've ever done. I actually knocked on the door of a woman. I think I can say, I don't think it's a GDPR thing. I knocked on the door of Helena Bonham Carter's mother, and Helena Bonham Carter's mother, I think her late husband was a Lib Dem candidate, and her father, Helena Bonham Carter, the actress's grandfather, was a multiple times candidate for the Liberals in the kind of 50s, and they had, I don't know, 3 garden stakes and 5 posters up saying Lib Dems, and I knocked on the door, and I said, "Hello, Mrs. Bonham Carter, I'm here from the Labour Party." And she just kind of laughed at me as if to say, "You are joking." Like, literally my whole family has been involved in the Liberal Party for like 100 years. And you're knocking on the door asking me if I want to vote Labour. And I said, "Well, hear me out. I'm gonna present the case to you for why you should vote tactically." And she, to be fair, she was very sweet and she listened. And then she went, "I can't do it. My father would turn in his grave." It was like, I did have some quite good conversations with people that were prepared to change their mind from a tactical point of view. And there was actually some of the more fun campaigning. I did the same thing in Putney a couple of times as well, where, the Lib Dems were probably due to get about 2,000 votes and they just couldn't possibly win. But still, you found that most people that you knocked on that were known Lib Dem supporters just went, "I don't care, I'm voting Lib Dem." And they did get 2,000 votes. And I said to them, "But why are you voting Lib Dem?" And they're like, "Because I hate Brexit." And I was just like, "Oh, okay, well, which do you prefer? Boris Johnson government that's going to get Brexit done, or Labour government that has offered you the chance of a second referendum to be a possibility?" And they would just be, "I'm voting Lib Dem." It's very, very strange. I mean, party allegiance and tribal, whatever, it's quite hard to overcome, really, isn't it? People are quite, which is why in elections, I think in election betting, actually, I think being the status quo is underrated, and people always assume that more is going to happen on the night, more stuff is going to change hands than it ever does. I mean, we've been talking about this election on the polling station for 3 or 4 weeks, and Paul's got a strong view that Boris Johnson's going to be dislodged quite soon. But having said that, he has been saying that for weeks and weeks and weeks now. So we never quite know how soon is soon. But I said to him that the one thing I'm really confident of is the thing that brings him down will not be the local elections. Like, he's never going to wake up in the morning of the local elections and say, "Oh my God, we lost a bunch of councillors, I resign." Just literally no chance of that.
Just on this note, regarding councils and important results for Labour and the Tories, Labour have a majority on the new council of Cumberland. And this is interesting because all 3 MPs in that area, Carlisle, Copeland and Workington, are Conservatives. And the Conservatives have actually been absolutely mauled there. And it's interesting for a couple of reasons. Firstly, that's the sort of area Labour would want to target. Secondly, I think it's the first Red Wall success story I've seen for them all night. And it's about 4 a.m, albeit that we're going to get a flurry of results from now through to the morning.
Can we take a shot every time a result comes in?
Yes, I'm very keen for some sort of drinking-based game here. So yes.
I'm not gonna lie, we've only got one bottle of wine, but if we time this right, we can get to the shops when they open.
Yes, exactly this. Oh my
Terrified.
God. Such a good way to do it.
Tesco Express opens at 6 o'clock, okay?
Reminds me of the time I did, what was the first, my first mega political event, I want to say it was probably Brexit, in terms of the fact I had a real involvement because I was part of Sky. Sky got all these students to go and do results for them. It was class because you got to go to the count or whatever. And being at a count is great if you've got media access, because as long as you're friendly with the class, you can basically do what you want, right? Like, literally, I've done pretty much anything. set up with like bags and bags of like junk food or whatever, picked out, or just sometimes gone browsing around, made media connections or whatever. And I was actually in the control room for Sky News just after the EU's the official departure had been announced, like Brexit leave as one. And I'll tell you what, I cannot. That's it. Yes. I went to go back to Osterley to drop off some of the kit. They would come back for the rest. And I went to, and I remember because I went back into the city, and the first thing I did, sort of having been on the go all night, was I remember it was a Wetherspoons, I think it was St Pancras, some reason, and I had a Leffe at about, gosh, what was this? I want to say 6 or 7 a.m. It was my first food and drink for about 3 and a bit hours. So no, that is a great strategy. It's an absolutely brilliant strategy going to get them. And also, depending on when they open, you're only 2 hours away anyway. I have no idea when whatever it is opens. Speaking of, just looking at some latest results here. If you want to get your wine out, Labour have held Wolverhampton. Not sure if that's the most recent one, but it's the one I can see. Stockport is now overall control. The Lib Dem have gained ground, though.
Yeah, that was a betting event, wasn't it? Between the Lib Dems have held Stockport as a parliamentary seat. I think in 2015 they did. So I think people tried to say that was a red wall seat, but it had always been a Lib Dem-y kind of area.
Indeed. Also, and just looking at some analysis from Jennifer Williams here, formerly the Manchester Evening News, now the Financial Times.
I was going to say she's moved, hasn't she? I noticed
she has indeed. I must admit a bit of a conflict of interest because Jen has always been very nice. We've met and we've talked, and also I do think the FT is excellent. And she says it's also bad news for Labour locally there. They're claiming to lead the Hung Council. We're getting a few more votes here. Also, by the way, the Bristol mayoral model referendum, not even remotely close. 59.3% voted to scrap it. Turnout of 28.6%.
I mean, it's something that I think I don't want to really gloss over. I do want to talk about it a little bit because
the Bristol mayor.
I
don't want to gloss over it. We need to be totally honest about this. I want to get this off my chest.
Yeah, I
want to hear about the Bristol mayor. I'm quite interested.
I'm really interested in like devolution and kind of how the UK works. And I just think that, it's really interesting. I think the Bristol has gone through a lot. I think originally to put the mayor in, it was a very slim vote in the first place. And like ever since the mayor was established, it was only 2012. There's kind of been like a lot of debate about whether the mayor and having a mayoral system has been effective or not.
I just read something actually, which I knew, but I'd sort of forgotten about, which is that the West of England mayor, that only became a thing, I think this time last year, and they've been talking about it for 3 years before that. And bizarrely, that includes Bristol.
Yeah.
So they had a West of England mayor that includes Bristol and a Bristol mayor. So there was already some kind of problem going on. The other thing is that the Labour councillors campaigned against the Bristol mayor going presumably because they have a Labour Bristol mayor and they feel like they're always going to have a Labour Bristol mayor. And all the other councillors voted to get rid of it. So that's how come. Or campaigned to get rid of it. Sorry, I didn't vote to get. Well, I presume they voted as well.
I remember there was like a massive thing, and I remember like last election this time as well. I mean, all the parties, there were like massive campaigns. I mean, obviously, because I used to be involved in the Lib Dems, I used to see it with the Lib Dems all the time because I think the Lib Dems are positioned in Bristol. So,
well, actually, Bristol's become very interesting in terms of So in 2017, Momentum had 22,000 members. I think that was an accurate number. There are different times where Momentum have claimed to have quite large numbers of members, and they haven't really rubbed people off that haven't paid for a while and stuff. But I think it was a genuine number to say that they had 20,000 members in 2017, and 5,000 of them lived in Bristol, in one of the Bristol constituencies. And the constituency in the country with the most Momentum members had 2,500 Momentum members in one constituency. I should have done that as a quiz, shouldn't I? And that was Bristol West. So, you know, obviously, as you guys know, every constituency has 100,000 or should have 100,000 constituents. So 2,500 people to be a member of something that's quite an obscure thing, only 20,000 in the whole country.
Is that the one? That's the one where Natalie Bennett is, isn't it?
No, well, Natalie Bennett's in the Lords now, but Thangam Debonair is the MP for Bristol West. And in the 2017 election, it was in the 2000, have I got it right? Yeah, the 2017 election, having done okay there in 2015, the Greens announced that Bristol West was going to be their number 2, you know, their main target seat. So the main place they concentrated outside of Brighton Pavilion. That and Norwich South were going to be the 2. But of course, we spoke about this earlier, because of Corbyn, and, you know, he had Rebecca Long Bailey working on the Green New Deal, and they had, you know, very good Green credentials. They didn't pick up, you know, the vote, and obviously they're fighting against Labour, so it was kind of hard for them, really. And they actually ended up doing quite badly, and Thangam Debonair got a huge majority. I think she got a 47,000 majority. Imagine that, you're the Greens, that's your top target seat, and you lose by 47,000. That must be quite demoralising.
I do feel like they had lack of choice, especially with the Greens.
Yeah. Anyway, what's happened since is that Bristol's council has lost 16, I think it is, since 2017. 16 seats have gone Labour to Green. So, you know, they count double because they're kind of switching over. So it's quite, you know, Bristol Council could easily go Green at some stage, probably not tonight. And actually, I think it's realistic to say that now Labour have moved to the right. They haven't really abandoned their Green policies, but they've definitely moved to the right. The kind of people that were in Momentum in 2017 and supporting Corbyn living in Bristol West, they're more likely to move to the Greens, I would have thought, especially given the way the council's going.
Yeah, I did see, what was it? A poll thing, I think done by voters. It was like a type of poll, but it was doing like ideology, and basically it said that 50% of people who it was like breakdowns. It's like, what issues do you care about, whatever. And it was like, oh yeah, 50% of voters trust, or Green voters trust Labour as much as they do the Greens, which is quite interesting, I think, because it could explain the shift that's kind of happening back and forth between the two parties as well.
The other thing that I thought was quite localised but quite interesting was Marvin Rees was very much against the pulling down of the statue. Well, he wasn't against pulling it down. He wanted it to be taken down, but he felt like they should use some kind of process that they've been attempting to use for the previous 4 years of writing letters to people and whatever, filling in forms. And he wasn't so much in favour of sticking a rope around it and grabbing hold of it. And I think that possibly turned off a lot of the young voters in Bristol against the idea of having a mayor.
Well, I think one of the reasons why it's about devolution is that's why I think I'm really interested in it, because I think that the point of devolution is to bring obviously issues to a grassroots level, but I think in Bristol it did the opposite. I think it brought issues further away from local people. I think you can see that through kind of the criticisms of the mayoral system. They were very much like, oh no, but the mayor decides everything, and oh no, but the mayor gets this power, and oh no, but the mayor isn't doing stuff fast enough. And they were very I think the hope for devolution in Bristol was oh, it will have somebody closer to us who understands the needs of our city. But actually the exact opposite happened. And I think even if you look at the arguments put forward like, to have the mayor. And there were lots of kind of arguments put forward kind of during the referendum. Lots of them were like, oh, it's good to have somebody who can do international stuff. It's good to have somebody who can do whatever. But that doesn't help people. Do you know what I mean? So I think it was a very, I think devolution and the mayoral system, but I think in general, like, there's this move towards local politics. And I think that's really kind of a common theme.
I can't say I hugely followed Marvin Rees's career as the mayor, although I have heard a few interviews with him. But I think, if I remember rightly, in his original campaign and during his first term, he spoke a lot about buses, and he got into a similar situation with Andy Burnham in Manchester with the buses have all been privatised. They're quite expensive now, and they were talking about bringing them back into council control or whatever. I was going to say nationalising them, but you know what I mean. And I think he's failed in doing that. I'd have to Google it, but I seem to remember that he got into a bit of a mess over the buses, and that hasn't been too popular, I think.
Yeah,
I don't know. He was a bit of a rising star, though. I think the right of the Labour Party quite like Marvin Rees. I wonder whether he'll just end up being an MP now. They'll find him a spot somewhere.
That's my outrageousness. Me and Will are like, they'll 100% do it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go off for like 10 seconds and grab a...
If it's 10 seconds, you didn't really need to tell us, did you, Will? I mean,
no.
You could have done it in the middle of one of my sentences and we'd have never known.
But I didn't want to seem rude by just hopping off in the middle of one of yours.
If you're going for 10 seconds, can I be in charge?
Go on. You're in charge.
I think you already were.
I was going to say.
Whatever gave you the impression that Will was in charge? Oh God, that's really bad. Look, it's Bridget Phillipson and Paul Scully on BBC One. I'm going to have to turn over to Sky News. I can't have those two looking at me in the morning.
On this, I think
no.
boxing.
Can you go away? I need to use my power. I didn't even get to do.
What are you going to do with your power?
I was going to get everybody to tweet the "Call Me Baby" video at Nick Clegg.
Do it.
Oh yes, of course. 4:15 at night.
You have to DM me, but sure, can do it. This has been the political equivalent of what Sarah Millican does at Express. Thank you so much, Andy. I love that comment. That's some of the best feedback I've had for anything I've done.
Do you want to know the feedback that I got?
Go on. What's the feedback?
Okay.
It's offensive, just to say. Very offensive.
So, Archie said to me, at Just Nick Samurai watching the live stream because I told people to tweet me. Then I said, you guessed the constituency, was it you? And he put, no, but politics is not my strongest, but I am enjoying the conversation. And I put, thanks, we're trying. And he put, just relax, you all got this. It's the other two that aren't talking who are with you.
I'm talking, I'm saying hi, But to be fair, all I can give is like policy takes.
If you want them to talk, ask them a nerdy policy question.
Policy question. Even ask me a politics question.
Ask Will about being Northern. And ask Torrin about politics.
I mean, look, you get to do ask a Northerner and ask a think tank director. You have so much choice here.
There's all kinds of potential. I quite like that question in the chat, that comment in the chat box from Harry. He says, the Green Party have definitely missed a trick in Bristol. They should have put the statue up as a candidate.
Oh, man.
That might have been quite fun. There hasn't been any kind of sort of nutty things like that happening in this election, has there? Like,
no, not.
Sadiq's giving it the large in Wandsworth at the moment. He's got the crowd are all cheering and he's cocking his ear towards them and stuff. The guy standing right in the front there, he was in, he's quite a left-wing councillor in Wandsworth. There's quite a good mix in Wandsworth between the left and the right of the party, actually. The fella standing, I don't know whether you're watching on Sky News, but there's a
switch.
There's a fella standing, he's got his back to us now, he's just turned around. And he was fighting very hard. I kept seeing him on my Twitter, encouraging. He had quite a lot of Labour lefties going to visit and help knock on doors for him. He looks very happy.
Yeah, I think one area that's being called at the moment is Barnet as well. It's not being called as such, but it's like very like, you know, it's quite probable now that people are going to win.
In terms of the betting, it's been pretty strong the whole night, Barnet. There's not really many bets struck, but I think like somebody wants to bet it at 95% and nobody wants to match them. So I think we can kind of assume it's done, Barnet. Really. It looks like Labour have won Wandsworth and Barnet, and they're probably going to hold on to Croydon. So in London terms, they've pretty much done everything. They probably won't win Westminster, but that was always a bit unlikely, and they probably won't win Hillingdon. But
I do think Barnet's a really interesting area because kind of those seats were the ones lost because of anti-Semitism and stuff.
Well, this is it. Obviously, this is a very big narrative among the Labour right, and controversially, they invited members of the Israeli Labour Party to come and advise them on how to do canvassing in order to establish themselves again within the community, as they kept repeating. I mean, I don't know. They didn't lose Barnet Council by very much last time. It's possible it had an effect. It's possible it didn't have an effect. How the hell are we ever going to know? All I know is that anytime anybody from the Labour right went to Barnet in 2018, they made a point of saying it's a disaster, we can't win it because of anti-Semitism. And every time somebody from the Labour right went to Barnet in 2022, they said, we're winning trust with the community because of anti-Semitism. It's kind of...
But I do think that anti-Semitism was an issue, and I do think that's being sorted now, right? Like, I do think that... Do you know what I mean? Like...
I think it was definitely, you know, Barnet has a higher than average.
Yeah.
It has a high of council areas. It has one of the highest Jewish communities in the UK. It's around about 15% of the electorate in Barnet, so it's quite high. It's not like half of the people there. Like most of the people voting there are not Jewish.
Yeah,
I mean, in terms of in quite a close race, it's obviously going to have an effect. Yeah.
But I'd argue in general that I think that if any party has a scandal, no matter what, there aren't always going to be people affected, even if they aren't from that group.
And also, it's the views on a party as well. I mean, because I've chatted with Will about like complaints procedures and stuff. Like in some ways, there's that part of me that goes, having looked at issues of complaints and parties over quite a long period now, it's always that when will the bus come in kind of thing. Like if you leave a complaints procedure broken, then it will eventually come in and you will eventually find that because you left that complaints procedure in that awful state, you're going to have massive problems. So in some ways, it's a case of, the bus came in at the wrong time and Corbyn was sitting there. And there was I mean, in my opinion, it's quite clear. You know, you're absolutely right. The complaints procedure was terrible and useless. It improved a bit along the way, and it's got worse now. Most of the people getting kicked out of the party for anti-Semitism now are Jewish. Huge numbers of Jewish people getting kicked out of the Labour Party on the basis of being anti-Semitic, and you know, they've basically been kicked out because they're anti-Zionist and pro-Palestinian, but they are Jewish. They're the wrong kind of Jewish, according to the Labour right. But you know, that's not to say that there hasn't ever been any anti-Semitism in Labour. Of course, there has. There's anti-Semitism in society, and at one stage, Labour had 650,000 members. It would be ridiculous to say that none of them were anti-Semitic. You know, of course they were, but I also know that, you know, in the first 2 years of Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, he didn't have control of the party machinery. The general secretary was Ian McNichol, hated Corbyn's guts. You know, Corbyn commissioned the Chakrabarty report, which, you know, any neutral observer would say, well, that seems like a very reasonable report. It's made some very sensible suggestions about how to deal with the problem of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. There were 5 recommendations of the report. 18 months later, Ian McNichol had only implemented 2 of them. They were all fairly simple things that could be implemented quite easily. And
he wasn't interested in doing it because he politically he thought it was better that Jeremy Corbyn continued to suffer on the issue, and Corbyn couldn't sack him because he was appointed by the NEC. A lot of people turn around and say, well, the buck has to stop at Corbyn, but he was in a very difficult position. Eventually, he had to bribe Ian McNicol by offering him a seat in the House of Lords just to get rid of him. And then he put Jenny Formby in, and she made a very good attempt to clear up the backlog of cases of anti-Semitism that had been allowed to build up over the previous 2 years. And then she got cancer and had to be off of the job for quite a long time. And then he lost his majority on the NEC, and she got the sack, and they brought in a different general secretary, and they went backwards again. Basically, that's the story of the anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. There has been a problem. There is a problem now, but the problem now is that the complaints procedure is just used completely factionally, and people are kicked out according to who they voted for in the leadership election. I mean, I went to a CLP meeting, and a man that I'd only seen once before stood up and said that the Holocaust was all exaggerated. At a Labour CLP meeting, he was trying to make the point in his mind that the famine in India was much worse, and we never really talk about that. Now, you can make the point that the famine in India was a terrible thing, but you don't have to say that the Holocaust was over-exaggerated. That's just utterly, disgusting. We reported him immediately to the complaints to the compliance department, and we never heard anything. Reported him 3 times. He came to further meeting. If he'd have been left wing, his feet wouldn't have touched. He'd have been out within, and rightly so, he should be out, But I mean, they were only interested in looking at whether the person was right or left before they acted. And, the Labour Leaks report is very clear on what was happening in the Labour Party at that time. People working within Southside against the party didn't want the party to win in 17 or 19. And, there was quite a lot of people sitting on cases. Ken Livingstone, Jeremy Corbyn got into trouble with the report, whatever it was called. I can't think of the acronym. For the people that did the last report that he's made a comment on that Keir Starmer doesn't like. It starts with H, doesn't matter. But, he's got in trouble for interfering with a case. It turns out the case he was interfering in was Ken Livingstone, where he said, I think we should just throw him out. It turns out that Ian McNicol decided it was better to keep him in because it would be more embarrassing for Corbyn if they just suspended him for another, I can't remember what it was, I think they suspended him for a further 2 years. And then Corbyn had to go and do a media round where people kept saying, why don't you throw him out? Is it because he's a mate of yours? And it was nothing. The decision was nothing to do with him, and it just made him look terrible. And the Labour right was celebrating that. Their interest in anti-Semitism was purely as a stick to beat Jeremy Corbyn, I'm afraid, which is really bad for the Jewish community. And I do think the Jewish community suffered, and I think that's very sad. Corbyn apologised for that at least 20 times, and. Yeah, I think it's a tragedy what happened there. I think it's a disgrace. I think it's really bad in terms of the Jewish community. But I did see some of this stuff that happened in this campaign in terms of Barnett was against the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism because in things that the Labour Party said about the members of the Israeli Labour Party coming over to help the campaigning, they made assumptions that all Jewish people would be supportive of the Israeli government, which is in itself is an anti-Semitic statement. So I just think the whole thing's a mess, really. The IHRA definition is a ludicrous document. The bloke that wrote it doesn't even think it's a good idea. And Labour were pressured into that. The idea that the people in the leadership election felt that they had to say that they supported that, otherwise they wouldn't get a fair hearing, is ridiculous. the fact that Andrew Neil does an interview in the run up to both elections and spends the whole time talking about that. I mean, in neither the 17 or 19 election.
Right. I don't mean to interrupt.
Oh, sorry, I've gone on to one.
Will wants to go to bed, so he's going to say bye.
Sorry. I'm really sorry. It's just because we got into Barnet. I really wish we hadn't spoken about Barnet. I'm so bitter about that whole thing, though, because I think it's terrible. I have lots of Jewish friends, and I think they were treated really badly. I think that they were made to they were used as a political football, and I think that's awful. Sorry, I'll shut up about it. I do apologise.
Right, I'll see you later.
Will, I just want to say thank you so much.
It's lovely to see you guys. I'm sorry if I was going off on one.
For your brilliant analysis.
It's a bad topic for me. It's a very sore wound.
He's playing cricket tomorrow.
Oh, what position? And
you're playing cricket?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's much more exciting than this. You should have gone hours ago.
Will, what's your cricket position? Is you a batter?
Batter number 7.
Well,
I'm yeah.
Fair.
He does, but he does university competitions for cricket.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Then I go clubbing with them when they win.
Nice. That's excellent. Thank you so much to Will. I will drop.
Will, you've done a brilliant job.
See, I can take the chair.
Oh. I'll drop his handle in the chat at some point a little later. And just by the way, just watching Sky News, they're doing a little bit of goggle boxing. Apologies for the sound coming in and out. Sadiq Khan giving it the big one, as Neil spotted in Wandsworth. How in the world could I have to remember that? My brain is not working. And apparently says Labour are neck and neck in. It was not Barnet because they were set to win that. I'm going to go and have to find that out. But
what was that one? Sorry, I was just reading the comments. I was thinking I'd driven everyone away. I'm sorry.
No, not at all. To be fair, 27 people are still with us. So
yeah, it's people from the governance and legal unit of the Labour Party logging on in case they can kick me out or anything.
Jesus. Oh well. So we thank we thank you all for being here. I guess even if you are.
And Andy's asked a question, which is a good question about. He's asked the question. Have you guys got photo ID? But I guess more broadly, he just thinks, how badly do you think it'll affect young people in terms of voting?
I'd like to jump on to this. I think all of those moves are a disgrace. I think that should only be a thing if there is a free and accepted form of photo ID that you will have for the election. By
the way, I don't want to interrupt, but did you see that when the bill was going through, the Tories came up with the idea that old people are allowed to use their travel pass? You get a free bus pass when you're old.
I've seen the splits.
So the Labour Party proposed an amendment where young people should be allowed to use their, student travel card or whatever. And that was dismissed immediately as a nonsense idea. Of course, that wouldn't count as ID. I mean, it's so blatant, the gerrymandering. Terrible.
Yeah.
What is the law at the moment? Like in England, do you have to take photographic ID?
No, not at all. No. They have a list of who.
I wasn't sure if you'd done it yet. I wasn't sure if it was we didn't. Okay.
No, so you register as a voter. And then if you attend the polling booth and say, the polling station and say, I live at this address.
I'm this person. Yeah, exactly. That's what we do.
And then if someone else has already voted for you, then the police are called and they try and work out who's broken the law, you or the other person. And generally speaking, in like 650 constituencies, they find about 2 people in every election that have, tried to vote when they shouldn't. That's not to say, in fact, when making arguments against this kind of thing, talking about the numbers is never a good idea because the Tories will tend to say, well, two is too many or something like that, and that's a kind of easy argument for them. But the point is, how many people does it disenfranchise? And of course, it disenfranchises poorer people who don't have a car and don't have a passport, and also people people that are worried about immigration and stuff. They're much less likely to go in if they think they have to provide all kinds of paperwork, and it might lead to them getting deported in a country where we frequently deport people to places that they've hardly ever visited. It's a terrible, terrible thing, and probably knocked 2 million people off the voting, I would have thought. God, it's awful and so depressing.
It's also another barrier for the extremely poor. Which is a number that, depending on your definition, whatever definition you have of it, is unfortunately going to grow substantially before the next election. There are people out there, more people than most people will ever consider, who don't have the means and or the money to get their hands on ID. They don't find the need for a driving license or whatever because they're simply too poor to afford to get the chance.
Well, of course, more people in cities vote Labour, and most people in cities don't have a car. 40% of people in London have a car.
Yeah. So again with that, it's
of people that are old enough to have a car.
It's dirty. It's proper Republican deep state stuff.
Yeah, it is a thing. The Republican Party. Somebody just saying in the chat, and that's correct. This is now. Today was the last time you can vote without voter ID.
Well, yeah, I mean it's insane. Plus, also, I would imagine, not that I think it's important, or in the grand scheme of things, but I'm pretty.
Well, there's a cost to it, isn't there? Just like money wise, it's going to cost money.
Yeah, but I think there's also going to be a cost in sort of implementing the policy, like administratively, and it's going to be it's pointless and cruel on every level, and maybe it may. And I usually
the cost is not insignificant. I mean, it's it's going to be like £20 million or something to implement.
Yeah,
like for just nothing, for no reason at all.
Usually, I don't go. I'm less of an endorser of the cruelty is the point thing. I usually don't always go along with that, but the cruelty along with the disenfranchisement is just literally the point.
I mean, the Tories tried to say that they were going to make some kind of thing that you could apply for, if you were a young person and you didn't have a passport or a driving license. But I mean, if you're disinclined to vote already, which young people are, make them fucking fill in a form and send it off to the council so that they can vote 3 weeks before they want to do it. I mean, right. I can see that really helping the numbers.
All at the same time, that local government is basically being battered, and there are already inevitably less people to do this with less capacity to get the processing through. I mean. Listen, I'll get my head stuck in circles with this, but basically it's a terrible policy. It's very clear and very dirty gerrymandering, and I tend not to get terribly involved in sort of campaigning stuff. I tend not to, and I tend not to fire pelters at parties for not being anti-bills or whatever. This needed much stronger opposition. This needed, on a basic level, it needed much stronger opposition. I think it's one of the things I just detest most.
You're digging. They're just giving up on us, Will. I'm a bit worried now.
Sorry.
I need to pee.
You're both just leaving.
No, you got the answer there. I mean,
let me ask. Someone in the chat box is asking, what do we think? This is from Steve. In Australia, it's compulsory to vote. You have to by law. What do we think about that? Is that a good idea or not?
I mean, I have many takes. I mean,
no hot take.
I wouldn't hate it, but if we do this, then we probably should look to make elections holidays. I think that's the case in Australia. I think
they do that, don't they? The places where it's compulsory. I don't know where else it's compulsory other than Australia. I think there are other countries where it's compulsory.
listen, I think we've done. I think if we went down that road, we'd have done far worse things, frankly. When it comes to,
I think I read a couple of good articles since the French election about abstaining and why abstaining is a political act. And I mean, if you were on the left in France and you supported Mélenchon and he lost by 1.2% to get into the head-to-head. And now you're faced with, do I want to vote for a fascist, or do I want to vote for basically a Thatcherite neoliberal? I think for a lot of people on the left, like, okay, we want to stop the fascists, but the more we keep encouraging, this bloke who's basically done not very much for the country in the last few years and is hugely unpopular. No. So, I think 28% of people abstained in the second round, did not vote. And I'm sure that was not, thorough laziness. It was a political decision by a lot of people. That now, maybe you can turn up and you can spoil your ballot, or a lot of people did that in France. Sorry, my chair's got the cushion's a bit annoying. A lot of people in France went in to vote and then just put a blank slip in the box as a political act to show that they just didn't like either candidate. There was quite a high number for people doing that.
Yeah.
I think if they made it compulsory, then, as long as you're entitled to do that, well, that's fine. I think what I would like to see, which we don't have, is like civics taught in schools. For young people to not really understand how Parliament works, or what constituency they live in, or who their MP is. I mean, obviously we're all geeks and we all like all that stuff, but it's a bit depressing that people just really don't care about it.
I mean, honestly, this is something that I sort of talk about quite a bit. It goes back to what we're saying about like people not even knowing what sort of left, right, centre, all of that is. I have been asked where on the political spectrum is centre. Now, when I get asked that, I can put my head in my hand.
That's quite an interesting question.
Like, isn't it? That's an interesting, But
that is actually a much more complicated question than it might sound.
Well, this is it. I mean, in truth,
you could literally write a dissertation on that.
You could, and to be fair, I'm halfway through writing a paper. So I mean, you kind of there. But I mean, it's in a lot of ways. I think it's where it's kind of got bogged down at the moment, which is we go through elections, and the reason why stuff like compulsory voting I've never been too keen on is the fact that it's also about quality, not just quantity. In the sense that I think actually my bigger focus would be actually on ensuring that people go, actually, I'm well equipped enough to go out and vote. Because I think if we introduce on that compulsory voting now, we get basically donkey ballots where people just
I agree 100%
I'll
with everything you
write
just said.
down on the ballot. So that would be my thing, which is actually, I think at the moment it would be a mistake. I mean, but the thing is, if you got to that point where people were politically engaged and they were going out to vote, then you probably wouldn't need compulsory voting anyway.
I think you're exactly right. I think, like in this election, like we may find out when all the results are in that the turnout's been, less than 30%. And, there are many reasons for that. It could be that there's a general turn off about politicians. People often say, they're all in it for themselves and they're all the same. And the partygate stuff, and whether Keir Starmer had a curry or not, and obviously he didn't have multiple parties in Downing Street, but it does tend to make people think, well, they're all at it, they're all as bad as each other, and that's kind of bad for political engagement. A lot of people will just think, what's the point of voting for these people? They never changed my life. And the other thing is, there's been this massive change in the Labour Party, and I'm one of the people. I agree, it's not a majority of people in the country, but it's still a large cohort of the electorate are just totally disenfranchised. Like, I don't feel like either party is representing my views. Any of the parties. Labour actively hate me. They would rather I just left, and they think that everything I believe in is just idiotic and whatever. Nobody really wants my vote. So, not voting is sending quite a powerful message from my point of view. If I did actually vote today, but if I didn't vote, I think it could be sending a message that none of you are offering anything enough to inspire me. Now, the problem is, of course, that the parties don't really interpret it like that. The Labour Party, the Labour right, who are running the Labour Party at the moment, are not going to turn around and say, oh, gosh, the turnout was really low. That means we haven't done enough to galvanise the youth to come out and vote. We better come up with some more interesting policies that, to do with housing, education, possibly student fees or whatever, things that are going to appeal to younger voters. They're just going to gloss over it and say, well, it's a local election, turnout's always low. People are busy worrying about the cost of living. I don't know. They'll have other reasons, won't they? They won't interpret the low turnout as being a political act.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is, in some ways, right, saying, oh, the political system is broken and we have, too many politicians who are kind of, as it were, in it for themselves and have done stuff wrong. On the one hand, if you say that, political parties almost view that as well. You're trying to, deter people from going out and voting because, they have a bad choice. In reality, most people know they don't have a very good choice anyway. It's that thing of like...
well, of course, also the voting system, because we have first past the post. I mean, obviously, this is a local election today, but, where I live, we have, in Ealing Borough, I think there are 72 councillors and 59 of them are Labour. So, even I get to put 3 ticks in the boxes for one ward. Even if I wanted to vote the 3 Labour people out and I succeeded, Labour are still going to lead the council. It's not going to make any difference. So to an extent, for large numbers of people in London today, where mostly, it's majority Labour or majority Tory by quite a big way, unless you live in Wandsworth, Barnet, Croydon or Hillingdon, there's pretty much nothing to vote for today. And there was probably, 6 million people eligible to vote in London. Most of them, it was a waste of time, really. It wasn't going to change anything.
And I mean, this is the bit where I can plug the fact that we're doing a big project with Make Votes Matter over the next few months.
Well, you should plug that because that's good stuff. I like it.
That's the thing. I mean, that's like a big chunk of what we'll be doing.
To be fair, there's less than 30 people watching, and it's 4:45 in the morning.
Get
that plug in there.
I've got to say that a view account 28 at 4:45 in the morning.
No,
I have to say that is a good number.
If you stay for another 45 minutes, you can see the beach because it will be sunny and you can see out my window.
This is very true.
Come on, that has to be a reason to stay.
Yeah. Go to the sea.
Through all the results.
See the little boats.
We were very tempted to, while you were out of the room, we were very tempted to all just switch off and you come back and there's no one there.
I'm just sitting here staring at a blank
screen. It would have been quite funny.
I would have I was over there, you would have watched me get changed and everything. I would have just
You never told us you were gonna plug, and I interrupted you. The Make Votes Matter a bit.
Oh yeah, I was going to plug we're doing a big project with them over literally the next 6 months. Few reports, lots of interviews. It's going to be pretty hectic. But
who runs Make Votes Matter? Who are they?
It's pretty cross party, so there's not really like a single person. They sort of
work with everyone.
They basically work. Yeah, they do work with everyone. That's why we're sort of working with them because we've got people who used to work for us who now work for them. So, but yeah, effectively they are quite cross party, and they have their fair share of Lib Dems and Labour people. There's even Labour for a New Democracy as well. So they've got quite a big organisation at the moment. But yeah, so we're
talking about this kind of thing, and coming back to a little bit to the 4 constituencies with the clever people.
That's the ones who all know how to get soft Tory.
The clever people who turned out to not be as clever as they thought they were.
Or even more clever than we could imagine.
The voter suppression bill, or whatever it's called, it's probably not called that, is it? It's got,
that would be a bit too.
That would be a bit too obvious, wouldn't it? Am I right in saying that in that bill, basically you can't do the Progressive Alliance idea of having a kind of tactical alliance because it'll encouraging people to strategically vote is going to be against the law. Is that right?
It's a good question. I mean,
I read it on Twitter, but I wasn't quite sure whether that was true or not.
I was going to say, I've not heard that before, but also don't know how you could do that in the sense of, in a lot of ways, the way that these sort of Progressive Alliance style deals are being done currently, they are in places like Colchester, they're being done on this sort of very strange, the Labour Party, the Greens and so on, they're still standing, they're just diverting
don't
their
try.
resources,
They just don't try.
They're just diverting their resources to somewhere that they may have a better chance in, right? Which would be beneficial anyway.
No, this was specifically on strategic voting. So setting up a website telling people you have to vote Lib Dem here because Labour can't win was going to be against the law.
I don't know how you'd even try and prevent that against the law unless you're going to start going after people owning websites and then,
To be honest, half these ideas go through and they're like half-baked, and then by the time they get to their whatever reading, it kind of gets like bought out. And not that means it's good ideas get through. It just means that the impossible ones don't get through.
Well, yeah, but in a world where lying in politics is becoming, such a prevalent thing, more talk about. I mean, strategic voting has never really worked in this country at all. Like, it's really bad. People are just not good at it. Because they're disinformed. They don't know. Like, I don't know. I was quite proud. My nephew and niece, they live in North Devon, and in the 2017 election, they called me up. It was going to be the first time they could vote, and they said, "Oh, we're having a bit of a problem. We're not quite sure who to vote for." And I sort of wasn't. I didn't have a clue how they were going to vote. I would say my brother-in-law probably votes Tory, and my sister, I sort of thought she was a bit Lib Demi but could vote Labour. I wasn't really sure. So I said, "Well, what's the problem?" And they said, "Oh, well, we don't want to vote Conservative, but we'd quite like to vote Labour, but we sort of feel like we have to vote Lib Dem in order to stop the Conservative person from winning." And I said, "Yes, that's basically where you are." Yeah, the North Devon has become a little bit more. The demographic has changed slightly. Barnstable's become a bigger city.
How is Rinker after all these days? And
what's that?
I said, how is Rinker after all these days? If anyone doesn't know, that's a reference to Jeremy Thorpe and the fact that he used to.
Oh, of course. Sorry, the dog.
Yes, that was why I was like, how is Rinker? Because
Sorry, I forgot. I forgot what you were saying. I didn't really hear you properly, but yeah, the dog. So anyway, Ilfracombe and Barnstable
where the hitman was from Wales.
Oh yeah, they were literally from around here, supposedly still alive, I hear.
Yeah,
very funny. If people don't know what we're on about, Jeremy Thorpe was the leader of the Liberal Party in 1974, and there was an assassination attempt on him, and he was the MP in North Devon at the time. Anyway, the constituency had changed a bit. The demographic had changed. Ilfracombe and Barnstable had become quite much more populous, really. And it was an interesting dilemma because Labour, under Corbyn, that was the sort of place that Labour were going to do a bit better in, but they were just going to come a good third, really. And I told them that they should probably vote Lib Dem if they didn't want a Tory. And they did. They voted Lib Dem. And this is a constituency that had flipped between the Lib Dems and the Tories repeatedly for like 30 years. And anyway, the Tories won by, I think, 1,300 votes. And Labour came third with 11,000. Well, I mean, is this like the worst bit of tactical strategic voting by these Labour voters here? I think it went something like 21,000, 19,300 or something like that. And 11,000. There were 30,000 people went out to vote against the Tories, and they ended up with a Tory MP with 21,000 votes. They got a proper hard Brexiteer Johnson fanatic kind of MP, and that was not really what most people wanted there. But I don't know how the that was 2017. I guess in 2017, the whole strategic voting website thing wasn't such a big business. That got to be a much bigger thing in 19, didn't it? But then a lot of those were just lying. They were People's Vote Front organisations, weren't they? And they basically just said to vote Lib Dem wherever you were. Like they said in Putney, vote Lib Dem, where they got like 2,000 and Labour won the seat. They said Lib Dem's the only people that can beat the Tories, and Labour won the seat. It's mad. Yeah, I don't know. Strategic voting, it doesn't really work, but I think it may be illegal now. I'm not quite sure to promote it anyway. We'll have to look that up. Maybe someone in the chat can tell us the answer to that.
This is all reminding me an awful lot of the bar charts, like that insane period.
Yes.
When the Lib
should they be illegal? I know they're a joke and everything. Everyone laughs at.
I mean, it's very much still alive. They just never stopped really with the whole weird, like, oh yeah, we're going to put this bar chart on here, and like this is like it'll be either like a random poll that no one has heard of.
I used to make those bar charts.
I'd like to hear more about this.
What was it like to make those bar charts, and
how
does it affect your morals?
You used to have to try and find a poll or something like where they were like competitive.
What you see, like you pick a seat where they were like 2% versus 50%, and you go, "Wow, we're really."
Like say the first seat you're in, to say like whatever you're making it for, that constituency or that council or whatever you're doing. I guess like try and find a poll where they're somewhat competitive, and then you have to like reference that poll, but you have to do it in tiny writing so no one can see it. And then even if it's a massive gap, like whatever, because it's not the bar chart, it isn't an actual bar chart. It doesn't have numbers on it, so you can just make the bars really close. So as long as the Lib Dems are like second, then you're like fine.
You're like. By the way, in the chat, Imagination Scene, who's said very nice things all evening and seems to be a top person, has said that they might have to go in a while. But they want to thank us. It's been very insightful. So,
well, thank you so much for staying with us.
Sweet. That's very sweet. And I just noticed that Labour gained Southampton from the Tories, that was quite a big thing for them. They were really trying to say that was a big target for them. Of course, in the I don't want to bang on about I am going to bang on about the 2017 election. I mean, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. If you can't talk about the 2017 election at 5 o'clock in the morning, when can you talk about it?
Neil, go for it. Go for it.
Well, because, we had our friend on earlier, ex-Labour staffer. And I remember there's 2 constituencies in Southampton. There's Southampton Test and Southampton Itchen. And one of them has a nice guy, actually, who's a kind of right-wing Labour expert on energy policy. And I think he's in Test. And the one that's a bit marginal is Itchen. And Itchen, going into 2017, was held by the Tories, but they only had, something like a 200 majority in Itchen. And the excellent Labour staffers in the regional headquarters directed all the attention to Test, which had like a 5,000 majority. I'd have to check these numbers, but it's roughly like that. And told people not to go to Itchen because it was a waste of time. It's one of the most marginal seats in the country. I mean, this fella earlier tried to tell us how brilliant they were at identifying seats. And everybody went to Test. And Labour lost Itchen by, I can't remember, 60 votes or something like that. And they directed no resources to it. And I see anyway, tonight, Labour gained Southampton Council. I think Southampton has become more of a Labour town because of, these kind of South Coast towns now, like Reading, like Southampton, like Swindon, not South Coast, sorry, southern towns, because less people live in London now. They move out of London. So I think towns like Portsmouth and Bournemouth and Reading and Swindon and Southampton, and obviously Brighton and now Worthing, because people can't afford to live in Brighton, so they've moved to Worthing. The demographic of all of these kind of towns, as people move out of London, is definitely moving more towards Labour. Obviously in 19, with a terrible result, Labour were not able to do anything about that. But in 17, if you look at the results there, they came really close in a whole bunch of those kind of places. And I think the average age of people living in those towns has gone right down. And those are the kinds of places that Labour can, I mean, before Blair, if you looked at a map on any election, there was no red on the map outside of London, underneath Watford, basically, south of England. And now there are real places where Labour can contest. Southampton's definitely one, but they, only has 2 constituents. I don't know why I'm talking about general elections. It's a local election. I don't know why we're talking about it. Really. Sorry, I just went off on one.
I think one thing that's interesting is I don't know if you guys have seen the Guardian maps that have come out, but it's
sorry, I missed what you said then. You mentioned the Guardian, which is bad. But apart from that,
I said, have you seen the Guardian maps that came out? Because basically, it does. Let me show you one sec. It does like where people have won, but it does it like based by party. So every party has
is
a
the
map.
most high-tech way of showing it. It's like
that is a good way of doing it. Sharing your screen, I
on.
like that. It's good. I was looking on. I think I was looking on the BBC. They had a similar kind of thing on the BBC.
Better. I can do you one better for that. So.
I was going to say, yeah, if you should. I enjoy that sort of like 1960s almost style of this is.
By the way, I had one thing I wanted to say, which I don't know whether this is a matter for celebration, but has anyone noticed that UKIP so far have lost 1 councillor tonight?
I think it's 2, and Reform UK have also gained 2, and I'm like, well, where could they
we
have
feel there's
gone?
a connection there. Is that what we're saying?
Like almost the same numbers. I don't know what it is now, but I'm assuming it's roughly the same as it was.
I think prior, because I'm a bit deranged and a bit of an anorak for elections, prior to the last lot of council elections a year ago, I did a whole load of reading as to what's going on in Havering Council in the sort of east of London, Essex kind of way. And it's amazing. They have like 4 flavours of far right on the council. The council's in no overall control, and there's like 4 or 5 little groups of independents. Some of the groups of like one guy. And they've all kind of broken, it's like the Monty Python, the Judean People's Front.
I was about to make that. Judith from Monty Python, Life of Brian?
Yes, indeed.
She's a councillor here.
Really?
In Aberystwyth, yeah. So
what's her name? What's her name?
I don't know. She's not a councillor anymore.
She's just gone.
She's not restanding.
Okay. Yeah. Wow.
But
she was involved in a breakaway split at some stage.
Yeah, she was plied.
Darling, Jazz has not seen Monty Python's Life of Brian. I will make her watch it at some point.
That's a bit disappointing for you, Jazz.
I don't understand.
The people front
honestly, I don't understand the majority of life. I don't know how I've stayed alive this long. Honestly, I thought. Do you know what I learnt the other day? That hamsters don't have birth certificates. I thought they did.
Why did you think that? That's the most weird thing ever.
I did sort of ask. I was like, wait, do you feel like you could like trace your hamster's history back? Like,
oh no, that's.
And I was like,
you could have.
I thought everything got birth certificate. It's like if
I don't think that wouldn't make a very good episode of Who Do You Think You Are? Really, if it was like a hamster.
great grand hamster or whatever.
Being traced back to the king of the wheel.
But you at least like some trace that exists. Because what if your hamster dies and you've like killed it, and then like, how do they find out you even had one?
It's a while since I've had a hamster, I have to say.
We want to get a hamster.
My hamster that I used to have, and this is a really sad fact, now we are sitting here at 5:01 in the morning. Mine was named after Baldric out of Blackadder. That was the only literally what to call your hamster. Like that was the only thing I had going. But he definitely didn't have a birth certificate. She called him Judith.
Algo in the chat has said that he saw a bar chart in Hartlepool, and the Tory bar chart had a Union Jack across the kind of block, and the Labour one had the EU 12 stars on sort of blue yellow kind of thing. to really emphasise where the party stood on Brexit. That's quite devious, I think. I did see today, did you see there was a polling station in Camden where they put a sign up as you walked in. Now, you're probably very much aware that you're not allowed to have any campaigning material within, I think it's half a mile, or maybe, no, I think it might be 200 yards of the polling station. So if somebody lives opposite the polling station, they have a poster in their window, and you're working for one of the parties, you can knock on the door and say you have to take that down. If they don't do it, you can call the police and they can be arrested for interfering in an election. And that happens all the time. People are, because people are so petty and they squabble over minor things. But I thought that the Labour Party might have pulled a little trick in Camden, because as you walked into this polling station, there was a kind of a sort of a podium type sign thing, whatever. And there were two signs. It said arrow to the right, voting, arrow to the left, food bank. And I just thought, wow, way to put a subliminal message in people's minds as they're going to vote. I mean, if Labour did that in every polling station, that could probably swing quite a few votes, I would have thought, over the day. And the Tories couldn't really complain about it, because by complaining about it, you're kind of acknowledging that it's a problem that you've created. So they'd have to suffer it, I think. I don't know, how many votes would that swing, do you think?
Probably, I don't know, probably not many.
I suppose if you're concerned about that enough,
you're not coming out to vote. Yeah, but you might change your mind in the sanctity of the polling booth. You might suddenly have a pang of guilt. You're about to vote Tory, and now you think, oh God, I can't do it because the food bank's just next door. I'll have to do something else.
Maybe. I know I probably do that. I get quite emotionally driven. I feel really guilty about everything.
I had literally this vote was the least emotional.
So I was like, I don't, not that I don't want to vote, but I was like, oh, what's the point? Like, because here it's just all the same.
What's the happiest you've ever been about a vote? Like, as you've gone to do it, you're genuinely happy and thinking this is going to be great.
Well, last time it was my first time to vote, so I was excited about that, because I was
in the 2019 general election.
No, it was the last election.
Senedd.
In the local election.
But Welsh.
It was Senedd, yeah, Welsh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. And was it everything you expected it to be?
No.
No.
Not as much fun as you thought.
Okay, so I didn't do a cross. I drew a dinosaur.
You just drew a dinosaur on your first ever vote. You didn't do a proper vote.
No, in the tiny box, I drew a dinosaur.
Because you whatever you write in that box, as long as
it counts as a vote,
it gets counted. So
I put a tiny dinosaur.
Honestly,
on all I had 3 ballots as well. It was quite painful. I'm not gonna lie, it's a painful idea, but well executed.
Well, have you ever voted in a marginal before?
Yeah, well, this is a marginal because AMS.
No, I was asking other Will, but yeah.
Oh.
I thought Will might have done. You're a Tiverton man, aren't you, Will?
I live
in
Exeter.
I
used to live in Exeter.
What happened then?
Oh, my muted.
Is he watching TV? Is that what's happening? He's just watching Gogglebox or something. He wasn't even listening.
I was listening.
You asked,
no. You asked me if I'd have ever voted in the marginal before, and I believe I did end up voting in the marginal. I wasn't aware of it at the time, but
it's very exciting voting in a marginal. It's much more exciting than voting normally. I voted twice in marginals, and both times I was thinking, God, I could be the person that makes the absolute difference. I actually, for a while, considered moving to a marginal for each election, basically.
I'm not gonna lie, when I went to Cody, I was like, it's a 4-way marginal.
It's quite exciting being in a 4-way marginal.
Very exciting. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my God, so much literature though.
I don't know. I voted in 97.
I can't even walk to work. So I went out today. We went out for breakfast, didn't we? And then I went to work. And honestly, I got stopped about 5 times, going out twice.
You didn't vote before work?
No, I voted near the end of the day.
I once voted when I was the first person in the polling station in the morning.
Yeah, I've done
Like,
that.
I didn't want to.
Actually, mine was after. It was an all-nighter anyway, so I just went in the morning and I was like, well, I am the first one up. Like, they'd literally opened the doors and they were just like, oh, okay, well, that's
I'm not gonna lie, last night I was so excited to go because it's my first time, and I took one of those photos and everything with someone who ran out. I was like, can't be bothered. But I didn't know who I was going to vote for, so I spent the whole day like thinking about who to vote for.
Because
I wasn't sure. I still don't know if I did the right option, but we moved.
Yeah.
The scary thing I'd say is I don't think I've ever voted and been happy about the person that I was voting for.
I don't think I have either.
That's quite depressing.
It is quite depressing. I mean,
I remember last year I was out clubbing and I bumped into one of the candidates. And dude was like chatting to me about his election, and he was like, "Oh,
he was out clubbing on election night rather than being
no. He's like, this is like a few weeks later.
Oh, okay.
And he was like, "Oh, I didn't win." I was like, "I know, I'm really sorry for you." Just and I was like, "Did you vote for me?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course I did. I didn't vote for him." But I was there, like, "Yeah, of course I did." Yeah.
That's the problem with honesty in politics. It's just not what it used to be, is it? People just lie in politics.
Like, yeah.
Algo's asked why Labour only got 23 gains. Is it because the way the wards are coming in?
Yes.
They're going to have a big surge tomorrow, he asked,
yes.
or later. That's kind of the implication of his question, anyway.
So 82 English councils left to declare. That's not even getting into Wales and Scotland. So long story short, loads of results, loads of results still to come. This will go right through. Gosh, I'd say at least another.
Well, the Irish ones won't come until Saturday afternoon. So,
yeah.
By which stage we could really have spent a long time doing this.
Literally, I'm very excited to see just how long this goes.
How long are you gonna stay here? You like, it's just like, what is the end time?
I don't know, really. I mean,
do you know what? I'm just gonna be honest with you. I had no idea people.
Have you got more guests coming, Will?
No.
Do you want me to arrange some guests? I'll get some candidates on if you want.
Like now at 5 o'clock. Yeah, now.
Yeah, we can really try. Me and Torrin will try.
The great thing is, I can literally just
half a dozen people now.
Yeah.
I'll be like, Peter, you know how the you're like centre? Do you want to come and talk about how good Monmouthshire County Council is?
Oh, fantastic. That's what we need.
It's very tempting to see if I can get him actually, but he might be a bit like, why are you contacting me at 5 in the morning?
I'm gonna try with some candidates I know will be because they've gone to bed because they're Welsh.
I'm half thinking.
A few more hours, you know what? We get all the Welsh people on when they wake up.
I would be half tempted to go to sleep quite soon. Actually, I'm a bit done in, but I got up at 6 o'clock this morning. But I don't mind. I'm having fun. I'm just looking. It doesn't seem to have changed. I'm looking at some other prices. The prices on the Tiverton and Honiton by-election have not moved at all on tonight's activities. So, from that point of view, they consider whatever's happened tonight to have been baked in and fairly predictable and not really significant. And the prices on Boris Johnson's exit year have stayed exactly the same as they were, which is to say that he's around about a 42% chance to go this year and a just around the same to go in 2024 or later, and a sort of 16% chance to go next year. But the fact that literally just hasn't moved an inch suggests that people just think these elections they're just nothing. They're just like they came out roughly where you'd expect them to come out. Is that a fair analysis, do we think, so far on the way it's looking?
I mean,
it doesn't feel like there's any great shocks. I mean, the London stuff, there were like 4 councils up for grabs, really, and Labour have won 2 of them, and they might win Westminster, in which case they'll have had a really good night in London. If they don't win Westminster, they'll have had a pretty good night in London because they won both Barnet and Wandsworth, and they'd be pretty happy with that. But it's not going to make Boris Johnson quit.
No, we wouldn't make him quit. Although that said, I think for any sort of market moves, you'd really want to be waiting until the afternoon when we're seeing the data from Wales and Scotland come in. As for Johnson quitting, I think I agree with you. I've changed my mind on this. I've changed my mind on it. It was only a month or so ago I was saying I thought this was a period of peril for Johnson. Regards to these local election results, I don't think they're going to end up being good for the Conservatives, but I think they'll have done better than quite a few expectations, and I think that
they did a really good job of managing expectations, didn't they?
They did. A shout out to Michelle Donnellan. I wouldn't have had the confidence to say that on live TV, but. Yeah, I think it'll be below par for them, but explainable. And I think it'll be probably the vice versa bit for Labour. I think it'll be something to really properly reassess about 6 p.m. this evening, because then we'll know what they said in Wales and Scotland. Because a Labour jump into a clear second in Scotland would be quite a positive sign for things going forward. But as you said earlier, these markets, they're not oracles, and I just wonder if some people will be fairly easily influenced. I think it's a harder bar than say the by-election, right, where markets, or at least the markets we've had, I've overseen, have generally enjoyed taking a swing afterwards.
Quite a few people tweeting to say Westminster has gone to Labour. Well, and that's a bit of a shock, really.
Yeah.
That is a shock. That's the biggest shock of the night, really.
Yeah, and very good for them in London. Again, I'd need to go. Actually, I'm going to have a look now at how Labour did in London last general election.
What was that? Scenes in Wandsworth, where one man in a Conservative ribbon is shuffled into a cupboard, visibly upset during the readout of the election results.
Violence.
That's the kind of thing we like to see.
I do that. I'd be like, that's it. I'm so angry, and then I'd be like, everywhere. That's what I do. I was a candidate. That's what I do anyway.
Just as a note, whilst Labour looks to be doing quite well in London, even in 2019, there was no great grounds made. Only 4 seats changed hands. So possibly worth noting. For all that, I think there's plenty to take from their excellent performances in London this evening.
Well, the big news in London this evening is the Ealing Common ward, where I live. And
yes, Labour retained Ealing.
Well, that's not a very big surprise, but I was surprised to see that. So this ward, it used to be 2 Tory and a Lib Dem, and then it switched to 1 of each. And people were telling me that Labour were going to lose its 1 councillor in Ealing Common, and it would end up being 2 Lib Dems and a Tory. But they didn't. They held on, and it's ended up being 2 Lib Dems and a Labour. So there we are. How exciting! Yeah, all good fun and games. I actually saw one of the Lib Dems earlier this evening, wandering down my road, still working hard at 9:30.
I haven't seen anyone. Well, I've seen people this morning, but like not really. To be fair, though, my area doesn't really get canvassed because we're like student flats.
Well, this guy was the actual councillor, and he was still knocking on. He knocked on the door opposite me, like 9:30 at night.
Such a good egg.
That's pretty hard work from him.
Imagine.
But he got in. So.
I'm not gonna lie, I was tempted to leave it till last minute and run to the polling station with Vans, but I thought that was a bit risky.
Oh, reminding me of a couple of last minute dashes I've done on elections.
I ran.
Always the nicest feeling in the world if you make it, though.
Honestly, it's so bad. Oh, local election season. Oh, every May Day for us, to be honest. We literally have elections every year in Wales. It's horrible. That's the one thing we get really bad election fatigue. Like, it's another one.
Just having a look at some of the other results coming in. That's on the BBC. Just going to double check that so I don't make any stupid mistakes. Oh, by the way, really random throwback. But Neil, you were spot on about the 20,000 members thing. I got a copy of her how do I test exit go, and hold on, I got really confused.
You're slightly saying it like you were surprised that I got something right.
It's probably because I've been up for quite a long time, and
I hope so. I hope you weren't suggesting that I frequently mislead you with figures when I'm always on the money.
No, okay, sorry, that's it. I've got my thoughts back again. Right. I went, did a quick search, and I found a Momentum membership survey, which had been sent to 20,076 people. So very nicely guessed for that. Now that I've regathered myself back to some locals results, Barnet Council, Conservatives have lost control there. I can give you a seat count at 5:15 a.m. Labour have 987 seats, the Conservatives 426, Lib Dems 166, the Independents 3, the Greens 20, and LOCs, which I believe are lost overall controls. Forgive me for not knowing exactly what that's referring to.
The thing that's interesting is West, I think Oxfordshire came out, and that council's now no overall control, so the Tories have lost it, which I think is quite an interesting area, especially because like they've been hit by a few by-elections and stuff, and they haven't really been successful at like ousting the Tories. So it's quite, they had Liz Leffman, but that was like a huge thing they managed to achieve there. But in general, it's quite a Tory area, like it's quite a strong blue Tory. So
am I right in thinking that David Cameron's mother was a councillor there once?
Sounds right.
Sort of thing that could easily happen. I think that might be correct.
I'm going to check that. Just go and bloody check it.
There you go. You should be fact-checking everything we say, Will, and then congratulating us immediately.
It's just a dodgy bar chart.
It is.
You found a dodgy bar chart that's not a Lib Dem bar chart.
We're going around and finding all the dodgy bar charts.
I did see a Lib Dem one where they claimed that it was a standard sort of Lib Dem one, saying that they were level pegging with whoever it was, Labour, I think, and that the Tories implied couldn't win there. And it was a new place where they hadn't had an election before, so like they just basically just totally made it up. Like it was based on zero, and also it said that the Tories implied couldn't win there, and the Tories weren't even standing. So they stuck them together with Plaid to make them look even more, useless for some reason.
I mean, technically, you can't win if you're not standing.
It's a bit random putting them on the bar chart though for a new I won't say constituency because it was a Welsh one. I don't really know what it was, but council area.
New council area.
Yes.
We use the same names. They're just. They have redone the council boundaries though, which is actually interesting this time. So it'll be interesting, especially in Wales, to see what happens because like lots of the council areas are like new.
So something actually, I'm going to go back.
By the way, there was before you say anything, there was actually a reasonably significant result. The Tories held Hillingdon in London, in West London, which that was a Labour target. It was a pretty unlikely Labour target, but they probably had maybe a 15% chance of winning it, and they put quite a bit of work into the borough. But anyway, the Tories held on there. So that's probably it in terms of, if Labour win Westminster, which people are saying they will, and they've already won Wandsworth and Barnet, they've definitely had a really good night in London, but it won't get any better because Hillingdon was the only other one where they had any kind of chance. So that's basically it. It's all down to Westminster now. But anyway, sorry, go on. I'll shut up.
I was literally just going to say, what I find interesting tonight is that it's likely in Wales that the only party that will gain seats will be the Labour Party, and all the other parties will lose, which is interesting considering how much Wales is basically run on sort of local opinion and of local candidates and stuff. Very Royston Vasey that sounds, but I think it's very sort of, I think it's an interesting thing because like Wales in this sort of Labour in this area, don't do a huge amount of canvassing. They're not really an active presence, but I think the fact that they've somehow managed to do that, even with sort of being in power and in government in Wales, it's kind of something that doesn't quite make sense to me. Just how well they will probably do tonight. They've obviously plied. I think were helped by having an agreement with Labour. Helped in some ways because if they got into government, their transport policies. I mean, they wanted to build more new railways than literally you could possibly do in a single term. So them being in a coalition type agreement helped them. But I think when I'm sort of looking at it, and this is going to increase the view count by a huge amount, but we have sheep in Wales. But I think.
It might not increase it by much, but it'll change the demographic to a certain niche of person. Yeah.
To the Welsh people who like sweet-looking sheep. But
I'm not gonna lie, the Welsh candidates have started to wake up, so I've been messaging them a little bit to see if I can get anyone on.
I'm tempted to go, hi Peter, if you do want to join an election style thing, well,
it's well asleep.
We have sheep. But no, what you were saying there, I think because Mark Drakeford is considered to have done super well during the pandemic. Do you think they're still benefiting from that?
No, we might have a goner. We might have a goner.
Oh no, I hadn't even noticed. Poor fella. He's faded, hasn't he? He has faded. Oh no. Should I text him or something?
Oh no. When your host falls asleep.
Oh no. Oh God, how long has this been going on for?
About half an hour.
Yeah, when your host falls asleep, I mean that's.
I think it was the dribbling and the snoring that people were commenting on in the chat box mostly.
You had me absolutely frightened to death there. People think we were going to mention the chat. 28 people are still here.
Can I just say 28 people watched you fall asleep?
Yeah.
And Andy says he's out of here. He's going to go to bed. So he said, thanks for keeping it going for 6.5 hours.
Well, less than that, but for me at least. But anyway, I've just noticed that the Conservatives have lost. Just share.
What a recovery!
It's like, whoa, hey, we're back.
To be fair, no, you weren't asleep that long. You were asleep for 2 seconds.
But it was kind of watching,
we were there, to go to sleep.
It was kind of like watching the Duracell battery ad, it just pops up into life and whoa, we're going again.
Right, hold on. Right.
It's fine. It happens to us all. I normally fall asleep, but I do it to the side just so that.
It was excellent. That was excellent. Very good job. I am quite tempted to go to bed now because maybe not that much is going to happen in the next couple of hours, and I've got a bit of stuff to do tomorrow, and I don't want to be totally wrecked for the whole day. Is that bad if I just tube out?
No.
I think given that William has literally just fallen asleep,
I think that's probably the sign.
Yeah, but he didn't fall asleep. He had a power nap. He's
As I said,
absolutely
you're a
fighting
Saldana.
fit now. He could do another 6 hours now, quite easily.
Oh wait. Before we go, do you guys want to see the sea? Because you can kind of see it now.
I would like to, yeah.
You can see it. 1 sec. Try to switch the
Look,
light up.
Let me. I was going to say, yeah. Switch that light off. This is a good camera for this kind of thing. Oh look, some people are probably concerned as to why I am. Let's see if I can actually.
Yeah, that's the
There
sea.
you go.
Oh, yeah, wow.
That is the sea, literally out our front. This is the other thing. The
But it's not.
How
it's not like-
beautiful. That is lovely.
There you go. It's
this
slightly
new
dark.
camera, darling. I can literally. I didn't realise this.
Oh, you guys have it easy.
This is the number one reason to come to Wales is you can literally hear. I mean, the walk that I do whenever I go to see jazz at work involves me going along a beach. I'm happy with that. I mean, you know, it's a pretty.
I just switched to BBC and immediately there was 2 MPs I don't really like suddenly facing me.
Bridget Phillips and Robert Jennings.
That was lovely. I like looking at the sea.
I liked it.
No offence to you two, but I would have liked to have seen more of the sea, really. I'm a big fan, generally. That was fun. It was nice to see everyone. Nice to meet you guys. What was I going to say? What are you going to do? You're going to carry on? If I wake up in 4 hours' time, are you likely to be here or what? I mean, I can always just check, I suppose.
I'm just going to keep on going as I say. I was going to keep on going as long as I can, but we'll have to see how that power nap has worked, won't we? 1,000 klaxon in my brief rest.
Are we actually going to keep going on as long as possible then?
I feel I probably should now. I feel like
You know what?
We had a snack pile.
You're so lucky that we got nothing tomorrow. We're going to say one as well.
Can I just say, we had a
I've
snack
got loads
pile,
of stuff to
like
do
a
tomorrow.
proper snack pile at the beginning of this. We have 4 muffins left.
Wow.
all of the like brownie bites, all of the like Welsh cakes, everything.
It's an absolute disgrace. I noticed you never stopped eating the whole time.
Oh no. That's
disgraceful.
That's how I get through. Like every election night, every count, everything. I just get through it by eating copious amounts of sweets, and then suddenly, somehow, I'm still awake by the end of it.
Massive sugar crash.
Well, yeah. I mean, the good thing is actually I don't really get sugar crashes.
See, I'm in sugar crush, so that
You're in
is
sugar crush.
brilliant.
I just
I might make a coffee, which I think will start being my downfall, but we haven't. got there
That's
yet.
the beginning of the end, really.
Yeah, I think I'm hitting it now.
It's good. It happens.
I can't just have a nap because my bed is here.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Everyone
Carry
can
on the
watch
live
me
stream,
sleep,
just
yeah.
like hour. No, because actually we'll put it on mute. I was going to say.
Well, look how relaxed Will is about just having a little nap in the middle of the live stream.
Exactly. We'll just be sitting here like.
He seems very happy about it. The BBC map is not very up to date, is it?
No, I was thinking that.
I think they like to see that the result is absolutely 100 million% before they put it up there, don't they? Whereas the others just go for it a bit.
They're just like, yeah, so what if it isn't totally accurate? Accuracy, eh?
The Liberal Democrats have Eastleigh. I think they already, and then that was already theirs, wasn't it?
So that used to be a Lib Dem seat, and then obviously
Yeah, there was a by-election there, wasn't there, years ago?
Wasn't there some scandal in Eastleigh or whatever it was?
I think there was a big by-election there.
Yeah, that was what I think was caused by the scandal.
Yeah.
Was it?
Oh, it was. Oh, that
private
was.
guy?
It was. Yeah. What's his name? The one who went on I'm a Celebrity. The wife did anyway. Hamiltons, the Hamiltons. You know them. They're in Wales, aren't they? He's in the
what, New
Senate.
Hamilton? Oh God.
Yeah. That was Eastleigh, I think.
No, it wasn't. Eastleigh
that was. So I can remember the face of the guy who ran, but I can't remember.
I can't remember his name.
Was it the Lib Dem guy who got his wife to take his speeding points?
Yeah.
Was it
Okay.
No.
Hoon, he was called. H-U-H-N, Chris Hoon.
Yeah.
There you go. That's not bad, is it? 5:30 in the morning. I could remember the name of an obscure Liberal Democrat. I mean, that's impressive, in a in a totally unimpressive kind of, in a not really going to impress anyone very much kind of way. I'm quite impressed by it. Right, I am going to go. It's been lovely to see you. And Andy's just DM'd me on Twitter a picture of Will being asleep.
Every single time I fall asleep in any context, somebody always takes a picture of it. Do you know those?
I think you did it in case I could use it for some reason. I don't know. I think I'll just keep it. I'll just keep it up my sleeve.
Do you know those chaotic nightclub photos? The ones where it's always like 60-year-olds in like pins,
people fighting and stuff.
Yeah, like having Gatorade chucked over them, or like people fighting, or people like about to walk into like.
Are you saying if I zoom in on one of those pictures, you're asleep in the middle of the dance floor?
Well, no, close. One of those pictures is just literally me asleep on the boat, the clubbing nightclub boat in Bristol. It's on my Facebook memories. That's how
absolutely quality.
Indeed. Neil, thank you ever so much.
No, it's fine. I feel like I probably went off on a couple of rants at different times, but hopefully that wasn't too dreadful for anybody.
Oh my God, he's just sent that picture to me. It's brilliant.
I love it. Okay. Well, it's been real, as people sometimes say. I will check in tomorrow and see if you're still around, and if you are,
just be like,
I'll join in.
We'll be asleep, yeah. It was actually a sleep stream.
Anybody who's still awake, who's watching, thanks for watching. See you later.
Yeah, if you've stayed this long.
I'm actually quite impressed. I'm not gonna lie.
See you guys.
Why?
Well, it's 22 people who are currently watching. The stream's been going for 6 hours and 42 minutes.
Honestly, how? Like, that's actually weird. It's scary to think that number of people are watching the stream at the moment.
And we thank all of you for being here, particularly those of you who have very much enjoyed watching me fall asleep. That this Lucozade alert, I don't know if we're doing product. Well, we're doing whatever we want now. It's 5:35 a.m. This Lucozade alert. This is stuff. It's excellent, and yeah. So state of play. We're getting a flurry of results in. Sorry, from councils all up and down the country. No huge shocks really outside of the big London results, but for the next couple of hours, I think we're going to see some pretty significant bits and pieces roll in. Just for those who, I mean, everybody here is probably initiated, but I'm sure we all know over the next few hours, we'll get Wales, we'll get Scotland. We won't get Northern Ireland until tomorrow, which probably is going to have the longest lasting impact. 66 of 146 English councils declared. Labour have 1,055 councillors, I should say, elected. A very good night for the Lib Dems, a very good night for the Greens. Not a great night for the Conservatives. Just how bad remains to be seen. The big takes.
Okay, so my scoop is that I had a message from a journalist that I tried to get on. They said no, but they gave me a scoop. They actually were really nice. They were like, sorry, my partner is asleep right now, so no. And I was like, but apparently Tunbridge Wells is looking really good and progressive. So it's looking like the progressives are going to take it, which means it will either be like no control or Lib Dem majority.
Wow. Well, thank you very much for that scoop.
The best scoops we get.
And Tunbridge Wells is interesting because obviously it's Kent. Kent has, I think, never had, well, since 1999, since it's been a county council, has never had a Tory, like any of the borough councils have never had anything other than the Tories run it. So that's exciting for Kent. Facts. I used to live in Kent.
Still kind of do.
Apart from Mason, actually, that was no control. But in general, they're all Tory, and this one isn't good.
Nice, very nice.
That was the most elegantly described news in the world. New job opportunity as a political journalist, maybe.
That's the one thing I'd never be able to do, is be a political journalist, because I'm very good on policy, but when it comes to like actually doing the sort of political everyday stuff, I'm useless. I mean, I remember when we went on. I will use second names because of the number of Wills that we've had on tonight on Will Barber Taylor's podcast. And it was that episode where we were discussing about like COVID regulations, you know, and Dominic Cummings breaking the rules and all of that. And I just remember sitting there going, I can't think of anything else other than saying it's bad. It's not good to break the rules. And, you know, it's that thing you're like, can't really stretch this any further than I've taken it, really. I've never been particularly good at that one, but
wow. No, it is nice to gather thoughts a bit. I'm just going to see what John Curtis is saying.
My favourite thing is political journalists saying the obvious. Because we're talking about Wales, and he went, the Tories aren't going to win Wales, and I was like, points.
It's a weird night as well, because we've sort of been tracking different councillors and, you know, obviously people who've had different involvement with centre, and it's kind of weird seeing people win and lose seats. Because on the one hand, obviously, you know, there's no party affiliation there, but on the other hand, you're like, you know, it's that weird kind of, you're not in a party, but at the same time, you're like, oh no, you know, it's kind of that weird. I don't really know how to describe it. It's kind of that strange. Like,
I've been looking at the Guardian coverage a lot because I really like it. I like kind of doing their maps and stuff. And they've got a really good map at the moment, the one I tried to show you earlier, but they've just been adding to it. But basically, it's quite interesting because it shows how like the Lib Dems are gaining in the north and in the south, and then the Greens are gaining mostly in the Midlands. So it shows like this really distinct split where like the Lib Dems just can't quite catch the Midlands, which I find really interesting.
Especially as centrist heartland.
Yeah. That's my interesting take of the night.
But that's where, and this comes down to something that I've said a lot, the Lib Dems actually weirdly struggle to get centrist voters to vote for them, which has kind of been a sort of, and I suppose in some ways I don't know why, and in other senses, you know, like, it's kind of understandable. If you are like in the center and you are particularly like, oh yeah, you know, I like the idea of like less regulation for businesses, but also I happen to like the NHS, and, you know, want stuff like free tuition fees, you might have voted for like 2010 version of the Lib Dems, but you probably are less likely to vote for the Lib Dems at the moment.
I just find it really interesting, like, I just like, it's interesting. It's interesting how the country's kind of reshaping, I think, and I think we're seeing it more and more in elections now. I think it's funny how like we saw this switch and now it's just gone back to how it was, or not back to how it was, but I think it's kind of returning to at least a bit of normality, but it's just really funny that it happened.
Because I think, was it YouGov, there was something about basically people being priced out of London and the south, and then obviously people in the north who were becoming wealthier and were able to move to the south, and that was a big change. It wasn't necessarily people going, you know, oh, we'll change my mind, but it was that movement that effectively meant you had all of these seats changing hands. And it's kind of interesting because it's something that boundary changes and stuff can never ever really sort of impact as much, because of the fact that you'll have people moving into different neighborhoods, but they've come from all kinds of backgrounds, so it becomes much harder to go, well, that person came from there, therefore they're voting, you know, they'll likely vote for this party. So it's kind of shaken it up a bit. You still have the sort of classic north-south divide of voting, but it's becoming far more sort of fragmented. You know, the fact that the Tories are doing so well in the north nowadays and Labour are doing well in places like London, it's kind of shaken it up in a way that
The other thing as well that I find really interesting about this round of elections is sort of like the reaction to it. I think, like, for example, turnout, everyone saying it's a massive issue, but actually, if you look at kind of at least key marginals and key councils, I think analysis suggests that turnout's down just 1%. So it's those questions of like, we talk about turnout being really low, and yeah, it is bad. But at the same time, these election results are, how much has Partygate actually affected turnout? Not that much, right? So it is quite interesting that we start the night with so many uncertainties, and now it's coming out that.
That's in a weird way, right? It's because people didn't have much faith in politicians beforehand.
Yes.
I don't think anyone went and said, oh my goodness, I didn't realize that politicians were bad. How did this happen? Like, how did I think everyone kind of went, politicians aren't very good. Oh no, Partygate's happened. They've done more bad stuff. And that's a very different ball game. And that's
just happened again.
That's why Boris was effectively sort of war gamed his way out of the situation. Because it wasn't this case that everyone was shocked and horrified that a politician had done this. In fact, everyone was sort of, oh, okay, yeah, a politician, right, yeah, of course they've done that, and which is scary because it shows you that standards are so low now, it doesn't really affect anything. Yeah, sure, there'll certainly be Tory voters who are sort of saying, well, yeah, can I really vote for the Tories? But I think some of that does seem to have been offweighed by local Conservatives. We're standing as local candidates, and it's weird because it's exactly what I said at the start of the night. But it's that I think has kind of helped them move away from the things in Westminster. And by the time we get to the next election, a few months, a little bit more, we were still talking about furlough and all of that kind of stuff. And actually now, unfortunately, who really remembers what went on there? Not actually a huge number of people. Obviously, at the time it was massive, and everyone was like, well, you've excluded 3 million people. Of course, it'll hit you at the next election. And the reality was it was not going to. And I think it's the same with this. It seems massive now because it's Partygate and because it's huge. But I think going to the polls next election, voters are going to go, oh, my goodness, do you remember Partygate those years ago? Probably not. And that's where, as much as everyone's sort of talking about, who's going to be next Tory leader, will it be Liz Truss, Penny Mordaunt, so on and so forth? Really, I kind of think it'll just be Boris again.
Yeah.
And I think he might even win. And that's the scary part, because that's how little faith I have in politics changing, is that I see Boris staying there because he seems to have more lives than a cat at the moment. He has more than 9 lives. Him staying in the position, continuing on, Keir Starmer has sort of cemented himself in the position of Labour leader because of the fact that they've kind of gone, well, he's done well enough against Boris that basically he can stay. It was a bit rocky at the start. So you have sort of Keir versus Boris. Boris does better in the north than expected and then basically ends up winning again. I can actually scarily see that as a possibility, which is kind of worrying. But it's literally the lack of faith I have in it, any change happening, basically.
Yeah. I think you've explained that really well. I think the one thing that made Partygate sort of unique and dangerous for Johnson was the fact that for once, here was a scandal which enraged people who voted for him.
Yeah.
And who come from his traditional support base. And everything previously had been things that they either didn't care about because it wasn't in their self-interest to be aggravated about it, all things which just didn't materially affect them enough. And because of the nature of the pandemic and because of the political effect of lockdowns and restrictions or whatever, this is forgetting the fact that they were actually much more popular than people will ever be willing to admit. The sensibilities of them and the sacrifices people made were just so aggravated basically by what happened there. and not just by that, but also by the cover-up. It's essentially Barnard Castle, right, but actually involving Johnson, and also I think on a much bigger scale as well. You know, Barnard Castle was what? Okay, it was stupid, and the cover-up was quite offensive. Partygate was like, was it 13 of them? And I think with Barnard Castle, he was supposedly going somewhere just on his own. This was a lot of gathering, quite a bit of it indoors, although to be fair, it was just a rule breaking in the principle as well. But going forward, no, I don't think people will hold on to that grudge. I think until the next election, what it has done, however, is, and this is the long-term legacy, I think it's just sort of broken the Heineken seal that Johnson had, right? In the sense that it turned him from an asset into a drag for the Conservative Party. And that's really, I think, quite significant long-term, because it gives the Tories a dilemma of the sort that they had, I think, of the sort they haven't actually had for quite a while. You know, Cameron was considered more of a shot to nothing. I remember still reading articles. I remember thinking, actually, Theresa May is going to be Prime Minister for about 10 years.
Yeah.
I remember thinking she was going to be around longer than Thatcher was. She was like 20 points clear at one point, and she was going to have the sort of majority that would make like Blair look ropey. You know, and that's less than 5 years ago, I think, still. And Johnson, I think, you know, had that sort of potential. Now everything feels much ropier for him, albeit, yes, there is a big cost of living crisis and there are other factors, but I think for me, the defining issue of Partygate will probably be the fact it broke the seal. And it turned him from an asset into a drag. And also, I think also it might be the thing that does for him in terms of like, oh, we can still retain affection. You know, unpopular politicians can sometimes win. They can sometimes be prime ministers or presidents or whatever. Johnson, although he was never as popular as I think people always like to make out he was, I think this turned the seal on that. So that's sort of my Partygate legacy. But again, something could happen next week that could make us all look very foolish. I mean, we haven't even yet seen the Grey report. And this is the thing, it's not, I don't think it's going to be the life or death issue, but it's not over. You know, and a particularly bad Grey reports, pitches, etc. Very difficult optics. At a time when the Conservative Party has basically no good optics apart from, don't the Ukrainians love Johnson? And again, I think that the strategy for that has been good, but if it's only 7th on the concerns of people who are switching, I doubt what good it will do for you long term.
Yeah. See, because I think it's interesting with May, because I think May's unraveling actually, I think in some ways started with policy, which is, I think a lot of people look obviously at how she presented herself, and obviously the amazing speech in which half the stage fell down, cough sweets, you know, all of that sort of stuff. And obviously that hindered her. But I mean, one of the things that really I think hit at that point was, you know, when she started talking about, grammar schools and social mobility. And I think when she started going down that route of, here's some policies Tories wouldn't normally want to introduce because they're too scared, but I'll start talking about them because I'm secure enough that I can get a majority. You know, and unfortunately, if you say grammar schools in northern areas where there are loads of kids on free school meals who don't get into those grammar schools, you're not going to get popularity, because the schools themselves haven't gone from the north. There's still places like Liverpool that have grammar schools in, so they still know how they work. They still watch how they work and see them. And that kind of, I think that was May's undoing, or I think Boris, unless he makes some big policy mistake that effectively turns that red wall against him in a very sort of concrete way, not just a, I don't like the politician, I don't think that they're particularly sound, or, there's this issue with his character. But I think unless there's a specific policy where they point and go, this is something that, doesn't benefit the North and really, hurts them in a way that something like national insurance wouldn't. So sort of a very fundamental thing. Bar something like that, I think it's I sort of more and more watch it and think, the Sue Gray report could be very bad, but at the same time, it's sort of watching the fact that I felt like there was almost no pressure after him receiving a fine from the police. And I think when that happened, I was kind of like, it's dragged on so long that people just aren't caring anymore. Originally, they were like, oh my goodness, Boris had these parties. But because I think everyone accepts that he's had them, I think unless he did something completely outrageous that comes out in the Sue Gray report, and who knows what is in there, but
yeah,
unless he's done something very outrageous that I think that no one really would have thought of unless it had been released. I think apart from that, he seems fairly sort of secure in his position. I don't. That's the scary bit. I don't really see a way he's sort of wedged out by Tories, because Rishi Sunak seemed like he was becoming a bit of a challenge to Boris and started making his own graphics and stuff with brand Rishi and all of that, and obviously that just fell to pieces because he got too close. So yeah, I think that's roughly where I sort of see Boris at the moment.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I think that the picture will be different from different parts of the Tory party. The Cumbrian Tories seem pretty outraged, not just at Johnson, but also the whole cabinet. But you would need, I think, from now really bad times in Wales and in Scotland for anything like sort of pressure, and even then they probably just write it off as local elections, midterms, or whatever, etc. I think the one thing with Johnson going forward is he's secure for now. And it's hard to imagine him getting a big push, especially also as the Tory party's divided to figure out future prospects, etc. But God, there's no time for him to get complacent. Not just because of the cost of living crisis and other factors, but of course he needs to be. I think the government needs to be doing a much better job of that, being much more proactive with it. But also the fact that the Tories need a new offer some point down the line. You won't have Brexit. The pandemic, we hope, will be something in the rearview mirror, but you don't really have the argument of sort of saving the NHS or whatever from voting. You're going to be dealing with the cost of living crisis, the effects of that economically, which will not be fixed by the next election. Interest rates won't be fixed by the next election, as much as I hate to say it. And it's difficult to sort of know what the tagline is for voting Conservative. Labour have this problem too.
Yeah, I was going to say there's this crisis of image basically, and of what those parties stand for, right? Because I can't even at the moment, as politically active as I am, really say I know, how to sum up what Labour is after. At the moment, it's kind of, on your side, or the party of working people, or, and obviously they've had about 1 million slogans so far. And that in itself makes me think you don't actually know what you're specifically aiming for. What is this brand of Labourism that you're sort of after? And it will hit the Tories, right? Because I do agree, like they've used the, get Brexit done kind of thing, and that's been their big thing. It's not really been voting Tory, it's voting for Brexit, and that kind of thing, which I think benefited them. But once they come away from all that, it's a bit like what happened with UKIP, which is once the referendum was over and once they had got the UK to leave, then you do have that question: what is in the shop window? What are you going to fight for? Because UKIP without that was nothing, and that's what. If Boris is going to then move on from Brexit, what you have is a party with these sort of interesting policies, because it's like on the NHS, we will talk about being strong on the NHS whilst also not really investing in it to the extent now that it's becoming quite apparent that actually we're not doing enough. Or, it's on the economy. Oh, well, we're a free market party, but regulation isn't actually such a bad thing, and we'll do it here and there, and it's come out. So, and when it becomes muddled, they haven't established that clear message of what they're doing. They've gone, oh, we've done this fantastic thing, and isn't it good? But when you actually try and say, okay, so what's your narrative to a voter? How do you sell this? Are you after strong public services? Are you after free market economy? Are you Thatcherite? I can't really put my finger on it with either of them, and I don't really know. I mean, that's worrying if I'm not able to, because that means, unfortunately, half the voting public will have gone to the polls and gone, well, I like my local candidate, or I always vote Labour, but I don't see many people going, I don't vote Labour normally, but actually the party's message is something that resonates, because they haven't really had one.
Yep, agree completely. It's possibly going to be one of the defining aspects of the next election. Who gets the new, fresher, better sell? In theory, it's more up for grabs for Labour. It's technically more up for grabs for any opposition. The only thing is, I get the feeling there's a worry about Starmer being the person to lead that sort of campaign, and the Labour Party in general finding the inspiration for such policies, especially considering some of the struggles that they've had with sort of image and PR before, and some of the issues that Starmer has had as well with that. Again, fantastic orator at Dispatch Box, incredible detail, mastery of the brief is next level by their modern politician standards, but does that leave him stilted when it comes to trying to get people on side? And it's something I think it's definitely.
Also, I'm just going to go turn Jazz's alarm off to get up, as it were.
Yeah, I could have done with that. Big thanks to everybody who's still here. My apologies for feeling the pinch. And my apologies for the Tinder spam bot, which is incredibly annoying.
Is it?
I cannot believe this is a real human.
I mean,
right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's done.
I started lying down.
Just having a look for any questions I missed. What's the story with Sinn Féin? Amsyar will be able to tell you much more about that probably on next week's polling station. They were leading by a long way in the pre-election polls. So yeah, that will be.
I am honestly, with Sinn Féin, very fascinated to see what happens, because we have that chance where Sinn Féin look like it will have the most votes in both Northern Ireland and the Republic.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a very interesting one, because the DUP has gone through so many leaders. It feels like UKIP at that sort of breaking point where they started falling to pieces. And it's what I'll also be interested in is the SDLP, because of course you have sort of the DUP and you have Sinn Féin, but also underneath those you have the sort of smaller parties, which the SDLP I would say is sort of slightly closer to the centre. You have the Ulster Unionist Party, again, probably used to be closer to the centre, seems to have drifted rightwards. And it's kind of interesting because I think it will be watching all those parties and also what Alliance will do. Often talking to Alliance voters, they'll just say, well, if there was a poll on Northern Ireland, whether it rejoins the Republic or not, their answer is we'd just tear up our ballots, So it's an interesting one if that turned into, okay, now, get involved in government or whatever. So it will be interesting to watch, and I'll be very interested to see. The other thing, of course, is whether they can form a government after this. What kind of arrangement is made, because power sharing and Northern Ireland is often very, very tricky in that sense to actually put something together and try and work out an agreement. So that really depends on what parties end up there. If the SDLP, for instance, does much better, you could end up with a very interesting sort of arrangement. So yeah, it's up for grabs, but it's interesting.
Yeah. No, it absolutely is. And then, of course, it leads us to yet another showdown. God, this is, ever since it was implemented, I swear every 3 months we've had some sort of protocol/border related showdown where we seem to get very angry about the implementation of an international trade agreement. We threatened to go to sort of loggerheads with Ireland against it. We do this in the end via the normal diplomatic channels in the EU, and the EU correctly replies that, it's an agreement drafted by you guys and approved by both sides and negotiated with extensively. And I feel that we're going to go and have the same again, regardless of the result over the weekend. I mean, one of the things I think, again, is an issue for the Tories is this is probably going to snap in one direction, and the laws of physics or political physics suggest that it will snap in the Tories' direction. Just purely because they cannot really, aside from breaking international law in limited and specific ways, do anything about it. So I'll be watching quite closely the unionist perspective, particularly also because we're talking about the leaders as Sinn Féin. Who gets second is massive. Alliance and the DUP were neck and neck for second.
Yeah,
it's a very different alternate universe if either of those two win, or win the battle for second, I should say. Now it'll be something I'll be keeping my eye on. It might possibly be more important than who wins. Who makes second over in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, it seems so certain now at the end of the day that Sinn Féin will come first. It does seem to be that battle for second, and I feel like if I were to place a bet on this, it probably would end up being on Alliance, just because I think the DUP has just had, on the one hand, they do get support from people simply because of the fact that they're the DUP, but on the other hand, I just think that it's that difficulty at the moment where they've had too much internal infighting. And I think because of that, one of the first things, and this is probably a terrifying thing to actually admit, but one of the first things that happened when Jeffrey Donaldson became leader of the DUP was he actually came along to the Excluded event that we were doing in London. And I don't think I had much of an idea he was turning up beforehand. And I've never been so terrified in my entire life. And when I stood there, I'd made a speech, I'd stood down, and then Jeffrey Donaldson goes up, comes from out the crowd, makes a speech and stands next to me. And I was like, I don't like this. I need to go home. It's like, I'm scared. But in some ways, it's weird, but I do think that the instability in the DUP is too much, even for those people who loyally support them every single election. And because they're unionists, and some of those votes will go to the UUP, and some will go to Alliance. I just have this feeling that Alliance, at the end of the day, with those people who who are sort of more neutral on the issue of independence, and those sort of DUP voters who are frustrated, don't want to vote for the UUP, and effectively get trapped into voting for the Alliance, and that's their kind of only way to go. I mean, honestly, that ends up being it. So yeah, I think Alliance will probably end up doing well. But knowing my luck, that means that we will see some kind of a DUP Sinn Féin thing again. But
yeah, indeed, do stay tuned for that. By the way, last price Sinn Féin went off for most seats was 40-1 on. So we're in very little doubt about who's coming out on top, but who comes out next best sure to have a huge effect. Goggle boxing update. BBC have breakfast. They got reports. This is Charlotte Rose. Just there. They've left the count at Wandsworth. I'm sort of jealous of those people because I think some of them might be going to sleep, but actually now I'm not very sure any of them will be going to sleep. We're getting a big showing of Wandsworth on the big Sky screen. They're also showing us an English council's tally, though it looks way behind, unless that's seats rather than councillors, which it is. Those are the only two I've really paid attention to. Everything else on the news channels is either repeats or focused elsewhere, including NBC Nightly News, which I've managed to just find. So anyway, going back to BBC, where we've got the lovely dulcet tones of Victoria, Derbyshire, and just going to have a look at some of the latest results, see if we haven't missed anything. It will begin to pick up a bit. And we've also got Westminster still to come, which Labour sources are now confidently saying that the party has taken, which I think is a very big moment and in a way quite remarkable, given not just the history there, but also the fact that there was some dampenings of expectations, I think, on polling day. Well, this is true everywhere, but also I think in London, where Westminster wasn't really meant to be in play, but it turns out it has been. Immediate thoughts?
It's it's both a good thing and a bad thing, right? Labour today have done well in London, and it's just another area. And I think, if I was looking at which seats in London could I flip, places like Wimbledon would suddenly be on the list for Labour, and and so I think on that side of things, yes, it's good. It's another area that they managed to get, but again, I would still be looking at other areas of the country, especially those areas in the north where Tories have actually made, despite everything, inroads in certain council seats up north. I'd be weighing that up in my mind and going, yeah, okay, this looks okay.
Yeah.
However, would I be really, jumping for joy that we've won another council in London? Yes, but when we're looking at this electorally and what it means for the next election, then I would be happy, but I wouldn't be jumping up and down. I think it's going to be quite subdued, really.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair way of putting it. We're waiting that result. Nothing of major interest in the last hour. Just a couple of Labour wins. One's a hold in Blundellsands or Blundellsands in Sefton.
I was going to say
Avery and
Blundellsands sounds quite cool.
I know, right? Very tight old contest in Averley and Uplands at Thurrock. Labour winning from the independent group. They used to have 43.2%. Gone. Labour beat the Conservatives 50.6% to 49.4%. Both went up by 26. No, sorry. Both went up by over 20%. Labour added 26.9 points to their previous score. The Conservatives 22.2. Tories have gained Tilbury, Riverside and Thurrock Park from Labour. Fairly comfortable victory there. Independent group ran still, which I don't think helped Labour at all, albeit they lost a lot of their stakes, or I should say they lost a lot of their previous performance there too. Tight one in Belhurst, Thurrock, another one where the independent group were absent. The Tories gaining from Labour, increase of 30% in the vote, pulling that off. Ockenden in Thurrock, the Tories have nicked it from Labour. Bittern Park, Labour have picked it from the Conservatives, tip for that there. Labour Gain have also won Peachtree in Southampton. And I wonder what that is, I really do. I have a feeling it might be something to do with the environment or farm subsidies or something like that. So that's where we are in terms of the results as it stands in the last hour or so. Any questions? I'm just having a look here. Do get in touch. Your questions are probably all that keep me alive at the moment. And I'm really determined to try and keep on through. Algo Fodder asked, what's the story on why only 23 Labour gains at the stage? This is presumably earlier. Is there a bias against Labour gains in early counting wards? I think it would be because the setup of the seats, the wards that we're seeing results for can simply be something as simple as different people voting at different times. I think we'll have to wait and see more. Labour, I imagine, we're pretty happy with all that has gone so far in the major cities and in London, but there's a long time to go, and I think it's a really important part of the night coming along, or I should say the day coming along when Scotland gets counted, because as nice as it has been to take off the scalp of Westminster, if it happens or when it happens, depending on your view. And I think that's it possibly for now on that question. I'm just going to go through a couple of others, but hopefully that answers things. It's basically who voted where. Is it too early to crack open a bottle of bubbly labelled Tory tears? Yes. I mean, look. Rob Lynn, it's only 11:35 p.m. My God, keep going. I am in Canada. Thank you so much. Oh, this is an interesting one. Harry Harlow asks if we all went to university. Well, given that you two. I
was going to say, beautiful seaside town of Aberystwyth, and it's a place that once you go there, you don't quite leave. You just want to stay. So yeah. But if you want to go somewhere, it's got a very good international politics department actually as well, which I will plug, as I never really plugged my university, so I'll do that. But yeah, it's a very good international politics department here.
That's lovely. I did go to university. I went to Bristol UE. Just looking through some of these other comments. Oh, somebody watching us from Queensland, Australia. Always appreciated.
We certainly got the international audience then. There's Australia, yeah, Canada.
We really have. Just having a quick look here if there's anything else we've missed. And no, I think we're all caught up on those comments. Right, so we're into a new day. That's the official, is that official Wandsworth? Yes, it is. So that's from an hour ago. And the Lib Dems have gained Bramall North in Stockport. Anything else you're looking for over the next few hours, or basically over this afternoon, because some people are taking a very long break, which sounding more and more enticing.
Does, to be fair. The only thing that I've looked at recently is Richmond upon Thames, and the Lib Dems there. So at the moment, I think we're on 45 seats out of 54 declared, and the Lib Dems have 40, Greens 4, and the Tories 1. And the Tories have lost 8 seats already in Richmond upon Thames, and that's interesting, especially going back to the comments I made at the beginning of the night about sort of local Conservatives and how they would fare during the election, simply because that seems pretty disastrous. And I'm interested whether something particularly has either happened on the council, whether it was just a sort of good Lib Dem going. I mean, it's a seat that they have. So whether it was sort of, having a local MP, whether it was, simply the Tories collapsing. But it's also interesting because, I mean, I think that was Zach Goldsmith's old seat, I think, Richmond upon Thames, yeah. And that's, I think, is interesting. It's ex-Tory, but now that's very much sort of a collapse of the Tory vote there. And kind of, I think, any chances, whereas it used to be hotly contested at general elections, I mean, any chances really of that going back to the Tories, I think, are basically gone. And that sort of happened when Zach Goldsmith was given a lordship, basically, to get him away from contesting elections in the same seat. But yeah, so I found that one interesting because it's sort of it's a big gain for the Lib Dems.
No, I think it's very well said. I know it was always going to be looked at as one of the themes of the night, but there seems to have been a sort of quiet. It seems to be quietly impressive from the Lib Dems and the Greens. Awful lot of focus went into the direct head-to-head between Labour and the Tories, which again important, but as we were talking about earlier on the stream, in the next 2 years, Lib Dems and the Greens have a big part to play. And gosh, imagine the Greens would be very happy with their work, very, very happy so far. And that is another issue for Starmer to negotiate. Because I think the Tories they'll never be in the fight for those votes. They've got to try and prevent their softer votes being picked up by the Lib Dems. Again, easier said than done. But gosh, Labour wouldn't want to be losing this amount of votes in such concentrated areas to the Greens at another general election, I don't think.
I mean, it's interesting with the Greens, especially because for them, if they start sort of losing votes in different constituencies, sort of either standing aside or not campaigning as much for Labour, I know internally they're sort of worried about finances, and if they were to start standing aside and therefore not getting a huge number of votes in different seats and that. So, I can't. It's going to be a tricky one for Starmer. Because whereas with the Lib Dems, he's kind of been able to manage it by going, okay, I will target my resources here, so you target yours there. It works for both of us. I think whilst the Green Party at some local level will be able to do that, I also think when it comes to the fact that there's, when it starts to be an agreement that has to cover large numbers of seats that they could actually have some impact on if they start doing well in terms of vote share, then I think it starts to get more tricky for Starmer. He's really tried to sort of move as far as he can towards allowing the Lib Dems some leeway and the Greens some leeway. But I think it's going to be tricky for him because that'll only go so far.
Yes.
He'll only be able to go so far with it, and the Greens and the Lib Dems will only sort of move to a certain distance. So I think it's going to be a tough one going forwards, and that makes me think it could be quite a difficult one, especially for them. But yeah, so I don't know. It's whatever it is.
Yeah. No, I agree that it's a really tricky position that the leaders of the two parties find themselves in. Also, actually, now I'm thinking about it, be interesting to see how Plaid Cymru go along today. Night so far of relative struggles for the big two. Labour will be feeling much better about themselves, though, although I think they're heading off to tougher territory. In theory, everything is right for a good Plaid Cymru, a good night of outings for Plaid Cymru. So I'll be interested in that because, again, with the polling as it is, which seems to suggest that the Tories have lost 10 points or 10%, whichever one you want to call it, since the last election. These will all count. This will all count. Who's taking whose lunch, so to speak. So
yeah,
I'm of the opinion that it's worth watching to see how Plaid Cymru do. Also in Scotland, I'll be interested to see any sort of direct comparison with the SNP. Just in general, because there's been lots of chat about who's to be second. But if I remember correctly, I think there were still double digits of Conservative MPs after the last general election in Scotland. Again, a couple of losses there in an election which is already set to be fairly tight. Would not be a help to the Conservatives' chance of staying in power.
Yeah, I mean, in Wales, I'm kind of sort of thinking that Plaid will see some losses, but again, I think that's because in Wales it's to do with the Labour Party and it's to do with how well Labour is doing. Whereas I think in Scotland, I definitely think the Tories will see some losses. I think that's because I think that was going to happen after the Johnson high anyway, but I think now even more so. It's sort of like they started to build momentum over time, even during May's time in office. They were building momentum in Scotland. And I think that's kind of gone now.
Yes.
There's no more Ruth Davidson kind of, but I think she helped to sort of carry the Tory party a lot in Scotland and almost replace the image of the Tory party with her own, which I think was a lot more palatable. So yeah, I think in Scotland, losing someone like Ruth Davidson, the Tory party doing worse, I don't have much doubt that they will do worse. I think Plaid will be interesting, but I think any gains or losses they make, it won't be huge. I don't think it will be many seats.
Yeah.
I mean, here in Aberystwyth, my prediction is they will probably end up holding, because I don't see the Lib Dems breaking through. But at the same time, I mean, in Wales as a whole, it's difficult for them because as much as they would usually push as a sort of, Plaid Cymru and as a nationalist party in Wales, I just think that Labour's done too well at the moment in government, and it seems like they will be the only people gaining at the end of the night, with Plaid probably holding their own, but not really doing anything much more.
Yeah, agree with that completely. A very comprehensive rundown as well. My apologies for flagging a little bit.
I think we all are.
I promise you, it is not it's not Tom's analysis. It's been wonderful all the night. Joe Yoshi and Ben.
I love the name already. I'm just gonna say.
Fantastic, isn't it? They're checking in from Canada, looking for updates on the elections. Any results yet? Yes, lots of results. So local elections here are to elect councillors. I don't know if you have a direct equivalent across from Canada, but say if you're electing people who are going to run various parts of Toronto or whatever, in wards, on a ward by ward basis, that's sort of what it's like.
Do you want me to give an explanation in Canadian political party terms?
Yes, please.
Okay, shall we go? So basically, imagine it's your sort of like city council elections. Yep. So at the moment, party-wise, it would be the NDP in Canada, who are doing fairly well, pretty okay. The Conservatives are just the Conservatives in Canada, same again, doing pretty okay. Then you effectively have the Liberals, but are they directly comparable to ours? Not quite. I'm not. They're very sister parties, actually, the Lib Dems and the Liberal Party of Canada. But yeah, so again, doing well, gaining lots, but they're normally in third place. So they're normally where the NDP is, which is a really confusing one. So you kind of have to swap them around. I'm trying to think if that's ever really. Maybe you got close under Jack Layton. I'm sorry he didn't become your prime minister. Probably should have. But basically, yeah. And then Greens are pretty much just like in Canada, actually. Literally only get, at general election time, one, two, maybe 3 seats. And then basically the rest of them, independent, smaller parties. The same as usual. So that is me trying to translate over badly.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. We've talked a bit about Scotland recently, but I just wanted a bit of a forecast from Glenn Campbell, political editor of BBC Scotland. So he says SNP on course to an 11th election in a row. Conservatives brace for heavy losses. They're saying third place, partygate, Prime Minister, etc. As well described earlier, I think all those reasons. Labour cautiously optimistic about finishing second in vote share, but they are tampering down any gains. Lib Dems and Greens were hopeful, and I imagine they might be even more so now after a very promising start to proceedings for them, for those respective parties, and particularly also in the Northwest, where they've been doing quite well. It's 6:30 and Labour have gained Westminster from the Conservatives. This is a shock, I think, by normal political standards. It was a shock to the betting markets. We are 5-2 on for the Tories to continue having control. That's about 71%. I don't think it was something many people saw coming. Credit where it's due, however. This was forecasted by a pollster. I'm going to grab that pollster's name. It was Pollcat. So yes, very interesting poll there. And Pollcat forecasts Westminster turning Labour for the first time in its history. And that was, really not something I think that had been anticipated. So a very good night for Labour in London. Again, another trend I'm noticing, the national polling has been pretty well correlated. The averages would seem about right. A loss of 10 points from the height of 2019 for the Tories, Labour leading massively in London, but possibly not having their voters evenly spread out as they'd like. Sorry, and the Lib Dems and the Greens, again, packing punches in smaller areas, and it's interesting. Their vote appears to be better distributed at the moment, at least, than the Conservatives and the Labour Party, albeit that we've got quite a few councils still to go. Then we've got to see what the state plays in Wales and Scotland. But that's the big moment I think. And again, in London, Labour doing brilliantly. And again, it maps very much, I think, what we've been seeing in the polling, which will probably be a source of comfort, I think, to Labour strategists, although that said, I think they'd have hoped for some better results elsewhere. Oh, a wonderful Sky News graphic here to have a look at. This is the change in the 4 English regions since 2018, last set of elections for most of these boroughs, I believe. The Tories losing 6.9% in the south. Labour losing in the north 2.6%, 2.4% in the Midlands. Again, when we're comparing 2018 with now, we're not comparing this with a general election. These are the last set's local elections, so it can be a little bit deceiving, but those did change. And in the East, I believe, oh, that's the other category losing 6.6 points. That might well be the independent group or independent councillors. So yeah, that's where we are with vote shares, etc. Let's have a look for some comments as we are fully up. The sun's fully up. Although I cannot face this at the moment. Oh,
I was going to say that.
Carolina, I really want to get this right. Cielowis. Watching from Los Angeles, is Boris going to be under more or less pressure to step down? I think probably less or neither at the moment, but it is early to say that. It is quite early to say that. Labour have underperformed, I think, in some areas, but again, we're saying this, we're putting this on 2018 boundaries to now. I think that by 5 p.m. we'll have a much better idea. Actually, not even by 5 p.m. I just think by about 2 to 3, a clearer pattern will be emerging. I must say one thing, I don't think he's had any sort of reputation enhancement at all. This is the maintaining of the status quo for him, which was not great in terms of poll ratings, etc., etc. And of course, with the cost of living crisis, unfortunately, set to get worse or gets better, I wouldn't necessarily be really high on the fortunes of Boris Johnson. Thank you for your question. I think another person asking if there are any results. We've had hundreds of results, but there are hundreds more to come because we have only been counting, or we've only had results from parts of England. And we got Wales to go, we've got Scotland to go, and we've got Northern Ireland to go. Interesting comment from Gavin Bowl, who says that Wandsworth and Westminster losing should be a wake-up call for the Conservative Party, probably right there. And, oh, this is interesting now. So a Labour source, this is the third or fourth time I've seen it, so just to get some correlation, has consistently said there are 16 Leave seats they've been winning on these results. Do forgive me. And apparently they've said it is really significant. It's not that we think it's job done, but we are very happy with where we are tracking. Yeah, go on. Sorry, what's your view on?
I'm going to say, yeah, I have plenty of views on sort of Leave voting seats and everything, and obviously given my time during the referendum campaign, I call it time like it's prison time, but it's interesting, I think. I think firstly because Brexit is far less of an issue now, and it's something we sort of saw coming about a while ago. That obviously it's like a lot of things.
before the campaign and during the campaign, it seems like the biggest thing possible. And, it's this big referendum campaign. Anything anyone is talking about is Brexit. It's all about sort of the single policy issue. The Tories go into the election, it's get Brexit done. Effectively, it's another vote for Brexit. And actually, I think now that's started to fade away. Areas aren't just viewed on whether they leave or whether they remain. There's a lot of other issues I think people are way more willing to consider rather than just were you a leaver or were you a Remain supporter. So I think it's started to sort of break down. So I don't necessarily think that's sort of the work of any particular political party. Even I don't think it's the work of Labour or the Lib Dems or anyone sort of pushing a message that worked, because I don't actually ever think they found one on Brexit. I think that Labour sort of half-heartedly went into the referendum. They ended up in a position of sort of backing the customs union, which was a sort of really weird, not really sure why they went for it position, and then they went, oh, we'll have a second referendum as well. So it seemed like a very interesting manifesto, and I'm never really sure that they got there with the voters. I think the voters got to them. They never really changed enough. They never really knew what they needed to do in order to actually win over those people. They more just ended up finding themselves in a position where voters didn't really care about it anymore, which I wouldn't say is a success for Labour policy. I think it's more a failure, that it's taken the voters to forget about the issue for them to actually get them on side. So I think Labour will be going, oh, we're going in the right direction. But again, I think it's the voters going in the right direction. I think it's not good for Labour policy.
No, it is not. Indeed, it is not. Just having a bit of goggle boxing here. John Craig on Sky News at the moment, talking about the state of the parties in London. Labour with 8 councils, the Tories with 3, the Lib Dems with 2, Greens with none, and others with none. Only 13 out of 32 in London. So, yeah, plenty of chances to test the continued progress of Labour in London. 68 declared out of 146, and a jump of 14 for Labour and 47 for the Liberal Democrats. I dare say we're going to see a few more Ed Davey photo ops at some point.
Please no more like blue walls or like random balloons.
You know exactly what's happening.
No.
Because that's what you said, so you've willed it into existence. It shall be so.
I am utterly terrified. Literally every time it gets worse, sort of, I thought, the blue wall is like, okay, I kind of get it. It's a bit fun, but like, and then it was, we're gonna pop Boris's balloon, and then I was like, this has gone from like cheesy but kind of okay to please stop. Like, this is not what I want my election night coverage to be.
No, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, they're also long odds on to take Tiverton and Honiton, and I think they will. So we've got to deal with all that, and Lord knows what sort of Devon-based pun they'll have, especially considering it's the tractor election. So yeah, plenty of Lib Dem. Gosh, cringe. Can we call it cringe? Skullduggery. God, yeah, probably the cringe machine will be in full flow. But hey. Hopefully no more bar charts. Actually, they'll probably definitely be.
Oh, that's always the joy of getting out of election season. The number that I've seen tonight of different candidates, and even some who are sort of independent candidates, but they have used the Lib Dems style of bar chart and then adapted it for their own uses. I don't get why. I mean, I kind of understand the messaging behind it, but it's so painful just to look at. At the end of the day, I think convincing people that you're a good choice to vote for and these are the policies that you actually want to introduce are probably going to be better use for that space than a bar graph that everyone will attack because it's kind of inaccurate. And I don't understand how they never really quite managed to get that. They've always gone for sort of, let's go for a bar chart because, that'll definitely persuade someone.
Absolutely, indeed. Right, I'm going to take the shortest of breaks. Shall I leave the viewers in your hands, or do you want to switch over to the dulcet tones of Sky News for a little bit, for 10 or 15 minutes maybe, if we can get them up?
See, I'm half and half. I mean, I'm tempted if I get up the actual live session is to get people to actually ask me questions. You never know, they might even actually ask me something. It's where I now have to work out how this amazing thing called YouTube works and try and get the comments up because my phone is not doing it properly. But yes, send your questions in. I mean, you get a think tank person who will answer
all questions.
Most
we've got one from Carolina who asks, could Northern Ireland see a significant swing and how would it impact the next election? And with that, I will leave you to answer.
Okay,
I'll make sure to get them across to you. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Sounds good. So Northern Ireland will be, I think, quite interesting. So election-wise, Northern Ireland, at the moment, what it does is Westminster parties, so Labour, the Tories, the Lib Dems, they don't really run in areas like Northern Ireland. They tend to stay out. So you have almost their equivalent. So the SDLP, the Social Democratic and Labour Party, instead of the Labour Party, Alliance instead of the Lib Dems, the Ulster Unionist Party and the Democratic Unionist Party, the DUP, those instead of the Conservatives, and sort of so on and so on. And Sinn Féin are interesting there. There may be sort of like our kind of, say, Plaid Cymru equivalent, or maybe even sort of left-wing kind of SNP equivalent. So you have these political parties, and if there is a big swing, especially to Sinn Féin, you can expect them to possibly pick up more seats in Westminster elections, the next general election. But of course, that's going to be very contingent on the Democratic Unionist Party either still being in a real state. I mean, they've lost several leaders who've been replaced one after the other until they're now on Jeffrey Donaldson. So it relies on the Democratic Unionists, their equivalent to the Conservatives, being in a desperate state still and unable to effectively form an opposition. And it relies on parties like the Alliance Party, so the equivalent of the Lib Dems, remaining low down in the polls. So really, it's all of those things together will, if they do happen, will mean that Northern Ireland at the next election ends up being fairly interesting, fairly Sinn Féin heavy. The other thing to remember is Sinn Féin doesn't actually take up its seats in Parliament. So because you enter in Parliament, have to effectively swear an oath to the Queen. They don't take up their seats. So it also doesn't make much of a difference in Westminster if Sinn Féin decides not to take up its seats. They effectively aren't counted. And of course, some election nights when it does become close, when the votes are counted and actually it looks like they may need a coalition, such as in 2010, of course, there's always that possibility that Sinn Féin may take up their seats at some point. So they always have that power, but it's only if they were to take up their seats, which is very highly unlikely. So yeah, if everything stays as it is, Northern Ireland would see more MPs not go to the House of Commons under Sinn Féin. So effectively, it would actually reduce Northern Ireland's sort of say in the House of Commons when it comes to votes. And of course, you've got the Northern Ireland Assembly elections, which we'll see how they turn out. And of course, that could be very interesting to watch. So, can't believe people actually take interest in this when in truth, no one has a say. It'll be the usual outcome, and that's LD Corks. I'm assuming that's what the name is. I mean, you do have a say. It's not perfect. I would love a system in which the more votes a party got, the more seats it gets. But unfortunately, as much as you don't have a perfect say, and like the system itself could be fairer, you know, things can change. I mean, we've seen Westminster Council today switch, and that was, you know, really unexpected. And so it is possible. It takes time for political parties to sort of emerge or to take over different areas, but at the same time, that shouldn't sort of dissuade you that change isn't possible, that you can't change things. You can vote for different parties and eventually get them in. It's more difficult. I wish we had a better system. But again, that's kind of, it would be nice, but you know, you never know. So keep on sending in all of your comments, and I will try and answer as many as absolutely possible. Because I'm here. William has gone off for a short break. So effectively you have me answering anything you want to know, all about the elections, all about seats. And I will, in very William style, do a quick update on where everything is this local election. The main thing, I mean, has been today has been that Labour has managed to keep hold of and gain seats in London, obviously Westminster being the big one. And there's also been a lot of progress for parties like the Lib Dems and the Greens in different areas of the UK. And obviously we have still got Wales, which is where I am now, Scotland and Northern Ireland all still to come. So we'll see exactly how that all goes. Carolina says, still better than the US minority tyranny rule here. Well, that's an interesting one. I mean, see, the UK, I mean, we have first past the post, which means effectively you can get in with 30% of the vote. So you can have candidates with 70% of the vote between them. All of those people who voted against you, 70%, and that means nothing if it's split well enough. Yeah, we do have a bit of that issue in the UK, as well as the US has, where, you know, the minority of voters can actually decide something for the majority of people, and it's not a good system. I mean, you know, the US voting system obviously is a bit more complicated, especially for sort of presidential elections, because it effectively bases it off of electoral votes. Again, the way that's divvied out isn't brilliant, but again, we have our own system here in the UK of first past the post, and that isn't perfect either. And these council elections really kind of show what that's like, and they really show that, you know, first past the post as a system, it gives seats to individual councillors, even if actually those councillors don't win a huge percentage of the votes. And it's a lot of the reason why here in Wales, for instance, they're starting to allow councils here to use proportional representation. So the idea again that if you gain more votes, that party should also gain more seats. So effectively it's starting to change in different areas, but in England, it's still roughly the same. So as I said, keep on sending stuff in, and I will continue to try and answer as much as possible as I go on. So, what happened in Highburn? So I'm interested in Highburn, so I haven't actually looked a huge amount into that. I believe that one was where the Conservative councillors decided to defect, but we will find out, because I do not want to talk about it without making sure that this is the correct place and I have not got the complete wrong area. But overall, it has not been a brilliant night for the Conservatives. What I can tell you is in Highburn, interestingly, 2 allegations of signatures being fraudulent for nomination papers for reform. So there we go. That kind of stuff happens. But we'll have a look at Highburn then. I haven't really looked at it all day, so I'm kind of interested to see what what kind of things have happened there. I think we might have Will back.
I am back.
Hello. I was going to say, what has happened in Highburn then? Because that's one question that I got asked. I answered all of the rest of them, but Highburn, was that the one where the Conservative councillors decided that they would leave? That's what I did. I was like, oh, which one was that one again?
Highburn. Okay, dokes. Let me just get back up to speed with my notes. My apologies. I need to get a drink. Highburn Borough Council. Okay, so Highburn in Lancashire. Right, this is a fair doozy. So there were 2 allegations that signatures on nomination papers were invalid, and police are now looking into the allegations. So the Reform Party accused Gareth Molyneux, who is a Tory candidate but was a former Labour councillor, of harassing one of their potential candidates. Also, Labour MP Graham Jones, or former Labour MP Graham Jones, tweeted this in a very cryptic way, but he didn't give a name. But he asked for the suspension of that candidate. And then the Rossendale case. So we've got essentially two sort of cases here. Gareth Molyneux accused of harassment, and then I believe the other case is a Conservative candidate, apparently, who has been accused of, Stuart Horne, apparently, who's forged a signature. There's potential election fraud there. This potential election fraud was meant to be because the signature that appeared in his form also appeared on the form of Green candidate Alexander Vijatov. So that's what happened there. All a mess, frankly. And presumably there were relegations before, or resignations before the vote, I should say. Just catching up also, because I was listening to some of your excellent answers, and I very much do agree on the way you summed up the voting. It's been a source of contention for a long time, basically, the way that we vote in this country and the voting system. And there are a lot of people out there who don't like first past the post. That number, to me, appears to grow with every single major election. Usually a general, we find out lots about it. So remains to be seen. I don't see it changing, however, namely because I think if it was to change, you'd need a coalition government of some sort to do it. That's my feeling on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think either it's going to be something that Labour does because it realises that it's not going to get in as a majority government. They really hope they are, but I think if there becomes a time when they decide actually maybe we aren't going to be able to, so the Greens and the Lib Dems, that goes back to coalition deals again and sort of pacts and local agreements on where to field their resources. And then, of course, that is one side of it, but the more that I look at it, it could well be in the future a sort of moderate Tory government that decides, this is, if it becomes a sort of cross-party issue and Tories start to take that side. I only know of one Tory MP at the moment who supports changing the voting system, and I think that's the St Ives Tory MP. Other than that, there isn't a huge amount of support for it. So if it was, though, to become a more cross-party issue, then again, you have that possibility that it can change. What I will say to Anthony Walsh, who says, here in Australia, we have preferential voting. Well, it's better than what we have. That's all I can say. In the UK, we had the alternative vote referendum, which wasn't proportional. So it doesn't mean that the votes will exactly match seats. In fact, I believe it benefited the Lib Dems slightly more than a proportional system would, which is kind of ironic considering it was also the Lib Dems that wanted to put it in place, which didn't help their argument that it was all about fairness and nothing to do with who would win or lose on that electoral system. But yeah, so I mean, we've had sort of pushes towards stuff like that, but sadly not.
Yeah, I think it's a really good way to sum it up.
And yes, Harold, adult voting does indeed happen. It's good.
Yes, I think he might be looking at the Tinderbot, who has made sort of regular appearances now, like once every 30 minutes or so we get
almost the Brexit Party logo with that arrow, but it's sort of the Labour version of the Brexit Party logo.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Just putting it out there.
I mean, all I'm able to do really is put them in timeout. For some reason, I get told it's 300 seconds, and then I have to jump on it again. But I can keep an eye on the Tinder.
Putting it in timeout.
Yeah, in timeout mode. So no, that's always a possibility that we'll have to keep on doing it again, like playing whack-a-mole. But anyway, as I'm beginning to get a bit of a second wind, I hope I'm sure I'll be able to handle that. Any news?
Well,
Harold, gosh, depends how long you've been with us. Really?
Yeah, I was going to say there's a lot of news, but it depends if we're talking about sort of 20 minutes ago or we're talking about 3 hours ago. I mean, there's been a ton of news, but at the same time, it's a weird one. There's been a ton of news, but almost no news at the same time. Obviously, big ones like Westminster, but really, it's not hugely different from what was actually originally predicted. Which in some ways is really boring, because you want the exit poll to come out and say Neil Kinnock will be the next prime minister, and then and all to go the complete other way. But actually this time, and interesting in some ways, that the poll have actually been fairly accurate, because you'd expect, being at a council level, that they have enough difficulty at a general election where people are voting on the same kind of issues, same kind of areas, so on and so forth. Whereas this one, so dominated by local councillors and stuff, I don't know whether that says that either the polling companies have just done a very good job of working out where people are going to vote, or that votes are far more based on actually national stuff
and that has allowed them to calculate how people will vote, because in reality, whilst there will be people who vote based on their local councillor doing the bins and so forth, either that individual therefore then just votes for the national party anyway because they've got that good local councillor, or whether they're voting based on what's happening nationally. So I'm kind of interested to see whether that has actually meant that those pollsters have been able to go out and do this, because at the moment, as I said, other than Westminster being that big upset, it seems pretty on the same kind of lines. It doesn't seem to be a huge upset anywhere. Labour making decent gains, Tories making fair losses, and you know, the Lib Dems sort of creeping up, same with the Greens, both of them doing fairly okay. It just seems so the same story as was being told before, obviously, minus the amazing projections that the, you know, Labour Party would win 4 million seats. Other than that kind of very extreme projection, it basically seems exactly like what we were originally going to be looking at this election.
Yeah, I think it's really, really well explained. I am going to go and grab another Lucozade, but I'll be right back. I'll be within earshot. So your questions, please do keep them coming in whilst
I was going to say, yeah, ask me more questions. Probably searching for tractors. Well, you know what? At least you gave me a laugh. Okay, it's not a question. I can't really riff off of it too much, but I will say, yeah, I have zero belief for the idea that someone was literally searching for tractors in the House of Commons during, you know, I mean, anyway, you shouldn't really be searching for tractors in the House of Commons, right? You're kind of there for a job. That's for a start. But also, nah, it does not happen. So yeah, I mean, it's the whole excuse for that was ludicrous, but also, yeah, well done. I think you probably got joke of the night for that one, because adult voting and tractors. But yeah, do send me any other questions that you have. Again, I will try and answer them the best I can. If it's something I know a lot about, then you might get a 10-minute talk from me about whatever it is. If it is something I know less about, I can look it up. I too have Google, so genuinely, just let me know. And also, I'm amazed. I want to have a look how many people are watching this. 22 people are still watching this stream right now, which is kind of incredible considering the fact that so many people are actually still here after all night, which means some of you have probably been voting, have been watching the votes all night long. So so aren't Labour defending more seats? So gaining some is a better result than it appears. It's interesting. I mean, it's yes and no. It's kind of a difficult one there, you know, if you're defending more seats, but at the same time, the map has changed, so it makes it more difficult to actually say, oh yeah, because normally you'd be defending safe seats and then you'd be trying to gain on top of that, so it wouldn't be much different. But now with the way that Boris effectively changed the game, it does mean that Labour is trying to defend seats in the north where it wouldn't normally have to defend them. It would normally be fighting a battle in the south to gain seats, and in the north it would just be defending the ones it's already got. And that's a less of a sort of issue for them. So it's interesting because it's an interesting point. It's a genuinely decent point, which is, you know, if they've got all these seats that they have to now defend, you know, does that actually mean that they're in a more difficult position? But on the, you know, it's sort of on the flip side, you've got Labour doing quite well in Westminster. So you could also say that the Tories have had a bit of difficulty on that same
side of things. They too have had problems in terms of the Labour Party doing much better than actually expected. So yeah, I mean, it's in some ways it goes both ways. The shift that has happened in electoral maps at the moment, and in the way and places that voters are, those people from the north who've moved south and those people from the south who've moved north, often to do with things like house prices and work. It's made it more tricky. So yeah, the unfortunate answer is, yeah, they're defending more seats. Normally that would be easy, but in reality, it's a tricky one. You know, they genuinely have had to actually defend more than I think they would have. But you could also say that's a lockdown also to the state of the Labour Party. So there's no easy answer on that one, basically. It's just pretty, it is pretty much that they will have that struggle now that the electoral map has changed.
Yeah, that's perfect explanation.
Right.
I think it's important to remember that this is not a straight up sort of like comparison in which it's really easy to make you know, concrete assumptions, especially also as we're sat here, we have like had only a third of the results overall, and they've also all been in England.
Yeah.
And you know, it's well worth remembering that if you want to take more concrete lessons from this, then you have to wait and see what happens in Scotland, and you have to wait and see what happens in Wales, because both those places will be very important for a future general election. And whilst you shouldn't make the exact sort of you shouldn't make the exact comparison, you never should, for locals to general, but if you want to look at the patterns, then those are clearly going to be really important places, especially as, if there's one thing I think it is fair to assume, it's that these results are all basically bearing out the polls, which is that things have tightened up and it's far more competitive between Labour and the Conservatives now, and the third parties are having an impact, and having an impact that is decisive in certain races. So yeah, I think so. Oh, Caroline is back. So Labour would be doing well, I think, overall on that basis, but this is, again, this is where spinning comes in, right? This is about preset expectations. The idea put in a lot of people's heads, and again, some of this came from the Labour side because they were confident they'd do well. More of it, I think, came from the Conservative side because they thought they were in for a shellacking. But yeah, Labour were expected to gain seats, the Tories were expected to lose them. That traditionally tends to be how things go for governing parties in local elections. Labour have made lots of really impressive gains in London, which is all good, but there's particular focus on general areas. A lot of those, and actually I'll bring this up in the screen share, but there has been a lot of talk about an area of the country called the Red Wall. So if we look here and we just go up, these areas, particularly these areas, that have been lost by Labour to the Conservatives in 2019. It had a huge effect on the overall result. It makes up a large part of Boris Johnson's majority. Now, if we go and look here, and again, you've got to zoom in a little bit because there are lots of wards, as you can see. Labour were hoping very much to take lots and lots of these places. They haven't really done that to anywhere near the same extent that they've taken lots of these places in London.
Just to let you know, and I've checked on the live stream as well, but it's not actually showing what you're sharing on the screen.
Ah, that's very nice.
I just thought I'd let you know because I was looking at it and I was like, oh, maybe it's just my screen. I was like,
right.
I don't mind if everyone else can see and I can't. I was like, that's fine. And then I looked on the live stream and I was like, oh no.
Right, so let's share.
It can be fiddly, I know, because it's a nightmare with Zoom.
Let's try this, and is that working now? Be a great shame if this was the case after, gosh.
And Carolina, the answer to your question is quite simply, yes, they could lose the seat. There is a by-election coming up. Basically, the Tories, it's another one to do with sleaze, sexual assault scandals in the party. And the likelihood is, I see it fairly likely that they lose the seat. Obviously, it depends on the campaign that obviously the Lib Dems and Labour run, but I think it will probably end up being a Lib Dem gain. I thought it was a US blackout.
Yeah, that's such a shame that I can't share with you. But basically, the geographical areas where Labour would hope to do well were very much much further afield than London. You're thinking about a 3-4 hour drive, couple of 100 miles or kilometers.
Do you know what you could do?
What can I do?
If you send it to me as an image, if you're able to, I can just put it in the background, and then I can easily point to whatever you want to show. That is also a possibility if we get stuck.
Okay, hold on, let's have a look.
And we'll try and work that out. That's very election night graphics, to be fair.
Okay, I've taken a shot here.
And now despite being absolutely useless with technology, in every way, shape and form, I'm going to
right, so just off to send those to Torrin. But I'm going to go and sort of look, make a very crass American comparison. This is something I'd like to probably compare to, I think, probably something like the 2016 presidential elections where, votes were stacked in the wrong places. And there's a worry, particularly because of the geographical imbalance of where the Labour vote share is, that Labour needs to be doing better, basically, in the north of England, all across the north and the Midlands as well. The Red Wall isn't just one big area; it's rather nuanced. But Labour wants to do well further north of London and get back to where it used to be. That hasn't been the case so far tonight, but the mood will probably be a bit lighter if, say, for example, they have a storming time in Scotland and they leapfrog into second place. And if they also are the second biggest party in Wales, then I think that will be a more positive mood for the party itself. And we've got to wait and see on that. Oh, by the way, yes, also on another by-election coming up, there are two. Imran Khan resigned, Neil Parish resigned. There are two by-elections coming up. Labour are heavy favourites to win Wakefield. Now that would be really disappointing if they couldn't win it. And Lib Dems are heavy favourites to win the Tiverton by-election, the Tractor by-election, as some have called it. And that's a more interesting one. They're a rather short price considering the size of the majority they've got to overturn, but they've done it before, twice. Cheshire and Amersham, first time around, and then North Shropshire, which was a huge turnaround. North Shropshire probably the best comparison, because a scandal-ridden MP did eventually have to resign. There was a lot of anger at Boris Johnson, and we got similar circumstances here. So yes, 2 more seats potentially going out the door for the Conservatives. And again, they're not the sort of seats, admittedly they're by-elections, but not the sort of places you want to be losing by such a big margin to. And all this sort of thing it does put a bit more pressure on not only Boris Johnson, but also the government as well. And it can make backbenchers twitchy, especially with an election, which is not close. It's never going to be close whilst they're losing these seats. Amazing, Torrin.
Okie dokie. This is right.
That's class.
Right, so this is very election night all of a sudden. This is great, because like if you ever need sort of map shown, then this is like the perfect way to do it. Although my hands do kind of get lost, and it is very counterintuitive as to where I have to point. But basically, yeah, red wall, this area up here. And it's weird as well, because I'm assuming the Welsh seats, the one that way, I will mirror it, because otherwise I'm going to have this constant issue of pointing in the wrong direction. Video settings. I will mirror it. I'm sorry that probably doesn't look, that probably is not the right way around. But basically this is Wales, and this bit is the red wall. And the number one thing I think at the moment with sort of the red wall areas, and I will just discuss it with the background unmirrored, but the biggest thing at the moment with the current red wall up in sort of Liverpool, Manchester, Sheffield, Leeds, Hull, it's sort of that ring. I think it's always that situation I describe where you have people who become wealthy, and they become wealthy in those kind of areas like Manchester and Liverpool. So they previously say lived up here, and then they decided that they were going to move down to places like London. And that, of course, means that those voters who would traditionally say vote Labour continue voting Labour, but rather than doing it in a northern constituency that's going to vote Labour anyway, they move south to London, which is a Labour hotspot, or they move to areas around London, and therefore started to swing the political map, but not in a huge way. And then on the other hand, you had people from the south. So obviously, there we go. Just up there, you've got Cambridge. I can point just about to where I am, which is just about there.
Right, you've got Cambridge.
And that kind of area, again, you have very high house prices in Cambridge. It's very difficult to get a house. And that suddenly means that if you are living up in Cambridge, then suddenly you may find yourself having to go somewhere around here to actually find somewhere to live. And that, I think, if you want the biggest explanation, there's definitely other factors involved too, but if you want a big explanation as to why the voting pattern has changed, why people have gone from one to the other, then I think that's probably one of the most interesting, and I would say one of the big reasons that there's been that shift. It's not necessarily that people have changed their minds, but in big part it's that people have moved and have basically gone from one part of the country to the other, and thus have changed where they're voting.
Brilliantly summed up, and well done for getting the right areas in the right places. I'm more impressed at that than the analysis, to be frank. Carolina, just quickly, am I getting that right? Is it Carolina or Carolina? Yes, North generally poorer. Are they holding the Tories responsible for inflation, rising energy prices? Definitely they're being held responsible for the cost of living. I wouldn't say it's just rising energy prices. It's the think it's having the biggest effect though, by a massive margin. But they are getting the brunt of things such as inflation and the knock-on effects. And also raising energy prices. There has been a point made, which is that the French managed to cap them. They suppressed energy price rises, which I think has had a big effect politically there. Although that said, it didn't stop Marine Le Pen surging using the cost of living as a campaign strategy. Again, this is all sort of subjective. It comes down to sort of who's running where. If Eric Zemmour hadn't been there, Marine Le Pen possibly looks a little less palatable. But going on a tangent, and want a house stop drinking a latte? Yes, indeed. Well, see, I like how we've gone to lattes because it used to be avocado. Remember that like 18-month period where anybody could get a mortgage as long as they stop eating avocado?
Yeah. And unfortunately, I love avocados. That's why can't I afford a house? Maybe it's the fact that I eat avocados, yeah, once every sort of millennia. I have one. I mean, I think that sums it up with house prices, though, doesn't it? Where it's like, oh yeah, totally. The reason that someone can't afford a house is because of the fact that they eat avocados.
Not sure. Very much so. Getting a lot of takes in from, I think, political journalists who have either slept and started waking up, or as opposed to have started waking up. Pretty clear we've got a tale of two areas. London, which is basically a Labour wipeout, as opposed to just did, and the North, which I think Labour would be disappointed with, but more in a sense that a political situation in which lots of votes are up for grabs, and what once looked to be an insurmountable challenge is now very much achievable, and they'd say they're falling short. Although, again, it depends on what you compare this with. I get the feeling that if it was a different set of wards up, it might be a very different argument that many people are having. But that said, I think, and I'll reflect more on this later down the line in a bit more detail. We've got some more results, but I think it's very, very clear that there's work to be done for both the main parties. Really big work to be done. But that said, let's see how the other results go, because I'd be interested to see how the third parties get on in Wales and Scotland. The Lib Dems haven't made too much ground there recently. Greens, of course, are part of the Scottish government. So let's see how that goes.
I was going to say, I'm very interested in Wales, especially the Lib Dems, because whilst everywhere else they're predicted to increase the number of seats that they've got council-wise, again in Wales they're predicted to decrease, and in some ways it's because the Lib Dems have kind of been squeezed out in Wales. You know, you've had quite a lot of sort of noise from Plaid and from Labour and the Tories, you know, and they've kind of got very distinct political positions. So the Lib Dems at the moment are almost trying to compete on the sort of idea of federalism and that sort of thing with the Labour Party. And they're basically just not meant to do that. Labour is too popular to compete with. And with Labour going, oh, maybe, you know, we'll look at constitutional reform, and they put together sort of a pretty much a board looking at it, and a sort of investigation into what constitutional reform could look like. Yeah. It's effectively squeezed the Lib Dems out of that middle space that they would like to be in. And Labour taking it up and sitting in the middle with Plaid on the one side and then the Tories on the other, Tories saying, you know, sort of the union and we're stronger in, and then Plaid basically looking towards sort of a referendum on independence, then it really does, between those two, make the Labour Party the middle party. and therefore the Lib Dems kind of have this position where no one really knows, okay, where particularly do you stand? And it's a case that they haven't really fallen into in any other part of the UK. In Scotland, they can say, well, we're a unionist party. We want to sort of make this positive case, for the UK to stay in, for Scotland to stay in the UK. And, in England, they've got a fairly clear one as we're the centre ground middle party. Northern Irelanders Alliance, they can make the argument, we're post tribalism and arguing about unionism or nationalism. But in Wales specifically, they have that real issue of where to go next and what they should actually make their brand about, and what the Lib Dems really stand for here. And I think until they work that out, they're going to continue to do quite bad electorally, and that I think will continue tonight. Or I should say today, really. But
yeah, today. God. It's 7:30. The sun is most definitely up.
I should turn the lights off in here. I don't even need them anymore. I don't know if I've still got them on.
I'm wondering if I should do that. I wonder if it would make me look a bit better.
It has reduced the amount of light in here by pretty much nothing at this stage.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's what it is. Oh God, it's a beautiful day out. It's a beautiful day.
It is today. The sea, I was going to say, actually, you can see the sea far more clearly today now. Just out that window. Yeah, you can see literally we are so close to the edge. You can literally, the worst bit is the seagulls do shit on the window, which is so nice. But other than the sort of flying rats outside, it's a very nice day. Although yesterday it was genuinely lovely. Sun was shining. There were people sunbathing on the beach. I think you'd catch hypothermia today if you tried to sunbathe out there.
Yeah.
You'd have a bit of a more. It started to rain a bit as well, so I don't think you'd be all too well for trying to sunbathe. It would, wouldn't help.
Wow, there we go. But weather report, I like this. We're getting very breakfast today program style. I'm a fan of it. I'm just making some adjustments over here, hence why I've gone a little bit incognito. Thank you for your patience, and of course your continued presence, which for like a 9-hour stream is pretty much consistently.
I don't understand how there are 31 people watching.
31 people. Yeah, the thing was, this was a complete, I'd planned to do this for a while, but it ended up being a complete punt. It ended up being a complete punt just to see how it goes and to do testing of potential future things such as other sports stuff and also midterms or whatever, etc. etc. And now we've only managed to get like 4,000 views total and have essentially at least 20 people constantly watching, even during those barren hours.
And I'm asking questions about where I am. In which case I will say to Anthony, I'm in Aberystwyth. It's in Wales, if you look that up. It's on the coast, so it is on the west coast of Wales. And if you look for the sort of the dip in the Welsh coast, and you just look right at the centre of that, you will see a small seaside town called Aberystwyth. We're basically made out of a university, and then the town kind of grew out of it. And if you ever want to go to somewhere nice in Wales, choose a sunny day, but it's an absolutely lovely place. And you get the beach all to yourself. So genuinely, there you go. That's the answer. And to the person who did say Aberystwyth ? I hope that answers the question. I can't really explain more than Welsh town on coast on that bit of the map.
Very well explained. But By the way, I probably should explain. I am in Ealing in London, and we have had local elections. Labour have won them, as they've won pretty much bloody everything in the capital. So yeah, another route here. Living in Ealing, which is where sort of I'm doing all my things nowadays. Henry L, any thoughts on the Tower Hamlets mayor election? Yes, my thoughts were that Labour would be a bet based on strong London polling and also the potential for a runoff. I thought they'd win a runoff if it came to it. Based on what we've seen in the councils, they should be very hopeful to beat Loughborough Raman. The initial vibes from the ground were not that strong, but they weren't that strong for much of yesterday. And yesterday evening, we got these panic reports about Labour sending activists here, there, and everywhere. And as we have now come to realise that that's not really proven to be accurate or very reliable. You'd have to fancy Labour to take Tower Hamlets and beat Loughborough Raman, but a very strong independent is a force to be feared. But if you gave me the same prices now that we had yesterday at this time, I'd definitely take Labour to win Tower Hamlets, I think. So yeah, that would be. Oh,
I've got to answer Jimmy's question, which is it near Aberfan? Anyone who's watched The Crown will know Aberfan, but that was the site of a coal tip disaster. And no, we're not actually near Aberfan. So Aberfan is more South Wales. Aberystwyth is towards centre of Wales. So if you look at the middle bit, again, as I said, if you look at the bit where it sort of dips in, then you will see Aberystwyth and Ceredigion there. So it is a little way away from that, but then I suppose it depends what you mean by close. Say if you're living in the US, then yes, it's a small walk. But really for us, it's sort of halfway across Wales, effectively. But yeah, so the Aberfan is a while away. But yeah, so that is. I feel like I'm being asked a lot of questions today about Aberystwyth and Wales, but that is in part understandable because it's. I suppose it's not every day you get people coming in from Wales and doing stuff. I mean, not. It's not a place that's particularly on the map, as it were. Places like Aberystwyth, if you ask, generally, I would say people in England, it's not hugely well known. So it's good you're interested.
Indeed, yes. Do chuck all sorts of questions. We'll try and take each one of them as they come. We're here, by the way. Obviously, local elections is the focus. It doesn't have to be just local elections, but that said, for as many at us as possible.
As usual, policy questions as well. Ask me about the NHS, schools, hospitals, any policy stuff. I'm also here for that because that is what I do as my day job. So I might as well answer those as well because I have many things I can talk about. And that's okay, Jimmy.
Absolutely.
Glad I can be a service.
Gogglebox Political Watch, both video and audio. Some podcasts have begun to be released. I'm very impressed that we managed to still be going, even after the all-nighters have finished their podcasts. And there's some sports news on. Rangers managed to make it to the Europa League final last night, which was amazing. Sky News are probably still focusing on the actual elections, and so look, it's Kay Burley at breakfast. She's interviewing. I should know this person. He's from Perth. He's a big wig in the SNP. Gosh, tricky. they're not showing his name, and I can't remember. That's disappointing.
Is it a man or a woman? And I'll start from there because
man, he's a man. He's got glasses. He's currently in Perth speaking to Kate Burley on Sky News.
I've got the person's, I've got the image in my head, but I know what you, yeah, that one. I'll have to find it now, otherwise I'm gonna.
It's having a good think about this now. Oliver Dowden is on ITV. Doesn't look particularly happy. Maybe he's fuming about the pact between Labour and the dastardly Liberal Democrats. This was, but for those of you overseas, this was absolutely incredible. Basically, there are quite a few parties in the UK. You can choose from, I mean, there are the two biggest ones, but you can choose from about, 5 or 6 at the very least, usually, with some sort of a presence. And for local elections, actually, sometimes way more. So there's all that, and sometimes parties with similar aims will get out of each other's way, basically, as we saw in the 2019 election, where the Brexit Party, who have been polling double figures, stepped aside in a number of Tory seats where they could have imperiled Tory victories. Again, that played a huge part in the majority too, and it seems to have been a bit forgotten, actually. Now I think about it, you don't hear many people sort of talking about the effect the Brexit Party itself had on that election, because I have no doubt it was big. It was very, very big. Go on.
I was going to say, it's interesting, isn't it? Because it does seem to have kind of been completely forgotten. Especially as well because of the way that it was done, and that the Brexit Party kind of went, well, we're going to be nice and we're not going to contest these seats and we're going to help out the Tories, and and it was done in such a way that it's very similar really to what's happening now with Labour, the Greens and so on, and the Lib Dems. So it's a weird one, because of course they're complaining as much as they possibly can about how it's this undemocratic alliance of parties, and but in reality it's a weird one because of the fact that you can still vote for the Labour Party or the Lib Dems or the Greens even if they aren't running a strong campaign there, and that they probably won't have a chance of winning, but you can still vote for them. They're just not likely to get in because they haven't been using that groundwork to run anything. So it kind of feels like you have a choice without actually really having as much of a choice as you would have done. But at the same time, it's a sort of, the aim there is more to get the Tories out and less about the sort of particular party that they're getting in.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of sense in that. Also, Carolina. I'm going to go with Carolina. You're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong. This is excellent question. Does anybody really want the American healthcare system?
A lot to dig into.
Torin, this is very much your area of expertise, so you weigh in and then I'll weigh in.
Okay, so it's interesting because often the debate in the UK, it very much gets split between, do you want the NHS, which is free at the point of use, paid through taxpayers' money, and effectively, there's been people obviously who've called it sort of the national religion. And then on the other hand, of course, you have the arguments about sort of American healthcare system, and it's effectively getting insurance, possibly even having to pay out of pocket, large medical bills. So that's kind of been where the debate has sort of balanced. There is also the sort of other option in there, which is a system similar to Germany. So that is, you could almost think about it as almost a charitable model. So rather than having for-profit companies that are looking to make money out of healthcare, that sort of relies on not-for-profit companies basically providing healthcare and pooling risks. So essentially, they have a huge section of the population, from people who are young to old, rich to poor, with some people with pre-existing medical conditions, other with not, and they pool that risk. So you've got lots of people, so you're likely to effectively be able to deal with the money that's been put into that pot to fund the health service better. So you've got those three kind of options at the moment. So it's not really just sort of NHS versus that sort of American style system. You've also got sort of what a lot of other European countries use. And I think in the UK, I would never see the UK moving away from the NHS. And I don't really necessarily think we'd need to move away from it to some sort of American or even German style system, because I think really the American style system doesn't work just because of the fact that it's trying to introduce sort of profit into healthcare, which I don't really think is something that functions too well. At the end of the day, at its most basic form, you're trying to deliver a service, which is healthcare, and you're trying to deliver it at as good a quality as you can to as many people as you can. You're not necessarily trying to make as much profit as you can. So in that sense, I think that it's pretty clear just from looking at the American health system and the amount of money that's spent on it as well, which is very, very high, that system is better. But also, if you look at countries like Germany, also you look at countries like Australia, for instance, and they're sort of more pooled, charitable style systems of insurance-based health systems, not quite towards what America has. Even those have costs associated with them. The unfortunate thing is there is no such real model where you reform the system and it suddenly makes it super duper cheap, or you reform it and the problems are basically dealt with. The reality of the situation is that regardless of the model, you're probably going to be able to have to pay a price, and it will cost the taxpayers money. You will have to deal with stuff like an aging population. It doesn't go away with healthcare models. That being said, the US model just isn't a particularly good one because it's trying to use profit. So I would say on that side of things, looking to America probably isn't best. We could certainly learn stuff from countries like Germany on things like social care. So people going into retirement who need care at the, towards the end of their lives and even at the end of their lives, then I think really we need to start looking at, okay, what is Germany doing? But again, the reality of that system is Germans are paying more for their healthcare in part because of the fact that they're getting that free social care. So it's a case that there's no free lunch. You can make it cheaper by moving away from something like America, but it's not free. It's gonna cost money. So if the government does want to fix social care, it does want to move those people out of hospital beds in actual hospitals, then that saves the NHS money and also supports the social care systems. It has benefits, but again, it's not free, costs money. Which is unpopular, and it has been with national insurance. And I will finish it off by saying, if you want a way to be able to fund reforms like social care and mental health care, then in the UK we have this thing called capital gains tax, and we have stuff like stamp duty and so on. Capital gains tax is like if you sell something, so for instance, a painting, it could be a house, it could be, all sorts of things. If it's gone up in value and you earn money out of it, then basically at the moment you pay a much reduced rate of what would be income tax. For instance, shares as well, similar things. If you sell them off, then you're basically making income out of it, but you're paying less than current income tax. If you were to put those up, even increase them or even put them up to the current rates of income tax, and that would simplify the tax system and you get enough money to pay for stuff like free social care and basically mental health care that actually functions, because we don't really have a system. So that is a long explanation of healthcare in the UK, but the simple message is if you want it, you end up having to pay for it, even though the US model is going to cost you more. The other models that we have available to us, it comes down to the fact that the government's got to spend money. There you go.
A masterclass, an absolute masterclass. I should add, one of the really worrying trends we're seeing is that because of pressures on both resources and health outcomes, a number of people are forced essentially to go down an American style route because their issues become so urgent that they have to do this or face extremely severe consequences. This leads very much to the argument that we essentially are having an Americanization of our health system, which is true in outcome for those people, but not actually true in the point of service. You know, it is not the case that should you be unfortunate enough to have to go to an A&E, you will get a bill for thousands of pounds. It is not the case that you'll be billed for childbirth, etc. You know, health insurance in this country is A, your social contract, and then B, if you're lucky enough to have something like Bupa, then you can get that covered. It's just completely different from sort of your HMO or whatever, and getting or having to go through the incredibly complex American system. I mean, look, going towards the future, I wonder what will hold, if anything, because I think the NHS is still sort of one of those crown jewels that people would not dare see touched. But I think the pandemic has had the effect of just roughening it up a bit. And when I say this, I mean the incredible pressure put on it from a personnel perspective, mainly. A lot of people got extremely sick and incapacitated and dealing with long COVID. Unfortunately, many people died. That has had a real knock-on effect. Then you have the huge problems of people coming back into the system seeking care. And when you consider that the staffing levels, the patient to bed ratio was well behind that of Europe, you had the recipe for disaster you do now. That's the sort of thing that's actually happening, rather than an overnight change in it. I want, some people say Europe is the optimal ideal. I think any sort of genuine change for that is going to be in years to decades still. Unless, of course, there is a collapse of faith in the healthcare service, but I don't see where you get the public opinion for having a sort of German or French style system, mainly because I think people will balk at the idea of increased contributions. You know, NI is already unpopular enough as it is, and that's just for fucking social care, right?
Yeah. Honestly, it's true. I mean, I think that, and again, those systems don't really cost any less. Again, it's that thing, if once you've got to that level, you're always having to pay for healthcare in one form or another, whether it comes out of employee contributions or national insurance, or, you know, it all gets kind of given the same names and it's all kind of the same contributions. In that sense, it doesn't actually matter a sort of huge amount. I find it interesting that there's sort of Bupa and private healthcare companies, because it's actually similar to what's made, the argument that's made with a lot of private schools. So, of course, the Labour left will say, you know, we should shut down private schools. And then you've got those that are more Labour moderates who'd say no, because they take on kids for free. So those parents will pay for the current system of education for state schools, but also won't take anything out because their kids will be in state schools. Now,
obviously it's not quite as simple as that, because of course those kids then end up with very much increased grades, which then means they end up higher salaries and so on. So it's not that simple, but it's interesting with healthcare because of the fact that you don't quite have that. So you have this fact that if someone does decide to use, for instance, Bupa or a private healthcare company, that doesn't necessarily mean that someone else's care will therefore be worse. So that's kind of an interesting one, which is that, you know, the ideal would be actually to fund the NHS to a point where people don't feel like they need to use those services. And I think it's similar with schools. If you want to convince people to move away, it's building a good enough service that people don't feel like they need to use them, which I think should be the focus of the government. But at the same time, I think, you know, whilst I am not the biggest fan of basically using sort of private healthcare in the UK, or, you know, within the NHS, I should add, but, you know, whilst I'm not sort of a fan of much private involvement in the NHS unless it's basically needed, at the same time, it operating outside of the NHS and someone else using it, I'm fine with. It's just when people feel they have no choice but to use that service, it's when we should start getting a bit worried about where the system is basically headed.
Yeah, I think it's excellent again, analysis. Do drop your comments and your questions there. 22 of you still with us, for which we thank you very much. And we're heading towards 8 a.m. And we'll be giving you some reaction as well from major parties. And of course, any sort of big predictions or whatever we get from the counts.
Carolina also said US model is immoral, which, you know, given some of the situation it causes, you know, I'm kind of partial to that one. I would say it's not the best. It's one of those things. I mean, yes, there are definitely sort of horror stories about the American health service, but I do think, you know, if you're putting people into huge amounts of, you know, debt or whatever because of deductibles and so on and so on and so on, and, you know, medical bills and stuff, and then, yeah, I mean, it is difficult when that person has already got health issues and there's not really much of a safety net in the US. And on top of that, then you've got medical bills and you've got all of this. It makes it difficult. And it does mean that, you know, you've got these instances where, yeah, there could be a treatment available, but they may not decide to fund it. You know, it's this whole situation of they've got a duty of care, but it only effectively goes so far. So it is one of those situations, but yeah. Oh, and they're back on. They're here again. They never leave. And no, I can't really answer any of those questions. They're way too complicated for me.
Well, the sun has come up, but not for everybody, based on that. Right, the Today programme, getting some reactions from the Today programme. First from Ed Davey, Lib Dem leader, who says it's been a historic night for his party. The economy is in the tank and doesn't need a pact with the Labour Party for future success. Again, I can see very much a sort of public denial, but a strategic acknowledgement, I think, that it's probably best for Labour and Lib Dems not to go into gladiator-style head-to-head combat, I think. And I wonder, actually, Tiverton will be a good test of this because Labour finished second there in the past. But the Lib Dems have had the momentum recently in terms of these big by-election results that have overturned, that have basically sort of overturned these massive majorities. They've got the experience, whatever, they've got the machine. I think it's probably easier for them to pick off soft Tories who are turned off by the events of the last 18 months. So, yeah, I think that'll be interesting. Sir John Curtis, Professor Sir John Curtis, do forgive me. Labour haven't made as much progress as anticipated, but he says, and his headline quote is, "Don't let anybody run away with the idea that the Conservatives haven't suffered a loss." John Mallinson, ex-Tory leader in Carlisle, the Prime Minister bears a lot of responsibility. He seems to be attracting a lot of unrest and ill feeling. And that is it for the Today programme so far. But there is an 8:10 interview. I will probably attempt to go and listen to that and bring the latest reaction that we've got. That's in basically about 10 minutes. It's nearly 8 a.m. on Friday the 6th of May, and you are with William Kedjanyi and Torrin Wilkins for our continuing coverage of the local elections on a polling station live stream special. Getting up to, we've just passed the 9-hour mark, which Scary. Is quite incredible. Lots of you have been with us from the start, so we really do thank you for it, and of course our previous contributors, including 3 other members of the Centre think tank, Neil Channing and Paul Kirshnamurty. So coming up to 8, very nice day here in London, and a reaction from Oliver Dowden. Says he spoke to the PM several times last night, this morning. Says the PM thinks we need to stop worrying about the noise from Westminster and focus on other things like dealing with the NHS backlog and delivering Brexit opportunities. Tell me I haven't heard that one before. We're getting some more detailed analysis now, the sort of first wave of results. Adam Bienkov of Byline Times. Local elections, so Boris Johnson's leading Conservatives to disaster. Subheading, the Conservative Party is refusing to deal with the Prime Minister's failing leadership as he leads the UK into a recession which could expel him from office, reports Adam Bienkov. This is focusing on London and those disappointing results. And the myth, apparently, the Heineken myth is over, apparently. And I don't think that's very difficult to agree with, frankly, given I know obviously it's concentrated inside London, but even then there have been lots of hits to Johnson's popularity, to say the least. Paul Mason has been on the posting charge again. This is about London and why and oh my lord. Had a little computer crash, or at least a little crash in the browser. Twitter is back up again, and we're going to go and find the Paul Mason thread because that will probably take us right to the Today programme's 8:10 a.m. interview, which will be interesting listening. I presume it will be with Oliver Dowden. So here we go. Right, Paul Mason. People framing this. Yeah, London went Labour at the Red Walls Met are missing a big story. Large parts of London, a major global city, will for the first time have councillors that believe in climate action and the radicalisation of London's new working class against poverty, speculators, pollution, cost of living, dire local services is a slow-moving but big event in British politics, mirrored in other cities. Sure, what Red Wall progress is slow, but Starmerisation is having an effect. The 2018 results were a high for Labour. Yet they're making gains in Dudley, Cumbria, Lee, because the offer is clear and the party professionalised. Very robust defence of the Labour performance so far and its geographical spread. Lots more to come on that, I'm sure. The offer is clear and the party professionalised. Now, see, I wonder about the offer. I wonder about this. I'm not sure that Labour's offer is anywhere near fully finished, and if it is, I dare say I'd be quite worried. There's a definition problem, I think, for Labour, in terms of it's easy to portray yourself and to be more competent than the government, which has not reached very high standards. But at the same time, what do you have to offer? And if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that you need to have that offer. You need to be big and bold about it. So I remain intrigued to see what the offer is and any examples of evidence from Paul, actually. And at the moment, nothing from him. But that said, it's only an hour old next week, so let's give it a bit of time to get going, and let's give Paul Mason a bit of time to respond to comments he can't hear, actually. Ben Walker posting about an out of nowhere gain in South Tyneside, but Rachel Wearmouth is moving to the New Statesman shortly. Credits Shirley Ford with chipping away and making that win possible. Just going down through the links here. Conservatives have lost 132 seats in local elections. Labour have gained 91. The Lib Dems 40. So those are the scores on the doors early on. And the Mile End Institute is hosting a landmark conference, but for what special occasion, Torrin?
That's a good question. Very good question. I have absolutely no clue, and I'm not sure whether that's lack of sleep or lack of knowledge. One of those two. What was the institute called again? Did you say the Mile End?
The Mile End Institute.
Mile End Institute. I've never heard of that one, which is probably an awful thing. Is it something to do with getting to the North Pole or something? I don't know. I'm just thinking Mile End. No, is it a political
thing?
Is it a political thing? There's not only Labour in power, is it? Because I mean, there was obviously the Labour Party was covering that the other day, which I assume was like the anniversary of it or something. But other than that, I have no idea. I'm literally clueless. Am I going to kick myself when you tell me?
I dare say you might, but nobody can blame you. Okie doke. It is the 25th anniversary of New Labour in their election. So that's taking place a little later. James D, what are the chances that Labour would go into coalition at the general election, do you think? Very high if they secure the seats. If they can avoid basically being Ed Milibanded, Mark II, then I would think exceptionally high. I think noses will be held to do some sort of deal with the SNP. That would be my thinking. Because this, at the moment, the state of play, the balance of play, only works to remove the Tories, theoretically, if the parties band together. And I'm not really sure they want to go back to the election and potentially risk having a campaign which is less effective, or one big gaffe, one big structural change, making it impossible for them to get their foot on the ladder once again, because by the time of the next election, the Tories will have been in power for God. 16, no, not 16 years, is it? It's over a decade. It's 12 years now, so 14. I don't see people wanting to tolerate that too much longer on the opposite side. So, yeah, I think there's a high chance if that's what is required to get into Downing Street, they'll do it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is always where the idea of a PR coalition comes in, as to what happens, because I think that the SNP, Plaid, the Lib Dems, they will be pushing for proportional representation. It benefits them. It's kind of, it will be interesting to see, because Labour is either going to say, no, we'd rather govern as a minority, or if they have no choice, They may literally just allow another election to be called. That's dangerous, though, because often the people who will have the money to fight another election will be the Tories. The other parties won't. It's what happened in 2010. It's why the Lib Dems didn't just go back to the public, because they didn't really have enough money to fight another campaign. Probably will be the same here. So it would be interesting to watch whether such a PR coalition would be possible under those circumstances. But again, it would be interesting to watch. It's just genuinely, it's whether they would ever agree to something like that. Labour for a New Democracy is doing lots of work on it inside the Labour Party to push Labour to back proportional representation, but it's a way off. It is definitely a way off. Even that campaign is very much viewing it as a long game to getting Labour to back it. So it's going to be difficult, definitely.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And the run down to that election is going to feel like an absolute eternity as well. Like an absolute eternity. Torrin, you've got the reins again. I am going to be off for about 10-ish minutes, and then I will come back, hopefully with some new freshness and some quotes from whoever's on today at 8:10. So I'll mute myself and I'll be back in a moment.
Sounds good. Right, I will answer the actual one thing that was put in the chat by Anthony, basically about the Australian healthcare system. And he said, as an Australian, I'm very happy with our Medicare system. I'm 72 years old, OAP, and 3 years ago had an open heart surgery. It cost me nothing at all. And it's very true. I mean, the healthcare system there is free. It's a brilliant healthcare system, but it's also to do with how much it costs the taxpayer. And that is, of course, the other side of it. And Australia's system per person costs more money. The other thing, though, is it's about worth and how much you get out of it for that system, and sort of value for money. And again, this is where all of those kind of systems, whether it's National Health Service, whether it is sort of charity style, group of companies getting together that are regulated by the government and sort of pull the risks, regardless of what it is effectively, whichever of those models you do. As I said, it's about spending the money on the healthcare system. If you do, you can have a brilliant system like Australia, you can have a brilliant system like the UK. It is mainly, though, about investing, which it does sound like Australia has done, and to a good extent that it is actually managing to treat patients properly. Jimmy said, I agree, if we want social healthcare, the pharmaceuticals would have to lower drug prices, which would dig into their profits, as well as share/stockholder investments. And it's an interesting one to do with drug companies, and of course the fact that, what about some nationalizing healthcare systems and pharmaceuticals? I mean, the NHS, of course, it's one of those services that, yes, it gets certain things from outside the NHS, other things from inside the NHS. Really, it's about cost efficiency. So it doesn't necessarily have to mean that you'd have, these big pharmaceuticals with slashed budgets. It actually sometimes can mean exactly that doesn't happen. So really, it's genuinely, it's interesting, but it's one of those areas where, we'll nationalize healthcare, say in the US, for instance, mean that you would sort of slash profits by a huge amount. You'd probably decrease them by a fair chunk, but at the same time, would they be making a big profit still? Most likely, yeah. So as usual, make sure to send in any questions you have, anything you want to ask me. I'm going to be nipping off now, but I will be back in probably a few seconds, literally, just to answer any other questions you may have. Right, back on it as usual. So do you think, this is from James D, do you think there's new Lib Dem voters from disgruntled Tory voters who can't bring themselves to vote Labour? And it's interesting because that happens actually quite a lot, where you effectively have those people who are, Labour voters traditionally, who end up voting Lib Dem because they can't vote Tory. And you also have, of course, people who are voting Lib Dem because, they're Tories, but they genuinely cannot bring themselves to vote for the Labour Party. So the answer to the question is, I would say, yeah, a lot of them probably are. People who are annoyed by Partygate want to show the Tories that they've done something wrong, that they don't deserve their vote, but they will probably come back to the Tories at general election time. So the idea is that probably not going to be out forever, but it's a way of saying to the Tories, look, I'm not happy, Partygate, whatever it was that turned them off, Dominic Cummings, for instance, and that whole palaver, like whatever it was, they've in a lot of cases used it as a sort of case that they are not happy with how things are. And of course, then you do have underneath that the fact that it may literally be people who are simply sitting there and going, I like the local councillor, I like the local Lib Dem that's doing a lot of work for our area. So it can be a lot of different things. Again, I do, though, think that there will be a lot of Tories who would previously have voted for the Conservatives, probably were people who may have been introduced to the Tories more by David Cameron, who are then looking at the party and going, can I really do this? But also, being a Conservative doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to vote for the Labour Party. So Nick Bowles, very big Conservative, very, very interesting basically, yeah. So I do honestly think that there's a lot of people who will end up voting Labour, like Nick Bowles did, who in his case is a Conservative. So it's interesting, but honestly, yeah, we will see. So Anthony, first of all, the Medicare levy out here is 2% among taxpayers. It's not completely perfect, but similar to the NHS, quite satisfactory. And yeah, I would agree with that in that sense. As I said, it's about funding it properly. There is lots and lots of different funding models that you can go for. Arts is mainly funded through things like income tax, which is sort of bands of income tax, and as you earn more, you pay more kind of style. But yes, multiple different ways. And Anthony also said, P.S. Torren, I've been watching you all day out here. That's quite impressive. 9 hours ahead, and finally worked out your accent is very similar to Michael Atherton, the former England skipper. Our federal election is 21st of May. So I'm very flattered. So my accent itself, I'm currently in Wales, but my accent is from around Cambridgeshire, so that's all the way on the other side of the country where I originally come from. If you look at either Hertfordshire or Cambridgeshire, I'm literally on the border between those two. And yeah, so you can see where I came from there. That's kind of where my accent is from. I'm interested to see actually where Michael Atherton is from, because actually I might look it up now and just see, just to see whether or not it is. So he is from, oh, so he's from Lancashire. Yeah, so he's from actually nowhere near, but that's quite fun. But I'm assuming you might have a similar accent to mine. Yeah, so your federal election is 21st of May. I'm quite interested in the parties there, actually, Anthony, because, you know, in the UK, we have all kinds of different political parties. And I know, so I think Australia, you have like the Nick Xenon team or whatever. So obviously I run Centre Think Tank. It's a centrist organisation. I think they're sort of something like the Centre Party there now. So it's kind of interesting to see you guys actually have a Centre Party in Australia. So kind of fascinating in that sense. But yeah, so very interested sort of in Australian politics and the way that your elections there work. So yeah, but do keep on sending the questions in. So we've got 20 viewers still, and I'm amazed that everyone has continued watching for so long, all the way through the night. Genuinely wasn't expecting people to have watched the whole thing. As William said earlier, really it was just a challenge to see whether or not it would continue going and whether people would continue watching it. But it's brilliant to see so many people have decided to continue watching and tuning in on Star Sports, which, as I say, fantastic people. But yeah, so overall today, though, I mean, I don't think we've got any massive updates at the moment. But supposedly Starmer at the moment is greeting his supporters, and yeah, currently in the Barnet borough. So it's honestly quite interesting that Starmer's today come out already, because, you know, I think he will play on the fact that they've done very, very well at the moment, but in London especially. And I think that will be the main story of the night, that Labour will want to push, is that they've gained seats and they've done well in London. I don't think you'll hear them talk a huge amount about what's happened outside of London, but there will be some. So Jimmy has put, I'll be watching that as I watched England. And James D put, watching from Bali. Oh, Well, I wish I was there. At the moment, it's raining outside, so I'm hoping that the weather is slightly better for you, James, because, yeah, again, our weather here is it's a little bit wet. You wouldn't want to go out and sort of put your feet up and try and get a suntan, because you ain't getting much of one out there. It is pretty rotten, and ask me if you do want me to show you what the sea is like, because it's lovely. But no, local election wise, but honestly, I think that's going to be the story of tonight, is Labour trying desperately to really pretend that it has this huge amount of gains, when honestly the night has been okay. But it's worrying to see those gains that have happened in the north, despite everything, despite partygate, despite all of the rest of it. It's quite scary to see. And James, I'm very happy to hear that it's hot and sunny there, because as I said, we have not got much of that good weather here. So it's lovely to see that you've got some nice weather over in Bali. But yeah, so any other questions as well about local elections? Because obviously that is today's live stream, and really we're sort of waiting on what the party leaders say, and I will start to comment as it comes through and as we watch everything going on. The interesting thing is that despite the results today, actually Starmer seems quite happy with everything. He seems quite happy with the fact that we've watched the Labour Party gain seats, and you could sort of forgive him for feeling slightly bad that they didn't do better outside of London, but at the same time, I think he views it's having time to improve as Labour leader, having time to effectively build on what he's done already. And so, yeah, I honestly think that the more that I watch it and the more that I have a look at what Keir Starmer's done, yeah, he's helped reform the Labour Party, but he's got a long way to go. So he may be happy today, but he has quite definitely got a long distance. So James D, what big councils are we still waiting for? It definitely depends on what you mean by big councils in that sense. So we've got places like South Cambridgeshire. I have councillors there that I used to, when I was growing up, actually used to go out leafleting with. Be very interesting, I think, to see what happened there. That's a Lib Dem area, likely to stay Lib Dem, I would say, this time, but would be interesting given how the Lib Dems are doing, whether they gain seats there or whether in that area, because it's quite an interesting one, whether they'll lose votes, gain votes. That'll be really fascinating. And then another one, a similar, which is the Lib Dems, but St Albans, again, is quite interesting, because the more that I look at that, the more the Tories were really trying to do something there. But I honestly think, again, it's going to be another one of those areas that the Lib Dems hold on to. Honourable mention, actually, is North Hertfordshire, because that is my home constituency. Likely to be very heavily Tory. I don't see much happening with that. Another one is North Yorkshire. Really interested in that one. So Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor, is in Yorkshire, and he's sort of in that area. That sort of includes places like Leeds and Wakefield as well, to the south of that, and Ripon. And so I will honestly be interested to watch it and to see what happens up there, because of course it will be very, very interesting to watch. So Jimmy says Labour took Westminster and some of England's councils, so in London, yeah. Labour's, as I said, had a very good night in London. They've not done bad at all. But again, it's that it's outside of London that the picture is slightly different. It seems that in areas where they've got a bit of devolution, so somehow powers handed down, like the London mayor, in the Wales they've got the Welsh Parliament, and so on. It's interesting that they've done better in those areas, but areas without that they've not done as good. Carolina said, just had a butchers on Twitter. The spin is astounding many claiming Boris did very well, Tories winning by not losing. Appreciate your more nuanced approach. Well, thank you so much. I mean, honestly, it's kind of good because in politics you don't get a huge amount of nuance, whereas where I work, I don't need to, look at political parties. I don't need to follow party lines. So really, I'm just here to talk about what's going on, and obviously my view on stuff and how I see things. But there's no real election at the end of it, so that makes it quite useful because it's easy to give your own view. But I do find it interesting, this idea that Boris has won because he's not done too badly, but that's part of expectation management. The Tories kind of said, oh my goodness, we're going to do pretty awfully, and that means that if they don't do as badly as projected, they say, well, actually we exceeded our expectations. But those expectations were originally set by the Conservatives. So they basically said, we're going to do completely awfully. And then they've done, oh, well, we've just done badly. So that actually makes it better, which it really doesn't. But that sort of ability to manage expectations, I think, is quite interesting in how parties pretend and spin that they've won the night. Everyone at the end of the night comes out and says, we have won this election. Whether it is, the Labour Party today saying, oh, we've done really well in London, but not as much looking at the rest of the country where, they've made losses to the Lib Dems, Kingston upon Hull, for instance, which they've lost to the Lib Dems. And so, there's that side of it. And obviously the Tories as well doing a similar kind of thing. Really tonight, the people who should be happy are the Lib Dems and the Greens. They've done a good job of actually not only holding on to seats, but also winning extra seats. And especially in my area of England and that kind of area, they've done a very good job of sort of, seats wise. You've got at the moment places like Richmond upon Thames. Again, so there was 54 seats available there overall. The Tories were on 11. They are on now just 1 seat. The Greens only increased 1, so they've now got 5. The Lib Dems are on 48. I mean, that's effectively the entire council is pretty much run by them. That's the kind of thing that we're seeing, which is very interesting. James D, did UKIP run this year or are they defunct? Well, they still exist. So as a party, they're still there, but they are kind of in the shadows, as it were. They sort of run, but they really never win much. They're not really even a national force anymore. They are very much a sort of minor force that really, I don't think has won any seats this time. But they were originally replaced by the Brexit Party, and that turned into something called Reform UK, and Reform has won 2 seats, and UKIP lost 2. So it effectively means that you probably have literally just changed over those seats, but I have to look at those individually. But it does seem that UKIP, where they've lost seats, Reform will have gained them. So they're effectively the same party. But no, UKIP really kind of died. It's still there, but it's won nothing this election council-wise. And pretty much every election we have or have had for the past few months has literally been disappeared. But yeah, so Gallery Carnell, what about at Reform UK? They've literally got 2 seats. They really haven't had any massive run this time. They haven't done a huge amount. So yeah, and UKIP a big fall from disgrace from James D, and it's very true. I mean, you know, they've come a long way down from their heights. You know, they effectively pushed the referendum, and you know, and yes, Gallery Carnell Reform won 2 seats. I know, literally, that is it. That's all of their takings for tonight. I mean, it's basically, if you're running a party, that is not what you want to see on election night. So yeah, they really did not do particularly well tonight. And also, how many seats do the Tories win? So at the moment, in terms of councillors, they're on about 535, so that's down 124 on the last election. And then councils wise, they've got a total of 18 councils, so that's down by 6 councils overall. Is Boris's seat up in the general election? So every general election, every seat goes up. So general elections are typically every sort of 5 years, depending on when they are. And yeah, Boris's seat is always up in the general election. I'll have a look, actually. One thing I haven't tried to look for is whether his seat is up today in the local elections, because that has not really been on my mind a huge amount. But I also at the same time doubt there would be a huge amount of interest in what happens council-wise in Boris's seat, because you know, it's very much one of those situations where it's, yes, they could be using it to send a message, but at the same time, who knows? But Jimmy, good. UK can do better than him. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think it's very true. And you know, and the sad thing is that unfortunately, you know, we have this struggle in the UK, right? Which is, we don't have many politicians in the wings who can take over and who can basically jump on and take over that driver's seat, as it were. You know, you've got people like Davey and Keir Starmer, and they're politicians who, you know, aren't particularly awe-inspiring as leaders. You know, yeah, okay, sure, people would say, well, they're better than Boris, but you don't really want to have to vote for another party because of the fact that, oh, well, it's the best that you can do. That's, at the end of the day, not really the best idea. And Hounslow, Labour hold, so that's interesting to see. Dennis Daly, what do you think on Northern Ireland? And also, Let's Explore Travel said he lies non-stop. And with Partygate, I think that really came to the front was what Boris has been doing. You know, I think the fact that Partygate, especially the fact that the Tories almost tried to ease as much as possible away from the idea that, you know, Partygate was this massive problem. Reality is, you know, it was a big problem. The Tories did try and move away from it and pretend it wasn't some big issue. And the reality, it was. People had abided by lockdown rules, and Boris had pretty much pretended that he hadn't broken them, and he had. So, yeah, in terms of Northern Ireland, for Dennis, I think it's going to be interesting. So Sinn Féin look like they're going to do quite well this election. They're going to gain quite a few seats. But at the same time, you've got that race for second place between the Democratic Unionists, who are similar to our Conservatives, and the Alliance Party, who are similar to the Lib Dems. And honestly, I'm interested to see who does well. But Northern Ireland is one genuinely to watch tonight, because it may well be that we find that there's a very, very large swing there. Sinn Féin end up there, but who forms the government? It's more tricky in Northern Ireland, giving power sharing. but it could well be anyone. So it's very much one to watch out for. Okay, Carolina, who would you pick to lead the three major parties if it was up to you? Now, that's a great question. I love that one. Who would I pick? Okay, so for the Labour Party, an interesting choice. I think at the moment I find it difficult, but I would say probably Lisa Nandy, who stood last time, someone like her, or maybe someone like Yvette Cooper. I would search for someone who was fairly moderate, not perfect, but I think they would be fairly moderate. They'd be fairly good. I think they'd be able to sort of draw some attention. From the Tories, I would say, that's a tricky one of the Tories at the moment. Who would I pick? See, it's difficult in the Conservative Party at the moment because, of course, you have the fact that, with Boris and the scandal, you kind of want to move away from that. So, I would love someone like Stephen Hammond to take over, but I don't think he would ever do so. But he would be kind of one of my higher choices. And then, of course, in the Lib Dems, that's also a difficult one. It's finding Lib Dems that I think would be good for the job and that would be able to take over as party leader. And it's difficult because I don't actually know if there's anyone at the moment who's really jumps out at me as someone who'd be a good sort of Lib Dem leader in the Lords. It's tricky. Maybe Daisy Cooper, who looks like she's going to get there anyway, but again, it's tricky. I'd probably bring back someone like Norman Lamb. If you look him up, fantastic politician, definitely someone like him or Stephen Lloyd. I'd get him to lead the Lib Dems. Yes, I agree with James. Yeah, Biden basically did. He got in a big part because of the anti-Trump vote. People who didn't want Donald Trump there, 100%. I think that's very, very true. Jimmy, that hurt the Tories big time. And I'm assuming we're talking about the lies, but do correct me if I'm wrong, but it's very, very true. The lies did really, really damage the Tory party. And James, yes, I don't think I'd choose Rob. But again, there's plenty of decent Tories, but it's genuinely, I don't think Dominic Raab would do. But in Ursher and Wallington, I think it is, promise that's probably not the correct pronunciation, but they've got a good Lib Dem candidate there. So yeah, and yes, I do agree, Jimmy. The lies did not help the Tories, and whether it was about Partygate or anything else, genuinely didn't help at all. And also, welcome back, William. I have been talking non-stop for however long, but I've enjoyed all of the people on here. It's been great fun, actually.
It has been. You guys have all been so great. So just come off the Radio 4 today, sort of analysis round, Oliver Dowden. Again, going really heavily on what I think is quickly becoming the big theme of the first set of results, which is basically that it's all about the geography, right? Labour dominating inside London, but the Tories doing much better, I think, than had been expected, possibly outside of London. That's providing, at the moment, the cover story for Boris Johnson. And I think the Tories and Johnson would have taken your hand off that. Interesting also symbolically that Keir Starmer went to Barnet, which had been, I think, one of the places he first made about attack anti-Semitism within the Labour Party. And I think that will definitely be seen by Keir Starmer as a vindication of whatever work that he's been doing there. So Dowden was fairly forthright, but he struggled, I thought, when it went to the economy, particularly also saying that he didn't think this was an economic horror show, which seems like a line that will come back to bite him particularly given the dire state of yesterday's forecasts, which things are only set to get worse. Laura Kuenssberg was on for analysis afterwards. I'm not sure how well her long Corbyn metaphor, substitute long Corbyn for long COVID metaphor, not her words, by the way, words I believe reported from Labour sources, will play out on social media. But I have seen that Corbyn's name is trending. I think it's stretching a bit thin at this stage, is my view on this. I think if that is a line that's coming out of Southside needs to have a rethink and a reset. Again, we are nowhere near done with this. Like, we are nowhere near done with this. Everything I do at the end of the day could be completely different to what I'm saying now, but at the moment, it's very much a sort of fight club between look at what we won and look at where you won. And I think the Big Ready for Today sort of 8-10 slot reflected that very much. James D says Labour have held Brent. We're still going. Yes, we are still going.
I want to know what this dream was that you supposedly have. So, let's explore travel. Let me know what you had a dream about this, but I don't understand also how you would have a dream about this. So, I'm intrigued. So please, this is interesting. Also, Ant-Man rules. I wasn't saying that I liked Dominic Raab. No, James D. I was saying I don't like Dominic Raab. And also Ant-Man rules. Doris. I think that's a great Prime Minister's name.
Just actually want to answer a really good question on who would I pick to lead the three major parties if I had the choice. What are we calling major? Who's the third party in this situation? I presume it's Lib Dems.
Yeah, that's how I did it. So I did sort of Tories, Labour, Lib Dems. I mean, you could do someone like the SNP, and I know who I'd probably pick for that. But I mean, it's, they are very much Scotland only. So.
All righty. This is my fancy, so I'll go a bit left field. Tracy Crouch. No, Rosanna Allen Khan. And for Lib Dems, Layla Moran. Loads of compassion, basically. And also three people who have a much wider set of experiences than the current party leaders do. No disrespect intended in particular to two of them. But no, that's how I'd go with that. What do we think about Northern Ireland? I think the second place finisher is going to be more important than the first. And I think that Northern Ireland is going to have the longest after effect of anything we see today. Not to say that England and Wales and Scotland don't count, but in 10 years' time, it's odds on that Northern Ireland will be remembered in the history books for this election, quite possibly. I wouldn't necessarily say that's about the results anywhere else. I think they're all important. Look at how much we've been talking about 2018 just in the past few hours. But no, I think it's going to be massive. I think all bets are off, basically, regardless of who comes second. Sinn Féin and the Alliance, who knows what will happen there. Sinn Féin and DUP, who are not, I think, intending to go back into power sharing over the protocol. Basically, yeah, all bets are very much off, and Westminster may find itself getting tangled into Northern Ireland again, which should be the last thing they want, but I don't know what the feeling is at the moment in Westminster regards to Northern Ireland. But yeah, that's going to be massive, I think, and it's essentially almost a 3-day event, really, if we're getting those results tomorrow.
Also, can I just say, let's explore travel. I was in Parliament arguing with everyone about chicken nuggets, only because I was eating them before I sleep. I am Scottish. That's one of the favourite things that's gone in the chat all day. Actually, that's a great one. I love that. But also, I hope the SNP lose their majority here in Scotland is an interesting one. I would be interested to see. I doubt it. They've run quite a campaign as well, so be interesting to see, but I kind of do doubt it.
Yeah, that's an incredible answer. Just kudos. That's an amazing dream. I can't say anything more than that. That's an amazing dream.
There is little more I think we can say.
Yeah. Right. Are we going to be covering Northern Ireland? Yes. In different shapes and formats, we'll be covering Northern Ireland here. Are we going all day today? We're going to keep on going for now and sort of see where we land, because there will be a break, I think, at some point. But we feel like we're at the end of something. It's only 8:47. It's not even 9 o'clock in the morning yet.
Yeah.
So we're going to keep on rolling for as long as people are basically happy to interact with us and basically entertain us or humour us with their time. And yeah, we'll be talking about Northern Ireland plenty. We may have Johnny Ward, Irish journalist, and also somebody who has been following everything very closely there. And he might bring a guest or two with him. Plus also we can open the chat up. We can have people join it as we demonstrated earlier. Will there be another referendum in Scotland anytime soon? We have prices on this. My view is no, you need a change of government. So you're waiting until at least 2024 for a change. Just to have a look at it though, we don't have a dates market, but we have a market on an independence referendum, hypothetically, before the end of 2025, and we are 5 to 6 yes, 5 to 6 no. I think it'd be very hard to call, particularly as I think it's a catch-22 this, with the more Boris Johnson staying there, basically aiding the cause of independence. But I think I might just favour yes. Actually, no, I might just favour no, but it depends on the makeup of the government that allows the referendum. If there's a better deal negotiated for Scotland, as in a proper better deal, then I think the desire to leave is a little weaker. But that said, Brexit is a huge factor in this. So what's the state of Brexit looking like when we get there? This is all hypothetical, but long story short, not in the near future. And as for the SNP's hold on Scottish politics, listen, there's definitely a fatigue with them, that they don't have the ironclad grip, I think, that is quite as strong as it was a few years ago. But again, it's about vote division. That unionist vote is basically serviced almost entirely by the SNP. I don't know how you really overcome that, particularly also when the Unionist Party seem to do such a terrible job of communicating with and interacting with and also caring about basically Scotland. So difficult to see that changing.
Yeah, I mean, I find it interesting. I'm assuming this person, Jimmy, means Ian Blackford rather than Blackwell, because the only person I can find there is a cricketer, but is a great guy. He doesn't take crap from Boris. And the answer is no, he doesn't, but also he has a very tiny dog, I believe Ian Blackford does, that comes around with him. And that, to be fair, better than any anti-Boris stuff you'll ever see. Anthony said, I have to say good evening to you all. Great analysis indeed. Friday night football coming up in a couple of hours. Cheers. P.S. I have subscribed to Star Sports.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Anthony. That's really, really kind of you. And I hope that you enjoy your Friday night football. Thank you very much. You can click and subscribe to Star Sports. We have the polling station, which is our usual sort of way of doing things, and we'll keep on rolling with this. There may be a special episode we do later today. We'll play it by ear if there is one. Tell me about it, and yeah, do enjoy, and if you can, do like and subscribe. We really, really appreciate it. Also, do check out our content site. We have lots of political insight there, all the past episodes of the polling station there for everybody to see, some of which might be useful. Our local election preview isn't entirely expired yet as well, so do go and check this out if you can. Right, just going to look at some more reaction. I noticed that, oh. I noticed that Jeremy Corbyn is trending, which that never ceases to amaze me.
I was going to say I'm somewhat unsurprised, to be fair. Now it's
I'm still amazed people get to spell his name right. Like Keir Starmer became a big thing, and all that, and like nobody calls Corbyn like Jimbly Cribblins or whatever.
The Keir Starmer thing again. I mean, I put this on Twitter, but the fact that man remembered he was Sir and didn't remember his actual name. I mean, at that point, I was just like, please tell me, are you from like the Northern Independence Party? Like,
yeah, just
how you managed to do that? I mean, it's just, yeah. By that point, especially when he'd been told it and then he repeated just Keith again, and I'm like, oh. Lex, is there a Twix to win? I want a Twix from Let's Explore. I don't have any Twixes, so there are none to win from me. William, maybe, but
I can probably sort you out with a chocolatey treat or two. What did we do? There was in the chat. We'll probably have to go back for, or somebody will remember. We did. We had a guess, wasn't it? Yes, it was a guessing competition, sort of a what's it called, a raffle or something, when you try to get closest to a certain number. I can't remember what it was. Oh, Carolina, yes, we both are on Twitter.
We are indeed. Mine is like, given my name, just put an at the beginning and then remove the space, and you have this is what happens when you have a very like unusual name, is you will never have to worry about your Twitter username being taken by someone else. Voila.
Right, I'm going to have a look. We're searching for some Twitter cloud now. Dan Hodges is in an argument with somebody, but I can't really find out who because one of the tweets are protected. I see. It's Labour discourse, always easily explained. Also, we need to talk about Oliver Dowden. I wouldn't know the price of a tin of baked beans. I'll tell you why. I have never liked baked beans. I've never purchased a tin of baked beans in my life. You see, I'm going to get jumped on that for being out of touch, but I'll tell you what. Also never bought a tin of baked beans in my life.
See, because I multi-buy them. So I can't actually tell you the price of an individual tin. It's about £2-3 normally to multi-buy them in like a 2 or a 4 pack, depending on how much you want. So therefore my money saving measures have serious impacts on my ability to tell you the price of stuff because I bulk buy. So I couldn't tell you really what a single one. It's probably about 87 pence if I'm going to give a sort of oddly specific guess. It's like somewhere around there. It feels like it just feels right. Is 87p, but who knows really? Beans is rank. Yeah, I agree. I have beans as little as I possibly can. Really do.
Let's look. If you give it to somebody in need, it's a very kind sentiment. There. Right, looking for the other things. Are we all aware of the Sam Friedman Beergate tweet?
Roughly, I'm assuming this is the obviously Keir Starmer and the whole. Oh my goodness, he definitely drank beer at this event. Because obviously the other things I've seen about that is the curry that was supposedly ordered as well, a few £100 worth or some stuff that supposedly happened involving copious amounts. I mean, literally, I wish I had that much curry at events. It'd be an easy way to get people along. But yeah, I honestly, I honestly don't know. I mean, it's that whole thing was a bit. Oh, they get 4-pack of beans, £2.99. There you go. Got it. Hey.
Wow, well done. Also £2.99. Not above. No.
I know. Literally, you both get something you don't like, and it costs you £2.99. Like, no one does that. Buy stuff you don't like, and you spend £3 on it.
Right, I've dropped the link in. Right, I've dropped the link in chats for part 1 of the Beergate explain. I've got to explain this.
It's the minute it says there was a 93-year-old lady, and I'm like, okay. Oh my god, that's actually painful. Who are you guys? Wow, that's very Harold, very philosophical. How deep do I go with this?
Right, part 2.
No, you just have. Oh no, you just have tiramisu, Torrin, and that's from Will Barber Taylor. Actually, William, have you heard that joke?
I've not.
Oh, so at the end of one of the podcasts that Will did with me, he asked me what meal I would basically feed to school students. If like I had one choice of something I'd have as a school dinner and, you know, I'd make as a school lunch, you know, what would it be? And I said tiramisu, and then I went, I basically just went, oh crap. I was like, I think that's got alcohol in it, isn't it? And he just sort of looks at me and I'm like, I think I just suggested feeding it kids
alcohol. I was like, I promise it's not actually like, no, don't do that. It's not good. I was like, it's fine. Non-alcoholic versions is for good. So that's the thing behind it. The answer to who are you guys? Well, I mean, I run a think tank. That basically means I work on policy. I basically spend my time trying to, solve things like, how to grow the economy or how to make better public services, that kind of thing. There you go. That's who I am.
I am the political betting analyst for Star Sports. It's a bit like sort of sports handicapper, tactical analyst, whatever you want to call it, for Star Sports. But I analyse politics. So politics and betting, those are my two favourite things, you might say. And I also do a lot of analysis of stuff such as policy, voting trends, some number crunching as well, and basically sort of trying to make sense of what's going on nights and days like these. So that's me, and that's what I do.
I like it's just analytics from Let's Travel there, which is pretty, pretty spot on. Also, thank you to Let's Explore for, legends at Harold. I'll take that. But yeah, so there was a 93-year-old lady at the polling station, registered blind. In a very loud voice, she said, "How do I vote against Beergate?" Everyone cheered. And of course, yes, Sam Friedman was joking, but I'm assuming people took it to be real. It's painful. So Lexus, I have college now. Well, good luck with college. I honestly, when I was doing college, never fun, but I hope you enjoy it better than I did. And thank you, Harold, for saying that we're both good as well. I appreciate it. Honestly, I mean, if I was at a polling station, a 93-year-old lady shouted, "How do I vote against Beergate?" I'd just be very confused. Like, it's a good thing it didn't happen, I suppose.
Yeah, quite something.
The worst bit is I can actually expect that to happen in real life.
Just having a look through some of the latest news and developments.
I will actually say a quick thank you to everyone who's followed me tonight and has followed Centre, because there's a load of people who have actually, which has been very lovely of them. And you will see more of my, as someone in there put it, my very nuanced takes. But you'll get to see a lot more of those on Twitter, because that's roughly all I do these days, is basically just fairly nuanced tweets, and give them likes as well, because they rarely get it because they're nuanced. Shouting at things is what gets likes on Twitter, which I don't do. Or, as in William's case, posting the most amazing memes and brilliant bits of stuff like Newsnight, which that section from the other day was top notch. Keir Starmer, of all people.
Oh gosh, it will never stop making me laugh when he tends to correct himself and just speak with 1,000% more certainty. Just says Keith again. I'm sorry, it's an unironically funny clip.
It was good. That was literally. I was laughing so much, and I was like, how do you manage this? Like.
Amazing, just absolutely amazing.
James D. People suggesting the divide is between Labour London and Tory England. Remember, the Tories have councils
councillors in Manchester, Liverpool, Newcastle, Bristol, Norwich, Oxford, and Cambridge. Or is it 0 councillors in those areas? Right. Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, it's very much one of those situations where there's very much still areas of the north that will, and other areas, but especially in the north, that will just literally will just vote in people who are, from a specific party. So it's very true. Like you will get people and literal areas that do that. But overall, it seems to be, apart from in the north, it's very much that sort of southern England, Midlands that are voting for the Tories, and then the north and London that are voting, in favour of the Labour Party. So it's very good. And yeah, unfortunately, Alistair, the results aren't in for a while, so sit tight.
Indeed, but rest assured we'll have coverage in some form of all of those for those results, whether it be through continuation to the stream, an entirely new one indeed, or even a new episode of the polling station. May also be a column, hopefully at some point today. Timing of that's going to be tricky one to manage, but we'll give it our best crack to try and get to all the information and the analysis that you need.
I can confirm something from earlier, actually. This is about the reform UKIP thing. So basically, in Bolton, in Derby, the same candidate stood for reform that had previously stood for UKIP, and they got 41% of the votes. They did win their seat again. So it does indeed seem to be the same two from UKIP switched over to reform and are standing under their banner. There we go.
Awesome. Right.
Carolina, is there in the US there is a divide between urban and rural voters? Is it the same there? Which is a very interesting one.
Presuming this is England or the UK, in which case I'd argue really quite strongly yes. In fact, if anything, that's just basically been the story of the first few results, basically.
Yeah.
Completely, there is a divide between rural and urban areas. In fact, actually, going back to Sam Friedman, this time for stats, not just clout, I believe he's been tracking quite closely places that have universities. And basically, Labour are dominating areas with university, and elsewhere it's a bit more difficult for them. So yes, there's a clear gap, and we have these same sort of divides as well. So no, definitely I think a divide between urban and rural voters. Rural voters, I think, much better for the Conservatives. Urban, much better for Labour, especially again if they're around the university.
So I'll say two quick things. Well, the first is I've noticed that the graphic quality for all the political parties has just gone through the floor. The smaller ones. So I'm like looking at the Lib Dem ones, and it looks like sort of some kind of nuclear explosion has happened, and then they've caught the side of it on a graphic. Similar-ish with the green ones. So yeah, if you want to look at some interesting graphics, the ones that the Lib Dems are currently putting out are very interesting. And Will Barber Taylor, I have no idea who that is, just asked if you had to receive an Easter egg shaped like any politician alive or dead, who would you like to receive an Easter egg of? And he put in brackets, getting the chance to ask this now as won't be able to do on a podcast now. So yeah, go for it. Who is you?
Excellent. Let's have a look. Shaped like want a tall person so you get a big egg. The first person that's come to mind is Angela Rayner, because she's very tall. So yeah, probably that sort of shape for chocolate steak. So somebody tall, basically. And actually, now think about it, I think Angela Rayner probably is the ideal shape for like maximum efficiency in this in this sort of hypothetical Easter egg situation. Harold asks, has it been a Tory disaster? I wouldn't say it's been good. I definitely wouldn't say it's been a disaster. But again, high chance it's too early to tell.
Yeah. Also, what I'm interested in is that you didn't think of the Easter egg as just the person's head. You included the entire body, which is a very interesting way of doing an Easter egg. And I'm interested if Will could tell us whether he wants me to just do the person's head, in which case I have an idea, or whether it's their entire body as like an Easter egg, because that also would be Churchill. It would be a nice round Easter egg. Thank you, James. I agree. And Will also messaged me and said, want a tall person so you can get a big egg, and just brilliant response. So there you go. See, I would probably try. Who would I have shaped as an Easter egg? Otherwise known as like Eric Pickles. I mean, just that sounds bad. Easter egg shaped politicians. Do one for each, yeah. So I would say it's Eric Pickles, and for sort of a full-bodied Easter egg, and then I would say, I'm trying to think who would make whose head would make a good one. I think someone like Stephen Lloyd would be funny, actually. To put his head as an Easter egg would be quite fun.
Okay. For the head, I will go with Dominic Raab, strong, sort of powerful, imposing. For the full body, I'm gonna keep it with Angela Rayner, actually.
Rotund. One thing I'm amazed at is I have actually managed to answer pretty much everything that's been thrown in the chat, which honestly, given my answers last about 10 minutes, I'm rather surprised, actually. But do keep sending questions in, because I'm answering them. They're great fun. Especially to the people in warmer places than I am. Reese Mogg, you get his tall top hat as a bonus. James, I weirdly agree, actually. It's a very good point. Jacob Rees-Mogg as an Easter egg. I think that would be the poshest Easter egg you could possibly find. It would have to be made out of something like green and blacks or lint or something very, very posh to be a Jacob Rees-Mogg Easter egg. And you break it open, and inside would be a note saying, sorry I missed you. One of his little notes that he leaves on the desk for people who are away and not working in the office. But yeah, I think a Jacob Rees-Mogg Easter egg would actually sell quite well.
No, I see it. I think you definitely sell loads for like the novelty value.
Do you want a Jacob Rees-Mogg Easter egg? See, I was going to say, you could call it the Mogg egg. And then I did that further. I went the Meg. And I was like, that just doesn't sound. It's not really. You just call it the Meg. It's the Mogg egg. Well, the BBC at the moment, when you go onto the news page, it's just a sort of depressed-looking Tory with Tories suffer losses in English council elections. Very, very tonight, to be fair.
Yeah, fair.
Mm-hmm.
Fair indeed. Ooh.
Algo, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think you've got it. It's a Reese-a-Mob. Yes, Algo, I could kiss you. That's the best response, actually. I love that. From Thornton's Inside Lots of Money from James. And I think so. I think you'd have to have something very posh and I don't even know, is Thornton's even posh enough for Jacob Rees-Mogg? Would you have to have something? I think you'd have to have something really expensive. Something like Green and Blacks. Something where the price of it versus gold is fairly similar.
Yeah. Right, just having a look quickly at some of these numbers.
But in the meantime, anybody ask me questions, go on. Policy, anything.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely loving the questions.
I love doing that as well. It's great fun, to be fair, because you get all sorts of, it's just the randomness of it as well, you know. Just kind of had to fire out whatever the answer is. It will be completely, you know. But obviously policy questions are great. I mean, especially with local elections, stuff like council tax and that. Like, again, we've done at Centre, we've done a huge amount of work on stuff like council tax, actually. So that's another one of those areas where we're very sort of eager to chat about it. But again, it's
lovely stuff indeed. I am just, by the way, I'm looking through, combing through sort of data and general reaction. So that's what the typing is. If you can even hear it at the back. Plus also I have like, oh gosh, how many tabs in?
So TRC 120 said, "Get to sleep, young lads."
Yeah.
And then Will Barbertech put overseas MPs discuss. This was because I asked him what the most out there question. I think actually we were waiting for a podcast guest and they didn't actually turn up. So we just spent about an hour just talking about random stuff. And I was like, what's the most random question you've ever asked a podcast guest? And he was like, well, the most random and sort of tricky one was about overseas MPs. And he was like, because obviously the person I asked it to had no idea what an overseas MP was or whatever it was. And of course, I then gave a 20-minute answer on what I thought about overseas MPs and the idea behind it and all the rest of it. I give the same answer as then, which is like, you know, overseas MPs of places like Gibraltar and, you know, places like the Falklands Islands. At the end of the day, if those areas would like a member of parliament, then fine. You know, I wouldn't oppose it, wouldn't have any issues with it. At the moment, it doesn't particularly look like they want one, but if they do, they can have one. You know, if ever I were to write a manifesto, then I would be happy to put that in there. Lego, here's a question. BBC show 4 councillors for first past the post. So for post-election vacancy, is that a national party? I would love if that was a national party, the post-election vacancy party. I have a feeling it might not be. And as well, which well-known politician would the would be the best leader for it, do you think? Ed Davey, probably. I don't know. I mean, it's a good question, actually. Post-election vacancy.
Right, so the post-election vacancy, see, it gives me the impression of somebody who's regressing on their way out, or who just wants to leave, and who might be done with it. And I think the biggest high-profile person for this would probably be Rishi Sunak, for my money. Also, overseas MPs. Yeah, I agree. I can't see the issue with an overseas territory getting an MP or so. We've already got 650 of them. I think it's important that these places have representation. The only thing is, trying to imagine it now, you'd get an absolute nutcase representing like the Falklands or Gibraltar or somewhere. Like there's just an absolute guarantee that these people will be completely off the scale mental. Like you
would just join the rest of the Tory party. They fit in.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the I'm just saying, like, it would definitely be a sort of Mark Francois, but like on amphetamines type person.
Yeah, it would be, to be fair. TRC 120, Neil Channing currently going around 30 Billy Hill shops cleaning up from Sutton.
So Neil Channing, who was a great guest overnight, also a member of the polling station, backed the Liberal Democrats to hold Sutton. He did so at odds of 1-6, and worked out pretty well for him. I mean, he won. They won, so presume he'll be picking up some winnings today.
Carolina, does the Isle of Man have MPs? Now, this is one that I can definitely speak on. I've been to the Isle of Man, and they do actually have their own parliament. So it's an interesting one. People sort of think it's part of the UK, but not part of the UK. It's got a sort of interesting relationship. So effectively, on stuff like defence and areas where it really can't govern, the Isle of Man is sort of almost part of the UK for those parts. But on other areas, it has its own parliament, it has its own Manx Labour Party, sort of Manx Liberals, it has lots of independents who run. It's a very independent heavy parliament, so it's not really just your usual sort of Conservative Labour, Lib Dems. It's also a lot of people who are independents as well. So yeah, I mean, the Manx Parliament is very interesting. I believe it has an upper and a lower house as well. But effectively, yeah, very interesting, the Isle of Man. Very interesting law-wise, if you look at it as well, on, I think it's stuff like abortion rights and voting ages and so on and so forth. It's been very interesting on that. Jimmy, I like that a 44-year-old Tory control was 44 years of Tory control was broken. Labour took control. Thatcher ground no more. That sounds almost sinister, not going to lie. But yeah, so Algo, overseas MPs, there is precedent. British Virgin Isles have Godfrey Cox representing them. Yeah, very interesting as well. Sort of governors for overseas territories. You've got all sorts of precedent in terms of different areas with MPs sort of half representing them. So it's quite interesting. But again, it's got precedent. And I'd be interested to see whether you'd end up with something like that, whether you would want current MPs also representing other areas, or whether you'd want, a single MP to represent all different kinds of areas across the UK. So again, send me in lots of questions because I can answer all of them. Well, as many as I can. So do keep them coming in.
and we will see William when he gets back. But thank you to all 22 of you who are still on. I mean, it has been great to have so many people get involved, and also get involved in the chat and talk to us and everything else, because it's been a very long night, and I know a lot of people now are going off to what they're doing during the day, and so it's been great to have so many people here all night. But yeah, in terms of sort of the latest news and sort of what's been going on in the local elections, it's interesting because there's two sides to the almost narrative that's going on tonight, or I should say this morning. On the one hand, it's about the Lib Dems, it's about Labour, it's that sort of, they're growing, they're coming back, they're doing much better, and they're continuing to sort of grow as opposition parties. And then on the other hand, you have the Conservatives and the fact that, the Tories have basically had real difficulties this election, have reduced the number of councillors they have. And so I think that's really the fact that, the Tories have done badly tonight, but not as badly as perhaps some were expecting them to do. So, yes. Favourite episode of the Centrist podcast? I think I know which one it is from Will Barber Taylor. It's actually more difficult to think of the best episode of the Centrist podcast. Best episode of the Centrist. There's quite a few different ones, and I'm assuming it's just a podcast and not events, because that also would have its own. I think it's going to be the one with Stephen Lloyd. I know that's the one you're expecting, but Stephen Lloyd is a fantastic ex-MP on our supporters network and has supported us, and it's very, very funny, and he always makes me laugh, and he did a great job last time talking to us, and genuinely really interesting person, in terms of his own personal story, but also in terms of how he approaches life and how he talks about politics. And he's very much a true sort of centre ground centrist, and really, I always pleasure myself, it's to chat to him and to talk to him, but also at the same time he's great on podcasts and stuff. So so keep the questions coming in, and we will continue to answer them.
Hello everybody, I'm back, just refreshed with a bottle of water, whilst also looking.
I was right. Yes, you were, Will.
Okay, Harry Harley, the Tories lost a lot of seats. Does it mean Boris will be under pressure to resign? Need to see the results in Wales and Scotland. My initial opinion is no. It needed to be much worse than this at this stage. I mean, losing 113 seats is not good. I don't think it's been a good night for the Conservatives, but at the same time, it's not really close to disaster. It's not close to what the worst disasters that I think people have been forecasting. It's not close to what we'd seen possibly being briefed. We have to wait and see how it is at the end of today. But if they kept it at this pace, I don't think there'd be any pressure on him to resign. And also, as said overnight on the stream, Johnson is not that sort of leader, really. I mean, is there going to be pressure on him? Yes, the people who have lost their council seats or whatever will put pressure on him. People who have lost or seen Tory controls lost in their seats, they'll get itchy. But just doesn't look anywhere near sort of coordinated or massive enough at this point to even put pressure on him in that situation. And also, if he was the sort of person who bent to pressure to resign, he wouldn't be here now. In my opinion.
Yeah, I think the Tory pressure has been there and he hasn't really budged. So I do think it's that thing now
is that if he does go, he's going to be pushed out. And that's going to take, I think, a lot more than just local election results. I mean, as well, the Tories are the governing party, so it's not a total surprise they'd lose seats anyway. So that's where they've got to make the case that it's not just that they've lost seats, but they've lost seats beyond what a normal party in government would, and that it is Boris's fault. And that's more difficult than just proving that they've sort of lost seats. I'll go. We've heard a lot that 2018 was a good year for Labour. Is the other side of the coin that it was bad for the Tories, so that any losses this time should weigh heavier? Interesting. Depends how you view it. Again, this is the difficulty of comparing, and it's what we were talking about earlier, but comparing election years and comparing sort of 2018 to now. And the fact is people have moved around as well. It's the one thing that I think almost gets forgotten in election times is people have moved from different parts of the country. Again, you've got that whole thing with the red wall and the blue wall in terms of people moving in and out of those areas. You know, strong Labour voters moving south and strong Tory voters moving north. Honestly, I think that has created this shift in a lot of ways and means that it's difficult to say if there is a huge amount left from 2018 to sort of analyse directly from. You know, so in that sense, it's more difficult. But you know, it's one of those things, really. I mean, it's, you know, if it was a good time for Labour, then yeah, maybe they do weigh slightly heavier. But again, is it enough to cause any sort of impact? I'm not sure, to be honest. It's probably not.
Right, so I've missed anything on the questions. I'll go further. By the way, fantastic contributions from all of you. Really appreciate them, and great questions. Just loving them. They're for they're funny, they're well natured, and they are really putting my thinking brain into gear. We've heard a lot, says Algo Fodder, that 2018 was a good year for Labour. Is the other side of that coin that it was bad for Tories, that any losses this time should weigh heavier? That's a really good question. It's a really good question. Torin, take the lead on that.
I just answered. That was the one I just answered.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Okay. I have been up for, gosh, well over 10 hours.
What I'm tempted to do is to give it another sort of 5 minutes and then say au revoir and then carry on this at some other time, because honestly I've enjoyed this more than I could say. Like, it has honestly been great fun also to get loads of people randomly asking me questions about policy, which, you know, let's face it, is it's roughly what I do all the time. But yeah, it's I think we've certainly done, to say a long live stream is an understatement, because is it what, 10 hours now that we've been on here?
10 hours 42 minutes and 4 seconds.
So we're almost sort of 11 hours then.
Basically 11 hours. And with that we will have oh, amazing.
You're quite woolly. Simple answer is
oh yes, of course. Right. Okay, so I think the broad answer to that, I would say, would be I'm going to say no on the Tory losses weighing more heavily. Actually, no, sorry. I've just completely screwed that up because of how because of what seats were being defended. My apologies. I think it's an argument for saying yes. Actually, my apologies. Long nights, but no. Given the balance of seats, yes, you could argue the Tory losses should be more concerning for them. You could argue that. I think it's really a case by case basis, right? Because and again, it depends also on what you're concerned about. Because if you're concerned about winning a general election, then as bad as it is, losing like Wandsworth and Westminster, right? Like they're shocks, right? Yeah, sure. But at the same time, you're not really terribly worried about losing ground in London. You're much more concerned about losing quite heavily in Cumbria, where you've got 3 MPs. That's the sort of thing that would worry me if I was Oliver Dowden, more than, say, Westminster and Wandsworth, which again, big reverses, terrible optics, but for an election campaign, you know, what is there really that the Tories have to lose in London? It's not a huge amount. What are they going to be defending actively? This is assuming, right, the national swings are all correct, and that's what the results have told us. God, you're a bit worried, aren't you, about losing like that in, say, Cumbria or whatever? That's 3 MPs there. The Tories are going to be defending a lot more up north. Labour will be on the attack in London, but not for that many seats to gain. I guarantee you, if you were Salman Mahmood or whatever, and you were trying to do optics or whatever, you would absolutely trade Wandsworth and even Westminster to defend a few of the seats up north, such as Nuneaton and, or not up north, I'd say, but you take Thurrock and Amber Valley and Basildon, right? Over sort of Wandsworth and Westminster. At least that's the way I see it, personally. So I think, long story short, to your question, yeah, should probably. But I think that this will be spun each and every way. And I think, generally speaking, for a general election, the state's play is still in the balance. So with that said, and I know I've repeated this sort of every single time, you got to remember that we're a third of the way through, and that you could argue that Scotland will be just as important as battleground, and that Wales is going really under the radar. And under the radar, I think, in quite a big way, generally speaking. There's been so much discourse about the Red Wall, whatever, and London. So there's that. Also, large parts of England haven't had any local elections, and there'll be some seats which, on the trajectory, are quite competitive there too. I'm thinking in particular about the Southwest or whatever. So that's that. I spotted an interesting one down here. Thank you, by the way, Carolina. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for your excellent questions. Thank you for, frankly, helping us fill time. You'd be more like a producer, really. The quality of the questions, keeping us ticking. Thank you very much, Alga. That's very nice. That's put me in a really lovely mood. Steve McGarrett, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know, but that's a really good question. I'm going to find it out for you.
I would say because they're sensible.
Because
it was partly because of COVID-19 caused the shift, at least in Wales and Scotland. I know here, I believe we actually used to count them in the same way, and then obviously COVID happened, and then it seems to have just stuck. And in Ireland, they've been doing it for. So I was told a story about why it happened in Ireland, and I don't know if this is true, but it was something to do with the fact that they were counting the results, and it looked like Sinn Féin was going to, form a majority, but that was only because the votes weren't very counted very far through, and obviously then it went overnight, and then when everyone woke up, actually it turned out that they hadn't got anywhere close. and basically that because everyone had got so annoyed and were so worried that they decided that they'd do them during the day. So that was the only story that I heard on why Northern Ireland does it and why Ireland does it. No idea really.
Yeah, fair. Have you answered Will's question about Hull?
No, I haven't, and it's very interesting. I mean, there are certain areas where the Lib Dems end up in fights against the Labour Party, and it's. I think this is why Davey today has sort of started talking almost as if he doesn't need the Labour Party to back off of the Lib Dems anymore. And that's where I am very interested in what's going to happen. And I think you might see the Lib Dems become more aggressive in those seats like Hull. So I don't know whether it will stay unique. I think it may well end up being something we see more and more of as the Lib Dems try and move out of being a southern-based party, because I think that's damaged them as a way. You know, they can't really say, "Oh, we're going to be a party of government," if you are a party that really is focused so heavily in the south. Jimmy said, why was the Isle of Man used as COVID isolation for the return to the UK instead of some other city in England? Image I got was lepers, biblically speaking. Good question. Very, very good question. And I'll be very interested in finding the answer.
Just with that, I am a bit behind on Hull and sort of looking at the granular details now. I've been mainly focusing on southeastern stuff, not for any deliberate reason, but the fact that we've been betting on it. I would have said that in the north, I think the Lib Dems are sort of quietly underestimated in terms of their geography. And Torrin, you said something very interesting sort of in the middle of the night about the Lib Dems being underrated in Wales. And I think it would be a very foolish move to pigeonhole the Lib Dems essentially as a southern party solely aiming for sort of the southeast and certain parts of the southwest just to pick off soft Tories. I think the Lib Dems have to be respected a bit more than that, particularly if people don't like either Starmer or Johnson. Now, I'm not saying that's a really big chunk of the electorate. I think it depends on the circumstance when it comes to who prefers what for Prime Minister. But I'll tell you what, there's definitely enough people who are disenfranchised by both parties for Lib Dems to be a threat in a hypothetical situation anywhere in the country, assuming they can focus the resources. I'd say Lib Dems' sort of big aim would be how do you balance the campaign properly, right? How do you aim to be the most potent you possibly can, and where do you target? Because going after big majorities on a by-election basis is entirely feasible, and it can be done. You can pick them off one by one. They're going to have to fight really hard what they've got to the future general election. But that said, there are so many places where you don't need much. There are so many places where they don't really need an awful lot to go right for them. I'm not saying they can like walk in and like say take Isha. But is it possible? Hell yeah, it's possible, and they'll have learnt a lot, I think, as well, from winning and getting on the winning trail.
No, I certainly agree with that. I think it's that struggle to be seen as a party that's UK wide rather than southern will be core, because at the moment they certainly are. They've got a very heavy concentration, especially in London and in the south. And it will be expanding out of that. They've got Tim Farron, obviously, and they've got some MPs in Scotland, Christine Jardine, Wendy Chamberlain,
Jamie Stone sort of thing. So they've got MPs there, but it's going to be that thing. It's going to be breaking into the north so that they are seen as a party that is UK wide, and they can't get into the trap they did in Wales, which is they have been very much pigeonholed. They're very much now in this very awkward situation. They're not sure what to do. They are effectively, trying to do what Labour has done when Labour is popular. And it's not going to work too well. And I don't think it will in terms of the number of seats they get. I think their worst results tonight, or I should say today, will be here in Wales.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We've got Paul Kirshnamurty. He's here. He's back. He's back, and he'll be with us in a moment. So as one leaves, and Tom, by the way, what a phenomenal shift. What a phenomenal time has been had with you. And
feels like
morning, guys.
Morning. How
have you had a break? Has anyone had a break?
No.
Wow.
We have just been ploughing through, literally.
Well done. Well done. Many congratulations. Can we say, I have got to say, I only know what I've seen on Twitter.
Yeah.
I've literally just got up, and you know what? I've got a power cut here, so
oof.
I'm on mobile signal. Who knows how long this could last? Right. So Labour have taken Westminster, yeah, and Barnet.
Correct.
Yeah, we haven't got Surrey yet. I take it they may just started counting. I think.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. Did we get other predictions on the English seat gains for Labour?
A couple in the chat, which are well up there, but we'll be able to dig them out. I think by replaying it. So that should be all good. We got a couple, and I think Alan. Did Alan do one? Yes, I'm sure he did. So we got like 4 or 5. Which is an interesting enough game, and I'm sure the centre team will be able to sort of tell us what theirs was. But no, that'll be interesting because it's looking it's really finely balanced, I'd say. We've had a further the results through. The big story really is that Labour did very well in London, and the polling was very much correct there. And they've done, I'd say, less well in other parts of the country. Where the Tories will have had some cool celebration. I think you could call it possibly maybe a score draw, and the expectation was that Labour would win, I think, elsewhere. That's what
however, it doesn't that, I mean, the question is who has declared, isn't it? Because, I mean, when I left you last night, most of the places that had declared were Brexit areas, red wall areas, North Midlands, certainly the ones involving Labour, right? The question is, I mean, how much? I've got to look through the result myself, but these southern blue wall places, home counties places, that to me is the story. That's going to be the issue. If the Tories do get massacred in Surrey and in Hampshire, then that's a major story, right? I mean, London isn't that important, really, in the grand scheme of this. How many constituencies would Labour gain in a general election? 4, something.
No, totally. Lib Dems will be very happy with where they are at the moment. Really happy, going really strongly, and the Greens too. Interesting, also. Me and Tom were discussing this. People familiar with Paul and his work at the polling station, I think most of you are, but he has been talking for the last few weeks about the effects that the Lib Dems could have at the next general election and sort of their general progress. And this has been a very encouraging night for those people taking that view. And I'd say the success has been pretty geographically well spread, not only for them, but also for the Greens, as we now head into counting for Wales and the rest of England and also Scotland, where there are heavy losses for the Conservatives predicted. By the way, the vibe from Scotland is generally that Labour will be second and Conservatives. That would also be important. And the numbers there, the exact numbers, they'll be very interesting.
This is, I mean, from the sound of it, and from the sort of vague look of it so far, this is all good fuel for the Progressive Alliance idea, for the tactical voting alliance, right? For an anti-Tory alliance, if you like. And as I say, that's the thing that will scare them if they start losing Surrey, because that's the story of the change in the past 10 years. When Labour were last in government, the Liberal Democrats had 50 seats, 50, 60 seats, right? And very few people, even in 2015, saw the Lib Dems completely collapsing, right? It was that extra 20, 25 seats that gave them the majority, that enabled Brexit, that enabled a majority Tory government to push a majority Tory agenda. I can't see any world in which the Lib Dems can go into a coalition with the Tories again after that.
Yeah, I say that point. Would be inclined to agree. Just sort of update on where we are actually, because we've been talking quite a while, me and Torrance. So I would say that we are. It feels like the halfway point, really, although we have to remember that Northern Ireland, they've just started counting, and those results could take, I think, a bit longer. Somebody suggested that they could come even tomorrow. This is probably the halfway point of our Mainster coverage. We're pretty much just going to go here until I think things peter out. I hope to write a column about this today, and also there may well be another live stream of the polling station if it find it easier, or another episode when everybody's sort of all about. Some numbers I'll grab from the BBC at the moment, and then we'll probably talk through a few big issues. By the way, questions appreciated for Paul, to give him sort of an introduction to people who haven't watched the polling station before. He is I'd say, political betting expert, and writer as well. He trades politics, he bets politics. He also has an excellent blog on betting.betfair, a really good run through. And although it is a live blog, it's really useful to go back and run through it. I'll drop a link to it somewhere. You can see basically how his thoughts and views have progressed. Very handy for keeping track of all the big things going on at the moment. Actually, question for you, Paul, because you'd know this possibly better than either of us. But Will Barber Taylor asked, with the Lib Dems winning control of Hull, do you think that we'll see more fights between Labour and the Lib Dems in the north, or is Hull unique?
No, I think it is unique. I used to live there. I lived there for a number of years during the Labour years till about 2006, and it was always competitive, and it's never replicated in the general election. And I think what we're dealing with there is the lower turnout in a local election, because you've got a very large student population in Hull, and all the associated, university workers, etc., education workers, college workers, and that and just the issues on the local council. It is a marginal council always. Even when New Labour were running up, 100+ majorities, that council was on a knife edge. So I don't really think it's a guide to anything.
My apologies, muted there. Huge amounts of noise behind me. Algo Fodder asked an interesting question, which was that we've heard a lot that 2018 was a good year for Labour. Is the other side of that coin that it was bad for Tories, so any losses this time should weigh heavier?
The first thing I'd say is 2018, I don't think was a particularly good year. It was an okay year. Just going back through the cycle, I mean, the 2017 election was a spectacular result for Labour, considering where they had been, no time before that at all. But 2018 didn't suggest that they had moved forward in any way since 2017, really. And it wasn't the result of a government in waiting, so to speak, or certainly not a majority government in waiting. Sorry, can you just repeat the end of the question again?
Of course. The end of the question was basically, I think, should we take any Tory loss more seriously? I guess way heavier, I presume, means that.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, we should take it. Well, I mean, certainly, if the results against Labour are markedly worse, then we should take that seriously. But as I say, I think the real story is not so much the Tory-Labour fight, because we're living in very polarised times and we're not seeing that. I don't think anybody's predicting there's going to be a mass defection from Tory to Labour in the country. The question is, part of the reason why when the Liberal Democrats do well, it is often the consequence of the fact that the Conservatives are unpopular. And the places in which they're winning are places that Labour will never win. So once again, I've predicted the Lib Dems will win Woking, right? That's one, for instance. If they do lose that and they lose other councils in Surrey, that's catastrophic. That really is. That, the Lib Dems alone could more or less wipe out the Tory majority before you even get to a red wall seat. So I would look at those battles. I'd look at Surrey, Hampshire, Somerset. Have we got any results from the southwest yet, like Cornwall or Devon?
Not terribly sure. I
didn't notice any.
Nothing I can see. Nothing.
Yeah. See, this is the story today. What about those seats? Areas that used to vote Lib Dem prior to 2010, 2015, to Brexit really, and where really the Labour Party were relevant anyway, because, and again, Scotland will be the same thing. If indeed those projections of 87 gains for Labour, as I saw in Scotland, what's happened, that is a really profoundly important result, because what you're looking at there is, again, maybe the Labour gaining 10 to 15 seats at Westminster next time. That changes the maths completely.
Yeah, it does indeed. Sorry, just looking to see if we've got some questions. Getting some questions from places that are not necessarily the chat, so we'll get around to them. And right, I think Dennis might be asking for a link to your Betting on Betfair blog, so I'll try and drop that in. And yes, we will be talking about Northern Ireland around about midday lunchtime, I think, where we'll have Johnny Ward, journalist and resident of the Republic of Ireland, who will be guiding us, I think, very much in that endeavour. They've just started counting there, Sinn Féin having a very large lead before votes were counted in the last poll. The Alliance and the DUP joint second, 18.2%. That's going to be really, really important, basically. Just huge, I think, and look forward to seeing those results come in and getting a bit more guidance on that a little bit later. Right, just going to scroll back for Steve Garrett dropped in with a question. Great timing. Do you think Scotland will push for another independence vote if the SNP win another majority of seats? So yeah, Paul, you first on that. I've just talked a little bit about it earlier.
Well, I mean, they haven't really got an option. They've got to, because it's their whole identity, right? And I think that the one thing the SNP can't afford to do is for the dividing line in Scotland to change from being about independence. If it moves on to other policies, if the that has suited. Again, that has been to Labour's detriment. Has been a disaster ever since the referendum. The fact that the conversation has been fundamentally about independence referendum, turning the whole narrative into a straight fight between them and the Tories. If they push for it, and I assume they will, I really do assume they will continue. And again, I mean, look with Brexit generally looking disastrous, especially up there. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they push for that? I'm not sure, but having said that, at the same time, we've seen consistently, really, over the last few months, support for independence falling back. So whether it's such a good strategy, whether that dividing line is slowly declining, is very open to question.
I think I agree with you on the identity thing. I also think that as long as Boris Johnson, I think also as long as Boris Johnson is still Prime Minister, it will always make independence a little more attractive. It will always make it a little more tempting to break away. I also note that Keir Starmer has been pretty unionist in his stance as well, and that also helps. I think that sort of, I don't want to say siege, I don't want to make it seem as if they're chips on their shoulders, but a siege mentality is a very useful thing for a political party to have. So I can see them making another push, and I think they have a fair crack at it. We're 5 to 6 each of 2 in a hypothetical referendum before the end of 2025. I think that'd be about right. I think that'd be about fair. I think it'd be very difficult to call either way. I think the campaign will probably be the winning or losing of it, as it was with Brexit. I do think, however, and it's important to remember this, there will be another chance for IndyRef 2. It won't be around forever. I do sense there's a fatigue with the SNP leadership, but that's not me taking a shot at them particularly. It's just natural. They've been in power for as long as the Tories have. Nobody stays as popular through that time, I don't think.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is the problem they have. I mean, I wonder, it's not going to come this side of the general election, is it?
No. Yeah.
And that suits the SNP to go into the election saying, we demand a referendum, we're not going to be denied a legitimate right to one by London. That should suit them. But at the same time, well, you've also got, I mean, look, I'm quite confident at the moment that what we're going to see after the next election is a Lib-Lab coalition with the SNP providing basic support. And the price of that basic support is probably going to be another referendum, you would have thought.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Just looking for any news. Actually, I do want to quiz you on this. On the Today programme, Laura Kunze was delivering analysis, and she reported that a Labour source, presumably rather senior, had said that the party was suffering from, and I quote, long Corbyn, still suffering from long Corbyn.
Was Neil around when she said that?
No, he wasn't. We will get his 15 minutes verbal diatribe and response later. But I wanted to know what you made of that comment.
Look, I think that all of this whole subject, this whole never-ending factional war within the Labour Party is always overstated the personalities. If you look at what's happened to Labour, this started in 2001 when they were winning huge majorities. Their majorities in the Red Wall, their traditional base started collapsing. And to my mind, there's three fundamental reasons for that. One is that their voters were becoming pensioners, people who used to vote economically, members of trade unions, and then once they became pensioners, that incentive slowly started to disappear, because the Tories have guaranteed pensioner income for a long time now. Two is that simply, the issues have changed in politics. The dividing line is no longer what it used to be. It's cultural now. It's about identity, immigration, the PC brigade. I mean, going back to Labour's years in government, I can vividly remember this from, I'm from a working class community. I've lived in working class places all over the country that generally vote Labour. The kind of narrative on the street, so to speak, has been they're a bunch of out of touch, the PC brigade, the nanny state, they're a bunch of lefty lawyers, etc. They're all from London, etc. Right? All of that hurts. And I think that, plus also, I would say that the sort of technocratic language of New Labour alienated a lot of those people. It alienated idealists, so to speak. It alienated old Labour voters, to make a generalisation. And that was in place. That's what happened. That's why they eventually lost government. That's why Ed Miliband's version of the Labour Party it actually didn't perform that terribly. They gained votes in England in 2015, despite, a terrible backdrop of narrative where everything else was, the coalition gang up on them, still getting blamed for the financial crash. And then into that mix, you then get Jeremy Corbyn, right? Which was, it reinforced that. On the one hand, it was very positive with younger voters. It gave them back their identity. It put clear blue water between them and the Tories again. They won students en masse with tuition fees promise. They opposed austerity, which is, that's something, I'm no great Corbyn defender, but the great achievement of the Corbyn years undoubtedly was to mainstream anti-austerity. It wasn't there before. And Labour went into an election with a clear anti-austerity agenda. And now, austerity is kind of criticised by all. I just watched that series, The Decade the Rich one, where now it's kind of, the general idea was that austerity failed. Well, no one was saying that until that election result. No one was saying that at all. It was just the left saying that. But the problem the problem with a candidate like Corbyn, right, and the same thing would probably apply in America to the Squad, and I think it would apply across Europe with some of these left parties, is they're divisive. And what the upshot of Corbyn was that a large chunk of people who are in the middle, who are disengaged, who are not particularly one side or the other, suddenly became anti-Labour, right? They become, the last election, one of the big decisive things is that Remain Tories wouldn't switch. They wouldn't switch to the Lib Dems. You have all of those seats in the home counties where, we were looking at, will there be a tactical vote? Will everyone unite around the Lib Dems to beat Dominic Raab, for instance, in Esher and Walton? And you see it in the details of those results that whilst there is a substantial chunk of people who voted for Boris Johnson who are Remainers, who are not really on board with this new populist version of the Conservative Party, more important to them was stopping Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah.
And that's where Labour, that's what the Starmer detoxification project is all about. It is saying to those people, no, we are a safe bet. Your taxes will not go through the roof under us. We will not leave NATO. Maybe that's my issue because, that's something I'm, very passionate about. But I've always thought that this was something that was understated. I go back. I'm old. I go back to the Thatcher years, right? And one of the things about New Labour was the criticism I always had of New Labour was they supported almost all the Thatcherite agenda, like privatisation. Privatisation was never popular. The reason Thatcher, I always thought the fundamental reason why Thatcher won was because Labour had unilateral nuclear disarmament in their agenda and on their brand. People did not trust them with national security. There are a lot of people who think that way. It's like, for a lot of people, that's a page one question. Can you trust this party with the security of the country? And I don't think Jeremy Corbyn ever answered that, or even really tried to answer that.
Okay. Really detailed, and I thank you for that. Interesting that we have Starmer, which is such a departure from Corbyn, just in the sense that he's made NATO a sort of cast iron red line, if you will, especially given everything that's going on. Right, Ryan McLeave asks, any appetite for a snap election for Parliament on the back of these results? No. From the Tory side, that wasn't going to be the case anyway. They will run this as long as is possible. I thought it will go probably to the very last, regardless of whether Johnson somehow manages to limp in or not. I imagine the replacement will be given a long run in if they do decide to make the switch. I'll go further. So started in 2001. That might be a reference to you. I think you might have forgotten about militants there. Another little trip through the history books. He had a lot of history, I've noticed, which I'm really digging, going back and forward just over the past 2 hours. Go on.
Well, what I was just saying about militant is that militant was a very important factor in the 80s. And maybe the legacy of that, maybe that still hurt them in 1992. But if you look at 97, it's over by then, right? You know, Labour are all dominant and they're uniting the entire, and them and the Lib Dems are uniting the entire anti-Tory vote. In fact, you know, little anecdote, I can actually remember 1997 election day, getting off the train at Ilford Station, coming home from work. And there's a guy serving a socialist worker outside the station. And we were chatting for about 15 minutes about it all. And it was like, it was hugging, it was high fives. It was like, we're going to destroy the Tories. This was a socialist worker. You know, these people were cheering Blair, right? I think that division had kind of disappeared then. And I don't know, I don't think that is particularly significant, electorally significant now. Now, it's interesting. Okay, this is a small sample and a thing, but the Leicester East by-election, right? If there was a genuine, substantial opposition on the left to Starmer, i.e., beyond Twitter in the country, right? You would see some evidence of it. And Dave Nevison ran in that by-election, right, for Tusk. Dave Nevison, you look at his election results over 20 years across the Midlands, even in good times, in bad times, he takes substantial percentages, 5-6%, you know. He's got a real following. He's probably the most successful far-left candidate in Britain in the 21st century. And he got a pitiful percentage on a tiny turnout in Leicester East. So it didn't strike me there is much of a real world, you know, faction that's responding against Starmer. I think the bigger threat Starmer has is he hasn't enthused people.
I would definitely agree with the enthusiasm angle for Starmer, absolutely. And I think that'll be something he'll have to step forward and do.
Oh, hang on, front door.
No worries.
Stay there.
No worries. We'll be popping in and out, I am sure. Right.
Just go on for there. Yeah. Hang on, 1 second. That's it, mate. Carry on, Will. I'll be with you in 1 second, mate.
No dramas. Well, we're sort of open for business and open for questions. So if anybody does have any more, I see that there are 26 of you concurrent viewers, which is absolutely amazing. Thank you all boys so much for your turnout. The graph is looking like a Giro d'Italia mountain stage of our viewers, and an impressively long one at that. Going to do a bit of goggle boxing actually. What is happening across the news channels? Yvette Cooper is on in Wakefield. What is she talking about?
Make, buy and sell more here in Britain. You've heard the work that Thomas Simmons, for example, has been doing about how we get better trade deals for the world. So crucially,
Labour now reached 1,200 councillors in England, I believe. I think they're up 34 in council seats. The Conservatives lost 122. 59 for the Lib Dems. That's in terms of council gains, and the Greens, if I can spot it through this TV graphic, 23 up. So yeah, impressive start. So for the third parties, we'll call them. An RA ticker with a magenta shade on the BBC, and I don't know what that is referring to. So I'll try and find out for you. But Lib Dems on the march. Most council seats of any party so far.
Really?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yep.
So it's looking good for Woking. I'm very confident of my Woking bet now.
Good stuff.
Be.
They've gained 59, Labour have gained 34, the Greens have gained 23, the Tories have lost 122. We are now counting in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. And yes, I think it's widely expected, being widely briefed now, that the Tories will do very badly in Scotland. To whom, I presume it's the SNP, presume, well, there's been a resumption of Labour. That'll be really interesting to see, because a strong showing from Labour in Scotland would be a nice feather in the cap for Keir Starmer, particularly regarding his optics. Long way to go, though. It is only 10:18, and we won't really have a full picture with takeaways, I imagine. Gosh, probably really until either 6, maybe 7 p.m. tonight. So yeah, lots of counters to come, and we will keep you informed definitely throughout the day, and we'll keep on with this. Do send in your questions, because I think we've run through lots now, so I'm going to go looking for reactions and see who's saying what, because it was very interesting this morning, the spinning that was going on. John Rental, his piece for The Independent is up, and it says that Keir Starmer can become Prime Minister off the local election results. I think he's very much thinking of the hung parliament situation. The results are tallying pretty much with what we're seeing nationally, but anything I think will be very tight. I mean, again, hypothetical fun we're having here. It's worth remembering these are not like for like general elections. They don't correlate exactly, or even at all in some cases. But generally speaking, I think a rough national map would have, I think, Labour 5 ahead of the Tories at the moment. 5-point lead, which I think is the average of what we see. Joe Twyman of Delta Poll is on the BBC, and that take a listen.
Labour today in areas like, as we talked about, in London, Barnet, and Wandsworth, particularly big psychological success. But for Labour not to gain Sheffield, for instance, is the kind of, that's the kind of place they should have and indeed would have hoped to have won. And so Yvette Cooper Tank was presenting this as a turning point, but it may be more of a talking point. And I don't think we're quite yet at the stage where Labour can say this is the beginning of our journey towards electoral success, because the evidence is certainly not there that is the case.
Well, and Yvette was saying that Keir Starmer's leadership has detoxified the brand in parts of the country as far as she is concerned, citing the issue of anti-Semitism in cases like Barnet. But around the rest of the country, as you say, Labour needs to win back. Certainly speaks at a general election in the north of England, and we'll come on to Scotland in just a moment. There does obviously seem to be a lot of antipathy now towards Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party, but are they embracing Labour?
Well, this is the key question going into the next election. It's all very well for people to be disappointed and dissatisfied with the Conservatives in those seats that the Conservatives gained last time that propelled them to such a large majority. But of course, the crucial question is not just whether they're voting Conservative or not. The question is whether they're deciding to turn out or not at the next general election. And what Labour may find is that those people who were previously Labour, then switched to Conservatives, now switch to simply staying at home. And in some constituencies, that will be enough to get Labour over the line. But in others, they need people to actually switch back to them if they're to secure anything approaching a majority.
What about leadership issues? Because obviously the allegations about parties and law-breaking events going on in Whitehall and Downing Street directed at Boris Johnson. We know because we've heard from some of the Conservative, some of them former council leaders talking about it, an issue of trust and integrity. In terms of Keir Starmer's leadership, is it cutting through?
The specific allegations around his behaviour don't seem to have cut through very much yet. Even before both sets of allegations came out, around 1 in 10 people thought the Conservative, senior Conservative members were sticking to the rules, but only a quarter thought that senior Labour members were sticking to the rules. So it wasn't the case that Labour were always seen as behaving very, very well on COVID, and Conservatives were seen as very badly. But I think...
Well, I have an amazing quote here.
Okie doke. We'll loop you in just after Joe Tyler finishes this up.
That they came up with the rules in the first place. That places things in a completely different context.
Stay with us, Joe, because we're going to speak to our political editor for the West of England, Paul Buck.
Perfect. Okay, what is the amazing quote?
Right, Sir Roger Gale has told LBC, I've heard rumours the Prime Minister might try and put in letters to trigger a vote of no confidence now in the hope of winning it rather than leaving it for a few weeks and finding he might lose. That would be a very high strategy, but it could happen.
It's a brave strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays.
Do you know what? It makes sense, though. It does. I mean, look, if you take the view he wants to do this, if he's prepared to burn it all down, right, which it does appear, that makes sense, doesn't it? Because the by-election, if anything's going to kill him, it's not going to be this, it's going to be the Sue Gray report and then the by-elections. So, you know, why not try and get ahead of it? And this talk about him talking about an early election, I mean, that's just unbelievable. That's just, you know, it's like just a blackmail, isn't it, to the party?
Yeah. Absolutely. By the way, if you do believe that this is some sort of master plan, 18-1 with Star Sports for 2022 election, we should probably boost that. That's not very generous, is it? So 18-1, but I'll see if we can get that boosted for an election this year, if that's what you fancy. Joseph Choney, when do I sleep? Oh my lord. It's a terrifying question for me recently. Certainly not overnight. Maybe I'll catch something this evening. I think I've gone too far for the power nap. Unfortunately, given that we've on today. Harry Harlow, does anyone think immigration was a factor in the elections like it was in Brexit? My first thought is not really. It's a concern in the sense that it is a political issue which polls quite highly because that's sort of, well, what happens in this country. It's always a political issue which is sort of relatively up there. But the cost of living was by by a distance sort of the biggest thing in terms of concerns from the opinion poll I heard last night, and it's been at the top of the Ipsos Mori table. I think that had a much bigger effect. I think cost of living, I think also taxes, the economic management would have had a big part to play. I think also just in general place a sense of anger, you know, people taking out resentment for the fact that money just isn't going anywhere as far as it used to. Probably played the biggest part in this election as well, and I'd say all those things probably were the leading factors rather than immigration as a sole concerning issue. I don't think with immigration people have a lot of strong and I think part of me thinks that it can be a needle mover, definitely if the subjects are emotive enough, but also I think that a lot of attitudes are really quite well set, and I don't know how easy it is to change people's minds on it. So I don't think it would have had an effect in yesterday's voting.
I'll just say on that, I think, yeah, it's not a direct immediate effect, but I think that the point is that this immigration argument has gone on for 20 years and it's now very much factored into that party divide. So when people are saying, well, like, you know, Labour aren't cutting through, they're not winning over Tory voters in the red wall, they're not winning over, that's part of the reason, because the definition of the parties, whereas, you know, 2 generations ago, it was about class, it's not about that anymore. It's about identity and culture wars and stuff. And just as in America with the Republicans and the Democrats, there's a whole load of people who have switched one side to the other who aren't going to switch back, because that's now why they're voting for them. So I think it is relevant in that sense that maybe the Tories have got the anti-immigration vote sewn up for a generation, right? But whether that is electorally significant anymore is highly questionable, because as we see, I mean, even with that factored in, they're 5-6% behind the polls.
Yeah, would agree. Julianne Darkstar, 2 Tweedale results in, SNP Tory and Independent in 1 ward, SNP Tory and Lib Dem in the others. More results from orders to come. Thank you very much. First Scottish results I've seen, just sort of trickling in. We'll get a flood of them through the day. Probably by the time we're recording what would count as the polling station for today, which we might do live and then just leave on the website when everybody is ready for a short break. We'll probably be talking about that then. I'll probably be back with various little video updates on what's gone on. And there will be a sort of recap of the runners and riders in terms of the councils when all is said and done. But I think we've got a while to wait yet before we get fully stuck into them. Paul is muted, don't worry. He's having a conversation elsewhere with somebody there.
Sorry, okay, I've just, having an electrics disaster. I'm going to have to log off in a minute. But did you have a question for me?
Well, this is an interesting question from Average Britain. It's interesting, well, not a question, but a statement. It's interesting the public are moaning about the price of living, but don't accept that the government has less money to spend due to leaving the single market and customs union they're skint.
I'm not sure that's really significant, because regarding the cost of living issues, I mean, to take energy as being the biggest single one of those, yeah, for sure, there are global pressures on energy that are affecting every country and are going to tie the hands of the government and what it can do. But there's a reason why our prices are going up 54% and they're only going up 4% in France. One of those reasons is simply the government won't do what is necessary to restrict those bills, i.e. tax the profits of the energy companies. And likewise, there is a longer term explanation for this, which is the privatisation of everything. The government doesn't have a stake in these companies anymore. So therefore, it is more, it is less immune to the pressures of the global market.
All right. Yeah, very succinct there. I would agree. I would agree with that. I think there's lots the government can do and it hasn't done to help with this. One very basic thing I sort of can't believe I don't hear more about is simply reversing the 20 quid a week cut of universal credit, which would seem to me to be an absolute open goal for any party that wanted to suggest doing it, let alone government to do it. Things such as that, bringing up benefits in line with inflation, as set by the Bank of England, or basically the cost of living, rather than the sort of, I think it's a 5 to 6% shortfall, which has been very, very painful. Lots of other things such as that. I spot an interesting thing here. Jaden Masters, Wagwan, who's up, who's down. Good to have you with us, Jaden. Who's up? Lib Dems, Greens, who's down. Tories on the numbers, although I'm not sure.
Well, I'm going to have to jump for a bit, mate. I shall be back sooner, back in due course. Okay. Cheers.
In terms of who's down, Tories are down across the board, but I don't think they're particularly worried or panicky about it yet. I think they're much more worried about the future or whatever. I don't think Boris Johnson is panicking at the moment as well either. I must say that. I think he'll be fine in the short term of these results. I don't think they'll do anything particularly bad to his standing. There is anger at him amongst those who have lost council seats and positions, but can't see that being the case. Marvin Rees is a loser from today. Mayoral position in Bristol was scrapped from 2024. And what else is going on? The Conservatives could be big losers in Scotland, but we haven't seen that yet. And I'll tell you what, Cumbrian Conservatives, that seemed to be a bit of an anomaly. The way that basically they all got smashed, despite the fact that elsewhere Labour didn't really land the blows that were expected, I think, in North, or at least were hoped for. In the Midlands and the North. I'll go follow the government line that benefits can only go up once the edge to IT inflation's puffed. Completely agree. If you are really serious about matching it, you would at the very least increase your support in line with inflation. And I think that's it for questions, at least. We're going to get Paul back at some point, and then what I think we're going to do is we're going to go until 11, after which I probably need to jump off and freshen up. And what we'll do, I think, is probably come back, probably do a live episode, and then just stick it up, and you can join us and we can do another live, and we'll do it at some point this afternoon, probably before racing or something. But yeah, that's the situation as it stands. Fire off your questions at me. I'm here and I'm just going to wait a bit and sort this little thing out. I'll be back in a moment. hello, Jaden. Yes, okay. Who's doing well? The Liberal Democrats are doing very well. They've won, or they've gained 58 council seats. That's more than Labour at this stage, which is impressive. The Greens are doing well as well. They've gained 29 seats, I believe. Again, that's an impressive performance. Also, their gains are coming across the country. It's not just it's not just in sort of big liberal city areas with lots of students, although that said they are doing well in those places as well. Labour in London are doing brilliantly. Labour outside London, maybe not so amazing. Again, pre-expectations, I think, having an effect there. The Conservatives are doing all right outside of London, not so well inside. Lost 120 councillors. Now, estimates for how many they'd lose, they ranged from 200 for Britain Elects, I think that was overall, but they went right up to like 550, I think, from sort of Britain Elects, not Britain Elects, sorry, electoral calculus, and I think it basically depends, but winners, Lib Dems, Greens, losers, we just got to wait and see, really, Jaden. I don't think we can be particularly certain about who's going to win and lose, particularly also as Wales and Scotland are still to come. So yeah, that would be it. I think in terms of the winners and the losers. Elsewhere, any other questions? Because I may go very, very quickly and come back. Algo Fodder has also put in another excellent stat. Make sure to find and follow him. And I apologize for this randy old spam bot. Algo Fodder, another great question. What do you think of the influence of the press in UK politics? It's massive, and it's still a crucial part to elections. I think it is a big part of the reason why Labour have found it so difficult in recent years. There is definitely an inbuilt Conservative advantage due to the press. Now, yes, we have regulated broadcast media, but the influence of the press, especially online now, I think has a big policy impact. And don't forget also a lot of these writers, a lot of these columnists, etc., they're also on programs, they're on podcasts, they're on the radio, and that all builds a powerful media ecosystem. So yes, that's that. I'm going to go for a really quick break and I'll be back hopefully in 5 or so minutes.